As a freshman named Qin Chuan embarks on his university journey, he is bestowed with a remarkable super tycoon system that triggers random tasks, bestowing him with extraordinary rewards. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Task rewards. Limited edition Lamborghini Reventón. Task rewards. Penthouse Villa. Task rewards. 1 billion cash. Task rewards. Gulfstream G650 private jet. Task rewards. Character attributes enhanced to the pinnacle of martial arts. Task rewards. Global language proficiency package. With such lavish rewards for side quests, one can only imagine the unparalleled greatness one would achieve upon completing the main quests. No one possesses greater wealth than I. No one can outmatch my prowess. Chapter 1. The first day of registration, rewarded with a Lamborghini Reventón. In a parallel world at Kyoto University of Finance. Have you heard? Shangwan Wu got into an argument in the freshman group. That wealthy third-year student, Shangwan Wu? Indeed, that's him. What sparked the quarrel? Shangwan Wu flaunted his newly acquired Porsche 718 Boxster in the freshman group, attempting to impress a female student. A newcomer boldly stated that his car was trash, claiming the Porsche 718 Boxster hardly qualifies as a sports car. Trash. The Porsche 718 Boxster costs at least $700,000 to $800,000. Who is that freshman? Probably just a loudmouth. What car would he consider worthy? Exactly. Some people, having watched too many influencer videos online, think luxury sports cars are ubiquitous. Little do they realize that, in reality, the Porsche 718 Boxster is a vehicle that the average person can only dream of achieving. What are you two discussing? The freshmen are at the entrance. Shouldn't you assist them? Su Xiaoyan, the vice president of the student council, remarked with a furrowed brow. The two student council members quickly silenced themselves and rushed to greet the newcomers. Su Xiaoyan, adorned in the student council's standard uniforma-fitted blazer and crisp white shirt, exhibited a figure that strained the buttons of her jacket. Her lower half was clad in a form-fitting knee-length skirt paired with nude stockings. Her alluring physique, combined with her 8-point beauty, earned her the title of the university's recognized belle. Suddenly, the distinctive roar of a sports car's engine pierced the air that a striking red Porsche 718 Boxster glided to a halt before Su Xiaoyan, its window rolling down to reveal a young, dashing male driver. Xiaoyan, do you have time tonight? I've reserved a table at Blue Brick Restaurant. Upon recognizing Shangwan Wu, Su Xiaoyan immediately concealed her smile, replying coldly, "I'm not available." Blue Brick Restaurant is Kyoto's premier Michelin 3-star establishment. I booked it 2 months in advance. Many desire to dine there, but cannot. Not interested, I won't go. Su Xiaoyan held disdain for this group of wealthy second-generation elites who believed that their affluence would automatically attract all women. Without hesitation, she turned to leave. Enraged, Shangwan Wu hurled his nutritional drink at her. Su Xiaoyan, my passenger seat is coveted by countless women. Don't be so ungrateful. Nutritional drink splattered across Su Xiaoyan's upper body, soaking her white shirt and clinging to her fair skin. The onlooking students, intimidated by Shangwan Wu's affluent background, refrained from intervening. Suddenly, a powerful hand struck Shangwan Wu, sending the drink flying. Shangwan Wu was taken aback. How could anyone dare to defy him? He turned to confront the intruder. Before him stood an ordinary-looking male student clad in a tracksuit and sneakers. Do you know who I am? Shangwan Wu seethed. The boy coolly retorted, just a piece of trash. Upon seeing the boy, Su Xiaoyan's icy gaze softened, and her tone became tender. Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan flashed a radiant smile. Xiaoyan, he shrugged off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, alleviating her embarrassment. Su Xiaoyan and Qin Chuan had grown up together in the staff dormitory, with her being a year older. Whenever Qin Chuan saw her, he affectionately called her Xiaoyan. As they reunited, a vision appeared before Qin Chuan, visible only to him. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Hero saves the beauty. Task reward. Amex Centurion Black Card, with unlimited spending privileges. Qin Chuan felt his pocket and indeed found a card within. Qin Chuan, do you think you're tough? Toughness means nothing here in Kyoto. What matters is wealth. Just look at your pitiful appearance. How long do you think Su Xiaoyan will last with you? Shangwan Wu smugly declared, producing his Porsche keys and pressing the unlock button. The headlights flickered to life, dazzling those nearby. The eyes of car enthusiasts sparkled with envy, while some women contemplated approaching Su Xiaoyan, thinking they might have a chance. Qin Chuan ignored him entirely, disdainfully remarking, "So you're the one who was barking nonsense in the group yesterday." Shangwan Wu's expression darkened as he growled, "You're the one who called my Porsche trash. In my eyes, you're trash too. Instead of lashing out, Shangwan Wu sneered, I thought you were from a prestigious family. Turns out you're just another nobody. Have you ever touched a luxury car? Do you know how much a Porsche 718 Boxster costs? Do you realize the magnitude of 80,000? Calling everything trash though you even have a car? Su Xiaoyan tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve, urging him to depart. Let's go, Xiao Chuan. Don't provoke him. His family is wealthy, and who knows what outrageous things he might do. Qin Chuan gently reassured her as he casually retrieved a car key and pressed the unlock button. In the shadows of the nearby trees, a thunderous roar erupted from an inconspicuous location. Shangwan Wu's heart raced as he turned toward the sound. His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Lamborghini Reventón. Is the Lamborghini Reventón impressive? Someone nearby inquired. It's a legendary vehicle. The Porsche 718 Boxster pales in comparison. Do you know it's valued at 15 million? There are only 21 units worldwide. It accelerates from 0 to 60 in just 2.8 seconds. Wow, 15 million. In comparison, the Porsche 718 Boxster is undeniably trash, the crowd whispered among themselves. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan's hand and, under the gaze of onlookers, opened the scissor door of the passenger seat for her. Su Xiaoyan was taken aback as she settled into the supercar, one of only 21 in the world. Everything unfolded so rapidly that she barely had time to process it before Qin Chuan pressed the accelerator and sped away from the crowd. Shangwan Wu spat in frustration. Damn it. When did that little flirt start associating with such a man? Just because he's wealthy doesn't mean he holds power in Kyoto. Shangwan Wu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Longo? It's Xiao Wu. Someone's bullying me at school on the other end. A heavily tattooed, middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming angrily, Who dares to bully my brother? Do they wish to meet their demise? In Kyoto, at the SKQ Mall. This is the largest luxury goods marketplace in Kyoto, housing flagship stores of all the world's prestigious brands. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan directly to the Chanel boutique. As they entered, the staff merely glanced at them, sizing them up before resuming their own conversations. Unperturbed, Qin Chuan led Su Xiaoyan towards the women's section. Sister Xiaoyan, you've gone a bit dirty. Let's find you something to change into. Su Xiaoyan glanced at the price tags, noting that none of the garments were priced below 4 digits. Qin Chuan, perhaps we should explore other stores. Chanel is far too extravagant for me, she suggested. Not at all, Sister Xiaoyan. Choose whatever you like, it'll cover the expenses, he insisted. With Qin Chuan's persistent encouragement, Su Xiaoyan cautiously began selecting clothes. Her pace was slow, not due to fastidiousness, but rather a desire to find the least expensive option to spare Qin Chuan some money. After surveying the selections, she picked up a plain white short-sleeve shirt priced at 999 yuan, the most affordable item in the store. Hey, just take a look. Don't touch anything. If you get it dirty or break it, you won't be able to compensate for the damages. Chapter 2. The billion-dollar group delivers on a whim. A sales associate, appearing to be in her 30s, gracefully approached Su Xiaoyan. You've wrinkled the clothes. I will have to take them for care, she declared, snatching the garments away. We'll buy them outright. No need for care, Qin Chuan interjected. The sales associate scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You chose the cheapest ones, and yet speak as if you were a tycoon. Your girlfriend has touched so many clothes. Are you planning to buy them all? Qin Chuan frowned. Why not buy them all? I've encountered many pretentious individuals like you. We are a top luxury brand. Do you have any idea how much all these clothes cost combined? Looking at your attire, I doubt you can even part with 1,000 yuan, she retorted sharply. Qin Chuan chose not to engage further, but instead surveyed the surroundings. His piercing gaze soon fell upon a timid face, and he glanced at the name tag on her chest. Zhou Ling, is it? Zhou Ling nodded nervously. First day on the job? Qin Chuan disowned immediately. Zhou Ling hesitated to speak and nodded again. Please gather all the clothes my girlfriend has touched, Qin Chuan instructed, pulling out his Centurion black card and handing it to her. Zhou Ling stared at him in disbelief. Are you referring to which piece? Not just one, but all of them. Zhou Ling felt as though the world was spinning. She quickly accepted the black card and rushed off to pack the clothes. Returning to Su Xiaoyan's side, Qin Chuan cast a glance at the dazed sales associate. Alas, the new girl sold you a year's worth of sales on her first day. Perhaps it's time for you to retire, he quipped. The store manager of the Chanel boutique returned from lunch to find Zhou Ling removing all the clothes from the racks, leaving the shelves nearly bare. She couldn't help but scold Zhou Ling. Did I not mention during the meeting that you should refrain from handling clothes during working hours? Were my words mere whispers to you? Zhou Ling, feeling wronged, replied, Manager, I wasn't handling the clothes. These are all requested by customers. What customers? How could anyone buy so many at once? The total would exceed 1 million. It's your first day. You must ask your colleagues if you don't understand. Do you think Chanel is a flea market where one can simply buy everything at once? Has the customer even paid? Zhou Ling shook her head. The manager, furious, shouted, "You packed items without payment? Are you out of your mind for commissions? Go clean the floors." Zhou Ling, still feeling aggrieved, produced the credit card Qin Chuan had given her and handed it to the manager. The customer left their credit card, once packed. It will be delivered directly to the hotel. The manager was about to unleash another tirade when she noticed that Zhou Ling was holding an American Express Centurion Black card. Taking the card, she immediately processed a transaction to verify its authenticity. To her astonishment, the card was perfectly valid. In an instant, the manager felt her blood pressure rise. A black card holder like this must be treated with utmost care. He is our super VIP, and this store will rely on him this year. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Shopping at the Chanel store. Quest reward. Character attributes elevated to level 4 martial arts pinnacle. Note, martial arts are divided into 9 levels. Each level consisting of entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and pinnacle stages. Qin Chuan's heart raced as he gazed at the notification panel before him. Since acquiring the system 2 days prior, he had obtained a Lamborghini Reventón and an American Express Centurion Black card. This was the first time he had received an attribute reward. As the scene returned to reality, Qin Chuan felt a surge of power within him. The movements of those around him appeared to him as if in slow motion, revealing countless flaws. He felt as though he could take on 10 opponents simultaneously. Was this the strength of the level 4 martial arts pinnacle? Xiao Chuan, Su Xiaoyan called softly, interrupting his thoughts. Sister Xiaoyan, Qin Chuan replied, slightly embarrassed as he returned to the present. At this moment, the elevator had arrived at the 79th floor. After Su Xiaoyan had been drenched in a bottle of beverage by Shangwan Wu, Qin Chuan booked a room at the most luxurious hotel in Kyoto, the Wadafu, so that Su Xiaoyan could freshen up. Swiping the room card, he led Su Xiaoyan inside. Throughout the journey, Su Xiaoyan's heart raced uncontrollably. To see her little brother again in a foreign province filled her with excitement. However, the Qin Chuan she encountered today was somewhat different from the one she remembered. He no longer resembled the little brother who used to trail behind her. The current Qin Chuan stood tall, with chiseled features and an undeniable masculinity. His decisive actions exuded the aura of a domineering CEO. Yet, as they shared the same space in the large bedroom, a blush graced Su Xiaoyan's fair cheeks. Sister Xiaoyan, hurry and wash up, Qin Chuan urged. His words only deepened her blush. Unfazed, Qin Chuan flopped onto the 2-meter-long bed, turning on the television and chuckling at the animated show. Watching the carefree Qin Chuan, Su Xiaoyan felt a wave of nostalgia for her little brother. She entered the bathroom, shedding her soiled clothes and relishing the warmth of the water cascading over her. After washing up, she suddenly remembered that the Chanel clothes had yet to arrive. She had nothing to wear. Remaining in the bathroom was not a viable option, so she reluctantly wrapped herself in a towel and stepped outside. Su Xiaoyan's alluring figure was hardly concealed by the towel, and just as she shyly averted her gaze from Qin Chuan, she noticed that he had already fallen asleep, softly snoring. With affection, Su Xiaoyan approached and gently covered him with a blanket. However, in her earnestness, she inadvertently let the towel slip, momentarily revealing her form in all its splendor. Hastily picking up the towel, she rewrapped herself, and upon seeing Qin Chuan still sound asleep, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Thank goodness Xiao Chuan is asleep, otherwise I would be utterly mortified. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed, maintaining composure. Quest reward, acquisition of the Hilton Group. The slumbering Qin Chuan was stirred awake by the system notification, his expression one of bewilderment. I was merely asleep. How did I trigger a side quest? The reward of acquiring the Hilton Group, a Fortune 500 company, was astonishing. If the side quest rewards were this generous, one could only imagine the allure of the main quest rewards. Qin Chuan focused his thoughts, activating the system task panel that appeared before him. Main quest, complete 4 years of university education and graduate successfully. As expected, the main quest posed a considerable challenge, requiring a minimum of 4 years of commitment. Xiao Chuan, are you awake? Qin Chuan turned at the sound, noticing that Su Xiaoyan had changed into the evening gown delivered by Chanel. She had chosen a long black velvet dress, with an off-the-shoulder design that accentuated her graceful neck and shoulders, resembling a swan. The contrast of the black gown against her fair skin was striking. Her slender waist swayed gently with each step, and her alluring figure was impossible to ignore. Sister Xiaoyan, you look stunning today, Qin Chuan praised. Su Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze. Qin Chuan embraced her in a warm hug, eager to test the prowess of his newfound martial arts pinnacle. 3 hours later, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the hotel room. Qin Chuan rose and opened the door, only to find a woman dressed in professional attire standing at the threshold, her black skirt elegantly enveloping her slender thighs. Adorning her face was a pair of half-rimmed glasses, lending her an alluring yet poised demeanor. "May I inquire if Mr. Qin Chuan is present?" she asked. "That's me," Qin Chuan replied with a yawn. The woman was momentarily taken aback. The enigmatic billionaire behind the complete acquisition of the Hilton Group was unexpectedly youthful and somewhat handsome. Chapter 3. The Reward Awaits, 100,000 Douyin Carnival. In the United States, Wall Street, which is 13 hours behind Kyoto. Today, the presidents of major conglomerates such as Gauching and Moging received an urgent email in their inboxes. Seated in his office on the 70th floor, Claude, the president of the Gauching Group, savored his breakfast coffee. Following his usual routine, he opened his email to check for new messages. In the next moment, he spat out his coffee in disbelief, staring incredulously at his computer screen as he read aloud. This morning, mysterious funds from Huagua fully acquired the Hilton Group. He immediately switched on the television, where Fox Business News was broadcasting the acquisition under the banner of breaking news. The camera cut to a live report featuring the Hilton Group's heiress. "Miss Hilton, your group has inherited wealth from generations past. Why has it suddenly been sold off? Especially in its entirety to Huagua nationals?" The Hilton heiress, renowned for her lavish lifestyle, wore an opulent deep V gown and held a champagne flute, beaming as she replied, "Oh, darling, this was entirely my father's decision. I am not privy to the details. However, I can assure you that the Huagua representative offered us an irresistible price." With that, she winked at the camera. Claude cursed vehemently, "Fuck," and turned off the television. He promptly summoned his assistant, demanding, "Find out which Huagua consortium has acquired our American assets." "Oh my God. How dare those despicable Huagua nationals lay claim to our American property?" In an instant, Wall Street was abuzz with shock, and every conglomerate dispatched teams to Huagua to investigate the identity of the mysterious buyer of the Hilton Group. In Huagua, Waldorf Hotel, 79th floor, the woman standing at Qin Chuan's room door regained her composure and presented a document with both hands. "Mr. Qin, you have just completed the full acquisition of the Hilton Group. Here are the documents for your review." Qin Chuan took the document and flipped through it casually. "Who are you?" "Apologies, Mr. Qin, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xia Ying, and I work at the Hilton Hotel Group headquarters as your secretary." "Secretary? I have no need for a secretary." Qin Chuan tossed the document back to Xia Ying. "Take this back. We have professional managers to handle the group. I won't concern myself with such trivial matters." Xia Ying's heart quivered at his dismissal. The Hilton Group, a Fortune 500 enterprise with an annual revenue nearing $10 billion, was referred to as trivial by him, who seemed indifferent to its management. Observing Qin Chuan laughing and conversing with a stunning beauty, Xia Ying's conviction solidified. He was merely a frivolous playboy, a prodigal son. The Hilton Group was merely an asset left behind by his parents. Super-rich parents often pave the way for their incapable children, allowing them to have everything without effort that ordinary individuals could only dream of achieving over lifetimes. Xia Ying held a particular disdain for such individuals, having toiled for over a decade to finally embark on her journey to Rome, while they were born into it. With that thought, Xia Ying turned on her heel, refusing to offer her new boss any semblance of goodwill. Qin Chuan, however, was unfazed by Xia Ying's attitude. A mere secretary from a conglomerate was not worthy of his concern. He led Su Xiaoyan to the hotel's 99th floor restaurant for a meal. The Waldorf Hotel was renowned for its top-tier dining establishment, acclaimed as one of Kyoto's finest, having earned the prestigious Michelin 3-star rating. The patrons entering the restaurant were either wealthy or influential, each viewing a 3-star Michelin meal as a sacred experience. All who came were impeccably dressed, with men in suits and women in glamorous evening gowns. Su Xiaoyan rested her hand on Qin Chuan's arm, her happiness palpable. "I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot enter the restaurant," a staff member at the entrance interjected. "Why not? Is the restaurant closed today?" Qin Chuan asked. The staff member smirked disdainfully. "Our restaurant boasts a Michelin 3-star rating. The clientele dining inside are prominent figures. Your attire is too unrefined and undermines our restaurant's image." Qin Chuan glanced inside and saw a few foreign patrons wearing short sleeves, shorts, and flip-flops, laughing as they sipped red wine. "Why are they allowed in?" The staff member wore a bemused expression. "They are foreigners. They revel in their freedom and express it through their attire. We must respect their beliefs." Just as Su Xiaoyan was about to argue, a phone was suddenly thrust in front of the staff member's face. A young woman was filming. "Hello everyone. Today I'm at the so-called luxurious top-tier Waldorf restaurant. However, we were met at the entrance by a staff member who judged us based on our attire and prevented us from dining because we were dressed in sportswear. Yet, we observe that foreigners in short sleeves and flip-flops are allowed to enter without issue. This is our territory, and the era of foreign oppression has long passed. Who would have thought that a top-tier restaurant would still practice discrimination against us? This is blatant bias against people from Huagua." Seeing the commotion, the staff member attempted to snatch the phone but soon realized the young woman was a well-known Douyin influencer. The influencer, with her engaging demeanor, stirred the livestream audience of over 2,000 viewers, whose reactions condemned the Waldorf restaurant's behavior. They began to flood the Waldorf Hotel's social media and Douyin account with comments. As the situation escalated, the front-of-house manager of the Waldorf restaurant had no choice but to emerge and address the matter. He appeared on camera, promptly stating that Qin Chuan's attire was acceptable for dining at the Waldorf restaurant and apologized for the earlier staff member's conduct. Qin Chuan nodded, satisfied with the manager's response. He also expressed his gratitude to the influencer. "Thank you. Just a small effort," she replied with a smile. "I simply cannot stand their condescending attitude." As the situation calmed, the influencer's live stream audience gradually dwindled, with onlookers shifting their attention to other streamers. She sighed, after preparing for a week. "My viewership pales compared to a streamer who merely says hello, brother." The peak of over 5,000 viewers had now dwindled to less than 1,000, interspersed with numerous bots. The atmosphere at the Waldorf Hotel was exceptionally conducive to romance, as Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan took their seats. The staff promptly lit candles, enhancing the ambience. "Congratulations, challenger." Side quest completed, candlelight dinner. Quest reward, 100,000 Douyin Carnival. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. 100,000 Douyin Carnival? What use could I possibly have for such a thing? Moments later, his phone displayed a balance reflecting the inventory of 100,000 carnivals. This was a page custom tailored by Douyin for its esteemed clients, facilitating the generous tipping from affluent patrons. Chapter 4. A meal costing 500,000. Qin Chuan reluctantly closed the screen of his phone and gestured for the waiter, preparing to place his order. At the adjacent table, a man and a woman had just seated themselves. The man was clad in a sleek black suit, which upon closer inspection was evidently a costly Armani ensemble. The woman donned a striking red backless deep V evening gown. It was apparent that both had undergone meticulous grooming. "Oh dear, what is going on today? How could a place as upscale as the Waldorf restaurant allow a pauper to enter?" the woman remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The man cast a glance at Qin Chuan, his brow furrowed in disbelief. "How has the Waldorf restaurant fallen to such depths that one can dine here in sportswear? This is utterly beneath our noble status. I shall lodge a complaint with the manager. He is unworthy to dine alongside me." Su Xiaoyan gently placed her hand on Qin Chuan's arm, shaking her head slightly. "Xiao Chuan, let's not pay them any mind." Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. What was his current status that he should bother with such insignificant insects? The waiter approached with the menu. "Sir, what would you like to order?" Without glancing at the menu, Qin Chuan replied, "One chef's special set for each of us." The chef's recommended set was the priciest combination offered at the Waldorf restaurant, featuring the culinary masterpieces of three-star chef George. Naturally, the cost was substantial, 19,999 yuan for a single serving. For two, that amounted to nearly 40,000 yuan. The waiter hesitated. "Sir, that set is priced at 19,999 yuan. Are you certain?" "Yes," Qin Chuan affirmed. The waiter quickly noted the order and hurried back to place it. Moments later, he appeared again, seemingly recalling something. "Sir, what about beverages?" Indeed, the 19,999 yuan chef set includes only the dishes. Beverages are not included. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan replied, 2 bottles of 1974 Romancebooks, please." At the adjacent table, the man was rendered speechless, wanting nothing more than to disappear into the ground. The woman, noticing his discomfort, quietly inquired, "Darling, what on earth is 1974 Romancebooks? Is it better than the 1982 Lafite?" The man sheepishly explained, he refers to the 1974 Romancebooks, which currently retails for 240,000 yuan a bottle. In comparison, the 1982 Lafite is but a mere trifle. The woman gasped, 240,000. He just ordered 2 bottles. How is that possible? Who spends nearly 500,000 on a dinner? As she scrutinized Qin Chuan once more, noting his ordinary attire and the absence of any ostentatious accessories, she concluded he must be a pretender, one who feigns wealth only to dine and dash. At that moment, the waiter began to sweat profusely. It was customary for patrons to order their meals and beverages themselves, yet he had never encountered anyone ordering 2 bottles of 1974 Romancebooks before. The sheer cost of over 400,000 yuan in wine posed a significant risk. What if this man was a fraud? He dashed to the floor manager, explaining the situation. The floor manager, equally alarmed, approached Qin Chuan with a delicate demeanor, suggesting that due to the exorbitant price of the wine, they would like to verify his financial means. Qin Chuan considered the manager's approach reasonable. After all, 2 bottles totaling 480,000 yuan represented a considerable risk. However, as he reached into his pocket, he realized that his black card was likely still in his hotel room. "My apologies, I seem to have forgotten my black card in my hotel room," Qin Chuan said. The The man at the adjacent table seized upon this opportunity, gleefully exclaiming, "I knew he was a fraud, here to con us out of a meal and impress women with a facade of wealth." The woman smirked. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Who comes to such a prestigious place dressed in sportswear? If he were not a true tycoon, he must be a mere con artist. A scoundrel. The floor manager began to doubt Qin Chuan's identity as well. This man had audaciously ordered a 19,999 yuan chef's recommended set, and then proceeded to request 2 bottles of 1974 Romancebooks. If he were not a genuine magnate, then he could only be a swindler. Now that he had produced nothing, not even the means to pay for his meal, he could only be a fraud. Just as the floor manager was preparing to eject Qin Chuan from the establishment, a voice rang out from the entrance. "There you are. I've been searching for you everywhere." Summer Ing rushed to the table, panting, and looked at Qin Chuan. "Ha ha, it seems we have a show to watch. This scoundrel has ensnared more than one woman." The man at the adjacent table gleefully remarked. The floor manager recognized Summer Ing. He had seen her introduction on the internal website. She was the secretary to the CEO of the group, a high-ranking official. "Secretary Summer," the floor manager greeted, trembling slightly. Ignoring him, Summer Ing opened the document she held and pushed it towards Qin Chuan. "Mr. Qin, you forgot to sign this document earlier." Qin Chuan calmly extended his hand to borrow the pen the waiter had used on the menu, inscribing his name, Qin Chuan, on the document. "Done." He returned the document to Summer Ing. Seeing Qin Chuan's nonchalant demeanor and indifference, Summer Ing felt a surge of irritation. "Mr. Qin, our Hilton Group is a Fortune 500 company with an annual revenue of over $10 billion. Could you not show a modicum of respect?" Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. "A company with only $10 billion in revenue. What is there to be so haughty about?" Summer Ing was momentarily speechless, realizing the man before her was indeed the boss and had the capital to speak such words. She turned on her heel, leaving without affording her young boss a courteous glance. Qin Chuan merely smiled, choosing not to engage with someone so juvenile. The couple at the adjacent table turned pale. What had they just done? They had mocked the CEO of the Hilton Group. The woman felt a cold sweat break out as she recalled her earlier remarks about him being a destitute fool. They hastily left, fearful of the potential repercussions should he take offense. The CEO of a $10 billion group could easily crush them, like mere ants beneath his boot. The floor manager was now sweating profusely. The Waldorf restaurant and Waldorf Hotel were both part of the Hilton Group. The Waldorf brand was merely one of its many subsidiaries. The man before him was the owner of the entire conglomerate. Qin Chuan slowly raised his head and asked flatly, "Do you still need to verify my financial status?" No. I will arrange everything for you immediately. I assure you will be completely satisfied," the floor manager stammered, hastily retreating from the scene. Faced with the pressure from someone of such high standing, he, a mere front desk manager, could hardly endure it. Any longer in the presence of Qin Chuan would likely cause him to crack under the psychological strain. Su Xiaoyan witnessed the events unfold, her initial shock gradually giving way to understanding. Though countless questions swirled in her mind, she was a wise woman. Some matters were not to be asked if Qin Chuan chose to remain silent. As long as you, Xiao Chuan, are here, nothing else matters. What did you say, Sister Xiaoyan? Su Xiaoyan quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had unintentionally voiced her innermost thoughts. "Family, look. Dining here, you can see the CBD of East City," she exclaimed. "Wow, family, look. Tonight's Boston lobster is enormous. Fans, please enjoy," she added, as the Boston lobster was indeed succulent and delightful. In a secluded corner, Xiao Mei sat live-streaming, her voice barely audible, yet it was evident she was striving to invigorate the atmosphere within her virtual space. While awaiting her meal, Qin Chuan opened Douyin and decided to follow Xiao Mei, having developed a fondness for her outspoken remarks from earlier. Upon clicking her avatar, he entered her live-streaming room, where the viewer count displayed 788. The interaction from the audience was closely tied to the number of viewers, excluding the bots. The few real people present were hurling insults at Xiao Mei. "Why don't you return to the factory and tighten some screws? You aren't cut out for this line of work. Xiao Mei, perhaps it's time to switch styles and become a suggestive streamer." Yes, Xiao Mei. Change into some black stockings, and I'll reward you with a light board." Faced with such vile comments, Xiao Mei could only endure in silence. Her initial intention had been to share her life. Despite her enviable figure, she never considered resorting to unscrupulous means for profit. Calculating in her mind, Xiao Mei realized her earnings for the evening's stream had yet to reach 3 digits, a stark contrast to the 4-digit dinner she had ordered, which still hadn't been recouped. With a deep sigh, she faced the camera, reflecting on the month of instant noodles she had endured to prepare for this night's broadcast. Just as she contemplated ending the stream, her phone screen suddenly flickered with several squares, and 3 characters slowly ascended from the bottom of the screen. Carnival. Chapter 5. 1 million followers overnight. Wow. Someone just gifted a carnival. Who would have thought that such a conservative eating broadcast would receive a carnival gift? Did they click the wrong button? Xiao Mei, be honest. Did you secretly reward yourself to create some buzz? The comments section erupted with skepticism. Xiao Mei was at a loss for words. This was her first encounter with a carnival gift, a hefty sum of 3,000 yuan, equivalent to her monthly living expenses. Just as she prepared to identify and thank the donor, the screen flickered again, and yet another carnival gift appeared. At this point, Xiao Mei was bewildered, and the fans in the live stream were equally stunned. Before she could process the events, a third carnival appeared, followed by the fourth, then the fifth. 10 minutes passed, and her phone emitted an overheating warning. The comments section fell silent, interrupted only by the continuous influx of new viewers entering the stream. No one dared to question Xiao Mei any longer. The effect of one carnival lasted 8 seconds, and within 10 minutes, a user named Qin Chuan had showered her with 75 carnivals, a staggering sum of over 200,000 yuan. After a brief silence, the comments section erupted into a frenzy. Wow. Witnessing history. I'm lucky to see a wealthy benefactor. Please accept my admiration. Who is this Qin Chuan? Such extravagance. 75 carnivals in 10 minutes. The carnivals continued to pour in, and the viewer count skyrocketed from 788 to 9999, then to 30,000, and in the blink of an eye, to 100,000. Rumors spread that a wealthy benefactor had graced the stream with their presence. Is the live stream lagging? Why are the carnival effects still playing? Fool. That's just Qin Chuan showering gifts. This is insane. I've never seen money spent so lavishly. The comments section was overrun, as new viewers flooded in to capture the moment. In the Douyin backend, an engineer, having just returned with a cup of tea, was startled to find the server emitting overload warnings. Initially suspecting a cyber attack, he soon discovered that a small streamer's audience had exploded. The simultaneous viewer count was on the verge of breaking 1 million, a feat typically reserved for top-tier streamers. Unimaginable for a minor broadcaster. Alarmed, the engineer promptly upgraded Xiao Mei's server to accommodate 2 million simultaneous viewers. Just as the engineer completed the transition, the alarm lights flickered again. Cursing under his breath, he opened the alert only to be stunned. The viewer count that had just surpassed 1 million was rapidly approaching 2 million. The engineer, now anxious, immediately reported to his superiors and initiated an emergency expansion plan, linking 2 server systems to boost the capacity to 3 million. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei was in a daze. 20 minutes had passed, and her live stream had only captured the upper half of her forehead. New viewers hadn't even glimpsed her full face, as the carnival effects obscured her lower half. She had lost count of how many carnivals had been gifted, but thankfully, enthusiastic viewers were tallying them. 150, 151, 152, 153. Just as the count reached 154, the livestream signal abruptly cut out. In the corner, Xiao Mei wore a look of despondency. The events had unfolded too rapidly. It felt like a surreal dream. With 154 carnivals and her private messages flooded with 99 notifications, her follower count had skyrocketed from an initial 130,000 to 315 million. Xiao Mei pinched her cheek, realizing this was no dream. Not far away, Qin Chuan, gazing at his phone screen, feared he had been banned for excessive gifting. Soon after, however, the dark livestream displayed a message. Due to technical issues, the live stream has been suspended. Staff are actively troubleshooting. The Douyin backend really is prone to crashing. How long will it take to send all 100,000 carnivals? It took me half a day to send just 154, he grumbled inwardly. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Hurry and eat. Su Xiaoyan, observing Qin Chuan engrossed in his phone, assumed he was busy with work and hadn't called him for dinner. Yet, after nearly half an hour, she could no longer resist reminding him, it's not good for your stomach to eat cold food. Qin Chuan set his phone down and offered her a faint smile. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Congratulations to the challenger. You have completed the side quest, Eye for Talent. Quest reward, a villa in Kyoto Manor. Qin Chuan was taken aback. The reward was a house in Kyoto Manor, specifically the coveted villa. He recalled a previous online celebrity who had purchased a similar villa to gift to their mother, costing 10 small golds. Quickly, he dismissed the notification, returning to the reality before him, where the moment belonged to his dear Xiaoyan. A mere villa was not enough to overly excite him. He glanced at Su Xiaoyan, who had matured into a remarkably beautiful woman in the 2 years since they last met, her features now imbued with a sense of sophistication due to her age. Just then, Su Xiaoyan's phone rang. She checked the caller ID and saw it was her mentor calling. Su Xiaoyan promptly answered the call, and after a brief exchange, she expressed her sincere apologies to Qin Chuan. I'm truly sorry, Xiao Chuan, but something urgent has arisen at school, and I must return immediately. Su Xiaoyan appeared quite anxious, and Qin Chuan, sensing her distress, offered, allow me to drive you back to school. As for the clothes you purchased today, I will arrange for them to be delivered to your dormitory. The brightness in Su Xiaoyan's eyes dimmed slightly. She had so much more to share with Xiao Chuan. Yet fate had conspired against her with the unexpected school matter. Just as Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan prepared to leave, the hall manager approached, carrying 2 bottles of Romanicani. Noticing Qin Chuan's departure, he inquired, "Mr. Qin, are you leaving?" "Yes," Qin Chuan replied. "Then I shall keep these 2 bottles of Romanicani safe for you until your next visit." Qin Chuan shook his head and gestured towards Xiao Mei in the corner, saying, "Please gift them to her, and convey my gratitude for her assistance earlier at the entrance." With that, Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan's hand and departed. In the corner, Xiao Mei's live stream, which had experienced technical difficulties, was finally restored to normalcy by the diligent efforts of the backstage staff. Upon reopening her stream, the viewer count skyrocketed to 1 million. The chat was flooded with spectators eager to witness the generous contributions of wealthy fans. However, as minutes passed, the familiar carnival effects failed to materialize. I saw on trending topics that this streamer has a wealthy patron. I've been watching for ages and haven't seen a single light board. Is this a scam? Who would donate 154 carnival gifts? Exactly. The record for donations in Magic City is only 82. Who could possibly surpass that? I suspect this is a deliberate hype. 154 carnival gifts amount to 460,000 yuan. No matter how rich someone is, they wouldn't spend money like that. The live stream was rife with skepticism, leaving Xiao Mei at a loss for words, her eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, the hall manager inadvertently stepped into the frame, holding 2 bottles of red wine. "Hello, Mr. Qin has asked me to present you with these 2 bottles of 1974 Romanicani as a token of appreciation for your assistance earlier." The manager's voice, though soft, was clear enough to be captured by the live stream. Chapter 6. 15 million luxury car, just like that? Romani what? It's Romanicani. Oh my goodness, it's Romanicani. And from 1974. Is it expensive? It looks rather ordinary to me. Many viewers in the live stream were hearing the name Romanicani for the first time and began searching online. Others, who were more knowledgeable, flooded the chat with a barrage of astonished emojis and informative facts. Romanicani is one of the finest wines in the world, exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. Generally, only the exceptionally wealthy can afford it. The individual mentioned possessing 1974 Romanicani. I just checked online, and a single bottle costs 240,000 yuan. With 2 bottles, that's 480,000 yuan. Is this wine made of gold? Converted, it might even be more expensive than gold. Xiao Mei stared at the Romanicani before her, momentarily stunned, before asking, "May I inquire which Mr. Qin this is?" "Mr. Qin Chuan," the hall manager answered respectfully. The live stream erupted in chaos, with shock, disbelief, and expressions of utter astonishment flooding the chat. "Qin Chuan, is it really him? Has the wealthy benefactor manifested in reality? Dad, where are you? Qin Chuan, darling." The viewers who had just been questioning Xiao Mei's credibility began to reverse their opinions. They were once again witnessing history as the mysterious tycoon, after showering her with 154 carnival gifts, now casually gifted 2 bottles of premium wine worth 480,000 yuan. It was utterly outrageous, a display of extravagance. At Kyoto Finance University, by the Western Gate, a limited edition Lamborghini Reventón slowly came to a halt at the end of the road. "This is fine. You can drop me off here," Su Xiaoyan murmured softly. Qin Chuan's car was undeniably ostentatious. Its 12-cylinder engine could awaken every girl in the building with the slightest press of the accelerator. Even parked at a distance, people approached to take pictures. After a moment of internal conflict, Su Xiaoyan swiftly pressed her lips to Qin Chuan's cheek. Then she opened the scissor doors and hurried back to school. Qin Chuan touched his cheek where she had kissed him, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. With Xiaoyan absent, he decided he wouldn't return to the hotel that night. Instead, he thought to reward himself with a visit to his new villa. Just as he resolved to start the car, an unexpected figure appeared beside his vehicle. Irritated, Qin Chuan rolled down the window to find a voluptuous woman clad in a tank top, her ample curves straining against the thin fabric. Upon seeing Qin Chuan lower the window, she leaned in closely against the car door. Qin Chuan frowned slightly and asked, "What do you want?" The woman raised an eyebrow, her sultry gaze fixed on him. "Hey handsome, your car is stunning. Would you take me for a ride?" Qin Chuan turned away, his expression icy as he replied, "No, I would not." He then pressed the accelerator and drove away, leaving the woman standing there. As she watched the Lamborghini disappear, her seductive smile gradually faded. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Longgu. I've confirmed it. He is alone in the car and heading towards Shun District." "Understood." On the other end, Longgu lightly tapped his finger, and an Audi A8 sped off. As Qin Chuan drove towards his villa, time was of the essence. and Kyoto's third ring road was relatively uncongested. With the enhanced perception afforded by his peak martial arts abilities, Qin Chuan noticed a vehicle trailing him. Realizing he was being followed, he switched his car into sport mode. The 12-cylinder beast, with its 650 horsepower, roared on the ring road, the speedometer needle dancing in response. The A8, realizing it had been exposed, pressed the accelerator to maintain pursuit, both vehicles maintaining their initial distance. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to accelerate again, a white Corolla suddenly slammed on its brakes at a junction ahead. Reacting swiftly, Qin Chuan jerked the steering wheel to avoid a collision. However, the Lamborghini's power was too great, and after swerving, the car sped toward an exit, crashing into the roadside barrier. With a thunderous crash, the front end of the Lamborghini, including half of its body, crumpled, and the airbags deployed. Fortunately, the luxury car's safety features held firm, and with Qin Chuan possessing the strength of a peak martial artist, he sustained only minor scrapes, his bones unharmed. He pushed open the now warped scissor doors and settled back into his seat. Who was that person just now? Qin Chuan pondered. But the impact had left his head buzzing, rendering him momentarily unable to think clearly. Never mind. He decided to return to the villa first. The vehicle he had been using was now a wreck, so Qin Chuan could only pull out his phone to summon a ride-sharing service. The crash of the Lamborghini against the barrier was deafening, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Goodness, that was quite a catastrophic collision. Isn't that a Lamborghini Reventón? My heavens, that's the Lamborghini worth 15 million. Bystanders hastily took out their phones to snap pictures, flooding social media platforms like Weibo and Douyin with posts. Within mere minutes, several trending topics emerged. Shocking. Limited edition Lamborghini's first crash in the country. 15 million luxury car in sudden accident. Repair costs could reach millions. Unbelievably extravagant. $1 million supercar wrecked. Owner calmly scrolling on his phone. Among these trending topics, aside from the mangled Lamborghini, was the image of Qin Chuan nonchalantly seated in the car, engrossed in his phone. Simultaneously, the news department of Kyoto Television received information about the incident. The station's director immediately alerted everyone in the workgroup, instructing journalists near the accident site to rush there for immediate coverage and interviews. Just as she was finishing work and enjoying a late-night snack, Xiao Charan saw the news and realized the accident was just a street away. She promptly abandoned her half-eaten bowl of noodles, grabbed her backpack, slipped off her high heels, and dashed toward the scene. After running a few hundred meters, she spotted a crowd gathered in the middle of the road, and it dawned on her that this was indeed the site of the incident. She took out her phone, activated the video function, and prepared to begin her recording. As she squeezed through the crowd, her eyes immediately fell upon a young man leisurely seated atop the supercar. Absorbed in his phone, this was undoubtedly a significant news story, a hot topic, she thought with relief. Just as she was fretting over her impending internship ending without a notable news piece, fate presented her with an unexpected event. She quickly adjusted her gray trench coat, preparing to slip on her newly purchased Valentino-studded heels. However, when she looked up, she noticed the young man had boarded a white ride-sharing car. Panic set in as she realized he was about to disappear from view, prompting her to hail a taxi. "Driver, follow that white ride-sharing car." The taxi driver raised an eyebrow. "Miss, is that your boyfriend in there?" Taken aback, Xiao Charan nodded affirmatively. "Miss, I can't take on this job. Every man has his burdens. He deserves his freedom." Xiao Charan fished out some cash and tossed it into the driver's lap. The driver's eyes widened at the sight of at least 1,000 yuan. "Hang on tight, sister. I'll help you catch that scoundrel." Chapter 7. Moving rewards of 1 billion. The reporter chased him home. The district was adjacent to the expressway exit, and within 3 minutes of driving straight from the highway, they arrived at the entrance of Kyoto Manor. Spanning an impressive 170,000 square meters, Kyoto Manor houses over 200 luxury villas. The estate boasts convenient transportation, surrounded by commercial complexes, scenic areas, parks, hospitals, schools, and a plethora of other facilities. The security is of the highest caliber. As the ride-sharing car approached the entrance, it was halted by the security personnel. Anyone entering or exiting Kyoto Manor was of considerable wealth, with vehicles that were all high-end supercars. "This is a private community. Outside vehicles are not permitted to enter," the guard stated sternly. Qin Chuan lowered his car window, declaring, "I am the owner of Villa Number 1. I need to go home now." The guard's pupils constricted. Villa Number 1 was the crown jewel of the entire community. He dared not be negligent and immediately retrieved his tablet. "My apologies, sir, but I must conduct a facial recognition check." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. The guard directed the camera toward Qin Chuan, and after a brief moment, the screen displayed Qin Chuan's property information, clearly indicating that he was indeed the owner of Villa Number 1. The guard promptly pressed the button to raise the barrier and permit entry. The ride-sharing car proceeded directly into the community. After about 10 minutes of driving, they finally arrived at the entrance of Qin Chuan's villa. Villa number 1. The crown jewel of Kyoto Manor features an entrance of unparalleled luxury. Its architectural style is French, with a symmetrical wrought iron gate that weighs 3 tons, stretching 10 meters in length and 5 meters in height. The intricate leaf patterns above were hand-forged by artisans, epitomizing opulence. During the journey, Qin Chuan briefly reviewed the property's basic information. Lavishly furnished, every element was crafted from top-tier materials. The entire villa, including the garden, spans 10 acres. With a construction area of 300 square meters, featuring 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, as well as indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, a spa, both dry and wet saunas, a massage pool, a billiards room, a gym, a media room, and various entertainment facilities. Upon exiting the car, Qin Chuan used fingerprint recognition to gain entry to his home. What greeted him was a magnificent fountain, surrounded by precious trees such as national locusts, magnolias, white ash, golden flame maples, and Japanese red maples, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the seasons, embodying the essence of beauty. After familiarizing himself with the house, Qin Chuan retreated to his bedroom to rest while contemplating the events of the night. The earlier accident had made him realize that he might be under scrutiny from certain individuals. As he was lost in thought, a notification from the system appeared before him. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Relocation to a new residence. Quest reward, 1 billion yuan cash reward. A reward of 1 billion yuan was just what he needed. As he had been feeling financially strained lately, previous rewards had been in tangible form, not cash. Although the Black Gold Centurion card allowed for overdrafts, credit cards necessitate repayment. Just as Qin Chuan intended to dismiss the notification, another message from the system arrived. Friendly reminder. Failure to complete the main quest will result in the system reclaiming all rewards from the challenger. Qin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed he would need to diligently attend school tomorrow to fulfill the main quest. Skipping classes during his 4 years of university was not an option. This was the greatest constraint imposed upon him by the system. At the entrance of Kyoto Manor, Xiao Charan's taxi slowly came to a stop at the roadside. The driver leaned out to take a look and exclaimed, "Miss, your boyfriend might be getting kept by someone. This is Kyoto Manor, the most upscale residence in all of Kyoto." Xiao Charan had indeed heard of Kyoto Manor, where residents were generally tycoons worth at least 10 billion. She swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety. However, recalling her determination to secure a position at the television station post-internship, she resolved to take the plunge. Approaching the community's entrance, she was stopped by the guard. "This is a private community. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. I'm here to see a friend. May I ask for their name?" Xiao Charan faltered, as she did not yet know the person's name. "The one who just took the ride-sharing car in. Are you referring to Mr. Qin?" Yes. That's him." The guard scrutinized Xiao Charan, noting her well-dressed appearance and striking looks. He wondered if she might be a romantic interest of Mr. Qin. Sensing the guard's hesitation, Xiao Charan produced her work ID. "If you're not sure, you can check my ID. I assure you I'm not a bad person." The guard took the ID, glanced at it, and upon verifying it was indeed from Kyoto Television, compared it with her photo to confirm her identity. With the assurance of a work ID from Kyoto Television, the security guard reluctantly notified the monitoring room to contact Mr. Qin. Freshly emerged from a shower and donned in a bathrobe, Qin Chuan's phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Qin, there is a friend of yours, Xiao Charan, at the community entrance wishing to visit. May I grant her entry?" Xiao Charan. Qin Chuan was taken aback. "Mr. Qin, you can view the situation at the entrance through your home monitoring tablet." Grabbing the tablet beside him, Qin Chuan observed a young woman in her 20s standing at the entrance. She wore a gray trench coat that reached her knees, revealing long legs encased in black stockings. A frown creased Qin Chuan's brow as he contemplated informing the monitoring room that he did not recognize her. However, in the next moment, he noticed that Xiao Charan was barefoot, the black stockings worn and torn, with blood oozing from her feet. A pang of compassion stirred within him, and he calmly instructed, "Let her in." At the entrance, the security guard received Qin Chuan's approval and respectfully ushered Xiao Charan inside. Due to the considerable distance from the entrance to Qin Chuan's villa, a designated electric vehicle was arranged to transport her. On her way in, Xiao Charan was utterly astonished. The Kyoto estate was filled with standalone villas, each grand and sprawling over acres. Even a single bathroom in one of these villas could surpass the size of her current rented apartment. 10 minutes later, Xiao Charan stood nervously at the imposing entrance of Villa Number 1. While her clever ruse to sneak in had worked against the security, she felt apprehensive about meeting the main subject. A single misstep could plunge her into irretrievable peril, given his power and influence. He could extinguish her life as easily as one would crush an ant. Taking a deep breath, she encouraged herself. "Xiao Charan, do not be anxious. You are here for work. You must secure this job and establish your life in Kyoto. What is your line of work? Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from within the door, causing Xiao Chuan to stagger back and fall to the ground. She gazed in astonishment at the speaker. The very driver from the earlier accident. Why, you are Mr. Qin? She stuttered. Qin Chuan smirked. So you are the friend I've heard about? Xiao Chuan's cheeks flushed as her gaze darted away in embarrassment. In a moment of desperation, she produced her work ID and presented it. I am a reporter from Kyoto Television. My name is Xiao Chuan. I came to inquire about the details of the recent accident. Accident? It was merely an ordinary incident. I did not collide with anyone. My car is the only casualty in the entire affair, Qin Chuan replied succinctly. Xiao Chuan was unwilling to let the matter rest. The collision had totaled a limited edition Lamborghini worth 15 million. His dismissive attitude made it seem as trivial as breaking a child's toy. Clearly, there was more to the story. She attempted to press for more information, but a sharp pain in her foot caused her to stumble, falling once more. Blood seeped through her tattered stockings. Chapter 8. Hiring a female housekeeper to manage the villa on her first day of work, originally intending to end the conversation. Qin Chuan sighed upon witnessing the scene. He stepped forward and helped Xiao Chuan to her feet. You should tend to that injury, otherwise, it may scar. Xiao Chuan responded with a nervous hum. After taking only a couple of steps, the pain in her legs rendered her unable to walk further. Observing her distress, Qin Chuan had no choice but to scoop her up in a princess carry. However, during this first embrace, his hand inadvertently grazed a forbidden area, sending a jolt of electricity through Xiao Chuan. She instinctively gasped, her face flushing with embarrassment as she buried her head in shame. On that crisp autumn night in Kyoto, the chill was palpable. The walk from the villa's entrance to the interior would take at least 10 minutes. Fortunately, with his newfound attributes granting him peak martial prowess, carrying her posed no significant strain on Qin Chuan's energy. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The opulent French decor, antique paintings, and crystal chandeliers created a veritable treasure trove of wealth. It was her first encounter with such luxury. It dwarfed her previous visit to Bailu Academy, rendering it laughable in comparison. Qin Chuan gently placed Xiao Chuan on the sofa and went to fetch a first aid kit. He first applied medicine to her palm, the sting of the antiseptic causing her eyes to well with tears. You should remove your stockings. Qin Chuan's words startled Xiao Chuan, making her tense up. If you don't take them off, how can I treat your injury? He said, holding the antiseptic and gauze with a hint of annoyance. Realizing her misunderstanding, she blushed even deeper, her hands slowly peeling away the tattered fabric of her Balenciaga stockings. Her fair thighs were now fully exposed before Qin Chuan's gaze. After meticulously disinfecting and dressing the wound, he fetched a cashmere blanket and draped it over her to prevent her from catching a chill. Regarding the accident, I would prefer minimal coverage. If you capture my photograph, I hope you will delete it promptly, Qin Chuan stated firmly. He wished to avoid drawing attention that might attract unwanted threats, particularly from shadowy figures, and he did not want his parents to worry. Most importantly, he sought to avoid any distractions that could hinder his main objectives. Xiao Chuan bit her lip, feeling conflicted. In return, you can propose a price. Noticing her hesitation, Qin Chuan dangled his bait. I am not here to ask you for money, she retorted. Then what do you desire? I just wish to work diligently and establish my life in Kyoto. The accident from tonight is significant news. It will be an important achievement for me after my internship at the television station. I cannot. The words give up remained unspoken on her lips. Qin Chuan's gentlemanly treatment of her, tending to her wounds, lingered in her memory. Yet, his request was intricately tied to her aspirations for promotion. Her position at the television station was the result of a year of sleepless nights and multiple exams and interviews. Securing a permanent role would provide her the foundation to settle in Kyoto. A smirk graced Qin Chuan's lips as he inquired, what is your annual salary upon securing a permanent position at the television station? After pondering, Xiao Chuan replied, according to my senior colleagues, including bonuses and benefits, it could be at least 20,000 yen per month. 20,000. That amounts to 240,000 a year, correct? Xiao Chuan nodded, aware that in reality, a monthly income of 20,000 yen exceeded 90% of the population. The online claims of monthly earnings in the millions were often exaggerated fabrications. With 20,000 yen in Kyoto, how many years would it take for you to save enough to buy a house? Xiao Chuan was rendered speechless. She had never pondered such a question. Buying property in Kyoto seemed a distant dream. Even with a salary of 20,000 yen, it was but a drop in the bucket. Come over and work for me, and I shall grant you a salary of 1 million a year, Qin Chuan said nonchalantly. Reclining on the sofa with his hands propped behind his head, Xiao Chuan felt as though her ears had betrayed her, and she repeated, 1 million. Is that insufficient? No, that's not what I meant. She hastily shook her head. I merely feel unworthy. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly. What is there to feel unworthy about? Managing this residence requires considerable effort. Xiao Chuan responded with a puzzled, "Ah, if you are willing, you may begin work tomorrow as my housekeeper. Taking care of all matters here." Xiao Chuan lowered her head in embarrassment, realizing she had misinterpreted his intentions. Qin Chuan held no ulterior motives. A housekeeper with an annual salary of 1 million, 1 year's worth, equating to 5 years of income at a television station. And without the need to rush about or endure the erratic hours and treacherous politics of the workplace. After a brief moment of contemplation, she readily agreed. As Qin Chuan rose and stretched, he remarked, "Well, it's getting late. I have classes tomorrow. The villa has 12 rooms, aside from mine. Choose any room to stay in." With that, he turned and returned to his bedroom to lie down. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a familiar notification chimed. "Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Hire a subordinate. Quest reward, 1 vial of life essence." Note: life essence is an exceedingly precious material with the power to resurrect. As the system notification faded, Qin Chuan found a vial of golden liquid in his hand. This is the life essence. He lifted the vial high, the golden liquid shimmering under the light, radiating boundless vitality. Wealth is undoubtedly significant, but life is even more precious. The car accident had left him with lingering unease. With this, it is akin to having an extra life. He carefully stored the life essence away as drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids growing heavy. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep on his luxurious bed measuring 3 by 3 meters. The following day, Qin Chuan descended the stairs while yawning, preparing to head to the kitchen for a bite to eat. After taking just a couple of steps, he spotted Xiao Chuan. Her cheeks flushed, she turned away shyly. "I've noticed you seem to blush quite easily. Do you seldom interview the opposite sex as a reporter?" Qin Chuan inquired, puzzled, as she had consistently displayed this bashful demeanor since their first meeting. "Perhaps I should reconsider my choice of housekeeper," he pondered. Xiao Chuan extended her hand, pointing towards him. Confused, Qin Chuan looked down and realized he was still dressed in summer shorts and casual home attire. His brother stood proudly at attention, creating an unexpected and rather striking scene. Qin Chuan remained unfazed, as it seemed there was nothing inappropriate about his appearance. "Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Early to bed and early to rise for good health. Quest reward, Tianqing BMW 4S dealership." Can this even be a reward? Qin Chuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. The system's rewards seemed rather excessive. His stomach growled audibly. "What are you still standing around for? You agreed to start work today. Hurry up, I can hardly bear it any longer." At his words, Xiao Chuan's breathing quickened. Did he not say yesterday that the housekeeper wouldn't have to do such things? Noticing she had yet to move, Qin Chuan stepped closer, asking, "What's wrong? Do you not wish to work?" As he approached, the hormones and warmth emanating from him rendered the already anxious Xiao Chuan parched. After a prolonged internal struggle lasting several seconds, she steeled her resolve, facing Qin Chuan and squatting down. Chapter 9. A limited edition BMW M4. A gift for your grocery shopping. Qin Chuan was taken aback by Xiao Chuan's sudden action, retreating several steps. The distance between them widened. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Displeased, Xiao Chuan, looking puzzled, replied, "Didn't you say for me to hurry up and work because you could hardly stand it? I meant for you to quickly prepare breakfast. I'm starving," Qin Chuan said, exasperated, his internal rating of Xiao Chuan dropping further. Realizing her folly, Xiao Chuan felt too embarrassed to lift her head. "What was I thinking?" She chastised herself internally. She hastily stood and dashed downstairs, but after only a few steps, she paused again. "Boss, what would you like to eat?" "Anything will do. I'm not picky." "All right," she nodded, continuing down the stairs. Yet, after just a couple more steps, she halted once more. "What now?" Qin Chuan thought he might as well cook himself at this rate. "Boss, the villa is too large. I'm still not familiar with where the kitchen is." Qin Chuan, speechless, had no choice but to lead her to the kitchen. After 5 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the kitchen. In Villa Number 1, the kitchen was divided into areas for Chinese and Western cooking. The kitchen was fully equipped with pots, pans, and all the necessary utensils. Before long, Xiao Chuan had prepared a small bowl of noodles and a steamer of soup dumplings. The noodles appeared simple, yet Qin Chuan did not hold back in his praise after tasting them. "You seem a bit daft, yet your skills are quite impressive." Hearing her boss's compliment, Xiao Chuan's eyes sparkled with joy. "Boss, may I request 2 days off? I need to finalize my resignation from the television station and pack my belongings for my rental before moving here." Qin Chuan nodded after taking a bite of the soup dumpling. Once they had both eaten their fill, they exited the villa. Suddenly, Qin Chuan realized a serious issue. After the Lamborghini crash, it seemed he no longer had a vehicle. Conveniently, the system had provided him with a dealership, where he could procure a car. He glanced at Xiao Chuan and asked, "Do you have a car? I can't even afford a wheel. How could I possibly have a car?" "Let us go. Accompany me to buy a car." Xiao Chuan recalled that Qin Chuan's car had been totaled and that he lacked transportation today. Alas, for wealthy individuals, purchasing a car is as effortless as buying groceries. They ordered a ride and headed straight to the Tianqing BMW 4S dealership in Kyoto. Upon entering the showroom, they found an array of BMW models on display. From the most affordable 1 Series to the luxurious 8 Series, all available. Qin Chuan, not particularly knowledgeable about cars, scanned the showroom and his attention settled on a concrete gray M4. He had seen this model on Douyin, where a certain automotive influencer had raved about it. Thrusting this particular BMW model into the limelight, Qin Chuan circled the car, noting its suitable size. A 2-door coupe was perfect for running errands and grocery shopping. He pointed at the M4 and said, "This size is just right. It's convenient for parking when you go out to buy groceries." Boss, what do you mean? This car is for you to use for shopping. Boss, that seems inappropriate. Xiao Chuan discreetly glanced at the price tag beside the car. It was over 100,000. Do you not like it? Is it not appealing? No, it's very attractive. Xiao Chuan quickly shook her head. It's just. Of course. It looks good. Did you not notice the edition 50 jar BMW insignia on it? This model is a special tribute to the 50th anniversary of BMW M. With only 150 units produced globally. A female salesperson interjected coldly, arms crossed. Qin Chuan ignored her and turned to Xiao Chuan. If you like it, shall we take it for a test drive? Before Xiao Chuan could respond, the female salesperson interrupted. Hey, who said you could test drive it? This is a limited edition 50th anniversary model. There's only this one in all of Kyoto. Not just anyone can take it for a spin. The female sales representative had already scrutinized Qin Chuan and his companion before approaching them. The two had arrived in a ride-hailing vehicle. One donned a rather ordinary domestic sports outfit, while the other resembled a freshly graduated intern. A mere glance and a photograph would suffice. Do not touch anything. If you break something, you won't be able to afford it. How can we purchase without a test drive? Xiao Chuan, undaunted, retorted immediately. The saleswoman scoffed. Can you even afford it? Just look at your shabby attire. If you were talking about scraping together funds for a 1 Series, I might believe you. But for this limited edition M4? You must be joking. Who do you think you are? Qin Chuan interjected, wanting to engage with someone of higher authority rather than converse with a mere subordinate. The saleswoman shot him a disdainful glance. Despite his decent appearance, his arrogance was off-putting. Who do you think you are, demanding to see the manager? Everyone who comes in here to take pictures and pretend to be affluent wants to summon the manager. Do you think we can keep the dealership running like this? At that moment, a deep voice emanated from behind the saleswoman. A middle-aged man with glasses approached. The saleswoman, affectionately calling him Manager Wang, leaned slightly against him, her ample form pressing against him. Manager Wang adjusted his glasses and, with a serious demeanor, inquired about the commotion. These two are causing a disturbance in the showroom, the saleswoman reported. We are not causing a disturbance. We are here to buy a car and simply wish to test drive it. Xiao Chuan defended herself. Manager Wang surveyed Qin Chuan and Xiao Chuan coldly, remarking, "This is a limited edition BMW M4, priced at 1.05 million. Can you afford it?" The saleswoman wriggled her body, cooing, "Manager, don't waste your breath. They're just two paupers. Let us throw them out. I can't stand the sight of that pretentious guy." With a sly pinch to Manager Wang's arm, she made him shudder. "Did you hear that? Get lost." Manager Wang was eager to dismiss them, longing to retreat to his office with the saleswoman and discuss the intricacies of single-cylinder piston engines. Xiao Chuan, not wanting to cause trouble on her first day, promptly pulled Qin Chuan away. "Boss, why don't we check out another dealership?" Qin Chuan suggested. "Why should we go elsewhere? This is my store," he added, provoking laughter from Manager Wang and the saleswoman. Manager Wang guffawed. "Buying a car has driven you mad, claiming it's your store. I've been at Tianqing for 8 years. I know who my boss is. Before you try to flaunt your wealth, you should consider who you're dealing with. You paupers dare to speak so brazenly. Manager, hurry and call security to throw them out. They're just nauseating to look at." The saleswoman's words sent a thrill through Manager Wang, and he immediately signaled for security. However, he discovered that the security personnel were outside, assisting a customer. "Damn, the big boss has arrived," he exclaimed, hastily pushing the saleswoman aside to straighten his appearance. Outside the 4S store, a BMW 7 Series pulled up, from which a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit and silver hair emerged. He entered the showroom, surveying his surroundings before striding toward Manager Wang. As the man approached, he extended his hand in a gesture of greeting. Manager Wang hurried forward, ready to shake hands with the esteemed figure. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, the big boss brushed past Manager Wang and directed his attention toward Qin Chuan. "Are you Mr. Qin Chuan? I am Lu Yong, the owner of Tianqing BMW 4S store," Lu Yong stated with a fawning smile. Qin Chuan nodded, his expression remaining largely inscrutable. "Mr. Qin, are you satisfied with this store? If not, I have a Mercedes dealership as well. You can take a look, same price. His indifference caused beads of sweat to form on Liu Yong's forehead. Not long ago, he had faced significant losses in the futures market and was on the verge of being forcibly liquidated by his brokerage. Just as he was contemplating his next steps, someone had offered to acquire one of his 4S stores at double the market price. Such a lavish expenditure indicated that this was no ordinary individual. Upon meeting Qin Chuan, Liu Yong was further convinced of his status. He was young, surrounded by beautiful women, undeniably a scion of a prominent family. Sensing Qin Chuan's lack of enthusiasm, Liu Yong's heart raced, fearing that the deal might slip away. His words struck Manager Wang and the saleswoman like a bolt of lightning, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Manager Wang's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his legs trembling. What? The big boss sold the 4S store? How was I not informed? And sold it to this kid? You're the new owner? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, addressing Manager Wang. The latter stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Liu Yong narrowed his eyes, quickly grasping the situation. Wang Yud, you're fired. Pack your things and leave. The saleswoman, quick on the uptake, unbuttoned 2 buttons and leaned toward Qin Chuan. Oh, so you're the big boss. I thought you were just joking with him. As she spoke, she pressed her soft body against his arm. Qin Chuan shoved her away, disdainfully retorting, get lost. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared before Qin Chuan. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed, identifying a gold digger. Quest reward, 30 shares of Wanda Group. Wanda Group, founded by the former richest man Wang Lin, is a publicly traded company whose operations span commercial real estate, luxury hotels, cultural tourism, film, sports, and online finance, with total assets reaching 1 trillion yuan, making it a giant in Chinese industry. The 30 stake translated to approximately 300 billion yuan. Before Qin Chuan could contemplate this further, another prompt flashed in front of him. Time-limited quest. Reach the school within 30 minutes for a special reward. 30 minutes to get to the school? Qin Chuan checked the map on his phone, noting that the route was nearly all red, estimating a travel time of 1 hour and 30 minutes due to the daytime traffic in Kyoto. Switching to public transport, he found a rapid bus route that could take him directly to the school in precisely 30 minutes. He bid farewell to Shaochuan and sprinted toward the bus station. Half an hour later, the bus came to a steady halt at the nearest stop to the University of Finance, leaving him with a 1-kilometer walk to the West Gate. Glancing at his watch, he noted that the countdown showed just 25 seconds remaining. With a surge of martial strength, Qin Chuan dashed toward the school gate. Meanwhile, a silver GTR zoomed past him, its immense roar capturing the attention of numerous onlookers as it sped toward the university's West Gate, coming to a halt at the entrance. Li Jun deliberately parked his car at the entrance, seeking to flaunt his power. During his university years, possessing a Nissan GTR, known as the God of War from the East, made him a rare figure at the university, with no one else at the financial university matching his status. Passers-by turned their heads, captivated by the gleaming silver supercar. In the final moment, Qin Chuan crossed the line and entered the school. Congratulations, Challenger. Mission completed. Reach the school within 30 minutes. Reward, Gulfstream G650 business jet. Qin Chuan had some familiarity with the Gulfstream G650, the epitome of luxury in private jets. Priced at approximately 400 million. It boasts a length of 34 meters, a wingspan of 35 meters, and a height of 72 meters. Its spacious cabin accommodates up to 18 passengers, featuring standard amenities such as a restroom, kitchen, and dining area, with an opulent master bedroom. With a maximum cruising speed of 0.925 Mach, it can cover a distance of 13,000 kilometers at a speed of 0.85 Mach, and it offers the largest cabin in its class. Perfectly, he could fly home during the winter and summer breaks without the worry of return tickets. A faint smile graced Qin Chuan's lips, for he was quite pleased with the reward for the time-sensitive task. Student, please pull your car over and do not block the entrance, the school security guard said to Li Jun, who was seated in the driver's seat of the GTR. Li Jun shot a glare at the guard and retorted viciously. Who the hell do you think you are, old man? You want me to move? The security guard, an elderly man around 50 years of age, remained calm despite Li Jun's rude remarks and continued to advise him, young man. Parking here disrupts the normal traffic of the school. Please move. The guard's entreaties fell on deaf ears, only serving to further infuriate Li Jun. He stormed out of the car, shouting, "You worthless guard, do you know who my father is? Do you know how much he has donated to this school? Your salary comes from my father's donations." The guard, feeling somewhat intimidated by Li Jun's outburst, nervously replied, "Even if your father is the principal, you shouldn't act this way." This only enraged Li Jun further, as he raised his hand to strike, knocking the elderly guard to the ground. He followed up with a kick to the man's side, trampling him. "You are just a security guard. How dare you lecture me? With one word from me, I could have you sent packing back home." The students watching from the sidelines were filled with trepidation, none daring to intervene. Just as Li Jun prepared to swing his fist again, a hand intercepted him. "I'll give you 1 minute to drive your worthless car away," the newcomer stated. Li Jun was momentarily taken aback. Someone dared to confront him. "Who the hell are you to speak to me like that? Do you know who my father is?" Before he could finish, Qin Chuan delivered a swift slap, sending Li Jun's back molars flying. Blood filled Li Jun's mouth as he whimpered. "You have 40 seconds left." Realizing he was outmatched, Li Jun hastily retreated to his GTR. Before driving off, he rolled down his window and shouted at Qin Chuan, "Just you wait. I'll report you to the principal. You'll never be able to step foot in this university again." With that, he pressed the gas pedal and sped into the financial university. The elderly guard struggled to rise, tears in his eyes as he looked at Qin Chuan. "You shouldn't have stood up for me. You've gotten yourself into big trouble." That freshman dared to strike Li Jun? What the hell? Does he not fear Li Jun's father seeking revenge? Do you even know who Li Jun's father is? He's the general manager of a publicly listed group who donated 10 million to the school last year. Many students passing by recognized Li Jun's stature, their expressions filled with concern for Qin Chuan. While bullies may not be frightening, the power behind them is what truly terrifies. Li Jun drove for a while before finally coming to a stop, rubbing his swollen cheek. He pulled out his phone and dialed. "Dad, I was beaten at school." Chapter 11. You've gotten yourself into serious trouble. Do you know who his father is? Li Jun is the only son of Li Gang. Having had a child late in life and due to work commitments, Li Gang rarely spent time at home, seldom disciplining Li Jun. Instead, he compensated for his absence with wealth, which fostered Li Jun's arrogant disposition. After failing to gain admission to the financial university last year, Li Jun leveraged financial power to secure a place at the school through donations. This only reinforced his belief that money could solve any problem, trusting his father's influence to handle everything for him. "Son, don't be afraid. Your father is here. Once I finish this meeting with the chairman, I'll come find you. We will make sure the school addresses this." Li Gang angrily hung up the phone. As the general manager of a publicly listed company in the northern region, his status exceeded that of ordinary company chairman. Furthermore, having previously donated to the financial university and promising another contribution, Li Gang was confident that the institution would not dare to take sides. Qin Chuan glanced at his phone and decided to head to the dormitory first. While the Kyoto Manor was splendid, it was far too distant from the university. Commuting daily would consume too much time. It was more convenient to stay in the dormitory and return to the villa on weekends. After all, with Xiao Chuan managing the villa, he didn't need to worry too much. Upon reaching the 5th floor of the boys' dormitory, room 511, Qin Chuan opened the door to find a 4-person accommodation. The beds and desks were combined, with the upper section serving as a bed and the lower as a study area. The dormitory featured a balcony for drying clothes and washing up, equipped with a private bathroom, heating, electric fan, and wall-mounted air conditioning. Qin Chuan took a quick glance around, noting that his 3 roommates had already moved in. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, a bespectacled boy excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, the last brother has arrived." He approached Qin Chuan with familiarity, extending his hand. "Hello, I'm Tang Yuming. Nice to meet you." "I'm Qin Chuan," he responded. Tang Yuming pointed to a tall, skinny boy beside him. "This is Kong Huijun." Kong Huijun, munching on dumplings, waved his chopsticks in greeting. Then Tang Yuming introduced another boy with dark skin, currently performing bicep curls with dumbbells. "This is Wu Ming, just back from military service." Qin Chuan nodded, acknowledging them. Tang Yuming gestured towards an empty bed, saying, "In our dorm. We follow the order of arrival. Your bed is over there." As Qin Chuan settled down, Tang Yuming continued, "I've seen all our personal profiles. Wu Ming is the oldest, the dorm leader, followed by me, then Kong Huijun, and Qin Chuan. You're the youngest, so you're the 4th. Qin Chuan nodded, having no objections. Kong Huijun, still eating dumplings, browsed the school forum. He initially intended to check out posts about the school flower selection, but soon stumbled upon a trending topic that had been pinned. "Hey guys, look at this. Big news." Tang Yuming leaned in, and they saw the forum's top post titled, "Eastward God GTR Block School Gate. New student stands up for security and teaches spoiled rich kid a lesson." Kong Huijun immediately clicked to enter the post, revealing a few blurry photos from the scene, accompanied by a brief description of the incident at the school gate, how the wealthy student had parked illegally, how the school security guard had attempted to intervene, only to be humiliated by the rich kid, and how a new student had stepped in to teach him a lesson. Kong Huijun, after perusing the description, could only extol the virtues of the situation, praising the efforts made. He lamented how some individuals, emboldened by their modest wealth, indulge in reckless behavior, disregarding the concerns of others. "Had I been present," he mused, "I would have intervened and given that wealthy scion a proper beating." Tang Yuming meticulously examined the post, scrutinizing the accompanying photographs. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a moment. The affluent individual in the photo resembles Li Jun. Wu Ming, having set down the dumbbells he was lifting, leaned in closer. He studied the figures captured in the image and pointed at one, saying, "Hold on. Isn't the person who confronted Li Jun none other than our dormitory's fourth member?" Tang Yuming, clutching Kong Huijuan's phone, approached Qin Chuan and inquired, "Fourth, is that you in the photo? Did you take action against that wealthy brat?" Qin Chuan did not deny it, merely nodding in affirmation. "Goodness," Wu Ming exclaimed. "You actually dared to lay a hand on Li Jun. I know him. Our counselor has mentioned that his father is the regional manager of Wanda Group in the north. A man of considerable influence. Fourth, you have acted impulsively." Kong Huijun set down his chopsticks, disbelief etched on his face. "Are you referring to Wanda Group, the one founded by the richest man?" Wu Ming nodded in confirmation. "Indeed. As a premier enterprise in the country, the northern regional manager is far from an ordinary person. I heard he was here to conduct an investment assessment, accompanied by the top officials of our county. If he were to make a move, even a word about investing in a commercial venture would mean billions at stake. His power is immense, and in our school, even the principal would show him respect." Tang Yoming's expression turned grave, anxiety washing over him. "Fourth, you've landed us in a significant predicament. Second and third, do you have any connections that might help mitigate this situation? We need to resolve this before Li Jun's father arrives. We must urge the school to mediate." Wu Ming, being the eldest and most composed among them, began to analyze the situation and swiftly prepared to tackle the problem. Kong Huijun and Tang Yuming shook their heads. Both were students from the county who had come to the capital, their parents mere employees in ordinary companies with no influential networks. Wu Ming's expression turned serious as he pondered deeply. Finally, biting his lip, he declared, "In that case, I will seek out our counselor and see if he has any solutions." With that, he donned a hoodie and hurried out the door, racing toward the counselor's dormitory. As the eldest brother, he could not stand idly by while his friend was in trouble. He would do whatever it took to protect Qin Chuan. Tang Yuming, feeling like an ant on a hot pan, paced restlessly in the dormitory, brainstorming ways to assist Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, Kong Huijun began reaching out to his compatriots. He recalled that his fellow townsman was a senior and the vice president of the student council. "Hello, Senior Chun, this is Kong Huijun. Oh, what is up? Well, my brother has encountered a bit of trouble today." Kong Huijun briefly outlined Qin Chuan's predicament. However, before he could finish, the other party interrupted him hurriedly. "Huijun, it's not that I don't want to help, but I'm powerless here. He is Li Jun, and his father is Li Gang, the regional manager of Wanda Group. I'm hoping to intern there this year. If I intervene on his behalf, I might lose that opportunity." With that, the call ended abruptly. Kong Huijun felt deflated. Letting out a long sigh, the vice president of the student council might appear impressive within the school, but in the real world, who would acknowledge such a title? Once out of school, one was merely a student, a novice in the grand scheme of things. Seeing this, Tang Yuming could only place his hopes on Wu Ming. He reasoned that since Li Jun was also a student at the university, he might be inclined to give the counselor a nod. Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Yuming. He opened his phone and addressed Kong Huijun. "Third, how much money do you have on hand?" "I still have 800 for this month. Transfer me 500. I'll have a total of 1,500 to send to fourth. Fourth, accept this 2,000 yuan. In case they demand compensation, you'll have something to fall back on." Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Wu Ming rushed in, followed closely by a middle-aged man with a bald head. The man exuded an aura of authority as he surveyed the room, then inquired, "Who is Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan raised his hand, replying, "I am." The man, with a disapproving expression, rebuked him. "Ah, so you are Qin Chuan. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused?" Qin Chuan, seemingly unconcerned, retorted, "What trouble?" "The guy attempted to assault a security guard at the school gate, and I intervened. I was acting heroically. How is that causing trouble? If you doubt me, you can ask the guard. He can vouch for me." Seeing Qin Chuan's nonchalant attitude regarding the situation with Li Jun, Wu Ming grew increasingly anxious. "Fourth, this is our counselor, Guo Minghuai. He is here to assist you. Don't underestimate the seriousness of your predicament. Everyone is trying to find solutions for you." Wu Ming refrained from chastising Qin Chuan further, understanding that as the elder brother, he had more life experience, having faced challenges both in the military and society. He recognized that Qin Chuan, being somewhat naive, had yet to encounter the harsh realities of life, and the current situation was perilous. Chapter 12. A compensation of 1 million. Kneel and apologize at the school assembly. Guo Minghuai approached the door, peered outside, then closed it, lowering his voice. "Qin Chuan, you may not fully grasp the severity of the situation. Li Jun's father is the regional manager of Wanda Group, who previously donated 10 million to the school. This year, the institution is striving to break into the top 200 of the world university rankings, and a prerequisite for this is the establishment of a world-class laboratory. which will cost a staggering 50 million. We are still far from reaching that amount. Having said this, Guo Minghuai hesitated, as the remaining implications were rather explicit, and he could only convey them through a meaningful glance. Wu Ming quickly grasped the counselor's intent. The school was in dire need of funds for the laboratory, and Li Gang, being wealthy, had expressed interest in making a donation. However, just as the opportunity for donation was at hand, his son encountered a significant altercation at school. As a father, how could he simply let this slide? Wealthy individuals seldom concern themselves with the nuances of right and wrong. They only care that their interests remain safeguarded. Tang Yuming seemed to recall something, murmuring in trepidation. Guo Minghuai, stroking his smooth head, pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let me attempt to negotiate with Li Jun in my capacity as a counselor. We should resolve this matter before his father takes action, transforming a major issue into a minor one. That would be the best course of action. Thank you, counselor." With Guo Minghuai's affirmation, Wu Ming felt a slight sense of relief. Regardless, Li Jun was still a student at the university. One could hope for some leniency. Guo Minghuai promptly took out his phone and dialed Li Jun's number. "Hello, Li Jun. This is Counselor Guo Minghuai. What is it?" Li Jun's tone on the other end was unfriendly, laced with disdain. "I just learned about the incident at the school gate. That young man, Qin Chuan, is now my student. He acted impulsively, as young people often do. Perhaps we can settle this matter privately?" Guo Minghuai spoke with utmost sincerity, even adopting a somewhat subservient tone. However, what could he do? He was merely a lowly counselor, and given the extent of Li Jun's family influence, he might even find himself at risk of dismissal. On the other end, Li Jun sensed a shift in the conversation. Realizing that the young man was aware of the trouble he had stirred and was now seeking the counselor's intervention for mediation, Li Jun coldly chuckled. "Hee, Guo Huiming. Since he is your student, I shall consider your face and agree to a private settlement." With Guo Huiming on speakerphone, his words brought a collective sigh of relief from the few individuals in the dormitory. Li Jun continued, "Compensate me for my mental distress and medical expenses, 1 million. Then, at the university assembly, you will kneel and bow your head before me in apology. I will let this matter rest." His demand struck everyone like a thunderbolt. 1 million, and kneeling in front of the entire school to admit fault? It was nothing short of an affront. "Li Jun, your conditions." Guo Huiming attempted to interject, but Li Jun interrupted. "This is my only demand. If it cannot be met, let him wait for my father to arrive this afternoon. I will make sure he is expelled from the university. Furthermore, I have investigated his background. He hails from that small, insignificant county of Jiangning, correct? My father will make a call to the local authorities there, and he will face a nationwide ban. I will ensure he spends his life begging." With that, Li Jun abruptly hung up the phone. Guo Huiming pocketed his mobile device, glanced at Qin Chuan, and solemnly remarked, "Qin Chuan, given the circumstances, one must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. As long as one has the green hills, there is no need to worry about firewood. Grit your teeth and endure. Otherwise, with Li Jun's father's influence, he could indeed ruin your life." Tang Yuming offered some consolation. "Old 4. We as gentlemen must be adaptable. It's merely a minute of discomfort. We can endure it." Kong Huijun agreed. "Yes, even Han Xian endured humiliation. Do not sacrifice your promising future for a moment of pride." Wu Ming took a more pragmatic stance. Doubting Qin Chuan would be willing to forfeit his status as a student at the university and risk a total industry ban just for the sake of pride. His sole concern was the matter of Li Jun's compensation. "Counselor, Li Jun is demanding 1 million. Guo Huiming narrowed his eyes and said, "I will speak to the university leaders, Zhou Xian, later to see if we can arrange a payment plan." Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun promptly began transferring money to Qin Chuan, while Wu Ming quickly opened his phone. "Old 4, when I retired, I received a subsidy of 200,000. I gave my family 100,000, kept 5,000 for myself, and I will give you the remaining 195,000. With that, Wu Ming immediately transferred 195,000 to Qin Chuan. Seeing his friends rallying to support him, Qin Chuan felt a swell of gratitude. He opened his phone and returned all the transfers. "Old 4, what are you doing? Why are you sending the money back?" Wu Ming exclaimed, exasperated. Qin Chuan stretched and yawned, saying, "I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I cannot accept the money. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I kneel and apologize to him? On the contrary, he assaulted the security guard at the school gate. I acted in righteous defense. I am the one on the side of justice. Apologizing to him, where is the fairness in that?" Guo Huiming shook his head, sighing deeply. "Ah, child, what do you understand? There is no such thing as fairness in this world. Those with wealth and power can crush you as easily as squashing an ant. You have yet to step into society. You cannot comprehend." With that, Guo Huiming shook his head and left the dormitory. In his eyes, Qin Chuan was too impetuous and would never accept Li Jun's terms. As a counselor, he had done all he could. The others in the dormitory felt deflated, having offered all the help they could, but Qin Chuan's stubbornness led him to disregard their advice. At the office of the university president, the director of the administrative office, Ho Yud, barged in without knocking. The president, Chang Guoli, startled from his moment of relaxation on the sofa, scolded, "Can't you knock? Do you want to give me a heart attack?" Ho Yud, chastened, lowered his head and said, "President, we have a serious situation." Chang Guoli's expression turned serious. "What happened?" Ho Yud quickly recounted the incident at the school gate in detail. Chang Guoli's face remained calm as he spoke. "That Li Jun is utterly outrageous, taking advantage of his father's influence to act recklessly. Gua Huiming informed me that Li Jun refuses to settle privately and insists on escalating the matter to his father. You know, President Li dotes on his son." Chang Guoli slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Does Li Gang care for his son, while I do not care for my students? What kind of world is this, where the instigator is not only unpunished but also turns around to blame others? Is there no justice left?" Once Chang Guoli vented his anger, Ho Yud reminded him, "President, our university is aiming for a ranking within the top 200 internationally this year. That world-class laboratory requires 50 million, and last year, President Li mentioned he would sponsor 10 million. Suddenly, Chang Guoli recalled this, and his expression changed. Achieving a top 200 ranking was crucial for his career advancement. Failing at this juncture could mean the end of his political aspirations. Just as he was pondering, the desk phone rang. It was the security department calling. "President, Northern General Manager Li Gang of the Wandai Group wishes to see you." Chapter 13. You have 1 minute to kneel and apologize, or I will have you blacklisted. A Mercedes-Benz S350 drove directly to the university's administrative building. Li Gang, clad in a black suit and accompanied by 2 assistants, entered the president's office. Chang Guoli greeted him with a broad smile, extending his hand. "Ah, President Li, what an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Li Gang shot Chang Guoli a sideways glance, snorting coldly. "Principal Chang, you are aware of my son's situation, are you not?" Only vaguely, only vaguely. Young people, you know how it is, a bit of roughhousing is common." Li Gang slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Chang Guoli. "I spent so much money sponsoring your university in hopes that my son could have a positive learning environment. And yet, his safety is not even guaranteed." Chang Guoli's expression shifted. As the head of the institution and a person of considerable standing in society, he typically would have called security to remove Li Gang. However, at this critical juncture in his career, when he needed something from Li Gang, he felt compelled to acquiesce. "Bring that kid who hit my son here. I want to see what kind of background he has to dare assault my son." Seeing this unfold, Ho Yud quickly dashed out to summon Qin Chuan. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan strolled into the president's office. Li Gang appraised him from head to toe, noticing his unremarkable attire and the domestic sneakers on his feet. "So, you are the one who hit my son?" Qin Chuan cast a cold glance at Li Gang. "Are you that beast's father? Principal Chang, is this what your university produces as students?" Chang Guoli shot a warning look at Qin Chuan before pouring tea for Li Gang and attempting to smooth over the situation. Students from county towns can be a bit fiery. Li Gang waved his hand dismissively, knocking the tea off the table. "Enough of this, Principal Chang. I see you are clearly favoring this boy." At that moment, Li Jun also arrived at the president's office. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, he initially felt a twinge of fear. But with his father present, his bravado surged. "Dad, this is the kid who attacked me. Look, my face is all swollen." As Li Gang witnessed his only son, who was usually coddled, with a swollen face, he felt a pang of distress. "Principal Chang, look at this. This cannot be left unpunished. He must be expelled." "Oh, you want to expel me for defending myself? What about him attacking me?" Qin Chuan pulled out his phone, opened the gallery, and produced a video. The footage showed Li Jun ruthlessly assaulting a 50-year-old security guard, leaving the man clutching his head and crumpled on the ground. "It was that insufferable old man who continually harassed me, insisting that I move my car. Only then did I take action," Li Jun defended himself. Chang Guoli, aware of the entire backstory, interjected, "I understand this matter." Li Jun moved the car. Before the principal could finish his statement, Li Gang slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Principal Chang, we are here to discuss this brat's assault on my son. Why are you digressing? Are you planning to show favoritism towards this hooligan?" Li Gang narrowed his eyes at the principal. "This year is crucial for our university's bid to enter the world's top 200 rankings. You wouldn't want to jeopardize that, would you? If we fail to secure a spot, your career will surely come to an end." Li Gang deftly targeted Chang Guoli's vulnerabilities. With his advancing age, he understood that to further his career, he must fulfill this year's objectives to receive a promotion. Otherwise, he would be destined to remain in the role of president until retirement. Chang Guoli's face revealed hesitation. On one side lay his future career prospects, and on the other, the innocence of his student. Observing the principal's trepidation towards his father, Li Jun felt a surge of confidence. Today, this little brat's counselor came to plead for him. I told him that if he compensates me with 1 million and publicly apologizes at the school assembly, I would let it go. Upon hearing this, Chang Guoli felt a glimmer of hope that the situation could be resolved. Li Gang laughed heartily. My son is indeed magnanimous. Principal Chang, you heard that. The Li family has already made the greatest concession. Now, it's up to the school to show sincerity. Chang Guoli turned to Qin Chuan, seemingly seeking his opinion. He had reviewed Qin Chuan's personal background. Both of his parents were ordinary factory workers, and their financial situation was rather modest. As long as he was willing to apologize, the school could find a way to cover the compensation. However, in the next moment, to Chang Guoli's utter astonishment, Qin Chuan plopped down into a chair, coldly stating, I give you Li Jun a choice. Let him apologize to the security guard and pay 1 million. I can pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, I will ensure your entire family is expelled from Kyoto and erase all your positions at Wanda Group. You have 1 minute to decide. At Qin Chuan's words, the room fell into a profound silence. Soon after, the Li father and son burst into laughter. Li Jun jeered, Who do you think you are? You want us to leave Kyoto and erase my father's positions at Wanda Group? Do you even know my father's standing in the company? He is the Northern Region General Manager, a position second only to the top leader. Ignoring Li Jun, Qin Chuan coldly responded, You have 40 seconds left. Before arriving, Li Gang had made a call to inquire about Qin Chuan's identity. A child from a dual-income family in a small county, he thought dismissively. Kid, your parents' factory is also under our Wanda Group. With just one call, I could have them dismissed immediately. And I would ensure they are blacklisted from the industry for life. Do you know who you are speaking to? You are utterly ignorant. Chang Guoli approached Qin Chuan, signaling him to cease his words, lest he jeopardize his own ability to assist him. Qin Chuan, brushing aside the principal's hand, glanced at his watch, 30 seconds remaining. Li Gang, feeling humiliated and furious, immediately grabbed his phone and dialed Jiangning Might Garment Factory. Hello, is this Director Zhou Jiangwo? This is Li Gang. Zhou Jiangwo, taken aback, responded. Is this Mr. Li from Wanda Group? Yes, indeed. Hello. The Might Garment Factory was just acquired by Wanda Group last year and falls under the Northern Region. Zhou Jiangwo had only seen the Northern Region General Manager once at the annual meeting and had been eager to curry favor but lacked the opportunity. Do you have a couple working in your factory? The man is named Qin Guoming, and the woman is Shen Hua. After a moment of consideration, Zhou Jiangwo affirmed, Yes, we do. Immediately fire them, and announce across Jiangning that any company that dares to hire them is opposing Wanda Group and me, Li Gang. I will make sure to retaliate against them. Although Zhou Jiangwo was puzzled by Li Gang's fury directed at two ordinary workers, he repeatedly agreed, Yes, Mr. Li, I will have them fired right away. Hanging up, Li Gang sneered, Little brat, now you understand the extent of my influence, don't you? Cross me, and your entire family will suffer the consequences. Chang Guoli sighed heavily, realizing that the current situation was the last thing he wished to encounter. He murmured, Alas. It was merely a conflict between students, and now it has escalated to involve adults. Qin Chuan, oh Qin Chuan. Yet, Qin Chuan appeared unfazed, calmly stating, All right, time's up. You've missed your chance. Chapter 14, Immediate Dismissal. Never to be rehired. Stubborn as a dead duck, just a country bumpkin trying to act tough, Li Jun mocked. Qin Chuan took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I am Qin Chuan. The Northern Region General Manager of Wanda Group is named Li Gang, correct? Yes. Please revoke all his positions within the company and have him dismissed immediately. If he resists, let a third-party audit investigate how much he has embezzled from the group over the years, and ensure that the relevant authorities are informed and the best lawyers are employed for the maximum penalties. After the dismissal, a nationwide announcement should be made. Anyone who collaborates with him or his family, including 3 generations, will be deemed adversaries of Wanda Group, and they must bear the consequences. After finishing the call, Qin Chuan regarded the Li father and son with a hint of amusement. Li Jun erupted into laughter. What a performance. You think you can just dismiss my father? Why not just have him arrested? Qin Chuan's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he replied, Arrested? He would still enjoy free meals in prison. What I want is for your entire family to descend into the very depths of the life you scorn, to be despised by your relatives and friends. As Li Gang listened to Qin Chuan's increasingly intolerable words, he was about to interrupt when suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Wang Lin, the chairman of Wanda Group. Li Gang instantly adopted a servile tone. Hello, Chairman Wang. How may I assist you? The next moment, Li Gang's expression shifted dramatically, turning pale as a ghost, devoid of any color. His phone slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the floor. Immediately, everyone in the room received news alerts from various apps announcing, Breaking. Personnel changes at Wanda Group. Northern Region General Manager Li Gang has been dismissed due to personal conduct issues. The office fell into a profound silence. The entire sequence of events unfolded too rapidly and unexpectedly. A high-ranking executive had been dismissed without warning, an unprecedented occurrence within Wanda Group. Li Gang, momentarily disoriented, snapped back to reality and dialed the group's vice president, Ren Zhongwei. Ren, what is going on? Why would the board dismiss me out of the blue? Li Gang, did you offend someone? Ren Zhongwei asked, lowering his voice. No, Ren, you know me. I have always been honest and respectful. I am always polite to leaders. I endure whatever grievances come my way. Just give me a hint. What is the reason? After a brief silence, Ren Zhongwei finally spoke. Li Gang, I'll be frank. Your dismissal was at the behest of the board's largest shareholder. He suspects you of embezzling a significant sum from the group, and even Chairman Wang cannot protect you. I advise you not to struggle or resist. That influential figure holds 3 times the shares that Chairman Wang does. You can't possibly contend with him. If you want any severance pay, they will initiate a third-party audit against you. After saying this, Ren Zhongwei hung up. Li Gang plopped down onto the sofa, pondering the few individuals in his position whose rear ends remained unblemished. He cast a glance at Qin Chuan, stammering, You are the largest shareholder of the Wanda Group? You have discovered this too late. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are merely a lowly citizen from a small county. Qin Chuan merely offered a cold smile, refraining from engaging in a futile argument. Li Jun, witnessing his father's downfall from the group, feared for his own status as the young master of the Li family. Dad, what should we do? Are we finished? Li Gang, in a fit of rage, slapped him, exclaiming, You useless fool. Your father is far from finished. It's just a job. I've had enough of it. I've saved up 100 million over the years. Damn it. Now that I'm no longer with Wanda Group, even if you are a major shareholder, what can you do to me? After years of hard work, Li Gang had amassed a considerable fortune, enough to ensure his family's comfort for a lifetime. Suddenly, his phone rang again, the sound piercing through his thoughts. He swiped his phone and answered the call. Hello, this is the internal audit team of Wanda Group. After investigation, it has come to our attention that during your tenure, you misappropriated a total of 150 million from the group. You are required to return the full amount within 3 days. Failure to comply will result in the submission of relevant materials to the prosecuting authorities, and we will initiate legal action to safeguard all rights of our group. Upon hearing this, Li Gang staggered and collapsed to the floor. 150 million was a sum that could not be gathered even by selling all of his real estate. His first instinct was to transfer his assets, only to discover that all of his accounts were frozen, rendering him powerless. It was as if they were pushing him toward a dead end. Moments ago, he had been arrogant, but now he crawled before Qin Chuan like a dog, clutching at his trousers. Mr. Qin, have mercy. Please spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes. Qin Chuan stepped back, retracting his trousers, and barked, Get away from me. In a fit of rage, Li Gang seized a wooden stool from the office and hurled it at his son, Li Jun. You wretched brat. I sent you to school, and this is how you repay me? Offending Mr. Qin, I swear I will beat you to death today. Li Jun cried out in agony, rolling on the floor of the office. After breaking the wooden chair, Li Gang's rage was not quelled. He pulled out his belt and began to lash out. Chongguoli, taken aback by the unfolding chaos, quickly summoned the security personnel to escort the father and son out. After they were removed, he sighed deeply and sank into the sofa. With Li Gang dismissed from Wanda Group and now being pursued for embezzled funds, the promised donation of 10 million to the school was surely in jeopardy. It was all over. The goal of achieving a spot among the world's top 200 rankings had become unattainable. He glanced at Qin Chuan and advised, You may leave now, but be mindful of your actions in the future when you choose to intervene. Chongguoli reclined on the couch, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. Reflecting on his decades-long career, filled with numerous trials and tribulations, he had worked tirelessly to climb the ranks. He had anticipated further advancement, yet he had stumbled at this juncture. He couldn't help but recite a poem by the Song Dynasty poet Lu Kezhuang, Plum Blossoms and Morning Garments. Dust upon my boots, I once wielded a delicate staff against the Yan. The cap I have long sought has been lost. Why cling to an old nest? The learned are scarce in this world. Misfortunes have always been plentiful. Half a life spent in silence due to my novet. Only in old age do I realize the passage of time. Qin Chuan, puzzled by the principal's lament, inquired of the director of academic affairs, Ho Yud, who succinctly explained the situation regarding the laboratory and the school's rankings. Alas, just a step away from success, and yet it all crumbled. Is it costly to build a laboratory? Indeed. We aim to construct a world-class laboratory, not merely a vanity project, but one that genuinely contributes to the nation and can yield useful research. Even the smallest one will require an investment of 50 million. The higher-ups have promised to allocate 40 million, and Li Gang, or rather, Li Jun, had pledged an additional 10 million. But now, oh, so it's just a shortfall of 10 million? I shall cover it. Qin Chuan replied casually. Chang Wuli's ears perked up, and he sprang from the sofa in astonishment. Qin Chuan, are you serious? Qin Chuan merely smiled, remaining silent. He retrieved his phone, accessed his online banking, and entered the account used for previous tuition payments. In less than a minute, the transfer was complete. Holding up the confirmation of the transaction, he remarked, "May I take my leave now?" Both Chang Wuli and Ho Yud swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the sudden generosity. Did he just donate 10 million so casually, without even a single condition? Just as Qin Chuan opened the office door, the financial director rushed in, visibly flustered. Principal, the school account has just received a transfer of 10 million. What should we do? As Qin Chuan exited the administrative building, a system notification appeared before him. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed, sponsoring a public welfare project. Quest reward, skill level 1 in medical mastery. Note, the realm of martial arts consists of 9 levels, each subdivided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and pinnacle. As the system interface faded, a vast reservoir of medical knowledge surged into Qin Chuan's mind. He was inundated with an unimaginable wealth of medical information. An hour later, exhaling deeply, Qin Chuan felt the weight of the knowledge settle. During that brief interlude, he had been forcibly imbued with 1,000 terabytes of medical knowledge, encompassing internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, pediatrics, otolaryngology, pathology, laboratory science, infectious diseases, preventive medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and more. He now possessed the equivalent knowledge of a comprehensive medical professor across all disciplines. This was merely the power of a level 1 medical master. Should he continue to advance, his abilities would become boundless, utterly formidable. As he regained his composure and prepared to head toward the dormitories, an unexpected commotion erupted nearby. Grandpa! A girl clad in white sportswear knelt on the ground, supporting an elderly man who had collapsed, his eyes shut tight, clearly in a state of unconsciousness. A crowd of students gathered, but they were all from the finance department, not the medical school, and none knew how to render aid. Some pulled out their phones, dialing the campus infirmary, while others called for an ambulance. However, given the old man's condition, it seemed he might not survive until help arrived. Qin Chuan rushed over, grasping the elderly man's wrist to check his pulse. His brow furrowed. The man teetered on the brink of death, with his breathing stilled and heartbeat weakening to nearly non-existence. Blood flow reversing, and vital organs rapidly deteriorating. The girl, frantic, lamented that her grandfather had come to visit her today, only to collapse. Suddenly, 3 imposing figures clad in black suits approached from the periphery. The trio, clearly skilled fighters, appeared bewildered upon seeing the elderly man on the ground. "Miss." The old man, quick. "Call a doctor." The girl implored the black-clad men. They, not daring to hesitate, promptly produced a specialized phone and dialed for assistance. "Wait. Calling a doctor will do no good," Qin Chuan interjected. The girl, taken aback, retorted, "That's impossible. My grandfather has always been in excellent health. He has no underlying conditions. He can't be in danger. No, he is not ill. Rather, he is overly obsessed with martial arts, leading to a perilous state where his meridians are completely severed, causing a reversal of his vital energy and blood flow." The girl's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the young man before her. How could he possibly know that her grandfather practiced martial arts? But there was no time to ponder such questions. She needed to ensure a doctor examined him immediately. "Grandfather, you must be all right," she pleaded, clutching the old man's hand as tears streamed down her face. Qin Chuan let out a soft sigh and retrieved a small vial from his pocket, containing the essence of life. He uncorked it and poured its contents into the old man's mouth. "What are you doing? You'll harm my grandfather," the girl exclaimed, forcefully pushing Qin Chuan away. The glass vial slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the ground. Fortunately, the entire 10 milliliters of the essence had been administered to the old man. Furiously, the girl pointed at Qin Chuan, demanding, "What have you given my grandfather? Are you attempting to poison him, seeing that he is not yet dead?" At her words, 3 men clad in black swiftly surrounded Qin Chuan, ready to take action against him. Just then, the old man, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly spoke. "Desist your insolence." Upon hearing this, the black-clad men immediately halted their advance. "Grandfather!" The girl cried out in joy upon witnessing her grandfather regain consciousness. The old man gently stroked his granddaughter's hair and reassured her, "Do not cry, my dear. Grandfather is fine." With her support, he slowly rose to his feet and, bowing respectfully to Qin Chuan, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, young friend. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Qin Chuan," he replied with a calm demeanor. The old man exhibited great humility, while Qin Chuan offered a simple response. The girl, observing the exchange, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. How could someone of her grandfather's stature treat a mere boy with such deference? What sort of attitude is that? How dare you speak to my grandfather in such a manner? She retorted. Xiao Qiong, do not be impudent, the old man interjected, then turned back to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I am Kong Fu, and this is my granddaughter, Fang Qiao. I apologize for any rudeness. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of quarreling with an ignorant girl. Although Kong Fu had regained consciousness, he continued to cough persistently, his body exceedingly frail. Your affliction stems from an obsession with martial arts, resulting in chaotic meridians and internal injuries to your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Moreover, the duration of this condition is extensive, and a single vial of the essence of life is insufficient for a complete recovery. Upon hearing this, Fang Qiong shed a tear, her heart aching for her grandfather. Kong Fu gently patted her shoulder. Do not weep, Xiao Qiong. Grandfather has lived for 80 years. I have had my fill of life. It is my own fault for forcibly enhancing my martial prowess in my youth to combat enemies, leading to my current plight. Mr. Qin, since you comprehend my grandfather's condition, do you possess a remedy? Fang Qiong grasped Kong Fu's hand tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, hope glimmering within them. As the old man's granddaughter, she often witnessed his painful coughs at home. The family had sought renowned physicians nationwide, yet all had been powerless to help. Mr. Qin, if you can heal my grandfather, the Kong family will grant you any request you desire. After contemplating, Qin Chuan realized that Kong Fu's ailment was not beyond treatment. It merely required a full course of 6 vials of the essence of life. The formula for this essence was a closely guarded secret of the pinnacle of medical arts. The treatment is not particularly difficult. However, the potion requires time to prepare. If you grant me a period to make the necessary arrangements, I can come to administer the treatment, he proposed. Of course, Fang Qiong exclaimed, her joy radiating as she leaped with excitement. Her once tear-streaked face now shone with happiness. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Kong Fu, having seen much of the world, refrained from revealing his inner excitement, even though he believed in Qin Chuan's ability to extend his life. Xiao Chen, please note Mr. Qin's phone number. When he is available, you are to escort him here. After a moment's reflection, Kong Fu added, Mr. Qin, the Kong family has some connections in Kyoto. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. Qin Chuan nodded, watching as Kong Fu and his party departed. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed, saving lives. Quest reward. Access to the top nightclub in Kyoto, MXXX. Chapter 16. Colliding with $1 million luxury car, a Porsche Cayenne. Qin Chuan felt a wave of frustration. The main quest urged him to focus on his studies. Yet the rewards were temptations of indulgence. You're quite the mischievous system, he muttered. Just then, a striking girl with an alluring figure came running towards him. Xiao Chuan. What are you doing here? Su Xiaoyan exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes as she rushed to him. Qin Chuan, taken aback by the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, asked in surprise, Sister Xiaoyan, what happened? I just came from the principal's office. I saw a post on the forum, and the moment I laid eyes on that person, I recognized him as you. Later, I heard that Li Jun brought his father here. Li Jun's father is a senior executive at a publicly listed group and has intricate ties to the school. I was worried he might. Qin Chuan gently stroked Su Xiaoyan's hair. It's all right, Sister Xiaoyan. There's no need to worry. Is it really all right? Su Xiaoyan's heart eased upon hearing this. Sister Xiaoyan, is he your boyfriend? A sharp voice interjected from behind her. It was a girl clad in knee-high boots, tight jeans, and a cropped t-shirt. Though heavily made up, her features were striking, though she paled in comparison to Su Xiaoyan. Xiao Chuan hasn't confessed to me yet, so I'm not sure if we can call it a relationship. But never mind, Su Xiaoyan replied, hesitating briefly. His name is Qin Chuan. Xiao Chuan. You're the Qin Chuan that Sister Xiaoyan has been mentioning. The one who grew up in the workers' dormitory of the clothing factory? Qin Chuan nodded, affirming her statement. Su Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly admonished Su Qian, why are you saying all this? You're embarrassing me. Su Qian's expression shifted. Su Xiaoyan had turned down countless suitors, always claiming she was waiting for her childhood sweetheart. It appeared that this was indeed the truth. Su Qian scrutinized Qin Chuan once more, seemingly recalling something. Oh, I remember you. You were the one who rushed off the bus today and was late. Reflecting on the limited time task he had been undertaking, Qin Chuan replied, yes, that's me. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Su Qian's lips. So, Su Xiaoyan is so aloof, yet she chose a penniless boy. By the way, Sister Xiaoyan, tomorrow is the weekend, and it's my birthday. You should bring Qin Chuan along. Su Xiaoyan hesitated, glancing at Qin Chuan. I'm not sure. Qin Chuan smiled and replied, sure. I'm free this weekend since there are no classes. Huh. Typical of a freeloader, Su Qian thought. There are so many handsome boys in Kyoto, yet she picked the one with the least money. What a waste of good looks. After parting ways with Su Xiaoyan, Su Qian retreated to a corner, pulling out her phone. Hello, Wang Xiao, it's me, Xiao Qian. Wang Cheng seemed to be engaged in physical activity, his breath slightly labored as he replied impatiently. What is up? I've just seen Su Xiaoyan's boyfriend. On the other end, Wang Cheng immediately ceased his activity, intrigued. Which young master is it? Oh, he is not from some prominent family. He is just Su Xiaoyan's childhood sweetheart. What is his background? Nothing special. Su Xiaoyan once mentioned that both families worked in the same clothing factory in Jiangning, and they grew up in the workers' dormitory. A worker's son? Is that it? Yes. Wang Xiao. On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence, followed by raucous laughter. Damn it, Su Xiaoyan. Back then, you rejected me, claiming you had a boyfriend. I thought he was some highborn heir, but he turns out to be just the son of an ordinary worker. Wang Xiao. I've just had a brilliant idea. Tomorrow is the weekend, and it's my birthday, Su Qian reminded him. Wang Cheng paused for a moment, then exclaimed, wonderful. Tomorrow, I shall confront this fellow. I intend to humiliate him thoroughly in front of Su Xiaoyan, so she understands that in this world, without money, one is nothing more than refuse. Wang Xiao, what about me? Enough. Tomorrow, on your birthday, I shall gift you an LV bag. Thank you, Wang Xiao. Thank you. On the 5th floor of the boys' dormitory, room 511, Qin Chuan had just pushed open the door when Tang Yuming, Wu Ming, and Kong Huijun rushed forward, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Old Fourth, are you all right? Old Fourth, they didn't give you a hard time, did they? Old Fourth, do you have enough money? If not, the brothers and I can find a way. I can borrow some from my comrades. We can tackle this issue together. The group expressed their concern for Qin Chuan, showing no signs of distancing themselves due to his troubles with powerful individuals. This brought Qin Chuan a sense of comfort. It's all settled now. I just handled things in the principal's office, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. The principal's office? The others gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation had reached the principal. Wu Ming, having experience in the military and the world beyond, understood the implications. The principal of Kyoto Financial University, as a leader of a prestigious institution, held some degree of authority. When students are in conflict, his intervention is far more effective than that of an advisor. How much did you have to pay? Qin Chuan looked puzzled and laughed. Pay? There's no need to pay anything. The others exchanged glances, astonished. After all this commotion, you didn't have to pay? At that time, Li Jun had vowed to compensate and apologize profusely. How could there be no payment? Wu Ming shot a look at Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun, then noticed Qin Chuan's nonchalant demeanor, and an understanding dawned upon them. Some matters, once done, cannot be spoken of. Old Fourth, since everything is resolved, let us gather in our dormitory to shake off the bad luck and embrace a brighter tomorrow. Sounds good. The elder brother's suggestion is excellent. I second it. I second it as well. Wu Ming clapped a hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder, saying, Old Fourth, today's feast is on me. Eat and drink to your heart's content and forget all unpleasantness. As night fell, the four of them rode shared bicycles toward the snack street outside the west gate of the university. It was a paradise for late-night snacks, offering beer, fried chicken, skewers, and spicy hot pot. With autumn's chill settling in, Wu Ming suggested they indulge in skewers, particularly roasted lamb for nourishment. Skewers and beer, the more they ate, the merrier they became. To help Qin Chuan forget the humiliation of the day, Wu Ming and Tang Yuming insisted on ordering more dishes and drinks. They spent nearly 1,000 yuan on skewers and beer, and luckily, Wu Ming had enough from his military severance pay. Otherwise, an ordinary student would have to subsist on steamed buns for the rest of the month. After a few drinks, they began to feel tipsy. Qin Chuan and Wu Ming opted to walk back, while Kong Huijun, in high spirits, insisted on singing from behind Tang Yuming's bike, demanding he carry him back to the school. Tang Yuming did not refuse, but after riding a short distance, he discovered that the brakes on his shared bicycle had failed. Unable to stop in time, with a loud crash, they collided with a parked Porsche Cayenne. The two turned pale, sobering up instantly. The rear bumper of the Porsche had been dented by the shared bicycle. The owner, a man in his 40s with a beefy face, immediately exited the vehicle to inspect the damage. Chapter 17. Damaging a Porsche Cayenne, compensation of 600,000. The owner of the Porsche was a burly man in his 40s. Upon inspecting the vehicle, he saw the two young men who appeared to be students. Without hesitation, he approached and slapped both of them across the face. What the hell? You two broke-ass fools. Do you even know how to ride a bike? Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Can you afford to compensate? Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun, taken aback, stood there with their heads bowed, unable to retaliate. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to. It was the shared bicycle's brakes that failed. We'll compensate. Tang Yuming noticed that this Cayenne was an older model, likely valued around 600,000 yuan. Currently, only the bumper was damaged. and it shouldn't cost too much to repair. They could scrape together enough to cover it. The man spat, "You two better not run away. I'm calling the 4S dealership to assess the damages." He made a call, and soon, people from the 4S dealership arrived at the scene. 3 burly men in tank tops emerged from a Porsche Panamera. The leader, a bald man, approached and handed a cigarette to the man, saying, "Longo, why did you come personally at this late hour?" Longo nodded and took the cigarette, instructing Hong Tao, "Wait a moment, I'll have someone check the vehicle." A staff member approached to inspect the damage and quickly concluded that the rear bumper was wrecked, the circuit board in the trunk was damaged, the hydraulic rod was broken, and the door was dented from the impact. The initial estimate for repairs was conservatively set at 600,000 yuan. Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun gasped in shock at the figure. 600,000? How could it be so much? We only hit the bumper. Hong Tao retorted angrily. Do you two broke fools know what kind of vehicle this is? A Porsche Cayenne. Have you ever ridden in a luxury car worth over $1 million? Do you know how much the maintenance costs? That 600,000 is just for repairs. You will also have to pay for my lost work time and taxi fare. Tang Yuming argued. This car is clearly an older model. Based on the current second-hand market, the entire vehicle is only worth around 600,000. How can you ask for the same amount in compensation? I don't accept this price. Seeing Tang Yuming resist, Kong Huijun added, I don't accept it either. Besides, who are these people? They don't look like staff from a Porsche 4S dealership at all. I want to contact another dealership for an assessment. Otherwise, I want to acknowledge this accident report. Hong Tao, feeling supported by Longo, lost interest in debating with the 2 young men. He simply kicked each of them. Stop it. Wu Ming and Qin Chuan arrived just in time to see their brothers being beaten and immediately intervened. Why are you hitting them? Qin Chuan demanded angrily. Hong Tao sneered coldly. Damn it. There are quite a few broke fools around, huh? Fine, let me enlighten you. He pointed to the dent on the Porsche Cayenne's rear, saying, your good brother rode a broken shared bicycle and damaged my precious Cayenne. So, tell me, shouldn't you compensate? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, a glint of ferocity flashing within. How much? 600,000. And that's not even counting my lost work time and taxi fare. Look, considering you poor fools are pitiful. If you pay me the 600,000, this matter will be settled. 600,000. How could it possibly be that much? It's just a dented bumper. Wu Ming exclaimed in disbelief. Hong Tao smirked, giving a thumbs up and pointing to Longo, saying, I have professional 4S dealership staff here for on-site assessment. If it goes back to the shop for evaluation, the compensation will only increase. Qin Chuan glanced at Longo, then back at Hong Tao, with 2 fingers together. He pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Longo. Longo, who had been casually smoking, suddenly narrowed his eyes in surprise. He looked at the card and then back at Qin Chuan. Hong Tao seized Qin Chuan's credit card with unrestrained joy, eagerly instructing the nearby staff to charge it. The black gold card, devoid of a password, swiftly facilitated a transaction of 600,000. As he gazed at the receipt printed by the POS machine, a grin nearly split his face in 2. Today truly was a stroke of luck. He had just earned 600,000 in an instant. Wu Ming and the others, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly astounded. How could the 4th have such wealth? Hong Tao flung open the car door, poised to drive off for some indulgent entertainment, but then reconsidered. He would require 2 companions instead. Just as he pulled the door open, Qin Chuan forcefully kicked it shut again. Hong Tao turned, glaring at Qin Chuan, demanding to know his intentions. Qin Chuan, hands tucked in his pockets, coldly stated that their vehicular dispute was resolved, but the debt for his brother's beating must be repaid. Hong Tao, displeased by this, quickly signaled to Longo beside him, whispering that the 10,000 he had promised included covering this troublesome matter. Longo, snapping back to attention, regarded Qin Chuan thoughtfully. Hong Tao pointed an accusing finger at Qin Chuan, asserting, you think you're tough, huh? Trying to intimidate me without knowing who I am. Hong Tao of the Upper Ridge. Yet, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, maintaining an air of nonchalance. He coolly replied, Longo, whatever he offered you for this job, I will double it. My only stipulation is that he never drives again. Longo's eyes glimmered with avarice upon hearing this. Hong Tao felt a chill in his heart. What was this? Offering 10 times the amount, ensuring he could never drive again? He immediately grasped Longo's arm, pleading, don't listen to him. He's just a broke loser trying to deceive you. Don't fall for it. Longo scoffed, shaking off Hong Tao's grip. This young master doesn't appear to be an ordinary person. Hong Tao, let us settle this fairly. I truly apologize, but the offer he has made is simply too generous. Longo exchanged glances with his 2 companions, who retrieved 2 wrenches from the trunk and dragged Hong Tao to a shadowy corner by the roadside. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from the darkness. Upon returning, Longo wore a sycophantic smile as he addressed Qin Chuan. Young master, how did I perform? Not bad, Qin Chuan replied, handing over a sum of money again. Long Ge hastily waved his hands, insisting, for such trivial matters, how could I accept payment? He then presented a business card with both hands, saying, should you ever require my services, do not hesitate to call upon me. Qin Chuan accepted the card with a nod. Long Ge and his associates climbed into their vehicle and departed the scene. Thank you, fourth. We will repay you as soon as we can, Tang Yuming timidly declared. With Kong Huijun nodding in agreement beside him, Qin Chuan chuckled, wrapping an arm around their shoulders. We're brothers. What a little money. Forget about it. In the Porsche Panamera, a companion inquired of Long Ge, why were you so courteous to that kid? You didn't even take his money. Long Ge slapped the dashboard in exasperation. Do you have any idea what card he just swiped? That was an American Express Centurion card. Only those from illustrious families with centuries of heritage ever gain access to such a card. He reclined in his seat, gazing up at the night sky through the sunroof, contemplating his newfound association with such a prominent figure. I, Zhou Zhenglong, am destined for greatness. Chapter 18. Purchasing a vehicle for convenience, perhaps a Ferrari. Fourth. Where did you acquire such wealth? His classmates inquired, incredulous. Didn't the counselor say your family comprises ordinary workers? Are you perhaps participating in some rich second-generation reality show? Where are the cameras? The trio's barrage of questions left Qin Chuan momentarily speechless. I hail from a modest family in a small county, with no significant background. That money is simply what I've earned myself. They collectively gasped in astonishment, to have made over $1 million before even finishing their first year of university. Fourth, what is your line of work? Qin Chuan pondered briefly before responding. I engage in small business ventures, operating a hotel and occasionally dealing in automobiles. Business, hotels, car sales? The three exchanged glances, silently deciding to cease their inquiries. In today's society, it was not uncommon for university students to embark on entrepreneurial endeavors. Many running used car dealerships or managing inns while still in school. Their envy was palpable. Their fourth was truly exceptional. Saturday dawned with splendid weather. Bright sunshine illuminating the sky. They had arranged to celebrate the birthday of Su Xiaoyan's friend. At 10 a.m., Qin Chuan dialed her number. Greeted by Su Xiaoyan's languid, sweet voice, clearly still waking up. Hey Xiao Chuan. Sister Xiaoyan, when shall we meet? I'll come pick you up. Perhaps in half an hour? I need to wake up, freshen up, and put on some makeup. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. Su Xiaoyan cheerfully affirmed. After hanging up, Qin Chuan took 10 minutes to groom and dress before heading toward the girls' dormitory. 2 hours later, Su Xiaoyan dashed down the stairs. Upon spotting Qin Chuan, she playfully stuck out her tongue, apologizing, sorry, Xiao Chuan, for keeping you waiting. Qin Chuan took in her appearance. Today she wore a white linen vintage top adorned with tiny yellow daisies at the collar and cuffs, paired with a knee-length black skirt, white knee-high socks, and brown leather shoes. She radiated a fresh, striking beauty, and her high attractiveness drew the attention of every passing male. Qin Chuan, however, felt no irritation. He possessed boundless patience for Su Xiaoyan. No worries. They made their way to a Starbucks in the city center. Sister Xiaoyan. My car was in an accident a few days ago, Qin Chuan candidly informed her. Su Xiaoyan's immediate response was one of shock as she scrutinized him. Xiao Chuan, are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere? Qin Chuan shook his head, reassuring her, and she finally relaxed. Let us just take a rideshare. It's perfect since the traffic is heavy in the city center. You can rest without driving. True, but Sister Xiaoyan, the car being broken means I need an alternative mode of transportation. Would you accompany me to buy a car? Su Xiaoyan glanced at the time. It was only past noon. She knew her friends well. Each one would claim they were on their way but wouldn't emerge until sunset. I'm all in for your plans, Xiao Chuan. Qin Chuan retrieved his phone, contemplating. Although he owned a BMW dealership, he had recently developed a distaste for the brand due to the accident. Lamborghini felt awkward in light of the incident. He typed in the destination and summoned a ride. After nearly an hour's journey, they finally arrived at the Ferrari dealership on Financial Street in the Eastern District. This establishment was directly overseen by Ferrari's headquarters, boasting higher reception standards compared to other dealerships. With the ability to customize unique models and components, the two-story showroom appeared modest from the outside, yet its depth was remarkably expansive. The street-facing walls were entirely constructed of glass, allowing passers-by to catch a glimpse of the striking, sporty red vehicles within. As Qin Chuan led Su Xiaoyan into the showroom, a refined, tranquil fragrance enveloped them, instantly evoking a sense of sophistication. The hall was exceptionally serene. With only an array of Ferrari models on display and a few impeccably dressed staff members, tall and clad in black, moving about. After all, any random Ferrari commands a price in the millions, an expense far beyond the reach of the average individual. Most people merely stand outside, gazing through the glass with fleeting admiration, while only a handful muster the courage to step inside. Those mechanical beasts, boasting hundreds of horsepower, rest quietly in the showroom, awaiting their rightful owners. Good day, sir or madam. Welcome to the Ferrari Sales Center. May I inquire if you have an appointment? A tall, striking young woman, adorned with black half-rimmed glasses, approached with a warm greeting. She was dressed in a tailored black business suit, complemented by a fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels. The impeccably cut attire accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. Although her face wore a professional smile, there remained an air of aloofness about her. This was the demeanor expected of a luxury car saleswoman. Without at least a 7 out of 10 in looks, one wouldn't even qualify for an interview. I don't have an appointment, Qin Chuan replied. No matter, I can assist you with the registration, she responded. All right, my name is Qin Chuan. The woman did not treat Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan with disdain, despite their youthful appearances. The hallmark of high-end car sales is exceptional customer service, setting it apart from other car sales experiences. A few minutes later, she returned. Hello, Mr. Qin, my name is Xiao Xiao. You can simply call me Xiao Xiao. Qin Chuan nodded as Xiao Xiao led the pair gracefully into the showroom, detailing the vehicles on display. This is the Ferrari Roma, equipped with a 3.9 LV8 twin-turbo engine, achieving a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 3 seconds, priced at 2.4 million. This is the Ferrari Portofino, a hardtop convertible sports car featuring a 3.9L twin-turbo V8 engine, reaching 0 to 100 km/h in merely 3.5 seconds, priced at 2.9 million. This model is the Ferrari F8, with an upgraded 3.9L V8 twin-turbo engine producing a maximum power of 818 horsepower and peak torque of 930 Nm, achieving 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.6 seconds and a top speed of 340 km/h. Lastly, we have the Ferrari SF90 Spider, the first mass-produced plug-in hybrid convertible from Ferrari, powered by a V8 twin-turbo engine and 3 electric motors, delivering a maximum output of 1,000 horsepower. It features an all-wheel drive system, with a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 2.5 seconds and 0 to 200 km/h in merely 7 seconds, priced slightly higher at 4.98 million. As Qin Chuan listened to Xiao Xiao's introduction, he turned to Su Xiaoyan. Which one do you think is better? Su Xiaoyan pouted. They all don't look that great. They all look the same. And Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, in a woman's eyes, the primary distinction among sports cars often lay in their logos. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyan took Qin Chuan by the arm and led him to the innermost part of the showroom, pointing at a Ferrari displayed prominently. Qin Chuan, this one looks exquisite. Unlike the others, I think it suits you perfectly. And Xiao Xiao hurriedly followed, and the car Su Xiaoyan indicated was none other than Ferrari's flagship supercar, the LaFerrari. Chapter 19. The Ferrari worth $500 million, purchased with a swipe. The LaFerrari, colloquially known as LaFa, boasts a 6.3 LV12 naturally aspirated engine, producing a maximum output of 800 horsepower, with an additional electric motor providing 163 horsepower and a maximum torque of 900 Nm. It is paired with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, achieving 0 to 100 km/h in under 3 seconds. And Xiao Xiao was visibly taken aback, hesitating to speak. It was clear that the two before her were not car enthusiasts. They likely had no comprehension of what the LaFerrari represented. Qin Chuan glanced at the LaFerrari and stated, Since Xiaoyan thinks it's good, let us buy this one. And Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, Mr. Qin, this is the LaFerrari, Ferrari's most exclusive flagship model. Its price surpasses any current Ferrari, and by a significant margin. She carefully chose her words to convey the uniqueness of the LaFerrari, subtly hinting that it was an unattainable dream for the two young individuals before her. To put it into perspective, the base price of the LaFerrari alone stands at 25 million. With the addition of custom options and various taxes, the total could easily reach 50 million. A car worth $500 million is a serious consideration, even for a billionaire. Unfazed, Qin Chuan calmly inquired, How much is it? Excluding post-purchase options and taxes. The base price is 25 million. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her mouth agape, 25 million. Her reaction did not surprise Xiao Xiao, who silently scoffed. The young girl was still too naive, having never encountered such wealth. Noticing Su Xiaoyan's astonishment, Qin Chuan, concerned about her reaction to the price, suggested she take a moment in the VIP lounge while he discussed the pricing. Once Su Xiaoyan had departed, Qin Chuan, maintaining his composure, remarked, So, 25 million, plus the options and taxes for the LaFerrari, would amount to roughly 50 million, correct? And Xiao Xiao nodded. Yes, if fully equipped. It would require that much. Very well, let us order one, Qin Chuan stated nonchalantly. And Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, doubting her hearing. Sir, are you suggesting? Qin Chuan reiterated, order one. Only then did Xiao Xiao realize she had not misheard. The young man in sportswear, looking like a student, was indeed saying to order one. She was utterly unprepared for this, taking a long moment to regain her composure. Mr. Qin. The purchase of a LaFerrari involves procedures that differ from other Ferraris. First, we need to verify your financial status, and Xiao Xiao replied cautiously. Previously, there had been individuals who attempted to order a LaFerrari, only for it to be revealed later that they were merely influencers pretending to have wealth for clout. Qin Chuan nodded, producing his credit card and presenting it to Xiao Xiao. Go ahead and swipe it, or would you prefer to see my bank balance? And Xiao Xiao took the card, immediately recognizing it as an American Express Centurion card. Oh my, it's a black card, the legendary king of cards, with no credit limit, theoretically allowing the purchase of any valuable item. Possessing this card holds more authority than any asset proof report. Noticing in Xiao Xiao's silence, Qin Chuan assumed she was unfamiliar with the black card. He opened his phone, accessed the banking app, and navigated to the personal asset section. After facial recognition verification, he handed his phone to Xiao Xiao. As she took the phone, she was met with a long string of numbers displayed as his balance. And Xiao Xiao silently counted 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Upon reaching the billion mark, she gasped, unable to look further. This was not mere stocks or real estate. These were tangible cash deposits. Well then, I suppose I've passed the financial verification, haven't I? And Xiao Xiao's expression stiffened, and she timidly responded, of course. With a black card and nearly $1 billion in assets, if that didn't qualify one, then few in the world would. She was astonished at how such a young man could possess such immense wealth. Who exactly was he? At that moment, everything that Xiao Xiao had once taken pride in, her figure, her appearance, and so forth, seemed utterly worthless before this young man. The distance that had once kept others at bay, along with her aloof demeanor, dissipated entirely. All her pride was rendered insignificant in the presence of Qin Chuan. The goddess-like aura she usually exuded now made her feel a twinge of inferiority as she hesitated to meet his gaze. At that moment, Shenhui, the manager of the Ferrari Center, approached. Having spent the afternoon sipping tea in his second-floor office, he had noticed 2 students entering the showroom. Assuming they were merely there to indulge their curiosity, he had paid them little mind. However, as time passed without any sign of their departure, he observed in Xiao Xiao's troubled expression, concluding that they were likely toying with his employee. Reluctantly, he rose to intervene on her behalf. Xiao Xiao, what seems to be the problem? Shun Hui addressed in Xiao Xiao, avoiding direct conversation with Qin Chuan for the moment, focusing instead on his employee. With some hesitation, and Xiao Xiao replied, this Mr. Qin is interested in ordering a LaFerrari. Shun Hui was momentarily taken aback, as if he had misheard. A LaFerrari? He repeated, incredulity washing over him. Xiao Xiao, as a professional sales representative at the Ferrari Sales Center, did you not clarify the price of the LaFerrari to the customer? Shun Hui deliberately raised his voice a notch, ensuring Qin Chuan could hear, and Xiao Xiao timidly responded, I did mention it. Shun Hui paused, taken aback. But did you inform the customer that ordering a LaFerrari requires a financial verification? Yes, Mr. Qin just showed me his washing account balance, which has nearly 1 billion yuan in cash, and Xiao Xiao stated, handing Shun Hui Qin Chuan's Centurion black card. Shun Hui's body tensed, and he gasped in astonishment. What? 1 billion in cash? And an unlimited credit black card? His demeanor shifted dramatically. He rubbed his hands together and addressed Qin Chuan with newfound respect. Good day, Mr. Qin. I am Shen Hui, the sales manager at the Ferrari Center. Qin Chuan nodded. I've already verified the funds. Can I place the order for the car now? Your efficiency is lacking. I am pressed for time. Shen Hui felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. Did this young man have any concept of money? This was a supercar worth $500 million, and he had only been in the showroom for less than half an hour. The casualness with which he spoke was akin to buying groceries at a market. Without delay, Shen Hui led Qin Chuan into the configuration room, handing him an iPad. Mr. Qin, please take a look at the specifications. Is there anything you wish to add? There's no need to look. Just replicate the configuration of the one on display, including the color, wheels, and interior, and ensure the rest of the specifications are maximized, Qin Chuan instructed. Shen Hui broke into a sweat. Maximizing the specifications meant his modest goal had vanished. Just then, and Xiao Xiao hurriedly entered from outside. Shen Hui, slightly annoyed, remarked, Xiao Xiao, your haste is quite unbecoming. And Xiao Xiao whispered urgently into Shun Hui's ear, causing his expression to change immediately. He locked the iPad screen and turned to Qin Chuan, a look of apology on his face. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Qin, but you cannot purchase this LaFerrari. Chapter 20. Do you need qualifications to buy a LaFerrari? Then let us order 5. Qin Chuan replied, perplexed. Shen Hui, feeling awkward, explained, I truly apologize, Mr. Qin. It is an oversight on our part. The headquarters has a stipulation. To purchase a LaFerrari, The buyer must own at least 2 limited edition Ferrari models or 5 Ferraris in total. We just checked. And you do not own a single Ferrari. And Xiao Xiao felt a wave of regret wash over her. She had never anticipated that someone with a black card and billions in cash would not own a single Ferrari. This order was slipping away. This was a transaction worth 50 million, enough for her to sell 10 ordinary Ferraris. It is well known that luxury cars like Ferraris are sold sparingly. One can expect to sell only 7 or 8 in a year. Shen Hui felt disheartened. Selling a LaFerrari was a rare opportunity. It would have guaranteed him a promotion, a raise, and a substantial year-end bonus. Yet now, Qin Chuan appeared bewildered. Ferrari has such stipulations? Indeed, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Qin, and Xiao Xiao reiterated, bowing in apology. Then if I buy 5 Ferraris, can I subsequently purchase the LaFerrari? Qin Chuan inquired. Yes, theoretically, that is correct, Mr. Qin, and Xiao Xiao responded. Qin Chuan produced his black card and pushed it toward Xiao Xiao. I'll take one of each of the Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Spider, and Ferrari F8. Oh, it seems I'm short one. I heard Ferrari is releasing an SUV, correct? Let us order one of those as well. That LL make 5 cars in total. You salespeople need to be a bit more resourceful. This is a simple matter to handle. And Xiao Xiao stood dumbfounded at the scene. Who could have anticipated that one would first buy 5 Ferraris, only to follow up with a LaFerrari? Had it been any other customer, suggesting such a plan would have likely resulted in immediate dismissal. Shen Hui was left speechless in his years of experience. He had never encountered a customer who purchased Ferraris in such a manner. Even the renowned national husband Wang Xiaozhong would only place an order for one. Hastily, he began to process the following steps. Meanwhile, in Xiao Xiao's heart raced, she took out her phone. Mr. Qin, may I have your WeChat? If you need anything in the future, you can contact me directly. In the presence of such a prominent billionaire, and Xiao Xiao felt her heart flutter. However, with Su Xiaoyan also present, she was cautious, knowing the allure of Qin Chuan's looks would compel her to act. Yet, she had seen many men. How many didn't he enjoy a thrill? And Xiao Xiao felt fortunate that her earlier performance had passed muster, avoiding the trap of superficial judgments. Otherwise, she would have missed a tremendous opportunity. Qin Chuan nodded and took out his phone to scan her code. Once they became friends, Qin Chuan asked, "Which car can I drive away with today?" And Xiao Xiao, looking apologetic, replied, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Qin. We only process orders after they have been submitted to headquarters for approval, and it takes at least 3 months to deliver." "You mean I can't drive away with any today?" She bowed apologetically again, and seeing his sincere demeanor, Qin Chuan could only shake his head in resignation. Having purchased 6 cars, he found himself still reliant on ride-hailing services. He turned to his companion, "Xiaoyan, let us go." Su Xiaoyan rushed into Qin Chuan's embrace. "Did you make the purchase?" "The cars will take 3 months. We'll have to take a taxi for now." "Oh, I see." And Xiao Xiao immediately took out her phone to call for a taxi, only to discover the queue had swelled to 3 digits. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly suggested, "Mr. Qin, why not use my car for now?" Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "All right, thank you. I'll return it after today." And Xiao Xiao's car was a white Mercedes-Benz C200, priced around 300,000 yuan. Qin Chuan drove towards the Starbucks in the city center. Kyoto, the city center Starbucks. This was a shopping paradise where trendy men and women gathered, regardless of whether it was a weekday or weekend, dressed in the latest fashions. They flitted between various brand counters, laden with shopping bags. Qi Xian and her companions had already settled into a Starbucks located along the bustling street. Taking a moment to rest, Starbucks, a symbol of affordable luxury, had long been regarded by young people as a prime dating spot. Su Qian and her companions had been seated in Starbucks for quite some time, their phones filled with photographs amounting to several gigabytes. "Hey, Xiao Qian. I heard that today Xiao Yan is bringing her boyfriend?" inquired a strikingly beautiful girl with long, wavy hair, named Zhao Yu, who was also a close friend of Su Xiaoyan. "Yes, I extended a special invitation," Su Qian replied. "Do tell, which wealthy heir has captured her interest?" Given Xiao Yan's high standards, I am curious about the type of man she would choose as her partner. Su Qian scoffed lightly. "It's just her childhood friend." What on earth is she thinking, choosing a poor boy over so many affluent suitors?" Zhao Yu exclaimed. "The guy is decent looking, but he exudes an air of poverty." "No way, I refuse to believe that. Didn't someone mention that Su Xiaoyan arrived in a Lamborghini during orientation?" "Lamborghini? It must be another person, or he rented it. I saw that boy taking the bus and sprinting off when he got off, as if he were ashamed to be seen arriving at school on public transport. Ugh, what a disgusting loser. Xiaoyan must have been deceived." Su Qian chuckled dismissively. At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd. A sleek black G-Class led the way, followed by a BMW X5 and an Audi Q7, parking at the curb. From the G-Class emerged a stylishly dressed man, exuding an air of nobility. He was accompanied by the owners of the other luxury vehicles and strode directly towards Su Qian and Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's hands were clammy with nervousness. Wang Cheng specifically came to support me today, Su Qian announced proudly, rising to welcome him. Zhao Yu, trembling slightly, stood as well, her long, porcelain-like legs on full display. Wang Cheng glanced at Zhao Yu, acknowledging her presence. You're here too. Yes, Zhao Yu replied, her heart fluttering with joy that Wang Cheng, a top-tier wealthy heir, remembered her. Wang Cheng scanned the vicinity and inquired, is Su Xiaoyan not here yet? Xiaoyan mentioned she was caught in traffic and would arrive shortly. Huh, what traffic? I've never experienced traffic when driving my G-Class, he remarked. Just then, a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class came to a slow stop nearby. From the vehicle emerged a stunning girl, the renowned campus beauty, Su Xiaoyan. She clung to Qin Chuan's arm, approaching Su Qian and the others. Xiao Qian, happy birthday. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyan, Wang Cheng nearly drooled, yet his displeasure grew upon noticing Qin Chuan beside her. Su Deme, and who might this be? Wang Cheng feigned ignorance. My boyfriend, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, is it? And where do you find your fortune? You seem to be doing well. Driving a Mercedes at such a young age, Wang Cheng jested, his friends stifling laughter beside him. I'm a freshman at Kaida. That car isn't mine. It belongs to a friend, Qin Chuan replied coolly. Oh, borrowed is it? You startled me. I thought today's youth were quite bold, able to drive a Mercedes right off the bat. Su Qian seized the moment, interjecting, Qin Chuan, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Wang Cheng, a distinguished student from Yudian University, whose family runs a hotel business. The five-star hotel, MNTINX in the South Gate is part of his family's assets. This is Gu Xiao, whose family is involved in fashion, owning a garment factory in the South with annual sales reaching 40 to 50 million. And this is Qian Xiao, a local from Kyoto, who possesses 3 apartments in the Shiyuan community, each nearly 100 square meters, valued at 30,000 per square meter. Su Qian subtly laid out their backgrounds, unconsciously pressuring Qin Chuan, highlighting the disparity he faced against these affluent young heirs. His borrowed Mercedes C-Class paled in comparison. Qin Chuan, what business is your family in? Gu Xiao inquired next. My parents are ordinary workers at a clothing factory in Jiangning, Qin Chuan answered candidly. The 3 wealthy heirs smirked, their expressions tinged with disdain. What a lowly status. How could he possibly be with Su Xiaoyan? Su Qian urged, Qin Chuan, what would you like to drink? Order something. Matcha frappuccino, Su Xiaoyan replied. I don't particularly like coffee, Qin Chuan shook his head. Su Qian scoffed inwardly, thinking how stingy he was, unwilling to even order a drink at Starbucks. Don't worry, Qin Chuan, it's on me. Really, no need. Thank you, he continued to decline, faced with his stubbornness. She found it difficult to press further. Wang Cheng, seizing the opportunity, rushed to buy Su Xiaoyan a matcha frappuccino, tauntingly remarking, Xiaoyan, your boyfriend is quite thrifty. He won't even buy a cup of Starbucks. That's not it. Xiao Chuan genuinely can't drink coffee, Su Xiaoyan defended him. Wang Cheng's irritation flared. Damn it, he is still defending that poor guy. Su Qian, noticing Wang Cheng's jealousy, remarked, Xiaoyan, didn't we agree to meet at noon? Why did you arrive so late? Were you borrowing a car with Qin Chuan? Wang Cheng, pleased with Su Qian's insight, nodded approvingly. Oh, Qin Chuan, you really shouldn't have gone through the trouble of borrowing a car. Just have Xiaoyan call me, and I'll come pick you up. As he spoke, he pressed the key fob for the G-Class, causing its lights to flash twice. Su Xiaoyan set down her frappuccino, explaining, we want to buy a car, but after paying, we learned it wouldn't arrive for over 6 months. In a rush to get here, the salesperson lent us her car. Wang Qing chuckled, oh, buying a car? What model takes 6 months for delivery? A Honda Accord? A Toyota Highlander? Or perhaps the new Mercedes C-Class? A Ferrari, Qin Chuan replied calmly. Wang Qing thought he must have misheard. Did you just say Ferrari? Su Xiaoyan nodded, confirming, that's right, a Ferrari. A silence enveloped the group. Wang Cheng, Gu Xiao, and Qian Xiao's faces turned a shade of pale. Su Qian was initially taken aback, but as she looked at Qin Chuan, disbelief flooded her mind. Trying to probe, she asked, which model did you buy? Su Xiaoyan blinked her big eyes, turning to Qin Chuan. What was the model we looked at? La Ferrari. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. La Ferrari, La Ferrari, La Ferrari. Wang Cheng and his companions' faces shifted from ashen to crimson. They erupted into laughter, clutching their stomachs. Su Qian, perplexed by their sudden outburst, inquired, Wang Xiao, what is so funny? Wang Cheng, slapping his thigh, replied, I apologize, I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that Qin Chuan's joke is too amusing. I couldn't contain myself. Gu Xiao, trying to suppress his laughter, added, the La Ferrari starts at 25 million. Do you have any idea how much the total with options and taxes comes to? 50 million. A modest goal of $500 million. Qian Xiao chimed in. Buying a LaFerrari isn't something just anyone can do. It's a supercar, limited to 499 units worldwide. Buyers must be loyal customers of Ferrari, owning either 2 limited edition Ferraris or at least 5 Ferraris to qualify for purchase. Do you have 2 limited edition Ferraris? No, Qin Chuan replied candidly. Su Qian found it increasingly difficult to endure. Qin Chuan was excessively pretentious, weaving lies without a moment's hesitation. If you didn't buy it, how could you possibly acquire a LaFerrari? Wang Cheng relentlessly probed. I directly purchased 5 Ferraris on site, which granted me the privilege to buy a LaFerrari, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, as if acquiring 5 Ferraris and 1 LaFerrari were trivial matters. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They were utterly astonished that Qin Chuan would dare to utter such a claim. Laughter soon erupted, with remarks like, "Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard all year. My goodness, your imagination is remarkable. You should consider writing novels." 5 Ferraris and 1 LaFerrari would amount to nearly 100 million. Even the nation's beloved Wang Xiaozhang could not boast such extravagance. Su Xiaoyan was equally taken aback. Qin Chuan had never mentioned the additional Ferraris he had purchased. Zhao Yu, noticing this, sidled up to Su Xiaoyan and tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Xiaoyan, tell your boyfriend to stop. Wang and the others have seen the world. He won't fool them." Out of respect for Su Xiaoyan, Qin Chuan refrained from engaging in a debate with these individuals, knowing they would not cross paths again after today. Seeing Qin Chuan's silence, Wang Cheng produced a dark brown handbag from behind him. "Qian, happy birthday." Upon seeing the handbag, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It bore the emblem of Louis Vuitton, and she eagerly accepted it, unwrapping the contents. Inside lay a shoulder bag adorned with the brand's iconic monogram. "Wow, it's this year's new LV shoulder bag." Wang Cheng chuckled, "Just a little something. Only a bit over 20,000 yuan." "Wang, this is far too extravagant," Su Qian protested, though she was already donning the bag and snapping selfies. Wang Cheng cast a meaningful glance at Qin Chuan, inquiring, "Qin Chuan, since it's Qian's birthday, you can't possibly come empty-handed. What is your gift?" Chapter 22, A Birthday Gift? How about a Ferrari? Qin Chuan pondered briefly, realizing he had not prepared a gift in advance. However, having just purchased 5 Ferraris for the LaFerrari, he thought it only fitting to offer one. "I haven't prepared anything special, so I'll just gift a Ferrari." Su Qian was momentarily speechless. She could hardly believe Qin Chuan would suggest giving her a Ferrari and asked in disbelief, "Which Ferrari?" "There are the Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Spider, Ferrari F8, and the newly released Ferrari SUV, Purosang." "Su Qian, just tell me which one you prefer, and when the car arrives, I'll take you to pick it up," he continued. Though it may take about 6 months for the car to arrive, and nearly a year for the Purosang. At this proclamation, laughter erupted from Wang Cheng and the others, who clapped their hands in amusement. "Ha ha ha, gifting a Ferrari? Why not an atomic bomb instead?" They jeered. "I've seen some boastful claims, but this is on another level." "Qin Chuan, do you even know how much a Ferrari costs? The Roma you mentioned alone is nearly 3 million. Realizing the skepticism in their tone, Qin Chuan's temper flared. "Don't believe me? Let's visit the Ferrari Center, and you'll see." Su Qian's face shifted between hues, as if she felt mocked. She shot a furtive glare at Su Xiaoyan, suspecting she had incited her boyfriend to tease her, and retorted curtly, "Humph, a Ferrari is far too extravagant. I couldn't possibly accept it. You should keep it for yourself." Not wishing to let her friend's birthday celebration turn sour, Su Xiaoyan tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve, softly advising, "Xiao Chuan, let it go. Don't stoop to their level." With Su Xiaoyan's words, Qin Chuan suppressed his rising anger and refrained from further argument. Sensing the atmosphere had soured, Zhao Yu quickly attempted to lighten the mood, suggesting, "Since everyone is so cheerful, shall we change venues? Sitting in Starbucks is becoming quite tedious." Wang Cheng stood and declared, "The second half of the night has already been arranged. Let us head to MIXXX." Su Qian's eyes lit up. "Wang, are you referring to the top-tier nightclub MIXXX in Kyoto?" "Of course, no other club in Kyoto dares to claim that name. However, I've heard that MIXXX's expenses are significantly higher than other nightclubs. Even a small booth has a minimum charge of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. And today is a weekend." Wang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "How can other clubs compare to MIXXX? I've already reserved a booth for only 50,000 yuan. How could we let Qian's birthday be anything less than splendid?" Su Qian beamed with delight. MIXXX was indeed a venue for high society. She was already planning to clear her phone's memory to capture a year's worth of material that night. Wang Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Qin Chuan with a scoff, thinking to himself, "Damn, poor loser, why isn't he saying anything now? My alcohol expenses for the night would cover his family's living expenses for a year. What could he possibly contest with me? A Ferrari? Please." With that, the group set off for the MIXXX nightclub. Nestled in the eastern district of Kyoto, Mix stands as the largest nightclub in the city. Spanning 5,000 square meters, it boasts over 90 booths of varying sizes and 3 luxurious private rooms, all designed in a cyberpunk industrial style. The venue frequently hosts performances by world-renowned DJs and has garnered a reputation as a favorite among the elite, having once set a record for over 1 million in a single night. Since its opening last year, it has been perpetually packed, with a long queue of attractive individuals waiting to enter. When Qin Chuan and his companions arrived at MIXXX, it was peak hours. The line stretched around the corner, filled with leggy beauties and stockings. At the entrance, 2 to 3 dozen security personnel managed the crowd. As Wang Chung drove his G-Class, preparing to park at the entrance, a security guard approached, instructing, "Please park in the underground garage." Wang Chung frowned. "This is a G-Class." The guard smirked. "Sir, just take a look at the cars parked outside. Do you really think it's appropriate to park this next to them?" Wang Chung glanced at the entrance, where a McLaren Senna, Ferrari 458, and Porsche 918 Spider were lined up, each a coveted masterpiece and limited edition. His G-Class seemed laughably out of place. Embarrassed, he mumbled, "Why are there so many big shots here today? Where's the parking garage?" He headed toward the garage, followed by his companions in less impressive vehicles like the X5 and Q7, who silently trailed behind. Qin Chuan, driving a Mercedes C200, spotted an empty space at the entrance and attempted to park. Suddenly, a guard rushed over, shouting, "Stop, stop." Onlookers in line turned to snicker. "Another clueless fool. Doesn't he know the rules? Who does he think he is parking a C200 there?" They mocked. "My Audi A6L can only park on the street." I feel embarrassed for him. The guard, breathless, approached. "Do you not understand the rules? Park on the street. This space is available. Why can't I park here?" Qin Chuan questioned. "Open your eyes and take a look at the vehicles at the entrance. How dare you park your Mercedes C200 here? A parking space is meant for parking. Do you think there are distinctions among them?" The security guard, taken aback by such audacity, retorted, "You truly are a character. With such a thick skin, do you even know where you are? Mix. Its entrance is precisely where distinctions are made." Qin Chuan snorted disdainfully. "I must park here today. Summon your manager and inform him that Qin Chuan has arrived." The guard, hands on his hips, replied curtly, "Let me tell you, it won't matter who you call." Yet, moments later, he hesitated. "Qin Chuan, that name sounds familiar. Wait, during the meeting the day before yesterday, the supervisor mentioned that MIXXX has a new owner, and his name is indeed Qin Chuan." The guard's face paled, cold sweat soaking his back. He couldn't be certain if the man before him was the new owner, but the aura he exuded was undeniably that of an extraordinary individual. He quickly stepped back, pressing the intercom button. Manager. The general manager of MIXXX, Dai Jun, was in his office discussing driving skills with the Atmosphere Group when a series of calls interrupted him. Irritated, he exclaimed, "Damn it. Who asked the idiot hogging the channel? Is your mother dead, or has the sky fallen? Can't you show a little discretion?" The guard, trembling, replied, "Manager, a customer named Qin Chuan wants to see you." "See you, my foot. Do you think I'm part of the Atmosphere team? Just because a customer wants to see you means they can?" But then, Dai Jun suddenly realized something was off. He shoved the girl beside him aside and shouted into the intercom, "What did you say the customer's name is?" "Qin Chuan," the guard responded. Dai Jun stumbled, rushing out of the office. Chapter 23, The Confrontation. I am the owner of the premier nightclub. Dai Jun swiftly arrived at the entrance of MIXXX, scanning the surroundings. Among the queue, regular patrons recognized him and gasped, "Wow, look, it's the general manager of MIXXX. Are you talking about the one in the suit?" Indeed. As the manager of the largest nightclub in Kyoto, his presence is indeed extraordinary. Dai Jun spotted a security guard standing beside a small Mercedes. Adjusting his collar and tidying his disheveled hair, he hurried over. Dai Jun strained to see into the driver's seat and recognized the young, handsome man as the one from the dossier. A smile spread across his face. "Mr. Qin, I am Xiao Dai, the general manager of MIXXX. I apologize for not notifying you in advance of my inspection today." Qin Chuan scoffed. "Do I need to report to you? You certainly have a grand sense of authority." Hearing this, Dai Jun realized the big boss was upset on their first meeting. He glanced around and immediately reacted, kicking the guard in the rear. "You blind fool. This gentleman is the owner of MIXXX. Do I now qualify to park here?" Qin Chuan asked impatiently. "Yes, absolutely. Mr. Qin, this is a trivial matter. Allow me to assist you with parking." With that, Dai Jun respectfully opened the car door for Qin Chuan. The surrounding crowd was left astonished. Just moments ago, they had mocked him for not understanding the rules. And now the general manager of the largest nightclub in Kyoto was showing such deference to the owner of a modest Mercedes. What rules? He is the rule. After parking, Dai Jun trotted back to Qin Chuan. "Boss, your car is parked. I will arrange a private booth for you right away." Qin Chuan nodded, and Dai Jun hurried off to make arrangements. At that moment, Wang Chung and his entourage emerged from the parking garage. Wang Chung glanced at Qin Chuan standing at the entrance and approached with a cold smile. It seems that cars worth less than 500,000 aren't even allowed in the garage and must park by the roadside. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Qin Chuan pointed aside. Open your eyes and take a good look at where the car is parked. Following they saw a white Mercedes C200 parked in the prime spot at the entrance of MEXXX, surrounded by high-end supercars. Su Qian covered her face, feeling embarrassed. Oh dear. How can we park there? Don't you understand the rules? Wang Chung advised. I suggest you move your car quickly, or the security will have it towed. Just look at the supercars nearby. How dare you park here? Gu Xiao chimed in. Qin Chuan, Kyoto is not your small county where a mere Mercedes can impress. Do you know how much those divine cars next to you cost? If you scratch one, your family might have to sell their house. Zhao Yu stepped forward, grasping Su Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan, you must persuade Qin Chuan. Those cars look like they are worth millions. If anything happens, it will be disastrous. Su Xiaoyan, feeling a bit irked, had initially intended to endure the situation for Su Qian's birthday. However, the crowd's treatment of Qin Chuan was increasingly intolerable. She declared, those cars mean nothing to Xiao Chuan. We parked there because Xiao Chuan is the owner of MTXXX. You are underestimating him. What? Ha ha ha, Su Xiaoyan. You say your boyfriend is the owner of MXXX? Oh dear, I can't breathe from laughing. First, he bought a Ferrari, and now he is the owner of MXXX. Why don't you say he is the president of the United States? Su Qian said with evident displeasure. Xiaoyan, I know you're jealous because Wang Xiao gifted me an LV, but please be realistic and stop with the wild fantasies. At that moment, a salesperson emerged from the nightclub. Wang Chung immediately recognized him as Li Yuan, the salesperson he had been in contact with. He approached. Li Gu, has my booth been arranged? My friends are all here. Li Yuan glanced at Wang Chung and replied, today is too crowded. Your booth has been taken. What? Wang Chung fumed. I booked it 2 days in advance. How can it just be gone? Li Yuan lit a cigarette and replied curtly. The owner came in and ordered 100,000 worth of drinks. Do you think you can compete with that? Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's face turned green. Spending 100,000 in one night. What kind of a big shot is that? He felt pained at the mere thought of spending 50,000, let alone 100,000. He plastered on a smile and said, Li Gu, we've come all this way. You can't let me lose face, can you? I've contributed to your sales. After all, Li Yuan snorted. You think your monthly spending of 10,000 means anything? There's only bar seating left. Bar seating? Doesn't that mean sitting next to others? Wang Cheng's face displayed concern. Take it or leave it. There are plenty waiting outside to get in, Li Yuan said. Annoyed. Fine, I'll take it. Wang Cheng thought it over. Getting in was better than not getting in. Once inside, perhaps he could find someone he knew and share a table. With the presence of 3 beautiful women, surely someone would be willing to accommodate them. He returned to Su Qian and the others, looking troubled. Our booth has been taken by a big shot who ordered 200,000 worth of drinks, and that salesperson, Xiaoli, couldn't hold a seat for us. However, after much persuasion, I managed to secure a bar counter spot for us. Let us proceed inside. Upon hearing this, the others had nothing to retort. After all, the individual in question had just reserved 200,000 worth of liquor, a figure that rendered ordinary folk utterly unqualified to contest for seats. Just as Wang Chung and his group were about to enter the establishment, Su Xiaoyan inquired, is there no booth available? Perfect, we can head to Xiao Chuan's private room. Su Qian, visibly irritated, interjected, Xiaoyan, given the circumstances, spare us your boyfriend's boasting. Wang Chung responded, do you have any idea what the minimum consumption for Mix's private rooms is? It starts at a staggering 500,000. Moreover, such reservations are a rarity. Only high-profile business magnates and celebrities can secure them. Even the wealthy among us would find it impossible to book. At this moment, Zhao Yu also let go of Su Xiaoyan's hand, utterly astonished by her best friend's transformation since entering a relationship. She had become so biased towards her boyfriend, indulging in fabrications. Unable to contain herself any longer, she remarked, Xiaoyan, must you emulate Qin Chuan's boastful ways? No matter how admirable he may seem, he remains an ordinary man. No amount of fantasizing will turn him into a wealthy individual. If you truly desire a boyfriend of affluence, you could easily find another. Take, for instance, the one recently rumored at school, driving a limited edition Lamborghini. Were Qin Chuan to be swapped for him, we would believe anything you said. Listening to the words of those around her, Su Xiaoyan felt a mix of amusement and frustration, ready to counter their claims. Just then, Dai Jun, the general manager of MIXXX, rushed out towards their direction. Wang Chung recognized him immediately. Dai Jun approached Qin Chuan with a respectful demeanor, stating, Boss, the 001 private room has been prepared. You may bring your friends in. The atmosphere instantly shifted, with Wang Cheng and Su Qian's expressions morphing in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. What was happening? Dai Jun referred to Qin Chuan as boss. Was he the owner of MIXXX? Could it be that Qin Chuan truly owned this nightclub? The group was left in a state of shock, struggling to process this revelation. Dai Jun, wearing a fawning smile, led them to the elevated 001 private room. Inside, the room featured an expansive glass wall, providing a breathtaking view of the entire MIXXX nightclub. Directly facing the DJ booth, those below had to gaze upward to catch a glimpse of the room's ambience, making it both intimate and vibrant. Qian Xiao and Gu Xiao, upon entering the room, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. For individuals of their modest wealth, the expenditure for this evening could very well deplete their entire fortunes. Reflecting on their previous remarks about Qin Chuan, they felt utterly disheartened, their confidence and disdain for him evaporating. They could only timidly perch in a corner, legs crossed in discomfort. Su Qian and Zhao Yu, upon stepping into the private room, were left speechless. Despite frequent visits to MIXXX, they had never ascended to the second-floor private rooms. With their modest looks rated at 7 out of 10, none of the affluent young heirs would have taken notice of them. Women permitted upstairs typically boasted no less than an 8 in attractiveness. Su Qian, now filled with regret, wished she could slap herself for her earlier actions, having sided with Wang Cheng to provoke Qin Chuan. All for a mere LV handbag. Qin Chuan had offered a Ferrari instead. As she pondered, she seized the opportunity while Su Xiaoyan was momentarily absent and sidled up to Qin Chuan, saying, Qin Xiao, about the Ferrari you mentioned, I can wait 6 months. Too late, Qin Chuan replied coldly. Su Qian, unfazed by his icy demeanor, began to flirt in rhythm with the pulsating music and dim lights. She attempted to grasp Qin Chuan's hand, drawing him closer. Qin Xiao, it was all Wang Cheng's fault for leading me to misunderstand you. To express my apologies, I am at your disposal. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. As long as you are willing to forgive. Qin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the overtly flirtatious Su Qian and retorted sharply, get lost. Anywhere you wish, I'll comply. Su Qian insisted. The onlookers were treated to the sight of the once haughty Su Qian rolling on the floor, laughing in a desperate attempt to curry favor with Qin Chuan, a stark contrast to her previous contempt and mockery of him. Qin Chuan had never encountered someone so shameless. He had come here to secure a private room for Su Xiaoyan's sake, yet he felt no need to mingle with this group. Wang Cheng, feeling irked, took several sips of Louis XIII and soon became intoxicated. Witnessing Su Qian's flirtations with Qin Chuan, he felt a surge of irritation. How could a man so brazenly disregard him, the heir to a 5-star hotel? He raised his glass, bellowing, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan shot him a cold sidelong glance. What are you shouting about? Do you have something to say? Damn it, you're just a nobody from a county town. You think being the owner of MIXXX intimidates me? They may fear you, but I certainly do not. In my eyes, you are nothing. This is Kyoto, not your little Jiangning County. Just a nightclub owner, and you act so high and mighty? My family's 5-star hotel is valued at 100 million. Your meager assets are akin to child's play in comparison. With that, Wang Cheng pulled Su Qian closer, declaring, isn't that right? It's just a Ferrari. If you serve me well tonight, I'll buy you one. Su Qian, suddenly enlightened, realized the folly of her previous beliefs. Indeed, no matter how impressive Qin Chuan might seem, he was merely a nightclub owner, while Wang Cheng was the true wealthy heir, the prince of a 5-star hotel. She stood up and pointed at Qin Chuan, exclaiming, damn, I almost fell for your ruse. A mere nightclub owner dares to challenge Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, satisfied with Su Qian's newfound attitude, continued boasting. He raised his glass and stood atop the sofa, proclaiming, at this point, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. My family's 5-star hotel is on the verge of forging a strategic partnership with an international brand, set to be rebranded within their group. Once that happens, our hotel will transform into an ultra-luxury international brand, worth 5 times its current value. Qian Xiao and Gu Xiao perked up at this insider information, hearing it for the first time. Wang Xiao, which group are you partnering with? Wang Xiao, if the value increases 5-fold, won't your wealth surpass 500 million? Wang Cheng laughed heartily. Qin Chuan, once the partnership with the Hilton Group is finalized, I'll open an even grander and more luxurious nightclub right beside yours, poaching all your patrons and driving you to ruin. The Hilton Group? Su Qian was bewildered. Collaborating with the Hilton Group was akin to grasping a mountain of gold. At that moment, she disregarded Wang Cheng's brutish nature, nestling closer to him. Wang Xiao, I'm yours from now on. Whatever posture you desire, I shall oblige. Wang Cheng grasped Su Qian's chin. You little minx, truly shameless. Wang. The mention of the Hilton Group caused Qin Chuan to furrow his brow as he took out his phone. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's reaction, Wang Cheng felt an even greater sense of triumph. You ignorant bumpkin, are you unaware of the Xiardan Group? Resorting to Baidu on your phone? That is a Fortune 500 enterprise, boasting an annual revenue of over 100 billion US dollars. A brand that attracts the wealthy like moths to a flame. A representation of luxury where even the most basic rooms start at 4 figures. If you are frightened, then let Su Xiaoyan accompany me for an evening. I might consider refraining from targeting your MXXX. Wang Cheng failed to notice Qin Chuan's plea for mercy, instead observing him as he dialed a number. Hello, Xiaoying. Is the group currently negotiating to acquire a hotel called Starry Sky? On the other end, Xiaoying was taken aback. The esteemed boss typically shunned inquiries about the group's affairs, so why was he calling today? However, adhering to her professional ethics, she replied, yes, boss. The group is in talks to acquire a local hotel in Kyoto due to its favorable location. Before she could finish, Qin Chuan interrupted, halt the project, cease the acquisition, and spread the word throughout the industry. Any company that intends to acquire Starry Sky is opposing us at Xiardan Group, and I will not hesitate to target them in the secondary market. Xia Ying was momentarily stunned, but the acquisition project requires your signature. Am I the boss, or are you? Qin Chuan barked. Yes, came Xia Ying's timid response from the other end of the line. After hanging up, Qin Chuan regarded Wang Cheng with the same disdain one might reserve for a clown. In Chapter 25, he acquired shares in a media company that housed a national goddess. Wang Cheng, in a fit of rage, smashed his wine glass and scoffed. Qin Chuan, even now, you still pretend to be impressive. Mere moments later, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw the caller ID, his father, Wang Mingquan, the person he feared most in this world. Without hesitation, he answered, Dad. On the other end, Wang Mingquan's voice was hoarse with fury. You ungrateful wretch. Who have you offended? What trouble have you stirred up? Now, the Xiardan Group has completely terminated its cooperation with our family, and all previous verbal agreements are null and void. Do you even understand the state of our family's debts? If this deal collapses, we'll all be on the roof. Wang Mingquan continued his tirade, mercilessly berating his son. After a while, it seemed Wang Mingquan received another piece of news. He fell silent for a moment before speaking with despair. It's over. It's over. The Xiardan Group has publicly declared they will blacklist our Wang family. No one will dare to cooperate with us again. Our family is finished. As Wang Cheng absorbed his father's words, his complexion drained of color, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Suddenly, he felt weak all over. The phone slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. Collapsing to his knees, he crawled toward Qin Chuan. Who exactly are you? Why are you doing this to our Wang family? Qin Chuan kicked Wang Cheng aside and looked down at him. I am the new owner of the Xiardan Group. From the very beginning, I offered you opportunities. Yet you failed to seize them, repeatedly provoking me. Just a second-generation heir of a 5-star hotel, barking orders at me all day. Has your father not taught you that the waters in Jiangning run deep? I was wrong. I apologize. It's my fault. I beg you, spare our Wang family, please. Wang Cheng knelt, knocking his head against the ground like a hammer. He looked up once more at Qin Chuan, whose youthful, fair, and handsome visage now appeared more terrifying than any demon, suffocating him with dread. In just 2 sentences, his family's fate was sealed, doomed to never rise again. Qin Chuan glanced around the room. Today, I am showing Xiaoyan some leniency. Otherwise, from the very first word you uttered, each of your families would suffer the same fate as the Wang family. Gu Xiao, feeling small and cornered, trembled uncontrollably. Su Qian, paralyzed by fear, was drenched in cold sweat. She had repeatedly mocked Qin Chuan, and compared to Wang Cheng, she was even more audacious. Suddenly a hot, foul liquid streamed down from the roots of her black stockings. Su Qian frantically tugged at her skirt, attempting to conceal her disgrace. Qin Chuan turned to leave the booth, saying, I'm leaving you all to entertain yourselves. Anyone who dares to gossip in front of Xiaoyan will find their entire family buried alongside yours. With that, he exited the booth. At the MXXX nightclub, outside the second-floor booth, a notification appeared. Congratulations to the challenger. Side quest completed, no longer able to endure. Quest reward, acquired 50 shares in Jiahong Media. Qin Chuan gazed at the prompt in astonishment. Jiahong Media? ISNT that the company founded by Boss Yang? If I recall correctly, he only held a 19% stake. Now that I possess 50, am I not the majority shareholder? He paused. Wait, didn't He Ba also work at this company? Resolving to visit the company when he had the chance, he closed the notification window. However, the system did not exit as before, but instead transitioned to a new page. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 4 peak. Medical knowledge, level 1 peak. Qin Chuan noted that many sections of this page were blank, with only his martial arts and medical knowledge illuminated. He focused his thoughts, closing the system interface. His vision returned to normal, and clarity enveloped him. Why is Xiaoyan taking so long in the restroom? He wondered, scanning for directions. Just as he prepared to descend to the first floor, he encountered Su Xiaoyan, hurrying back. Xiaochuan, why are you out here? Seeing the unusual expression on Su Xiaoyan's face, Qin Chuan asked warily, Sister Xiaoyan, what's wrong? You seem unwell. Su Xiaoyan hesitated before replying, it's nothing. I'm a bit tired. Let us leave. Nodding. She too disliked the raucous atmosphere. The two clasped hands and made their way outside. On the first floor of MIXXX, at the largest booth, a middle-aged man with a prominent boy logo on his shirt, sporting a rotund figure, plopped onto the sofa and gulped down a beer, muttering angrily, damn it. I just saw a woman with stunning looks, incredibly pure. How many decent women come to nightclubs? I just wanted to invite her to the booth and see if I could take her home tonight. Yet, the moment I put my arm around her shoulder, she slapped me. Boss Chun, who had the audacity to slap you? Describe her. I'll check it out, chimed in a provocatively dressed escort seated nearby. She was wearing a vintage white linen top adorned with yellow daisies at the neck and cuffs, paired with a knee-length black skirt. Boss Chun animatedly recounted. Is it her? The man in the main seat pointed towards the entrance. Yes, that's her. Boss Chun exclaimed. She pretends to be pure in front of me. Yet she has already been taken away by another man. The man in the main seat gestured for a bodyguard to approach. Abayo, take some people and bring that woman to Boss Chun, he instructed. Understood, boss, Abayo nodded, gathering 3 others before striding out. Boss Chun, both astonished and elated, quickly lifted his drink, inching closer. Brother Hao, isn't that a bit risky? After all, we are in Kyoto. The man in the main seat glanced at Boss Chun with disdain. With Zhang Tianhao around, what is there to fear? Or do you look down on me, Zhang Tianhao? Boss Chun was drenched in cold sweat after being gazed at by Zhang Tianhao, hastily downing the contents of his glass. The man before him, Zhang Tianhao, was a formidable figure hailing from the outskirts of Kyoto and the region of Jizhou. A dual-sector titan, he served as the chairman of a financial company, boasting a fortune in the millions and employing over 100 individuals. Once, a director in Jizhou had attempted to investigate his financial enterprise, only to lose his position within a matter of days. Subsequently, it became apparent to all that the power supporting Zhang was immensely formidable. Beside Zhang, a female companion named Ying smiled and remarked to Boss Chun, though Brother Hao's business focuses on Jizhou, his influence extends far and wide. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Boss Chun nodded in agreement, saying, with Brother Hao here, I have nothing to be concerned about. As for the development of the village's mine, let us split the profits evenly. At this, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Zhang Tianhao's face. Chapter 26. Is this the prowess of a level 4 warrior? Fighting a level 2 feels akin to battling a child. In Kyoto, outside MXXX, Qin Chuan held Su Xiaoyan's hand as they exited the nightclub and approached a white Mercedes-Benz C200. After they settled into the vehicle, Qin Chuan ignited the engine and was about to shift gears when 4 stern-looking men in suits appeared before the car. Su Xiaoyan trembled in fear, whispering, Xiao Chuan, could they be sent by that person? That person? Qin Chuan asked, puzzled. Su Xiaoyan then recounted the events that had transpired at the restroom entrance. Xiao Chuan, we should call the police, she urged, her voice quivering. The 4 men, each nearly 6 feet tall and heavily muscled, loomed threateningly. Qin Chuan gently brushed his fingers against Su Xiaoyan's forehead, reassuring her, don't worry, Xiaoyan. I've got this. I'll go see what is happening. Su Xiaoyan gripped his arm, shaking her head. It's too dangerous, Xiao Chuan. There's no need to fret. Moreover, we're outside my own nightclub. The staff will support me, he declared. Stepping out of the car, he confronted the 4 men, asking, what do you want? Upon seeing a man emerge from the vehicle, Biao coldly replied, Brother Hao wishes to invite this lovely lady for a drink. She must accompany us. Brother Hao? Which Brother Hao? Qin Chuan retorted. In Jizhou, Zhang Tianhao. A figure you cannot afford to cross. Qin Chuan sneered. What kind of ant dares to call itself a big shot? Biao's lips twitched as he exchanged glances with his companions. The 3 men surged forward, intent on subduing Qin Chuan by force. Yet, before they could even reach him, Qin Chuan executed a swift whip kick, sending one crashing to the ground. The remaining 2 stood frozen in shock. Following that, 2 more whip kicks landed, and they too collapsed, unconscious. In a mere 3 strikes, 3 towering men lay incapacitated. Biao was taken aback. Who are you? A martial artist? He hadn't anticipated encountering a practitioner of martial arts here and began to regard Qin Chuan with newfound respect. Who am I? Qin Chuan tilted his head, responding, I am someone you cannot provoke. This declaration ignited Biao's fury. You are too arrogant. Do you think that being a novice in martial arts makes you invincible? Today, you are unfortunate enough to cross paths with me. I will show you that there are greater powers beyond your comprehension. With that, Biao summoned his internal martial energy. Channeling it through his body, he transformed from an ordinary fighter into a formidable martial artist. Biao was Zhang Tianhao's #1 enforcer. a man plucked from the military dungeons of the Golden Triangle. With a fierce temper, he had single-handedly taken down an armed squad in the past. It had taken a whole platoon to finally capture him. Over the past decade, he had fought tirelessly for Zhang Tianhao, earning his place through countless battles. As Biao unleashed his martial prowess, an intangible aura emanated from him, causing even the mosquitoes in the vicinity to veer away in fear. You are young, and judging by your technique, you are at most a peak level 1 martial artist. While to ordinary folks, a peak level 1 might seem godlike, to martial practitioners, it's merely the beginning. I, however, am a peak level 2 martial artist. We are separated by an entire rank. With that, Biao launched himself forward, delivering a punch with incredible speed, the wind howling in its wake. A single blow from him could shatter ribs. Inside the car, Su Xiaoyan gasped, "Xiao Chuan, dodge." Meanwhile, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. He placed his left hand behind his back and with his right hand, palm open, received Biao's punch. Biao's expression turned ashen. His punch, capable of puncturing a steel door, was effortlessly caught by the youth before him. In that instant, Biao felt as though his iron fist had struck a 100-ton steel plate. Pain coursed through his hand, hinting at potential fractures. He hastily withdrew his hand, astonished. "Are you also a level 2 martial artist?" Biao scrutinized the young man before him anew. How could someone so young possibly be a level 2 warrior? He realized he must exert all his strength. His previous punch had been restrained, but this time, he channeled all his martial energy into his right fist. Although he couldn't discern which tier of level 2 his opponent belonged to, he could no longer afford to underestimate him. Biao propelled himself toward Qin Chuan, executing a strike that stirred the leaves on the ground. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, recognizing the seriousness of Biao's attack. With that in mind, he could no longer afford to hold back. Qin Chuan swiftly lifted his knee and unleashed a flying kick, sending Biao soaring through the air. The blow propelled him 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a substantial dent in the concrete. Is this the power of a peak level 4? This was Qin Chuan's first time engaging in combat using his martial prowess, and he found it challenging to accurately assess his true strength. Biao tasted blood in his mouth, incredulously staring at the young man. You're not a level 2? You're deceiving me. Qin Chuan approached him, looking down with an air of indifference. When did I ever claim to be a level 2? Biao's eyes reddened with fury as he gazed desperately at Qin Chuan. The disparity between them was as vast as the sky and the earth. For Qin Chuan, ending Biao's life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Stop! A voice thundered from a distance. A middle-aged man approached. It was Zhang Tianhao. Having noticed his subordinate's prolonged absence from the nightclub, he had come to investigate, only to find his most trusted enforcer sprawled on the ground. "Young man, where do you hail from?" Zhang Tianhao inquired, his demeanor calm. Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance and replied, "You are not worthy of knowing." Zhang Tianhao paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Young man, it seems you are quite formidable. However, in today's society, what use is strength? I have encountered those stronger than you, yet they ultimately met their downfall. No matter how powerful one may be, with a single phone call, they could find themselves behind bars by tomorrow." In the world of business at Zhang Tianhao's level, it was impossible to operate without the backing of influential figures. The realm of martial arts is not solely about fighting. It is also about human connections and the complexities of society. He exerted himself to employ the language of authority, threatening Qin Chuan. Now you know fear, do you? I hold the utmost disdain for you martial brutes, who only know how to throw punches and kicks, devoid of any intellectual acumen. Let me make this abundantly clear. You have offended someone beyond your capacity to confront. If you bow and apologize now, and allow your girl to entertain me for 7 days and nights, I might consider sparing you." Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. If he did not eliminate Zhang Tianhao, it was likely that Xiao Yin would encounter troubles in the near future. However, resolving the matter now could render the situation exceedingly complicated. Just as he contemplated his next move, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Chapter 27. Lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Furrowing his brow, Qin Chuan retrieved his phone, glancing at the caller ID. Xiao Chen. Upon seeing the name, confusion washed over him as he pondered who this person might be. He soon remembered that Xiao Chen was apparently a bodyguard for Kung Fu. After a moment's reflection, he decided to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Qin?" Xiao Chen's voice emanated from the other end, laced with utmost respect. "The old gentleman has been coughing quite severely today, and the young lady asked me to inquire if you might spare a moment to visit." Qin Chuan paused briefly before responding. "I am presently entangled in a minor predicament and may not be able to come over right away." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly asked, "Mr. Qin, what troubles do you face? Might you share with me? The old gentleman has mentioned that you have rendered favors to the Kong family. So your affairs are indeed the Kong family's affairs." Though I am merely a security guard for the old gentleman, I can certainly assist with minor issues. Contemplating for a moment, Qin Chuan explained, at the entrance of MJXXX, there is a man named Brother Hao, who insists that my girlfriend must accompany him for 7 days and nights, or he will take my life. Xiao Qin's expression grew tense at this revelation. Brother Hao? I have never heard of such an individual in Kyoto. The sound of an engine starting could be heard on the line. Mr. Qin, please hold on. At the entrance of MIXXX? I will arrive in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Zhang Tianhao stood nearby, observing as Qin Chuan completed the call without any intent to intervene. Damn it, he thought. What kind of influence could a young man driving a Mercedes C-Class possibly wield? Even if you gather 100 allies, it will be futile. Let me tell you, kid, you have kicked against an iron plate today. As long as your woman is not completely ruined by me, this matter cannot be brushed aside. A Biao lay on the ground, baring his teeth. So what if your martial prowess surpasses mine? In the face of absolute power, you are but a mere speck. Once Brother Hao finishes with your woman, I will not spare her either. I intend to bind you to a chair and watch. Qin Chuan gazed down at the prostrate Biao, tempted to deliver another kick. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the understanding of how to control his peak 4th-level martial prowess. Another kick would certainly ensure a Biao would not see the light of day again. Instead, Qin Chuan lifted his foot and stepped onto a Biao's mouth, instantly shattering his teeth, which filled his mouth with fragments. A Biao let out muffled cries of pain, rendered unable to utter another word. Witnessing a Biao's predicament, Zhang Tianhao seethed, "You will pay for this, kid. Just wait." With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Is this Team Lu? This is Tianhao. I am in Kyoto for business, but someone is threatening me and has injured my subordinate. 10 minutes? All right, thank you, Team Lu. I will be waiting for you at the entrance of MIXXX. With that, Zhang Tianhao ended the call. Let me inform you, kid, your fate is sealed. Your life is finished. In less than 10 minutes, 2 cars, one black and one white, pulled up. It was a vehicle from the Public Security Bureau, and a plainclothes officer disembarked. He straightened his posture upon seeing Zhang Tianhao and sauntered over. Zhang Tianhao promptly approached, producing a cigarette and offering it. Team Lu, I sincerely apologize for troubling you. Team Lu's demeanor was haughty, his gaze filled with disdain and arrogance as he accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips while Zhang Tianhao hurriedly ignited it. Zhang, have you not reformed your ways? Why are you still causing trouble? Not only that, but you have brought it to Kyoto. Team Lu's tone dripped with displeasure, an assertion of authority over those beneath him. Zhang Tianhao feigned humility. Team Lu, what do you mean? I came to Kyoto for business, and unexpectedly encountered this little brat who harmed my subordinate. Team Lu furrowed his brow, surveying the scene. Spotting 4 burly men sprawled on the ground, he inquired in astonishment. How many people are involved? 1, Zhang Tianhao replied. 1. Team Lu's surprise deepened. Zhang Tianhao pointed at Qin Chuan, a few steps away. It's him. Team Lu. Inflicting injury with intent is tantamount to premeditated murder. He attempted murder and deserves a severe sentence. Team Lu discreetly scrutinized Qin Chuan and the vehicle behind him. Noting that the license plate bore no special numbers and that Qin Chuan's face was unfamiliar, he felt a weight lift from his chest. Observing that Qin Chuan remained stationary, showing no inclination to act rashly, he addressed him. What is your name? Why did you inflict injury? Qin Chuan. I acted because they were insulting and harassing my girlfriend. Team Lu pointed at the 4 men on the ground. Regardless of the reason, did you strike them? Qin Chuan smirked. Is there a fault in self-defense? Impudent. What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Answer whether you did or did not. Qin Chuan understood that the other party was clearly trying to trap him. If he replied in the affirmative, it would play right into their hands, suggesting he was in cahoots with Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao, witnessing Qin Chuan being momentarily silenced by Team Lu's words, couldn't help but feel triumphant. Kid, what if we are allies? I already told you that you cannot compete with me. I can dictate whether you live or die. Team Lu declared. You are now refusing to cooperate with our investigation at the Public Security Bureau. Are you aware that this could lead to additional charges? The atmosphere grew tense, both parties on the brink of confrontation. Team Lu prepared to signal his team to apprehend Qin Chuan. Suddenly, a black Audi A6 roared into view, halting between the two parties. A stout man, sporting a buzz cut and clad in camouflage attire, descended from the vehicle. It was none other than Xiao Chun, the individual who had just spoken with Qin Chuan. He stepped out, quickly assessing the situation, then approached Qin Chuan. I apologize for my tardiness, Mr. Qin. Are you unharmed? Qin Chuan nodded. I am fine. Seeing that Qin Chuan was unharmed, Xiao Chun suddenly turned to face Zhang Tianhao and Team Lu. Upon spotting the Audi's license plate, Team Lu's expression faltered. Xiao Chun recognized Team Lu and noted his proximity to Zhang Tianhao, instantly grasping the situation. Lu Chang, what are you doing here? He bellowed. Lu Chang stiffened, standing to attention. Chen Guai, I am investigating a case. What case? This Mr. Zhang claims that someone assaulted him. Xiao Chen stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap that sent Lu Chang stumbling. Stop spewing nonsense. You think I don't know who Zhang Tianhao is? Let me inform you. This Mr. Qin is a friend of the old gentleman and a distinguished guest of the Kong family. Lu Chang's countenance transformed into one of disbelief as he gazed at Qin Chuan. He is a friend of the old gentleman? A distinguished guest of the Kong family? In Lu Chang's mind, the elder of the Kong family was already in his 80s. His friends were invariably of advanced age, holding high positions, and possessing remarkable influence. The young man before him appeared to be merely in his 20s. How could he possibly be a friend of the elder? What? Do you not believe my words? Today, the elder hosted a banquet and personally dispatched me to escort Mr. Qin to his residence as a guest. Lu Chang suddenly understood why this A6 luxury vehicle had appeared here. It was allocated to the elder by the state as a reward for his contributions to national defense. Such a vehicle is rarely seen in public, and when it does, it is invariably to receive exceptionally important guests. Turning respectfully to Mr. Qin, Xiao Chen inquired about how to handle the situation. At this moment, Qin Chuan discerned the unique stature of Kung Fu. Given this, he felt no need to intervene personally. I do not wish to see him outside again, Qin Chuan stated with an impassive expression. Chapter 28. Thorough investigation, life imprisonment as a starting point. Upon completing a new task, rewards were earned and skills upgraded. Xiao Chen's piercing gaze fixed on Lu Chang as he said, You must provide Mr. Qin with an explanation regarding today's events. Otherwise, if the elder were to become enraged, your life would be irrevocably altered. A shiver ran through Lu Chang as he quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Understood, he replied earnestly. I will return immediately to report, establish a special task force, and rigorously investigate all of Zhang Tianhao's unlawful activities, dealing with him severely and decisively. Nearby, Zhang Tianhao's scalp prickled with dread. What was happening? How had the reinforcements he called upon turned into those seeking to apprehend him? Team leader Lu, he began, but was abruptly silenced as a silver bracelet flew toward him, binding him securely. Zhang Tianhao, you are now suspected of involvement in multiple assault cases. We hope you will not resist and will cooperate with our investigation. Zhang Tianhao felt as though the ground had fallen away beneath him. He had merely come to enjoy a drink and flirt. How had his past come back to haunt him? Who on earth was that young man? His legs buckled, and he sank to his knees, repeatedly bowing to Qin Chuan. Brother Qin, Mr. Qin, I was blind to your greatness. I was foolish and drunk, and in my inebriation, I failed to recognize who you are. I should not have offended you. I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. I will leave Kyoto at once and never return. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, no longer regarding Zhang Tianhao, and addressed Lu Chang. With his criminal record, can he be sentenced to life? Team leader Lu was taken aback. This young man was indeed ruthless. He quickly responded, I will thoroughly investigate and leave no stone unturned. Based on my knowledge of Zhang Tianhao, a life sentence is the least he can expect. Qin Chuan nodded approvingly. At that time, I shall send a flag of honor. Hearing this, Zhang Tianhao felt darkness envelop him and fainted, subsequently being escorted away by Lu Chang. Mr. Qin, the matter has been resolved. Please accompany me. Grateful for Xiao Chen's resolution of the trouble, Qin Chuan felt it inappropriate to decline. After reassuring Su Xiaoyan, he summoned a chauffeur to drive her back to the financial university while he took Xiao Chen's car to the Kong residence. Su Xiaoyan, an understanding and cultured young woman, recognized Xiao Chen's significant influence in assisting Qin Chuan with the crisis. She believed it prudent for men to handle affairs without women burdening them. Thus, she embraced Qin Chuan tightly for half a minute before departing. As Qin Chuan settled into the A6, heading toward the northern outskirts of the city, a system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, Challenger. Completed side quest, eradicate evil and injustice. Quest reward, 100 experience points in medical skills. Promotion to level 2 in medical proficiency. As the reward notification faded, a character attribute panel appeared. Character attributes, Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 4 pinnacle. Medical skills, level 2 proficiency. Had his medical skills truly advanced to level 2? After dismissing the system notification, Qin Chuan felt as though his mind had been forcibly filled with a vast reservoir of medical knowledge, accompanied by numerous clinical experiences and techniques. Most significantly, his understanding of the essence of life had deepened further. Feeling utterly exhausted after assimilating all the information, Qin Chuan reclined in the back seat of the A6, taking shallow breaths. The vehicle, albeit somewhat dated, evident from its vintage headlights and central CD player, boasted pristine leather seats and a well-maintained suede ceiling, suggesting that it had been seldom used and meticulously cared for. Xiao Chun, driving, glanced at Qin Chuan through the rearview mirror. Mr. Qin, I presume you are quite curious about the elder's identity? Indeed, this is no ordinary vehicle. Prior to boarding, Qin Chuan had noticed the military license plate and the pass affixed to the windshield, which had already revealed the vehicle's true value to him. Xiao Chen nodded, deeming it prudent to inform Qin Chuan about the elder's background. The elder served in the military during his youth, participating in countless battles, safeguarding the southern borders, and achieving remarkable feats. He is one of the 8 war gods of Huaxia. The mention of the 8 war gods of Huaxia stirred something within Qin Chuan. This title, once revered, had gradually faded from memory in today's peaceful era. Yet, decades ago, it represented the guardian spirits in the hearts of countless Huaxia people. Gazing at the serene flow of traffic outside, Qin Chuan resolved to ensure that this war god, who had made significant contributions to Huaxia, would be healed. The vehicle traversed the third ring road, moving out of the city center, passing through lush forests and lakes, before halting before a grand entrance adorned with green tiles and blue bricks, surrounded by tall, imposing walls. Mr. Qin, this is the Senior Rehabilitation Center of the Northern War Zone, where retired senior military officers reside. The elder, no. Here he should be referred to as the Old Commander, also resides within. With that, Xiao Chun led Qin Chuan out of the car and toward an electric sightseeing vehicle. Mr. Qin, the residents of this rehabilitation center are all esteemed figures who have fought for the nation. As they are of advanced age, to avoid disturbing their rest, we must switch to the electric vehicle upon entering the premises. Xiao Chun expertly started the vehicle, and Qin Chuan felt no objection. He held the utmost respect for these veterans of the nation. The electric vehicle glided along a tranquil path, with elderly residents and white-clad caregivers passing by. Each elder bore a tale of legend, their spirits still vibrant despite their years. Not far ahead, Xiao Chen spotted another electric vehicle making its way toward the residence of the old commander. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the occupants. The young lady has arrived. The young lady? Qin Chuan inquired, puzzled. Xiao Chun hurriedly clarified. The young lady refers to the old commander's daughter. He has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Kong Xiang, has followed in his father's footsteps to serve the nation, guarding the southern borders. The second daughter, Kong Ming, is a workaholic who remains unmarried and is currently employed at the Kyoto television station. As for the youngest son, Xiao Chen hesitated before continuing. The youngest son often exploits the family's connections to misbehave. In Kyoto, Jizhou, and Jiangning, he has made a name for himself, albeit not on par with his elder siblings. Qin Chuan nodded, as he was not overly concerned with the affairs of others' families. His primary purpose for being here was to honor his promise to Kung Fu and save his life. Xiao Chen drove swiftly, soon arriving at a villa where they parked beside the entrance. Exiting the vehicle, he respectfully greeted the woman in the adjacent car, young lady. In the car sat Kong Ming, who appeared to be around 30 years of age, impeccably maintained. Her fair complexion bore not a single wrinkle, making her resemble a woman in her 20s. With a refined and elegant makeup, complemented by a well-tailored women's suit, she exuded an aura of competence. A sidelong glance at Xiao Chun revealed the presence of Qin Chuan in the car, prompting her to inquire in a stern tone, "Who is he?" "This is Mr. Qin. Here to treat the old chief," Xiao Chun replied. "Oh, which hospital does he come from?" Xiao Chun hesitated, at a loss for an answer. Qin Chuan calmly interjected, "I am not a doctor. I am a first-year student at the University of Finance." Upon hearing his self-introduction, Kong Ming's previously indifferent expression shifted to one of anger. "Xiao Chun, what nonsense is this? Who did you bring to treat my father?" Chapter 29, Seeking Attention, Drawing the Kong Family's Notice. Kong Ming grew up in an influential family, surrounded by the nation's elite. Naturally, she exuded an air of superiority. Her single query caused even the battle-hardened Xiao Chun to feel a pang of anxiety. Yet, bound by the old chief's orders, Xiao Chun could not defy them. "Miss, this is the old chief's wish. My father is elderly and occasionally confused. Are you, someone close to him, also muddled?" A couple of coughs interrupted Kong Ming's admonition. From within the villa's entrance emerged a young and beautiful girl, supporting an elderly man who appeared frail and decrepit. The girl, Fang Qiong, donned a white sports outfit that accentuated her vitality. Her slightly loose attire was snugly fitted by her proud figure. The elder, Kung Fu, was clad in a dark blue satin training suit, giving him an ethereal presence. "Xiaoming, are you behind my back calling me confused?" Kung Fu inquired with authority. Kong Ming was startled and quickly bowed, approaching him. "Dad, I've told you before, you must trust in science and believe in doctors." "Xiaoming, I am not at the stage of dementia. I know right from wrong," Kung Fu sighed. Kong Ming shook her head in exasperation. Every time they discussed his health, he would deflect with such remarks. Today, while attending a meeting, she received a call from Fang Qiong, who informed her of her father's unusual condition. She promptly left the meeting and hurried home. "Dad, it's no use discussing this further. I've invited Dr. Wang from the Second Hospital of Kyoto to our home. He is a world-renowned internal medicine expert, having saved countless lives. With him treating you, your ailment will surely be cured. With that, Kong Ming assisted her father back inside the house, stepping aside to make way for Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, thank you for your assistance. Dr. Wang nodded and began preparing his equipment. Kong Ming earnestly introduced him to Kong Fu. Dad, Dr. Wang is a distinguished member of the new generation of physicians at the Second Hospital of Kyoto. He became the youngest chief physician at the hospital at just 30. His expertise in internal medicine is renowned across the nation, with appointments booked well into next year. Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses, exuding calm confidence. Having practiced for many years and received numerous accolades, he possessed the confidence to match. He approached Kong Fu, examining his tongue and listening to his heartbeat. Subsequently, he meticulously reviewed the results of various imaging tests, such as MRIs, CT scans, and ultrasounds, along with blood test evaluations. Half an hour later, having synthesized all the information, Dr. Wang stood up. Kong Ming rushed forward. Dr. Wang, how is my father? With a smile, Dr. Wang rolled up his stethoscope. The old gentleman's condition is not serious. The radiological tests show normal results. At his age, a couple of coughs and feelings of fatigue are entirely typical. However, several blood values are slightly low, which I suspect is due to nutritional imbalances caused by his picky eating habits. Kong Ming was taken aback, quickly responding, Dr. Wang, you truly are remarkable. With just a cursory glance, you discern my father's dietary preferences. He only enjoys meat, particularly fatty pork. Dr. Wang chuckled, that is precisely it. Merely consuming meat isn't sufficient, old sir. A balanced diet is essential. Otherwise, lacking certain nutrients can lead to health issues. I once had a patient who neglected their post-operative diet and suffered from malnutrition, losing weight daily. I promptly treated him with vitamin B12 injections, and within a month, he gained 5 pounds and was in excellent health, even able to swim in winter. Kong Ming's eyes sparkled with hope as she eagerly asked, what should my father do specifically? It's a simple matter. I'll prescribe some nutritional supplements for the old gentleman. You can acquire them and ensure he takes them regularly. After a half year of proper care, he should be just fine. Kong Ming gazed at her father with a playful reproach. Dad, look at that. It's all minor issues. Yet you stubbornly refuse to see a doctor. And what happened? Dr. Wang arrives, and within half an hour, he resolves issues that have troubled you for years. Kong Fu smiled, rising to address Dr. Wang. So, Dr. Wang, as you say, if I simply take a few supplements, I can be cured? Rest assured, old sir. I have confidence in my medical skills. Following my guidance is the right path. A derisive chuckle echoed from the back of the crowd. Kong Ming's expression darkened as she turned to face the source. What are you laughing at? Qin Chuan stepped forward, stating, I laugh at your ignorance. If the old gentleman does not receive proper treatment promptly, he may not survive the next 48 hours. The room fell into a hush. Dr. Wang frowned. Nonsense. The old gentleman is quite healthy. He merely lacks some trace elements. Kong Ming, fueled by anger, retorted, how dare you curse my father? Xiao Chun, remove him at once. Who does he think he is, seeking attention and trying to draw the Kong family's notice? Xiao Chun lowered his head, feeling conflicted, standing still. He glanced toward the old chief for guidance. Kong Fu, witnessing his daughter's forceful stance against Qin Chuan, felt a surge of anger and attempted to interject. However, as he lifted himself slightly from the chair, he was suddenly seized by a violent cough, spitting out blood. In an instant, Kong Fu collapsed onto the sofa, unconscious. The entire Kong family rushed to his side, alarmed. Fang Qiong cried out, Grandfather! Grandfather! Kong Ming gently shook her father's arm. Dad! Xiao Qin stepped forward, placing a finger near Kong Fu's nostrils. Noticing a faint warmth escaping, he felt a slight relief. Dr. Wang's expression changed dramatically. How could the old gentleman have collapsed so suddenly? Was he fainting? He hurriedly retrieved his stethoscope, rushing to assess the situation. Listening to the heartbeat and checking the pupils revealed no significant abnormalities. Dr. Wang's heart raced. With no time to waste, he prioritized saving the man. He initiated artificial respiration and chest compressions. After a series of emergency procedures yielded no results, he reluctantly dashed back to the car, retrieving a portable defibrillator. Preparing to administer the utmost emergency care, Kong Ming, upon seeing the defibrillator, felt a surge of panic. If that device were employed, even if her father regained consciousness, it would likely cost him dearly. Dr. Wang, is there truly no alternative? Dr. Wang furrowed his brow and solemnly declared, we are currently in the critical period of saving the patient. If we delay any further, it could lead to a life-threatening situation. Miss Kong, you must trust me. At this moment, Miss Kong Ming held the most authority within the villa. Only upon her consent could Dr. Wang proceed with the next steps of treatment. He held the defibrillator in both hands, awaiting her nod. Your ignorance is akin to plotting the demise of old Master Kong. A voice resonated from behind the crowd. Chapter 30. Those who insult me shall serve as slaves for a decade. As the tension escalated, Kong Ming, disregarding the decorum expected of a lady from a prominent family, sternly reprimanded. Xiao Chun, did you not hear my command? Expel him at once. Xiao Chun had witnessed Qin Chuan's intervention on behalf of Kung Fu, where a vial of golden elixir had swiftly restored Kung Fu's consciousness, invigorating him in ways no esteemed physician had managed before. Defying Kong Ming, he turned to Qin Chuan. Clasping his fists in respect, Mr. Qin, please, step forth to save the old chief. I would willingly brave fire and water for your assistance. With sincerity, tears streamed down Xiao Chen's face. Kong Ming's cheeks flushed with anger, yet time was of the essence. Dr. Wang, please act swiftly. I fear that further delay will endanger my father's life. In truth, Dr. Wang was not entirely confident. Externally, Kung Fu exhibited all signs of normalcy. The defibrillator was only appropriate for patients on the brink of death. Applying it to someone who appeared stable could irreparably damage their internal organs, constituting an irreversible emergency measure. Dr. Wang, Kong Ming urged, desperation creeping into her voice. After a moment's contemplation, Dr. Wang clenched his teeth. We shall treat this dead horse as if it were a live one. With that, he switched on the power and prepared to place the metal plates on Kung Fu's chest. Just as his hands were about to descend, Fang Qiong leaped forward, shielding her grandfather. Her tears had already smudged her meticulously applied makeup as she pleaded, Aunt, if the defibrillator is used, even if Grandpa is revived, he will be left paralyzed. Xiao Qiong, do you understand what you are doing? Step aside. Aunt, please allow Mr. Qin to try. Kong Ming's fury ignited. While she could tolerate Xiao Chen's defiance, she could not fathom Fang Qiong's betrayal, her father's beloved granddaughter. She forcefully pulled Fang Qiong aside, but as an ordinary individual, she could not compete with a girl skilled in martial arts. Xiao Qiong, my consent for you to practice martial arts was not intended for you to oppose your own aunt. Ignoring her aunt's reprimands, Fang Qiong turned to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I implore you, please save my grandfather. Fang Qiong's words ignited Kong Ming's rage. Fang Qiong, do you comprehend what you are saying? You are a member of the Kong family. How dare you beg so humbly? Do you not realize the disgrace you bring upon us? With that, Kong Ming approached Qin Chuan, pointing an accusatory finger at him. I have encountered many who seek to ingratiate themselves with the Kong family, and you are no exception. Your previous act of saving my father was mere luck. Had my father been unharmed, I would have overlooked it. But today, I will not be deceived by you. I, Kong Ming, will never acquiesce. Qin Chuan's pupils constricted, his voice icy as he replied, Your Kong family is not worthy of my association. My admiration for old Master Kong's contributions to the nation compelled me to offer my aid. If you attempt to revive him with electricity, it will surely worsen his condition, potentially resulting in paralysis. Such nonsense. Miss Kong, time is of the essence. Please make a decision. Dr. Wang interjected urgently. Kong Ming once again stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Fang Qiong to push her away. Dr. Wang swiftly placed the two metal plates on Kung Fu's chest. With a crackling sound, Kung Fu's body jolted like a ball, only to fall back down. Unable to bear the sight, Qin Chuan exited the room, retreating outside. Inside, Dr. Wang, noticing that Kung Fu had not regained consciousness, began to sweat profusely. It appeared that this shock had been ineffective. He adjusted the knobs, increasing the device's current to a higher setting before attempting again. Kung Fu's body jolted once more. After two successive attempts, Kung Fu still remained unresponsive. Tension filled the room as Fang Qiong cried out, and Xiao Chen clenched his fists. Rare panic flickered across Kong Ming's face. Dr. Wang's heart raced. Taking a deep breath, he set the device to its maximum power. Another jolt followed. Finally, Kung Fu emitted a soft cough, shattering the taut atmosphere. Fang Qiong broke free from her aunt's grasp and lunged towards her grandfather. Grandpa, Grandpa. Kong Ming also moved closer, gazing at her father. Dr. Wang exhaled a long sigh of relief. Xiao Qiong, Xiao Ming. Kung Fu slowly lifted his eyelids, murmuring the names of his granddaughter and daughter. Dad, I'm here. Kong Ming cradled her father's hand. In the next moment, Kung Fu's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, Why can't I move my body? My hand. Why is there no feeling in my hand? Kong Ming gasped, releasing her father's hand. She watched in horror as Kung Fu's hand fell limply, like a withered leaf. Dr. Wang, what is happening to my father? She demanded urgently. Dr. Wang, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, rushed to examine him. After a thorough check, he found no apparent issues. Kung Fu, tongue-tied, struggled to articulate a response, but his expression spoke volumes. In that moment, Kung Fu threw his head back in anguish, crying out, Why? Why has this happened? Dad, please do not worry. We will conduct a full examination and consult other doctors, Fang Qiong reassured him. tears brimming in her eyes. Kung Fu's gaze was filled with despair and disappointment towards his daughter. I invited Mr. Qin to save my life. Yet my daughter obstructed me at every turn, leading to my paralysis. After a lifetime of valor, I cannot end up a mere shell of a man. Xiao Meng, I cannot endure this existence. I beg you, grant me a swift end. Witnessing her father's plight, Kong Meng's heart ached profoundly. Memories of her father carrying her through mountains and seas flooded her mind, as vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. She knelt before Kung Fu, weeping uncontrollably. Moments later, a realization struck her. She dashed outside to Qin Chuan, dropping to her knees before him with a thud. Here was the daughter of one of the foremost families in Kyoto, once revered and admired, now reduced to the humility of an ancient servant, kneeling before Qin Chuan. With a voice tinged with desperation, she pleaded, Mr. Qin, I beg you, save my father. I will agree to any condition, no matter the cost. Qin Chuan, hands clasped behind his back, lowered his gaze, surveying the poised and elegant woman before him. I possess ample wealth. Your Kong family's savings hold no allure for me. I can save him, but your previous slander against me is unforgivable. If you wish for my assistance, you shall serve as my maid for 10 years. As a form of punishment. That is my condition. Chapter 31. What difficulty lies in regeneration? To me, Qin Chuan, everything is as easy as turning over one's hand. Kong Menglu furrowed her brows tightly, never having experienced such profound humiliation. For a decade, she had served as a maid, attending to this young university student barely in his 20s. Not to mention her status as the daughter of a prestigious family in the capital. Her position as the director of the local television station alone should have precluded her from such degradation. Accepting Qin Chuan's terms meant that she, who was just entering the pinnacle of her career and emotional life at 30, would have to forfeit both her professional aspirations and her love life. Kong Meng bit her lip, wrestling with her inner turmoil. Yet, as she glanced behind her at her father, paralyzed due to her own stubbornness and disrespect, despair washed over her. She resolved to exchange the most significant 10 years of her life for her father's health. Very well, I agree to your terms. As long as you can save my father, I am willing to serve you as a maid for 10 years, she said, trembling and reluctantly. Qin Chuan paid her no mind, striding directly into the room to approach Kung Fu. The elderly man, paralyzed and unable to turn his head, could only gaze skyward and softly call out, No need to say anything, I will heal you. With that, Qin Chuan placed his right hand on Kung Fu's wrist. Feeling for his pulse with closed eyes, the assembled crowd held their breath, awaiting his verdict. After a minute, Qin Chuan opened his eyes and declared indignantly that the old gentleman's condition was merely a result of a chaotic state of energy channels, which had now been shattered by electric shock, particularly the vital channels connecting the neck to the spine, irreparably destroyed by the high voltage. Even the most skilled surgeon would find it impossible to restore them. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Kung Fu burst into laughter, exclaiming, Channels shattered, channels shattered. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for allowing me to understand before I die. I am content to witness the country in peace and the people living prosperous lives. He continued, Mr. Qin, please assist me. Let my departure be a gentle one. I cannot endure this existence as a living corpse. Though aware that a paralyzed individual could never regain their former health, Qin Chuan's words pierced the hearts of everyone present like a sharpened blade. Xiao Chen wept openly, wiping his tears, while Fang Qiong sobbed silently, leaning against Kung Fu's chest. Dr. Wang had long slipped away unnoticed, and Kong Meng did not attempt to stop him. Everything stemmed from her pride and prejudice. At this point, even if she were to serve as a maid, it would be of no avail. She understood that her father could not continue living in such a state. It would be akin to torturing him. In despair, Kong Meng took out her phone, preparing to call her two brothers to inform them to return and arrange for their father's funeral. However, before she could connect the call, Qin Chuan's response astonished everyone. Old sir, with me here, even if your channels are obliterated, I can cause them to regrow. Moreover, this minor injury is nothing in my eyes. It merely requires an upgraded version of the life essence. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in disbelief. The notion of regrowing severed limbs had no precedent. And yet Qin Chuan claimed he could reconstruct obliterated channels. Was this not sheer fantasy? Kong Meng, disregarding everything, crawled to Qin Chuan's feet, clinging to his leg. Please, I beg you, let my father stand again. Qin Chuan glanced at her with a cold smirk before turning to Xiao Chun. I now require a pound of heaven and earth water as a medicinal catalyst. Xiao Chun looked bewildered. Heaven and earth water? Qin Chuan sighed, realizing that the medical knowledge from ancient texts was laden with archaic terminology. In his urgency, he had spoken without thinking. Thus, he rephrased. Heaven and earth water refers to dew. I need dew collected 10 minutes before and after dawn. The container must be ceramic. No other material will suffice. With this clarification, Xiao Chen quickly understood. Fortunately, the sanatorium was situated in a wooded suburban area, making dew collection quite convenient. Had they been in the city, they would have struggled to gather even 10 milliliters overnight. After receiving the order, he dashed out to mobilize everyone to assist in collecting the dew. Qin Chuan then penned a prescription. While the ingredients were not particularly rare, a few were known only to martial artists. Once finished, he handed the prescription to Fang Qiong. Go procure these herbs. Remember, each must weigh precisely 3 taels and 2 qian. Be swift in your return. Fang Qiong wasted no time, taking the prescription and running out. Qin Chuan gently placed Kung Fu's hand back onto the blanket and reassured him, rest for now, old sir. Once they gather the necessary materials, I will treat you. Rest assured, everything will be all right. Tears glimmered in Kung Fu's eyes, filled with yearning. Mr. Qin, will I truly have a chance to stand again? Qin Chuan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, old sir, not only will you stand, but you will also be able to climb Mount Tai without issue. Upon hearing this, Kung Fu's tears turned to laughter, and he felt a surge of excitement. Kong Meng, still prostrated on the ground, lifted her gaze to this man. Her future master for the next decade, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. At this moment, she envisioned countless possibilities unfolding. As the director of a television station, she had encountered countless news stories. The more capable a man appeared, the more likely he was to harbor sinister intentions. A myriad of bizarre schemes could render one's life a living hell. After ensuring Kung Fu was peacefully asleep, Qin Chuan walked to the window, stating, Our contract takes effect immediately, lasting for 10 years. During this period, you must abide by my wishes and submit unconditionally. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, the consequences will be yours to bear. Kong Ming dared not speak further, clasping her hands tightly together and lowering her head in acquiescence. The man before her was enigmatic. His ability to heal her father also implied he could, without a trace of hesitation, allow her father to remain paralyzed. Yes, master, I shall not harbor any second thoughts. You need not accompany me daily, continue your work. Be available 24 hours a day, and on weekends, come to the villa, ready to serve. With that, Qin Chuan turned his back to Kong Ming, sitting down on the nearby sofa to rest. He held no regard for a pampered heiress like Kong Ming, who had been raised with a silver spoon in her mouth. Surrounded by sycophants, she had grown accustomed to the belief that her perspectives were absolute truths, oblivious to the fact that there were countless individuals in the world who surpassed her in strength. A gentle reprimand to Kong Ming also served as a lesson for Kung Fu's daughter. The dawn before daybreak is the most tranquil. In the villa, only 3 remained, the sleeping Kung Fu and the silent figures of Qin Chuan and Kong Ming. Soon, the eastern sky shimmered with a hint of gold as the sun slowly ascended. Xiao Chen cautiously entered, cradling a blue and white porcelain water bottle. Mr. Qin, I have brought the water. Fang Qiong followed closely behind, carrying a bag of herbs. In Chapter 32, a reward of 50 shares in the Biati Group would allow one to earn effortlessly. With all the items gathered, Xiao Chun glanced over them. Noting the absence of anything particularly extraordinary, he felt a pang of doubt. Will this suffice, Mr. Qin? He tentatively inquired. Qin Chuan nodded, counting the items. Although Xiao Chun longed to voice his curiosity, he feared being too abrupt and offending Qin Chuan. Thus, he swallowed his questions, remaining silent. Despite it being his inaugural venture into the creation of life essence, Qin Chuan navigated the process with an impressive dexterity, owing to his mastery in secondary medical arts. As he engaged in the meticulous crafting, he silently rejoiced in his current status as a peak 4th-level martial artist. The essence's most critical ingredient was the martial power of formidable warriors, with every 10 milliliters necessitating the complete martial force of a peak 1st-level fighter or half of that from a peak 2nd-level combatant. In contrast, Qin Chuan, being at the pinnacle of the 4th level, expended merely a quarter of his martial energy. However, this externalization of martial prowess would require an extended period of recuperation for him to restore his strength. The depletion of martial energy is perilous for any martial artist. The energy expended in producing a vial of life essence was sufficient to reduce his capabilities by an entire tier, from the peak of 4th-level martial arts to a high proficiency. The enhanced version of the life essence he was currently concocting would likely drop him to the threshold of 4th-level initiation. Nonetheless, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Sacrificing a modicum of his combat effectiveness was a small price to pay for the chance to save an esteemed elder like Kong Lao, who had shed blood and risked his life for the nation. After a full day of laborious creation, he finally produced a small vial of 10 milliliters of the upgraded life essence by twilight. Without hesitation, he rushed to Elder Kong's side, calling out, "Old Master." Kong Fu slowly opened his eyes, and under the watchful gaze of all present, he consumed the life essence. "Dad, how do you feel?" Kong Ming inquired anxiously. "Grandfather, you must recover." Fang Qiong prayed fervently while kneeling beside him. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glued to the scene. Kung Fu's eyelids drooped, conveying a sense of weakness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. In the next moment, he felt his previously numb body interwoven with vitality, as if each vein were a waterway, conspicuously circulating blood. Within his dantian, an unnamed fire ignited, and his body functioned like an internal combustion engine. With a sudden burst of energy, he sat upright, inhaling deeply. He then rotated his body, placing his feet on the ground, and stretched luxuriously. In the room, one could hear a pin drop, the silence punctuated only by the sound of everyone's breathing. What is this? A medical miracle? Even Feng Qiong and Xiao Chun, who had previously witnessed the potency of the life essence, were incredulous at the sight before them. The once paralyzed Kung Fu was now standing and stretching, appearing more invigorated than before. Kong Ming's mouth fell slightly open, astonished by the transformation. She had anticipated a gradual recovery over months, but had never imagined such instantaneous results. At that moment, her perception of Qin Chuan underwent a profound transformation. The best way to conquer a strong woman is to surpass her in strength, overwhelming her worldview with sheer capability. Kong Ming's heart raced, her chest rising and falling unevenly. When she glanced at Qin Chuan again, all lingering disdain had vanished, leaving only admiration and even a hint of youthful infatuation. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Kung Fu strode towards the villa's front yard. Under the radiant moonlight, he freely stretched his limbs, executing 2 sets of Kong family martial arts. What a delight! What a thrill! It has been over a decade since I felt such exhilaration. I feel as if I have returned to my 30s. Truly, this gentleman is extraordinary. After finishing his forms, Kung Fu chuckled as he stepped back inside. Due to the excessive expenditure of martial energy, Qin Chuan had fallen asleep on the sofa in the corner. Xiao Chun, brimming with excitement, was about to awaken him when Kung Fu stopped him with a hand. Do not disturb Mr. Qin. He has devoted too much effort to my healing. Xiao Qiong, please tidy up the guest room. Xiao Chun, carry Mr. Qin to his room. Feng Qiong and Xiao Chun promptly complied. In the living room, only Kung Fu and his daughter remained. Kong Ming knelt, filled with shame. Dad, I was wrong. Kung Fu sighed as he helped her to her feet. A father would never blame his daughter. Xiao Ming, Mr. Qin possesses great talent and will undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future. Moreover, he has rendered us a great service. You must not treat Mr. Qin with such disrespect again. Kong Ming nodded. Father, I will not. In truth, she wished to express her desire to follow him for a lifetime. Yet she felt too embarrassed to voice it. The following morning, before dawn, Qin Chuan stirred from his slumber, feeling fatigued from the previous day's 2-tier drop in cultivation. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Rescue from a fall. Quest reward, 50 shares in the BYD Group. The BYD Group is the second largest producer of charging batteries on Blue Star, with operations in automotive, new energy, electronics, and rail transit. Qin Chuan's eyes brightened. Receiving 50 shares in BYD was a significant reward, surpassing the 30 shares from the Wandai Group. The BYD Group is a formidable domestic industry titan, rivaling Wandai. Breathing heavily, Qin Chuan realized that even without direct monetary rewards from the system, the dividends from the substantial shares he already possessed would amount to a considerable sum annually. As he glanced around, he noticed he was lying on a large 2-meter bed, with someone seated beside him. Kong Ming leaned against the edge of the bed, propping her head up with one hand. She wore a delicate nightgown, her voluptuous figure barely concealed. The unique charm of a 30-year-old woman was vividly apparent. Checking his phone, Qin Chuan noted it was 4:15. Alarmed, he thought to himself, today is the first class at school. The main quest had warned him that he must complete his studies unconditionally, and he could not afford to miss a single class. Immediately, he sprang from the bed to get dressed. His movements startled Kong Ming, who cautiously asked, Master, it's only 4:30. Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? Without even glancing her way, Qin Chuan coldly replied, I have class today. I must return to school. With that, he dressed and headed downstairs. Kong Ming's eyes flickered with disappointment as she glanced down at herself. Did Master still hold a grudge against her harsh words yesterday? Refusing to even look at her today? Pushing her thoughts aside, she quickly changed her clothes and followed him downstairs. Master, Xiao Chun is still asleep. Let me drive you to school. Upon checking the time, Qin Chuan conceded. The two of them drove towards Kyoto Financial University. The rehabilitation center was located on the outskirts of Kyoto, and as they merged onto the third ring road, the traffic became increasingly congested. Countless workers residing in the suburbs chose to commute, primarily due to the lower housing costs. Consequently, this led to a mass exodus into the city around 4 or 5 a.m., resulting in daily traffic jams on the route into town. By the time Qin Chuan and Kong Ming left the rehabilitation center, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Despite Kong Ming's attempts to weave through traffic, They arrived at the university at 8:50 a.m. As the car came to a stop, Qin Chuan unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and prepared to exit. "Master," Kong Ming called out softly. "I told you, on weekdays, you can still go to work. You don't need to follow me." With that, Qin Chuan hurriedly departed. Watching his retreating figure, Kong Ming murmured, "But I want to follow you always." At the university, in the Moral Education Building, on the 3rd floor, the trapezoidal classroom was already filled with students. Qin Chuan entered through the back door just as the class bell rang. On the podium, a tall girl clad in a collegiate-style denim dress was diligently erasing the blackboard. Chapter 33. Good sisters, just VME 10,000. Old 4, bending slightly. Tang Yuming whispered to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan approached and took a seat. "Who is she? A teacher?" "Her name is Tian Xin. She is hardly a teacher. She is merely an enthusiastic member of the class, not even the class monitor. She arrived early at the beginning of the term to forge a connection with the homeroom teacher, and now she serves as a temporary class monitor. However, she is quite adorable and possesses a pleasant personality, so no one minds her role." Qin Chuan understood. Every class invariably has 1 or 2 outstanding individuals. Teachers tend to notice them instantly and entrust them with responsibilities. This has its advantages, as it allows more teachers and school leaders to recognize them, facilitating future endeavors within the school. Today, there were only half a day's classes, with no lessons in the afternoon. Qin Chuan planned to visit a supermarket to procure some food for recuperation. Having experienced 2 consecutive drops in rank, even with the System S support, he had not triggered any rewards for rank elevation recently. He checked the navigation and prepared to pack his backpack and head out. Just as he stepped outside the school gates, a Volkswagen Golf sped towards him. A shared bicycle suddenly appeared at the intersection. The driver of the Golf abruptly swerved the steering wheel, heading straight for Qin Chuan. Fortunately, endowed with a level 4 martial arts talent, he swiftly retreated. However, with a river ditch behind him, retreat was not an option, leaving him to brace for impact. With a loud crash, the Golf came to a sudden halt. The driver, pale with fright, quickly exited the vehicle to inspect the situation. The front of the car was now pressed against the man's knee. The bumper was dented. The driver looked up. "Qin Chuan? Tian Xin." They were classmates. Tian Xin, her face filled with remorse, exclaimed, "I'm so sorry, Qin Chuan. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to avoid that bicycle." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine." With his level 4 martial arts physique, he could easily withstand the impact of a speeding car. To him, this minor collision felt no more severe than a playful tickle. Unaware of this, Tian Xin insisted on taking Qin Chuan to the hospital for a checkup. After much insistence, he finally relented. "If you want to let me off the hook for a checkup, where do you want to go? I'll take you as a form of apology. I want to go to the supermarket." Tian Xin's eyes lit up. "Perfect. I need to go there too." Thus, Qin Chuan hopped into Tian Xin's car, and they set off together. After a journey of over 40 minutes, Tian Xin brought Qin Chuan to a foreign brand supermarket, Shamu Supermarket. This establishment, located on the outskirts of Kyoto Southwest 3rd Ring Road, boasts an expansive area of over 20,000 square meters across 2 floors. Shopping there is a delightful experience, free from the sense of crowding. Tian Xin had not originally intended to visit the supermarket. Her guilt compelled her to make amends with Qin Chuan. She resolved to secretly pay for their purchases at the checkout to express her apology. Pushing the shopping cart ahead, Qin Chuan perused the aisles while Tian Xin checked her WeChat balance. Upon seeing over 2,000 yuan remaining, she sighed in relief. Thank goodness, that should be enough. Just as she looked up, she noticed Qin Chuan reaching into a small cabinet and retrieving a packaged item, placing it into the cart. Pretending to browse, she wandered over to the cabinet and glanced at the price tag. Dried sea cucumber, 500g, 2040 heads. Price, 11,888 yuan. Tian Xin instantly felt her heart drop. What on earth? Over 10,000 for a pound of sea cucumber? What was Qin Chuan thinking? Was he planning to consume it for immortality? But Qin Chuan had already moved on, leaving Tian Xin distraught. Gritting her teeth, she followed him and sent a message to her friend Huang Wenwen for help. Tian Xin, Wenwen, I'm in dire need of assistance. If you're a true sister, just VME 10,000. Huang Wenwen. Assuming Tian Xin had been hacked, she promptly blocked her. Left with no other option, Tian Xin called her, explaining the entire situation in detail. Tian Xin, are you out of your mind? How could you bring him to Shanmu? Even if he doesn't pick sea cucumbers, just grabbing anything in there would cost thousands. Wenwen, don't criticize me. I think he is doing this on purpose. After all, he was just hit by a car. Sigh, Tian Xin, you're too kind-hearted. All right, I'll lend you 10,000, but you must intervene to stop his reckless spending. Oh la la, my dear sister, love you lots moi. After hanging up, Tian Xin hurried to catch up with Qin Chuan. For the next leg of their shopping, Qin Chuan's selections were relatively mundane, primarily consisting of fresh produce, meats, and seafood. Nonetheless, the shopping cart was bursting at the seams. Tian Xin followed closely behind, calculating the prices as they went along. They had already exceeded 20,000 yuan. At one point, she sought help again. Watching Qin Chuan head towards the checkout, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's coming to an end. She stepped forward, forcing a smile. Qin Chuan, with so many items, they might spoil in the dormitory. Qin Chuan paused. I hadn't considered that. According to Tian Xin's script, he should have been taking some items out by now. But instead, he pushed the shopping cart onto the escalator. Heading back to the upper floor, Tian Xin felt a wave of frustration. What on earth was happening? Resigned, she followed him. Qin Chuan arrived at the home appliance section and called over a staff member. Hello, ID like this one. He pointed at a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator. Tian Xin glanced at the price tag, 299 yuan. Before she could process this, she saw Qin Chuan point at a Miele washing machine. I'll take one of these too, and a matching dryer, as well as that Hisense laser TV and the Banano A9 sound system. The staff noted down the items. Sir, would you prefer to take these home yourself or have them delivered? Delivery for tomorrow. Very well, sir. Tian Xin stood there, dumbfounded. Doing a rough calculation in her head, she realized Qin Chuan had just ordered over 100,000 yuan worth of appliances. Qin Chuan, are you moving to a new home? Why are you buying appliances? No, these are for my dormitory. Tian Xin felt her heart bleed. If she sought help again now, her friend would surely come over and beat her senseless. With a sorrowful expression, she followed Qin Chuan to the checkout. What do I do? Over 100,000 yuan. Should I call my parents and confess? I bumped into a classmate, and to make amends, I took him to the supermarket. Then, within an hour, he bought over 100,000 worth of goods. My parents would surely tear me apart. Just as Tian Xin was torn between urging Qin Chuan to stop or not, the cashier politely announced, Sir, your total comes to 138,769 yuan. Okay, I'll pay by card. Tap, 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 sir. Here's your receipt. Please keep it safe. And we look forward to your next visit. Tian Xin felt as if she were hallucinating. He spent 130,000, and he was covering the bill? Aren't you buying anything, Tian Chuan? Qin Chuan turned back, asking the dazed Tian Xin. Chapter 34, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, to be used as a grocery vehicle. Tian Xin stammered. Well, I don't have anything I want to buy. Throughout the journey, she was engulfed in self-reproach, lamenting how she could have perceived Qin Chuan as that sort of unscrupulous individual. After both had loaded their belongings into the vehicle, Tian Xin inserted the key, preparing to start the engine and return to the university. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. The refrigerator had yet to arrive, and he feared that the items would spoil if taken back to the campus. Let us first head to Shun District, he suggested. I'll store the items in a freezer, and once the refrigerator arrives, I can retrieve them from the dormitory. You have friends in that area too, right? Our friends are throwing a party tonight. Why not join us for some fun? Perhaps not, she replied hesitantly. Come on, don't be shy. They're really nice people. Tian Xin urged, her expression one of pleading innocence, making it difficult for Qin Chuan to decline. Seeing that he had not opposed her, Tian Xin gleefully prepared to start the car. However, despite 3 attempts, the engine refused to ignite. Is the car broken? She exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. Qin Chuan took a turn attempting to start it, and soon deduced that the engine was likely at fault. It seems we won't be able to drive it. I'll call for a tow truck to take it in for repairs. Tian Xin pouted, resigned to the situation. Next, Qin Chuan opened a ride-hailing app, only to discover that the queue had swelled to triple digits, indicating that they would have to wait over an hour. The traffic in Kyoto was indeed daunting. Growing impatient, he noted that the majority of their belongings in the trunk consisted of perishable goods, which could not remain at room temperature for long. He stepped out of the car and glanced around, thinking, perhaps I should buy a vehicle. Conveniently, there was a car dealership nearby. Tian Xin, bewildered, could hardly believe her ears. What do you mean? She stammered. I happen to need a car for grocery shopping. Why not purchase one? It would save us the hassle of taking a taxi every time, he clarified. Still confused, she hopped out of the car and followed him eagerly. As they approached, the automatic glass doors sensed their arrival and opened with a welcoming chime. Welcome, exclaimed a male salesman, only to be taken aback the next moment as he noticed 2 students rushing inside. Qin Chuan strode directly to the salesman. Which cars do you have in stock? Nearby, 2 female sales associates exchanged eye rolls and whispered to one another about the pretentiousness of customers these days, questioning how anyone could expect immediate availability at a luxury car dealership. If you want a car on hand, are you even considering something like a Honda or a BYD? Coming here is just absurd. The male salesman swallowed hard and replied, We have an entire showroom filled with vehicles, sir. What type are you interested in? Qin Chuan contemplated. I need something spacious. The salesman nodded. Oh, I understand. You're looking for a vehicle that accommodates family outings, correct? Qin Chuan shook his head. Not quite. I simply bought too many groceries and need a larger space to fit all the meat and vegetables. The salesman was left speechless, pondering the bizarre rationale behind such a purchase. If you're looking for a grocery car, you should turn left and head to a yachty dealership instead. What are you doing here? The two female sales associates nearly burst into laughter, one exclaiming, "This is too hilarious. I might just need to capture this moment on my phone. This will be the highlight of the year." Tion Xin, feeling the weight of embarrassment, tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve. Qin Chuan, are we sure we're in the right place? Qin Chuan surveyed the showroom and confidently replied, "We are indeed in the right place. Although this store isn't a specialized single-brand 4S shop, they sell larger models that meet my requirements." Tion Xion's expression darkened. "Brother, these are all Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs. Of course, they're large models." Qin Chuan frowned. "I recognize those logos." The salesman wiped the sweat from his brow, finding the dialogue between the two perplexing. Were they not a couple? What was their purpose? Were they merely putting on a show for him? Or were they perhaps secret shoppers sent by the headquarters? With no alternative, the male salesman, suppressing a mounting sense of disbelief, led Qin Chuan to a full-size SUV. He cautiously introduced, "This is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version, the brand's first SUV. It boasts an enhanced 675-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine, capable of outputting 563 horsepower while ensuring adequate torque, 850 Nm, at lower revs, 1600 RPM. The entire vehicle has undergone a special blackening treatment, particularly the iconic Spirit of Ecstasy sculpture at the front, making it truly one of a kind." "Is this vehicle available for a test drive?" the salesman inquired. "Regrettably, we do not offer test drives for this model. As you know, luxury vehicles are quite particular about their mileage, and every kilometer incurs significant costs. Moreover, should there be any scratches or dings, it could become quite complicated." One of the female sales associates burst into laughter. "Ah, so you're here merely to take a joyride with the car, huh? Poor Xiaohui. It's almost closing time, and he is still dealing with these eccentric customers." The other female remarked as they snickered from their corner. Tion Xin, realizing the situation, understood that Qin Chuan had come to pass the time while waiting for a ride. "Had you said so earlier, I wouldn't have been so apprehensive. We are all consumers. There's nothing illegal about browsing and test driving." Just as she felt she had grasped the entire scenario, Qin Chuan produced a bank card from his pocket. "I'm not here for a test drive. I'm in a hurry, and the meat will spoil. Please expedite the paperwork for the vehicle and print the temporary license plate. I need to leave immediately." A stunned silence enveloped the showroom, the background music inexplicably ceasing. Time seemed to stand still around Qin Chuan. "Did you not hear what I said?" He raised his voice towards the salesman. Finally snapping back to reality, the salesman, wide-eyed, accepted Qin Chuan's card and hurried towards the finance office. Yet, after only a few steps, he turned back. "I apologize, sir, but this vehicle is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version, fully equipped. Its price is approximately $1.7 million more than the standard model, and the total price, including registration, is around $10 million. "Understood," Qin Chuan replied simply. The salesman, perplexed, asked, "Are you reconsidering, sir? After all, it's a substantial amount." His incredulous tone implied that the situation was far too ludicrous, treating a Rolls-Royce as merely a grocery vehicle. Seeing that the salesman lingered, Qin Chuan grew impatient, urging, "Hurry up and finalize the paperwork. My groceries are about to spoil." The salesman gasped audibly. What on earth? Is this person a wealthy tycoon? He is buying a 10 million Rolls-Royce in under 5 minutes. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to complete the necessary paperwork, not daring to delay even a second. The two female sales associates stood in shock, their jaws nearly dropping, unable to believe what was happening. Who buys a Rolls-Royce like this? This sale would yield at least a 100,000 commission. They were utterly devastated to have missed out. The male salesman worked efficiently, swiftly completing the entire process, and soon handed Qin Chuan the keys. He drove off without a second glance. Tion Xin stood like a statue beside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 35. Do you think I'd make a suitable star? Kyoto, on the third ring elevated road, en route to Shun District. A brand new SUV traversed the road. Amidst the congested traffic, this vehicle alone enjoyed a bubble of space, with other cars instinctively maintaining a two-car distance. In a Chang'an Yidong ride-hailing vehicle, a passenger tapped the driver's shoulder, saying, "Master, is this your first day on the job? You're only going 30 kilometers/h, and you're keeping such a distance from the car in front. Why not overtake it?" The ride-hailing driver, a certain brother sweating profusely. "Did you clearly see what kind of car that was? Was it a Rolls-Royce Cullinan or the BB version?" "The BB version," Isn't that the baby version? Quite impressive, isn't it? The driver was utterly speechless. To put it bluntly, if I were to overtake and accidentally crash, I would have to return home and sell my house. The passenger gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What the hell? That car is so expensive. It must be worth at least $1 million. Suddenly, the car fell silent, and the passenger no longer urged the driver to overtake. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Tion Xin sat amidst the starry sky ceiling and Herm's orange interior, feeling completely dazed. Prior to this, the most expensive car she had ever ridden in was her best friend's Porsche 718. Now, suddenly seated in a top-tier luxury vehicle worth tens of millions. She felt no excitement or desire to snap selfies. Instead, she tightly clasped her legs together, afraid to move. The opulent interior exuded an unmistakable scent of wealth. Every detail was meticulously crafted, with each seat upholstered in genuine leather. Tion Xin feared that even the slightest movement might cause her to scuff or bump something. Selling her Golf wouldn't even cover the damages. Just as she was feeling constrained and uncertain about how to behave, she noticed Qin Chuan, the driver, suddenly extending his hand. Tion Xin's heart raced. The angle at which he reached out was directly toward her thigh. Today, she wasn't wearing stockings, and beneath her short skirt were her smooth, long legs. Terrified, she shut her eyes, unwilling to resist, and allowed his touch. However, after several seconds, she felt no warmth from Qin Chuan's hand. Opening her eyes, she realized that he was reaching toward the central control area beside her, intending to press a lever. After he pressed the lever, Tion Xin felt the refreshing breeze in front of her cease. "If you're shaking so much, just turn off the air conditioning. Don't freeze yourself," Qin Chuan chided softly. Tion Xin felt embarrassed. What was I thinking? How could Qin Chuan be that kind of person? And where was I cold? I was merely scared, okay? Naturally. These thoughts remained unspoken, confined to her mind. "Hey, thank you," she said. Tion Xin had a somewhat carefree personality, and after holding back for over 10 minutes, she began to relax. She thought to herself, after all, he was hundreds of times wealthier than she was, so he wouldn't harbor any ill intentions towards someone as insignificant as her. Gradually, she mustered the courage to stretch her long legs, adjusted her seat, and reclined slightly. Qin Chuan found himself quite fond of this girl. With Tion Xin, there were no convoluted games or ulterior motives involved. "Hey, Qin Chuan, what does your family do? How can you afford such a lavish car, worth 10 million, so casually?" "My parents are workers at a clothing factory in Jiangning," Qin Chuan replied, never shying away from discussing the nature of his parents' occupations. He did not, unlike some suddenly wealthy offspring, look down upon his parents' humble origins. "Are you an entrepreneur?" "Sort of," he replied. "What kind of projects are you involved in?" "I dabble in small businesses, including managing a hotel, selling cars, and recently venturing into the film industry." Tion Xin pondered this information, murmuring to herself, "Oh, so you're in the homestay and secondhand car business. No wonder you're so affluent. And you're entering the film industry. Does that mean you're getting into short videos?" With a smile, she asked, "What kind of video are you planning to shoot? Do you think I could get a cameo?" "Hee hee, I want to try experiencing the sensation of being an internet celebrity." Qin Chuan glanced at Tion Xin, who stood at 1.7 meters tall, with legs nearing a meter in length. Today, she wore a loose green pullover and black ultra-short shorts. The pullover's length cleverly concealing her shorts while accentuating her unmatched long legs. Her facial features bore a striking resemblance to those of Yang Chaoyue. Her hair tied up in 2 high buns, presenting an overall youthful, lively, and playful appearance that perfectly matched her carefree character. In contrast to Su Xiaoyan's style, her beauty was equally compelling. "You have quite the potential. I'll mention you to my company, and if the opportunity arises, I'll see about getting you an audition." "Really? That would be amazing," Tion Xin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She cradled her delicate face, her eyes sparkling with dreams of stardom. "If I become famous, I might get the chance to collaborate with Reba someday. Do you know Reba? She's my favorite actress. She's just so stunning, my goddess. And with Yangbo, seeing Reba means I would definitely see Yangbo too. My entire family adores her shows, especially 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. My mom has watched it countless times." Observing Tion Xin's enthusiasm, Qin Chuan's lips twitched. He was about to speak when she pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Qin Chuan, over there, that's the community." Qin Chuan halted his words and drove the car in the direction she indicated. "Thank you, Qin Chuan. After you drop off the things, come find me, okay? I'll be waiting for you." Qin Chuan nodded, resolving to visit her later that evening. After Tion Xin departed, he opened his navigation app and discovered that this community was merely a stone's throw away from his own residence, Kyoto Manor, just a turn away. Kyoto Manor, Villa No. 1. Upon returning, Qin Chuan found the villa empty. Xiao Chuan was not there. He took out his phone and dialed Xiao Chuan's number. "Where are you? Why aren't you at the villa? Do you not want this job anymore?" Xiao Chuan stammered, "Boss, I had some matters at the television station that I haven't wrapped up yet. On the other end of the line, the background noise was somewhat chaotic, as if she were at a banquet. From time to time, a man's voice could be heard reprimanding her. What are you doing? Who are you talking to? Do you understand the rules? Hurry up and pour a drink for Mr. Wang. Xiao Chuan quickly reassured Qin Chuan. Boss, I promise. As soon as I finish my current tasks, I'll return to the villa. Before she could finish, the call suddenly ended. As if someone had forcefully hung up the phone, Qin Chuan stared at the disconnected call, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. Xiao Chuan was a diligent person, but her sense of responsibility was perhaps too strong. She must certainly be encountering some difficulties. It seemed he would have to check on her after class. Chapter 36. He is from a different world than us. In Kyoto, Shun District, at the Shochuang Shirue Villa community, Huang Wenwen awaited her best friend Tian Xian's arrival. Xian, why are you so late? Did you drop off that classmate of yours? Not really. My mom's car broke down. And it was my classmate who gave me a ride. Huang Wenwen thought a boy had called a ride for her, and didn't think much of it, chuckling. Oh, does he have a crush on you? Going out of his way to drop you off? Tian Xian's cute face flushed immediately as she raised her small fist in a mock gesture of hitting her friend. No way. How could he possibly like me? Oh, come on. With your family background, there are countless boys waiting in line to pursue you. Huang Wenwen's words held some truth. Tian Xian's parents were mid-level managers in a state-owned enterprise, with an annual family income nearing $1 million. This figure placed them firmly within the middle class in the entire Kyoto region. Huang Wenwen continued. Where does he live? What do his parents do? He said his parents are workers at a clothing factory in Jiangning. Huang Wenwen furrowed her brows. What? He is from a small place, not a local? And his parents are factory workers from a small town? Xian, you must be cautious. Don't let yourself be deceived by such boys. In recent times, a multitude of outsiders has been fervently vying to settle in Kyoto, with some even resorting to sham marriages in pursuit of residency. With a serious expression, Tian Xian remarked to Wenwen, do not underestimate Qin Chuan. He possesses considerable talent. He runs a second-hand car business, operates a guest house, and is even looking to create videos on Douyin. Wenwen scoffed dismissively. What can he possibly earn from those trivial endeavors? But Qin Chuan's pursuits are not trivial, replied Tian Xian, pointing a finger at her friend's forehead. You, dear, are merely caught up in the throes of romance. Let us not stray from the topic. Just this villa complex we find ourselves in. Each square meter commands a price of 40,000 yuan, with every house valued at no less than 10 million. Tian Xian tilted her head slightly and added nonchalantly, Qin Chuan recently spent $1 million on a car. Wenwen's face contorted in confusion before she playfully chided, Tian Xian, are you even listening to me? Stop being so infatuated and wake up. How can you believe such nonsense? Growing a tad anxious, Tian Xian stomped her foot and insisted. He is not spouting nonsense. Everything he says is true. Noticing her friend's escalating agitation, Wenwen softened her tone. All right. Then tell me, what transpired earlier that prompted him to buy a car? Tian Xian began earnestly. Originally, Qin Chuan had no intention of purchasing a vehicle. However, my car broke down, and the wait for a ride-hailing service was excessively long. He was concerned that the meat and seafood I bought would spoil in the trunk. So he insisted on taking me to buy a car. As she recounted this, Tian Xian herself found the rationale for Qin Chuan's purchase somewhat absurd, feeling it sounded peculiar even as she described it. Wenwen's lips twitched in disbelief. This is the most ludicrous reason for buying a car I have ever heard. Just because ride-hailing services require a wait, he decided to buy a car to prevent the groceries from spoiling? Tian Xian, are you questioning my intelligence? Wenwen, I am not. Tian Xian vehemently shook her head. Wenwen crossed her arms, her ample figure accentuated with indignation, causing her chest to rise defiantly with each breath. Then please, continue your tale. What kind of car did he purchase? After a moment's thought, Tian Xian replied, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and oh yes, the black badge version. Wenwen's eyes fell, staring at Tian Xian as if she were foolish. So, let me clarify. Your university classmate, a small-town fellow who deals in second-hand cars, runs a guest house, and makes Douyin videos, bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan black badge because he was worried about spoilage from a ride-hailing wait? Tian Xian nodded vigorously, her bright, dark eyes sparkling with conviction. And how much does this Rolls-Royce Cullinan black badge cost? Wenwen's tone softened, becoming almost affectionate. 10 million, Tian Xian responded. Wenwen clapped her hands in mock astonishment. Wow, 10 million. Tian Xian pursed her lips, sensing the sarcasm in her friend's tone. Suddenly, Wenwen's demeanor shifted, and she leaned into Tian Xian's ear, exclaiming, Tian Xian, do you think I'm a fool? Where in the world is there such a person? Does his family have money falling from the sky? Before spinning tales, you ought to consider how absurd this story is. With that, she seized Tian Xian by the arm. Stop right there. I don't want to hear any more. I brought you here to help you with your lifelong concerns. What lifelong concerns? I do not wish for any part of it. Oh, come now. Think of it as an opportunity to meet new friends. Tian Xian shrugged off Wenwen's hand. Wenwen, unless you clarify, I will not accompany you. Realizing her friend was resolute, Wenwen finally revealed, it's that he Shuhua, the young master. You met him at my birthday party. He has been persistently expressing his fondness for you. Last time, you ignored him and left early. This time, he specifically arranged a feast at his home to invite you. The rest of us are merely supporting characters. A rare flash of anger crossed Tian Xian's delicate features. Wenwen, why didn't you tell me the truth sooner? I feared that if I did, you wouldn't come. Tian Xian turned to leave, that he Shuhua is arrogant. I have no interest in him. Xian, he Shuhua has the right to be arrogant. He has the means to back it up. Just look at the value of the homes in this complex, each worth 10 million, not to mention the 5 million spent on renovations. His father is the bank manager at Huaxing. In terms of social standing and connections, they are second to none, no matter how wealthy your Qin Chuan may be. Can he compare to Shuhua's family fortune or his father's status? Wenwen's earnest counsel came from a place of genuine concern for her friend's future. We are adults now, Xian. Love is lovely, but it should not consume you entirely, no matter how handsome a man may be or how well he treats you. If he lacks wealth, it is all but folly. Let us be realistic, my dear. At that moment, Tian Xian's phone rang. She quickly answered, hello, it's Qin Chuan. I've placed my things and am now at the entrance of the complex. Tian Xian's eyes brightened, and a plan formed in her mind. Wait there. I will come to meet you. Wenwen pouted, visibly displeased. Xian, do not blame me for being harsh. I am doing this for your own good. Outsiders will always be from a different world than we are in Kyoto. Chapter 37, The Millionaire Mansion. Kyoto, Shun District, the entrance of the Chuangxin Shurui Villa Complex. Tian Xian rushed ahead to meet Qin Chuan, clasping her hands together with a mournful expression. I am in dire need of your help. Qin Chuan, whatever I say, you must cooperate with me, all right? Please. Qin Chuan looked perplexed, but nodded out of respect for their friendship. Upon receiving his agreement, Tian Xian's worry transformed into joy, and she beamed a charming smile. She wrapped her arms around Qin Chuan's, causing him to instinctively pull back in surprise. Anticipating this, Tian Xian tightened her grip and whispered, you promised, no backing out. Wenwen followed closely behind, and, upon seeing her friend clinging to Qin Chuan, felt a surge of frustration. Noticing Qin Chuan's casual attire, which, while slightly handsome, was otherwise ordinary, she remarked curtly, drive in. Hishua's parking space is ample enough for your Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Qin Chuan chuckled, the car hasn't arrived. I decided to walk since the distance between us is short. Having recently faced a significant decline in cultivation levels, Qin Chuan required more time for his body to recuperate. Shun District, being remote from the city center, served as the ideal training ground. Wenwen's expression soured further. What a charlatan. As soon as verification was required, he concocted some excuse about his car breaking down and being left at home. While leading the two towards the villa, Wenwen discreetly messaged Hishua, urging him to prepare for the impending revelation of Qin Chuan's true nature, aiming to safeguard her dear friend. Upon arriving at a row of townhouses, Wenwen pressed the doorbell. A young man dressed in white emerged from within, his long hair slicked back with gel, exuding an air of meticulousness. The high-quality white shirt draped elegantly on him, paired with loose-fitting pants and flip-flops, created a rather affluent appearance. With a warm smile, Hishua opened the door, his gaze immediately falling upon the sweet and charming Tian Xian. Feigning calmness and enthusiasm, he exclaimed, ah, welcome, two beautiful ladies. Please, come in. Then, with feigned ignorance, he inquired, and who might this gentleman be? Huang Wenwen promptly replied, he is Tian Xian's classmate. Tian Xian, with a slight pout, retorted, no, he is my boyfriend. A barely perceptible smirk flickered across Hishua's face, but he maintained his smile as he urged, come inside. Everyone is already here. With that, Hishua led the three into the opulent mansion, valued in the millions. As they entered the villa's courtyard, Huang Wenwen expressed her envy, remarking, in the capital where every inch of land is precious, owning a townhouse is a mark of success. If there's even a 20 or 30 square meter garden in front, one could be deemed a winner in life. Tian Xian gazed at the courtyard's arrangement, her face reflecting delight. Hishua proudly declared, this garden was not haphazardly put together. My mother hired a designer specifically for its layout, setting it apart from those rustic gardens used for growing vegetables or fruits. At our level, we must emphasize the quality of life. Huang Wenwen sighed. Indeed, wealth has its advantages. Hishao, the greenery in your community is quite impressive. It feels like a return to nature upon entering. Of course, our community boasts a greenery coverage of 45. After all, there are only villas here. No small apartments of around 100 square meters. Upon hearing this, Tian Xian inquired about Qin Chuan. Isn't your community nearby? How does its greenery compare to this one? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, recalling that his family's garden should be around 1,500 square meters, and replied, I estimate it should exceed 50. He Shua scoffed. How could it possibly exceed 50? The developers would be losing money. Brother, don't speak without understanding. Huang Wenwen looked at her friend with embarrassment, pulling Tian Xian aside, urging Qin Chuan to cease boasting, as the gathering was filled with prominent figures from Kyoto. Wenwen, what if Qin Chuan isn't exaggerating? You might underestimate him. Tian Xian chimed in. Huang Wenwen rolled her eyes, thinking her friend was truly beyond saving. He Hua shook his head, dismissing the need to engage further with Qin Chuan. In his mind, when the disparity between people reaches a certain level, he deemed it unnecessary to retaliate. Who has ever seen a wealthy individual from Hangzhou flaunting their riches to a lower-tier employee? They'd simply say, I'm not interested in money. I've never touched it. Employing such ostentatious remarks to provoke you, leaving you with no grounds to counter, as they possessed the capital to indulge in such arrogance. As they entered the villa, its lavish interior was striking. The 18th century Baroque architectural style showcased the owner's substantial wealth. Crystal chandeliers, 5 to 6 meters long, hung from the 10-meter-high ceiling of the living room. European imported sofas and Italian marble floors adorned the space, with every inch imbued with the scent of money. Even Huang Wenwen and Tian Xian, who had seen their fair share of opulence, couldn't help but gasp softly in astonishment. How extravagant, He Xiao! How much did the renovation cost? Huang Wenwen couldn't resist asking. He Hua smirked, concealing his pride, and said, just around 6 to 7 million. The two girls gasped in disbelief. 6 to 7 million? That's enough to purchase a property in Kyoto. He Hua chuckled. Houses aren't about quantity. It's the quality that matters. After all, one can only sleep on one bed at a time. Qin Chuan casually surveyed his surroundings. Huang Wenwen thought to herself, you, a scoundrel from a small county, have been unmasked in this high-end villa. Determined to expose his true nature, she feigned nonchalance and asked, Qin Chuan, since you're observing so closely, is this your first encounter with such a style of decor? No wonder. The Baroque style evolved from the foundations of Italian Renaissance architecture, characterized by the extensive use of precious materials in decoration and vibrant colors. Ordinary bungalows cannot evoke such historical gravitas. Qin Chuan nodded, acknowledging Huang Wenwen's analysis as largely accurate. You're correct, but you've missed one crucial point. The principal characteristic of Baroque architecture is the ostentation of wealth. Huang Wenwen was taken aback, surprised that he was knowledgeable. Qin Chuan continued, however, this villa's Baroque style lacks certain nuances. The designer should not have been a top-tier Italian, but rather someone from another region. It lacks the imaginative flair unique to Italians, particularly in the selection of murals and chandeliers, leaning towards a more conservative approach. The marble flooring appears to be of first-rate quality, rather than the superior grade one would expect. His insights left the others speechless. In the living room, 4 similarly aged individuals were seated, 2 men and 2 women, each clad in fashionable, expensive attire adorned with luxury brand handbags. He Hua introduced them. This is Zhang Haoyu, from a family that owns a popular hot pot chain called Zhang Hezhuang, with 500 stores nationwide and celebrity endorsements. His girlfriend is beside him. Huang Wenwen eagerly greeted them. Exuding warmth, Zhang Haoyu, with an arm around his companion, merely glanced over and gave a dismissive grunt, ignoring her. He Hua, feigning ignorance, proceeded to introduce another guest. This is Long Tian, the founder of TT Group. Upon hearing TT Group, Huang Wenwen's eyes lit up. I know. That's the beauty brand with stores and malls across the country. I adore their products and always shop there when I receive my allowance. Long Tian, pleased with the praise, leaned forward, offering her a beer. With such a lovely fan, I feel honored. We're launching our winter collection soon. Please share your contact, and I'll send you a set. Surprised by the attention, Huang Wenwen gratefully accepted the beer. Thank you, Long Xiao. I will always support TT. He Hua's seemingly casual introductions were, in fact, a display of his connections, showcasing the strength of his social network. He then introduced Huang Wenwen. This beautiful lady is Huang Wenwen, a first-year student at Kyoto Film Academy. Our future star. Huang Wenwen playfully stuck out her tongue. You're making me blush, He Xiao. Upon learning that she was a freshman at the Kyoto Film Academy, the group became intrigued. While they were accustomed to beautiful women, a future celebrity was a rarity. Zhang Haoyu finally shifted his disinterest, turning to appraise Huang Wenwen. He Hua continued, this is Tian Xian, a high-achieving student from Kyoto University of Finance. The group's interest waned significantly. Although Tian Xian's beauty was on par with Huang Wenwen, and her figure was even more statuesque, it was not unusual to find attractive female university students in Kyoto. However, what He Hua uttered next piqued the interest of several individuals. With an air of mystery, he proclaimed that our dear Xin has caught the eye of tonight's enigmatic guest. Enigmatic guest? Enigmatic guest. Enigmatic guest. The crowd exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by Hishua's words. Even Huang Wenwen, who had always been supportive, was taken aback. She tugged at Hishua's sleeve, exclaiming, "Hishao, what do you mean? Why am I completely in the dark?" Hishua chuckled, showing no intention of concealing the evening's agenda. "I am not the main character. The principal figure is someone of great stature. To secure his presence, I have expended immense resources and leveraged numerous connections." Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu gasped at Hishua's revelation. They were entirely uninformed about the arrival of a significant individual that day. Their visit to Hishua's residence was solely due to financial issues plaguing their enterprises, seeking a bank loan from Hishua's father, the branch manager of Huaxing Bank in Kyoto. "Hishao, why didn't you inform us beforehand?" Zhang Haoyu inquired with a hint of annoyance, feeling blindsided by Hishua's actions. He believed that Hishua had shown him a complete lack of consideration. Long Tian remarked, "Hishao, do you see us as mere pawns?" Their words were sharp, offering no deference to Hishua. Nevertheless, Hishua laughed heartily. "Long Xiao, Zhang Xiao, you overestimate me. I am merely setting the stage. With a single word from this distinguished guest, your trifling troubles would vanish. With a mere flick of his finger, everything could be resolved." Long Tian sensed the implication in Hishua's words and bluntly asked, "Oh, is that so? What do you desire in return for your assistance?" Hishua replied directly, "I simply wish for one equity in your company in exchange for securing no less than 500 million in funding for you. Reasonable, wouldn't you agree?" Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu narrowed their eyes, silently cursing Hishua for attempting to act as a broker. Although they begrudged Hishua's opportunism, they felt compelled to endure due to their pressing financial needs. Zhang Haoyu stated, "Hishao, as long as the funds are in place, the equity can be negotiated." Long Tian added, "But first, who is this eminent individual?" Just as Hishua was about to unveil the mystery, Tian Xin shouted, "Hishua, what do you take me for? Am I merely a tool for your financial schemes?" Hishua glanced dismissively at her, retorting, "If someone of his caliber is interested in you, consider it a stroke of fortune. You should reflect on your own worth." Huang Wenwen was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. She grasped Tian Xion's hand, saying, "Let us leave." What a farce. He is merely a puppet master. However, as she reached for Tian Xion, Hishua interjected, "Tian Xion, should you dare to step out that door today, your father's loss of 10 million will go uncushioned." Tian Xion halted abruptly, stunned. How did Hishua know about her father's embezzlement and subsequent losses in the stock market? "You." Hishua laughed heartily. "The circle in Kyoto is small. Your father's little scandal is hardly a secret. Luckily for him, the company has given him a deadline to cover the deficit, or else they'll be less forgiving. Time is short. Only 3 days remain." Tian Xion lowered her head, fully aware of her father's predicament. The family had descended into chaos, with the company demanding 10 million in 7 days. Their house, valued at 6 million, had been on the market for days, but the agents showed no inclination to assist, only pushing for lower prices. As time ticked away, repaying the 10 million seemed impossible. "Can you lend me 10 million? Tian Xion released her friend's hand, her voice heavy with despair. "Of course, as long as you serve the distinguished guest well, 10 million is but a grain of sand to him." Tian Xion sighed in resignation. "All right." Hishua, hearing her acquiescence, erupted in laughter. The evening's events were entirely within his control. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the corner. "I never consented to your plan." Chapter 39. In my eyes, you are all trash. Everyone turned towards the voice, revealing a man dressed in ordinary casual attire. Aside from a slightly handsome face, he was otherwise unremarkable. Hishua stood up, sauntering forward with an air of arrogance. "Ah, my apologies. I almost forgot about Tian Xion's boyfriend. Would you be willing to part with your girlfriend?" Hishua dismissed Qin Chuan with contempt. Faced with such blatant provocation, Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched, a wave of killing intent rising within him. Unfazed, Hishua pulled out a bulging wallet and extracted a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, tossing them at Qin Chuan. "You've been a thorn in my side for too long. Since you walked in, you've acted all high and mighty. Who do you think you are? I can bury you in money. In the Kyoto circle, cash is king. Here is your chance. As long as you can hold it, take the money and get lost." Qin Chuan squinted, coldly retorting, "With your meager capabilities, you dare bark at me?" Tian Xion, enveloped in despair, was oblivious to the commotion around her, merely staring at the ground. Huang Wenwen, being a sensible girl, realized she couldn't help her friend and thus turned to support Tian Xion's boyfriend. She approached Qin Chuan, saying, "Qin Chuan, let us go. Their power is overwhelming. Your bravado won't change anything. Tian Xion's father's situation is too grave for us to assist." For her sake, you should back down. Qin Chuan snorted. Two small business owners and a broker relying solely on connections. What power can they possibly wield? In my eyes, you are all trash. You. Who do you think you are to speak to us like that? The volatile Zhang Haoyu stood up first, pointing angrily at Qin Chuan. Huh. You are just a nobody pretending to be grand on Douyin, and you have the audacity to show your face here. Long Tian, having watched too many episodes of the Douyin drama featuring a son-in-law, found Qin Chuan's demeanor reminiscent of the protagonist. However, he had no faith in Qin Chuan's ability to stand against them. He Shuhua, incensed, declared loudly, "So you want to talk about power? Fine. Let me show you what power is." The villa design you scorned was crafted by the top designer Su Shirgua, costing 500,000. The chandelier you disdain is an authentic Italian import, worth 150,000. The so-called low-quality marble flooring totaled 1 million. Just these expenses alone surpass what you could earn in a lifetime. The audience gasped collectively at his words. Merely the design fees, chandelier, and flooring amounted to nearly 2 million. Such expenditure was beyond the reach of even the founders of their two companies, whose wealth was primarily tied up in stock values, leaving them with limited liquid assets. A trashy house. I truly cannot fathom how you dare boast about a townhouse. With such a narrow perspective, do you still dare to dream of becoming a broker and profiting from the information gap? He Shuhua's face turned crimson at Qin Chuan's words. This is a dilapidated house. If you have something better, let us behold it. I am genuinely curious to see if there exists a villa in Kyoto that can rival my home. Very well. Let's go right now. With that, the group set off in their vehicles to witness Qin Chuan's abode. Upon arriving at the parking lot, the trio climbed into Long Tiantian's luxurious Range Rover, while Qin Chuan seated himself alongside Tian Xian in Huang Wenwen's Volkswagen Polo. Zhang Haoyu rolled down the window and shouted at the Polo, "What kind of car is that? At a speed of 30, we'll arrive tomorrow." Long Tian chuckled derisively. "Did you genuinely believe that he would take us to his home? Isn't that the case?" He Shuhua replied. "He likely intends for Huang Wenwen to drop him off at the subway station and then make his escape." Laughter erupted among the others. In the next moment, their attention was drawn to the Volkswagen Polo, which came to a halt at an intersection. "See, I told you so," He Shuhua exclaimed. "How did you guess that?" He Shuhua, "You're impressive." Yet, soon after, the Polo resumed its journey, turning right. The three fell silent, begrudgingly following suit. After the turn, the Polo drove straight towards the grand entrance of a lavish residential complex adorned with colossal stone pillars. The security guard halted the vehicle, stating sternly, "This is a private community. Outside vehicles are not permitted entry." Huang Wenwen lowered her window, taken aback by the opulent entrance, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Chuan rolled down his window and addressed the guard. "This is my friend. I'm bringing them home, and the Range Rover behind us is with us as well." Upon seeing Qin Chuan, the guard immediately recognized him, the owner of Building 1 in Kyoto Manor. Without even needing facial recognition, he waved them through. "Certainly, Mr. Qin. Wishing you a pleasant stay." As Huang Wenwen drove into the community, she felt as though she were floating in disbelief. The Range Rover followed closely behind, the others well aware of the significance of their surroundings. Upon reaching the entrance of Kyoto Manor, it became evident that they were in a realm far beyond their expectations. This place was known to anyone with even a modicum of wealth in Kyoto. The residences here were the epitome of luxury, a symbol of status. However, the exorbitant prices would deter even the wealthiest of the wealthy. To reside here, one must belong to the elite 1 in a million. He Shuhua wished he could find a crevice to hide within. The two vehicles entered Villa 1 in succession and disembarked. As they stepped into the sprawling 1,500 square meter garden, it felt as though they had been transported to the Palace of Versailles in France. Huang Wenwen, guiding the dazed Tian Xian, strolled through the enchanting garden, everything appearing like a dream. Could it be that Qin Chuan truly owned a property in Kyoto? The grandeur of this community was leagues above He Shuhua's, a stark contrast. The villas here were standalone masterpieces. Row houses seemed trivial in comparison. The gardens were expansive, while He Shuhua's home could only be described as a mere flowerbed. Leading the way, Qin Chuan strode confidently ahead, with Huang Wenwen and Tian Xian closely following. He Shuhua and his companions trailed behind like chicks, rendered speechless. Chapter 40. Do you dare to toy with my girlfriend without considering your position? As they made their way toward the villa's grand hall, Huang Wenwen discreetly took out her phone and searched for information on Villa 1 in Kyoto Manor. The search results quickly appeared. She read aloud, Kyoto Manor. Villa 1 is the pinnacle of the community. Its interior boasts luxurious decor, utilizing only the finest materials. The entire villa and garden span 10 acres, with a construction area of 3,300 square meters, featuring 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, and amenities such as indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, a spa, dry and wet saunas, a massage pool, a billiard room, a gym, a media room, and various entertainment facilities. According to the latest news, this prestigious villa has been purchased by a mysterious buyer with an estimated transaction price not less than 1 billion. At the conclusion of her reading, Huang Wenwen gasped. 1 billion? This house is worth 1 billion. She turned to her friend Tian Xin, placing her hands on her shoulders. You've struck gold. Qin Chuan is an invisible billionaire, living in a 1 billion house. He must be worth at least several hundred billion. Tian Xin's eyes sparkled with surprise, but soon dimmed. Wenwen, I told you before that Qin Chuan is not an ordinary person. Oh dear, Xin, it is my fault for not recognizing his worth. Why the long face? With a boyfriend this wealthy, your father's situation is merely a numerical issue for him. Tian Xin forced a self-deprecating smile. Qin Chuan is not my boyfriend. He is just a classmate from university. Besides, he has already helped me immensely. I cannot bear to ask him for more assistance, especially not for 1 million. Huang Wenwen embraced Tian Xin, feigning sympathy while secretly feeling a surge of delight. The expressions on Hua and his companions' faces resembled that of someone who had just swallowed something bitter. Their earlier bravado had vanished, now rendered utterly embarrassed in the presence of such immense wealth. What were the founders of a renowned hot pot chain with 500 stores across the nation, or the creators of a famous beauty brand worth in comparison? Their businesses, no matter how laboriously they toiled, paled against the value of a single villa owned by Qin Chuan. Their faces reflected their dismay, fearing any association with Qin Chuan could spell disaster for their ventures. Should he take offense, he could effortlessly sabotage them, leading to their downfall. As they entered the villa's grand hall, they were met with French-style decor of unparalleled opulence. The furniture, decorations, and chandeliers all exuded an air of extravagance. Qin Chuan came to a halt, turning to face them while gesturing at Hua. In comparison to my villa, whose is superior? Long Tian immediately sided with Qin Chuan, exclaiming, your villa is on an entirely different level compared to Hua's. Qin Chuan, disdainful of such petty individuals, ignored the comment. He pointed to the crystal chandelier overhead, stating, this chandelier is the least expensive, a Swarovski piece worth 1.88 million. The marble flooring on the first floor is valued at 5 million. Hua, I simply cannot fathom how you dare to discuss strength with me. Hua was left speechless, his head bowed in defeat. In the face of such an insurmountable disparity in wealth, even the most eloquent among them could offer no defense. Suddenly, Hua's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he realized it was a significant figure from earlier that evening. An idea struck him, and he hurriedly made his way outside before answering the call. A few minutes later, Hua entered the room with an air of newfound confidence. His head held high and chest out. Pointing a finger at Qin Chuan, he exclaimed, Qin Chuan, I never expected you to possess such acumen. Relying on the trade of second-hand cars, running a guest house, and making a fortune on Douyin, admirable indeed. I concede, when one is riding the winds of fortune, even a pig can soar. However, quick riches are ultimately limited. No matter how much you accumulate, it merely amounts to 100 billion. Compared to the prominent figures of this evening, you remain but a junior. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. Hua continued, as the saying goes, those who recognize the times are true heroes. Your 100 billion fortune pales in significance before the families of those influential individuals. Their tempers are notorious. They abhor anyone encroaching upon their romantic interests. I advise you to refrain from meddling. It's merely a woman, after all. I can find you another one another day. We are both respectable individuals. There is no need to make a scene. Though Hua's words seemed like friendly advice on the surface, they were essentially veiled threats. Leveraging his connections, curiosity stirred within Qin Chuan. Who could possibly disregard a billionaire's wealth? Just then, his phone rang. It was the security at the community entrance. Hello, Mr. Qin, there is a friend of yours at the entrance requesting to visit. Should I let him in? Qin Chuan hesitated. He had not invited anyone. But then it struck him that this person was likely the prominent figure Hua had mentioned. Let him in. Thank you, he replied. Upon hearing the words let him in, Hua's demeanor shifted instantly. Excitement radiated from him. The significant person had arrived. He dashed out to personally greet the guest, leaving the others in the villa to gaze quietly toward the entrance. 10 minutes later, the massive wrought iron gate, weighing 3 tons and standing 5 meters tall, creaked open. A crimson Rolls-Royce glided into view. Hua eagerly opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. Emerging from the back seat was a casually dressed man sporting a cap. Hua bowed his head in servitude, leading the way. As the two entered the villa, Hua's aura transformed entirely. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the illustrious figure I have been telling you about, the heir of the Wanda Group, young Master Wang Tsong. Long Tian, Zhang Haoyu. And the others were left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Hua had actually managed to invite the heir of the Wanda Group. It was almost surreal. Such a super-rich heir from a prestigious family was on a completely different echelon than them. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu quickly approached to introduce themselves. Young Master Wang was the owner of an angel investment company, a genuine financial backer. Hua lifted his chin slightly, casting a glance at Qin Chuan. As if to say, now you're feeling intimidated, aren't you? Your 100 billion means nothing before him. You simply do not measure up. Even if you own a mansion, wealth without a solid family background or industry is ultimately mere illusion. Those who speculate in cryptocurrencies serve as cautionary tales. Hua hastened to present Wang Tsong to Tian Xin. Young Master Wang, this is the Miss Tian Xin you have been hearing about. I went to great lengths to arrange this meeting. Miss Tian has admired you for quite some time. Haven to you, Miss Tian. He discreetly signaled Tian Xin, who, feeling cornered, lowered her head. Ah, Hua, you truly know my preferences well, Wang Tsong chuckled. He had developed a fondness for sweet and charming girls. Having met Tian Xin once at a banquet and unable to forget her since, Hua, understanding Wang Tsong's inclinations, orchestrated this gathering. Just as Wang Tsong prepared to engage Tian Xin in conversation, Qin Chuan, seated on the sofa, coldly interjected, Wang Tsong, do you not consider your own standing before daring to flirt with my girlfriend? At these words, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Everyone held their breath. Did Qin Chuan just challenge Wang Tsong? He was the heir of the Wanda Group, a company valued at nearly $1 trillion. Had Qin Chuan lost his senses? Chapter 41. A mere 3 billion business, and you dare to converse with me? Wang Tsong, taken aback by the audacity of the statement, felt his temper flare. I am the heir of the Wanda Group, the only son of the chairman, and you dare to question my authority? Wang Tsong, known for his fiery temper, had publicly berated several tycoons before and even confronted 4 prominent figures in the capital. He turned swiftly, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. However, upon seeing the young man before him, he froze. Why, you are Boss Qin? Wang Tsong stammered, his confidence shaken. Ah, it seems you do know who I am. Qin Chuan replied with a cold smirk. Suddenly, Wang Tsong realized he was in the Kyoto Manor, where the mysterious major shareholder owning 30 of the group resided. The shocking acquisition of those shares overnight had sent ripples through the entire company, leading everyone to speculate about the identity of the international consortium behind it. Later, his father, Wang Lin, revealed that the buyer was merely a 20-year-old youth. The Wang family was the largest shareholder, holding 41, while this young man was the second largest shareholder. Boss Qin, is this Miss Tian Xin your girlfriend? Wang Tsong inquired, swallowing hard, as he felt the weight of Qin Chuan's gaze, laced with hostility. Qin Chuan nodded. His eyes locked onto Wang Tsong's with an intensity that seemed to pierce through him. Wang Tsong gulped. While it was true that the Wang family held the most significant stake in the Wanda Group, this young man's 30 stake was an entirely different matter. To put it plainly, the shares of Wanda were merely a small investment for him. The true power and resources behind such a wealthy individual were likely far beyond the Wang family's reach. His father treated him with utmost respect. And if this young man demanded the dismissal of an executive, his father would promptly issue a notice across the entire group. Clearly, this was someone not to be trifled with. Though Wang Tsong had been arrogant due to his wealth, he was not foolish. In the past, he had insulted tycoons, but they were always individuals far removed from his own business. The only people he had ever apologized to were those he had mistakenly offended. It was evident that Qin Chuan was someone he could not afford to cross. Boss Qin, I sincerely apologize. It was a case of mistaken identity. Akin to a flood breaching the Dragon King Temple, Wang Tsong said earnestly, glancing around the room. He poured himself a glass of whiskey. Boss Qin, I raise this glass to you. Let us consider this matter resolved, shall we? Qin Chuan nodded, yet his expression remained impassive. Observing this, Wang Tsong tilted his head back and downed the glass of whiskey in one go. The onlookers were left in shock, hardly able to believe what was unfolding before them. Was this truly the same young Master Wang, who stirred up controversy online and was known for his sharp tongue? How had he become so humble, even voluntarily punishing himself with a drink? Everyone regarded Qin Chuan with eyes filled with awe. What was his true identity? It was terrifying. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu felt a surge of resentment toward Hua. How could the son of a mere branch bank president orchestrate such an evening, leading them to offend someone they should never have crossed? Hua's face turned pale, his legs trembling as fear gripped him, nearly causing him to lose control. If Wang Tsong was someone he could not afford to offend, then Qin Chuan was an even more formidable presence. Overcome with dread, he crumpled to his knees. Qin Xiao, I, Hua, have truly lost my senses. Tonight, having offended you, I beg you to treat me as inconsequential and let me go. He wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face, terrified that a moment's displeasure from Qin Chuan would lead to the annihilation of his modesty family. He himself was fortunate. leading a life of idleness, supported by his father, the bank manager. However, if his father were to lose his job, the entire family would face ruin. Qin Chuan recoiled slightly, wary of making contact with such a fool. He slowly inquired of Wang Tsong, "Is this your dog?" Wang Tsong immediately disavowed any connection, insisting, "I am not familiar with him. If he hadn't mentioned there were beauties here tonight, I wouldn't have bothered with him." Upon realizing he had perhaps spoken out of turn, Wang Tsong fell silent. "Young Master Wang, after all my efforts to curry favor with you, how can you so easily cast me aside?" Wang Tsong, now incensed, retorted, "What the hell? Am I that familiar with you? I even criticized you. What kind of person dares to gather others, and nearly caused me to offend Boss Qin?" With that, Wang Tsong kicked He Shuhua aside. Once resplendent in white, He Shuhua rolled twice on the ground. Seeing He Shuhua's tear-streaked face filled with snot, Qin Chuan felt a wave of nausea and commanded, "Get out of my sight immediately, lest you dirty my home." At these words, He Shuhua felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. He scrambled out of the villa on all fours. Long Tian, aware that he had offended Qin Chuan and that financing was now out of the question, left in disgrace. Zhang Haoyu, feeling somewhat more resilient than the others, believed that the man before him would not strike out at someone who wore a smile. Today, his company was facing a dire crisis. Zhang Haoyu steeled himself, rubbing his hands together, and with a beaming smile addressed Qin Chuan, "Young Master Qin, I am Zhang Haoyu, the founder of the popular hot pot restaurant chain, Hezhuang. We have 500 locations nationwide, with an annual revenue of 300 million. We are urgently seeking investments for expansion." Before Zhang Haoyu could finish his proposal, Qin Chuan shot him a glare. "What gives you the right to discuss business with me? You dare approach me for investment with a mere 300 million in annual revenue? Get lost." Though Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, it struck like a thunderclap, leaving Zhang Haoyu drenched in cold sweat. He hastily bowed and retreated from the villa. Once the three departed, Wang Tsong contemplated lingering a while, but soon felt the atmosphere had turned awkward. With two stunning beauties by his side, he dared not approach either. What if the other was also Qin Chuan's girlfriend? "Boss Qin, I have other matters to attend to tonight. How about I host next time, and we go out for some fun?" Seeing Wang Tsong's favorable demeanor, Qin Chuan nodded. "All right, add me on WeChat, and we'll be in touch." Wang Tsong, elated, quickly added Qin Chuan. "Oh, I must tell you, the gatherings I organize feature all sorts of beauties, internet celebrities, fresh models, and stars. You are guaranteed to have an unforgettable time." With that, he added Qin Chuan as a contact and hurriedly departed. Inside the villa, only Qin Chuan remained seated on the sofa, while Huang Wenwen and Tian Xin stood nearby, too intimidated to breathe. They were the lowest in the pecking order that night, with everyone else being figures they could only look up to. Yet, even these individuals spoke to Qin Chuan with abject servility. The two young women dared not overstep their bounds. As Tian Xin watched her last hope slip away, despair took hold of her heart. The once cheerful girl now wore a sorrowful expression, devoid of any glimmer of hope. "Sit down, why are you both standing?" Qin Chuan said. Huang Wenwen tugged at Tian Xin's sleeve, urging her to sit alongside her. Having missed her chance with Wang Tsong, Tian Xin now pinned all her hopes on this man before her. Instead of sitting, she knelt before Qin Chuan and pleaded, "Can you save my father?" Chapter 42, A Million for a Price. Huang Wenwen gasped in shock and quickly pulled Tian Xin up. "What are you doing? Don't act like this. We can think of another way." "Wenwen, there is no other way. We have only 3 days left, and my family cannot possibly come up with 1 million. Don't worry about me." Tian Xin wrenched her arm free from Huang Wenwen's grasp and remained kneeling. Unable to bear it, Huang Wenwen slapped Tian Xin across the face. "Tian Xin, wake up. How can you let yourself fall so low? Wenwen, weren't you just trying to introduce me to a wealthy man? Now, isn't Qin Chuan that wealthy man?" Huang Wenwen found herself at a loss for words in response to Tian Xin's accusation. Tonight, she had intended to introduce her friend to a rich young man, but that had only applied to someone of He Shuhua's caliber. The likes of Wang Tsong and the current Qin Chuan were not people she could easily relinquish. As a student at the Kyoto Film Academy, she envisioned a future as a new star in the domestic film industry. Her boyfriend had to be a person of exceptional merit, a paragon among men. Just as Huang Wenwen contemplated how to continue the conversation, Qin Chuan interjected, "I can lend you 1 million to help you through this crisis." In Tian Xin's despairing eyes, a glimmer of hope ignited. "Really? Qin Chuan, are you truly willing to help me?" However, he continued, "But if I help you, what benefits can you offer me in return?" Tian Xin fell silent. She understood that every gift in this world comes with a price. What did she have to offer? No skills, no assets. Repaying a debt of 1 million seemed an insurmountable task. She lowered her gaze, contemplating her own body. Presently, the only thing of value was her appearance. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Qin Chuan, as long as you are willing to lend me 1 million, I will do anything you ask. Anything." Qin Chuan asked coolly. Tian Xin, filled with resentment and suppressed tears welling in her eyes, nodded vigorously. Leaning back against the plush leather sofa, Qin Chuan stated, "Then, during my 4 years of university, you will personally prepare all my meals. You know how terrible the food is in our school cafeteria. I prefer light dishes, and every meal must include soup. Any kind of soup will do." Tian Xin was taken aback. What kind of condition was that? She lifted her tear-streaked face, blinking her big eyes in confusion. "Cooking, is that all?" Qin Chuan nodded. "Yes. You will prepare and deliver my meals every day. What is the matter? Is that too much to ask?" At that moment, Tian Xin felt as though this man was an angel sent from heaven to rescue her. Wiping her tears away, she smiled through her sorrow. "It's not too much." "Not at all. I promise to cook for you and deliver your meals every day for 4 years." Huang Wenwen was left dumbfounded, her mouth agape in astonishment. Was this a wealthy man's peculiar whim? $1 million to hire a petite beauty to cook for him daily? What was happening in this world? Were the rich truly so capricious? Qin Chuan wasted no time. He promptly transferred $1 million to Tian Xin. He had formed a favorable first impression of this young girl, reminiscent of his own sister. Had he not intervened, she would undoubtedly have strayed down a dark path. $1 million, for the ordinary person, might represent a lifetime of unattainable wealth. For Qin Chuan, it was merely a commonplace figure. Considering the shares he held in several companies, his annual returns conservatively exceeded $5 billion. By that calculation, each day he awoke after a night's rest, he earned approximately $14 million. Using less than a day's earnings to alter a young girl's life was akin to a person with a monthly salary of $5,000 spending $100 to save a girl in distress. Surely, no one would consider that a loss. Regarding this transaction, Qin Chuan felt it was feasible. A heavy weight lifted from Tian Xin's heart, and her face regained its sweet smile. She stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "I didn't realize it earlier. Qin Chuan, your house is quite spacious." With the clouds of gloom dissipated, Tian Xin eagerly pulled Huang Wenwen to explore the villa in detail. "Wenwen, look. I absolutely adore the chandelier. And the flowers in the garden are stunning. Qin Chuan, how many rooms do you have? Will you get lost at night? Your bathroom is larger than my living room. How extravagant." If these words had come from someone else, they would be laden with flattery and envy. Yet, from Tian Xin's lips, they bore the innocent wonder of a child exploring a park. The two continued their joyous commotion until the late hours of the night. As the evening deepened, Qin Chuan invited them to stay over. Apart from the master bedroom and the butler's quarters, the other 10 extravagant bedrooms were at their disposal. Tian Xin promptly selected a room that overlooked the entire garden. After a night of frolicking, Qin Chuan finally turned off the lights and settled into bed. A familiar notification tone echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Sacrifice and salvation. Quest reward. Acquired the long position item." Note: the long position item allows control of a single stock to rise by 100. Note: this item is disposable. Once used, it will automatically disintegrate. Challenger must cherish it. As the notification faded, a status panel appeared. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 4 peak. Medical skills, level 2 entry. Single-use item, long position. Qin Chuan felt a surge of delight. This reward was distinctly different from the usual ones. It was an item reward. How intriguing. The long position could be utilized for stock trading. This was a formidable tool, akin to receiving a direct influx of wealth. Satisfied, Qin Chuan closed the status panel. The scene before him reverted to the reality of the world. Just as he was about to close his eyes and drift into slumber, his innate neural defense system, a trait of a level 4 martial artist, activated. His heightened perception instantly detected movement at the bedroom door. Is someone lurking outside? Qin Chuan remained still, feigning sleep. The door to his expansive 300-square-foot bedroom creaked open, revealing a slender figure who stealthily crept inside. The intruder moved with grace, making no sound upon the thick wool carpet. In Qin Chuan's mind, he could vividly visualize every action of the intruder. Each movement was within his grasp. The figure slowly approached the edge of his bed and climbed onto it. As a hand stealthily reached towards Qin Chuan's neck, he suddenly rolled over, pinning the intruder beneath him, asserting a firm hold. His left hand gripped their throat, while his right formed a fist, poised to deliver a powerful blow. Startled by Qin Chuan's actions, the intruder instinctively let out a scream. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, released his grip, and leaped off the bed, demanding, "Why did you enter my room?" Chapter 43, A Night of Recharge, 10 billion shocking the Douyin headquarters. Qin Chuan switched on the lights within the room and sat on the sofa opposite the bed. Huang Wenwen sat curled up, hugging her knees against the pillow. As a freshman at the Kyoto Film Academy, Huang Wenwen's beauty could easily be rated above 8. Her delicate, oval face featured strikingly refined features. Upon closer inspection, She bore a resemblance to a youthful Yangmi. Her alluring presence was undeniably captivating, making it difficult for anyone to resist. With a tone of lament, Huang Wenwen said, "I'm afraid to sleep alone." "Then go find Tian Xin. Do you understand that your earlier actions nearly cost you your life?" Qin Chuan retorted coldly. Huang Wenwen stepped off the bed, her delicate feet tiptoeing on the soft carpet. She approached Qin Chuan and squatted beside him. "Tian Xin is asleep. I didn't want to disturb her. You were so impressive just now, you pinned me down effortlessly. But you were a bit too forceful. I'm feeling a tad sore now. Would you help me massage it?" She leaned slightly towards Qin Chuan. Ignoring her, he replied, "I'm quite tired and need to rest." "Then let me give you a massage. I'm quite skilled at it." "No need. You should leave," he insisted. Huang Wenwen remained still, quietly standing there. Qin Chuan, growing frustrated, asked, "Did you not hear what I said?" In a subdued tone, Huang Wenwen murmured, "Why does everyone prefer Tian Xin and no one likes me? I know that in the eyes of men, a woman like me is deemed cheap and insignificant. Only someone like Tian Xin is considered a worthy match. But what have I done wrong? My looks were given to me by my parents. I cannot alter my alluring nature." Qin Chuan let out a cold snort, half smiling. "So you intend to use your looks to entice me? How much do you want?" Huang Wenwen's expression shifted. The fear and trepidation dissipated, replaced by indignation. "Money? Huh. If I wanted money, I could easily seek out those small-time bosses who would gladly shower me with cash. A mere flick of my finger would have them obediently handing over money for me to spend. What is it that you desire?" Huang Wenwen plopped down, sighing softly. "All I seek is a sense of security. I am fully aware of the challenges I will face in this chosen profession. The industry is rife with deceit and treachery. It's a wonder how few can navigate it without becoming tainted. I do not ask for your financial support. I merely wish for a sanctuary where I can focus on my craft, act sincerely, and not be harassed by others. Nothing more." Leaning against the soft sofa, she curled her body, her gaze drifting towards the moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. "I understand that choosing the path of an actress necessitates sacrifices, given the inevitable outcome. My only wish is to dedicate myself to a single person." Having said this, she gazed at Qin Chuan in silence. Qin Chuan suddenly comprehended her unspoken desire to have him as her protector, shielding her from the chaos of the industry. The turmoil of the entertainment sphere was all too evident in the daily gossip. Take, for instance, the entertainment stars from neighboring countries. None were spared. All pawns of the wealthy elite. Many suffered mental breakdowns, ultimately taking their own lives. This girl before him merely sought refuge. Reigning in his disdainful thoughts, Qin Chuan recalled that he had recently acquired a media company. As the owner, recruiting a promising actress could indeed bring wealth to the company. Thus, he spoke. "If what you seek is my protection, I can grant that. I assure you can complete your studies peacefully, act earnestly, select suitable scripts, and decline the chaotic social gatherings." Huang Wenwen's eyes sparkled with hope as she rushed to Qin Chuan, disbelief evident in her voice. "Really? You're truly willing to help me?" Qin Chuan maintained his icy demeanor. "Do I seem like the type to jest?" In a heartbeat, Huang Wenwen embraced Qin Chuan, following it swiftly with a soft kiss. Her supple form pressed against him. "All right," Qin Chuan said, pushing her away. "Now that your objective has been achieved, return to your sleep." Huang Wenwen appeared taken aback, tinged with disappointment. "Don't you want me to keep you company? Or do you find me undesirable? Rest assured, you are my first man." With that, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, expressing that his intention was to nurture an exceptional actor. His current demeanor made her feel as if their relationship was merely transactional. Huang Wenwen's downcast eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise at Qin Chuan's unexpected perspective, elevating her admiration for him several notches. However, since Qin Chuan had articulated his stance so clearly, she had no choice but to acquiesce. If today was not feasible, perhaps another day would suffice. Just as Huang Wenwen closed the door to her room, a familiar notification chimed in. "Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Protection. Quest reward, 10,000,000 do coins." Qin Chuan felt a bit dazed. Having just rescued a young girl on the brink of despair, he was now rewarded with 10 billion do coins. Was this a call to save the entire Douyin community of female streamers? He still had over 90,000 carnival tokens left to distribute. How could he focus on his studies under such circumstances? With a frustrated sigh, Qin Chuan shut down the system interface and succumbed to sleep. In Kyoto, at the Douyin headquarters in the coastal district, the operations supervisor, Song Shifeng, stretched wearily at his workstation after an exhausting day. This marked the 8th consecutive day of overtime for him. Recently, due to a deteriorating environment, the number of viewers for influencer competitions had plummeted. The big spenders in the live streams had become increasingly frugal. Not long ago, A wealthy user named Qin Chuan had all but vanished after showering the platform with 154 carnival tokens. Such a situation was unprecedented. He had reviewed the affluent user's account information, which revealed a staggering balance of over 90,000 carnival tokens, nearly causing him to faint. However, unless these tokens were utilized for gifting, they would not count towards performance metrics, as refunds were an option. With a deep breath, Song Shifeng stood up, preparing to tidy his desk and head home. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Messages flooded in from the Feishu group. Damn it, he muttered. It was likely the manager assigning tasks and requesting today's performance feedback. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but the read receipt function compelled him to click on the chat box and show his presence. To his astonishment, the sender was not the manager but the head of the risk control department at Douyin. The message was accompanied by a screenshot shared with everyone in the group. Whoever from the tech department is available. We have received a significant risk alert from the risk control side. Please investigate immediately and report back with findings. Curiosity piqued. Song Shifeng opened the screenshot, only to gasp in disbelief. The screenshot from the risk control chief displayed a user who had recharged 10 billion Do coins that very evening. The entire Douyin group was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Leaders from various departments promptly acknowledged the message, demanding the IT department conduct a thorough investigation. This could very well be a hacker's deliberate attempt to exploit the system, and if mishandled, it could lead to immeasurable losses for Douyin. Indignation spread among department heads as they expressed their outrage, some even advocating for police involvement. A recharge of 10 billion Do coins in a single evening was unprecedented. The head of the IT department personally took to the system for examination. After half an hour of scrutiny, the IT department head reported back to the group. Following departmental investigations, the user identified as Qin Chuan was confirmed to be a legitimate customer engaging in standard recharge activities, with no evidence of exploiting any bugs or engaging in any illicit behavior. A succinct message was dispatched, and instantly everyone acknowledged it. The Feishu group fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak further. Chapter 44. Allow me to teach you how to conduct business. On the road leading into the city via the Third Ring Road in Kyoto, it was a Tuesday, and the traffic was horrendously congested. This was not due to errant lane changes causing accidents, but rather a luxury car worth millions crawling at a snail's pace. Other vehicles kept their distance. Tion Xin. Step on it, Qin Chuan urged from the back seat. It's fine, be bold and don't be afraid. If there's a scrape, it's on me. Tion Xin adjusted her seat to nearly touch the steering wheel, her trembling hands revealing her anxiety. I'm not scared, it's just that the car is too big, and I'm not quite used to it. Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. He had hoped to let Tion Xin drive so he could catch a few more moments of sleep. Instead, he found himself still on the Third Ring Road after a full nap. The Capital University of Finance and Economics was merely 2 streets away from the Kyoto Film Academy. After hitching a ride, Huang Wenwen happily exited the vehicle. She stood outside, forming a heart shape with her hands towards Qin Chuan in the back seat before hurriedly dashing into the school. Tion Xin continued to drive, narrowly yet safely maneuvering into the university. Qin Chuan was now sweating nervously. If the system deemed him late, any reward could be rescinded, amounting to a loss of billions. He exhaled deeply and remarked, Tion Xin, you nearly cost me several billion. Tion Xin pouted. Do you have to be so dramatic? I brought you here safely, didn't I? Forget it, just keep one of the car keys for grocery shopping. With that, Qin Chuan exited the vehicle and headed to class. Tion Xin beamed with delight, envisioning herself as a small fairy, effortlessly gliding around town in a luxury car for her shopping trips. But the next moment, she glanced at the dashboard's fuel consumption, 23 L per 100 kilometers. Instantly, she felt tears welling in her eyes. Qin Chuan, I can't drive this anymore. The car is yours. At the Capital University of Finance and Economics, in a classroom on the 2nd floor of the Moral Education Building, a young male teacher glanced at Qin Chuan as he entered just in time, but he said nothing. Instead, he continued writing on the blackboard. This was his inaugural lesson for the class, and he intended to establish authority to avoid being led by the nose in the future. He inscribed 3 large characters on the board. Su Gongqing. Hello everyone, I am your instructor for business management. The room fell silent. The students were taken aback by the youthfulness of their teacher. Is he really that young? Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses, clearly expecting this reaction. He continued, I am 29 years old, a PhD graduate from the Capital University of Finance and Economics, with prior experience at multiple Fortune 500 companies, where I ascended to the position of operations director, the youngest in the company's history. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in whispers of amazement. They had not anticipated that their teacher, Mr. Su, was so youthful and possessed such an impressive resume. A high-ranking executive from a Fortune 500 company. My goodness, how many people toil for over a decade to reach such heights? Mr. Su is remarkable. Sensing the admiration from his students, Su Gongqing felt a swell of satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. Just then, Qin Chuan's phone vibrated, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Summer Ing, a secretary at the Zilton Group. "Hello, I'm in class, please don't disturb me." Without waiting for Summer to respond, Qin Chuan hastily ended the call and returned to his seat. Su Gongqing noticed this and furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to comment. He composed himself and continued, "In today's lecture, we will discuss business management. I would like to pose a question to the class. Please raise your hand if your parents own a business." About a quarter of the students raised their hands. Su Gongqing then asked, "Now, please raise your hand if your parents employ 10 or more staff members in their business." The student who had just raised his hand lowered it significantly, leaving only 3 individuals with their hands still up. This development was entirely within Su Gongqing's expectations. He proceeded to inquire, "Now, to these 3 students, if your parents' businesses employ over 100 people, please raise your hands." The trio exchanged glances, ultimately lowering their hands. With none of them raising them again, Su Gongqing obtained the answer he sought, and with confidence and composure, he remarked, "Governance of a vast nation resembles the art of cooking a delicate dish. Managing a business operates similarly. Initially, a small workshop can be managed solely through personal charisma. However, as the business expands, the obstacles encountered become significantly greater. The difference between managing a 2-digit workforce and a 3-digit one is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth." At this juncture, he paused to gauge the audience's reaction. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted the atmosphere. Su Gongqing turned to see that same student stepping out of the classroom to answer a phone call. A frown creased Su Gongqing's face. Although Qin Chuan's departure had not disrupted the others, to Su Gongqing, it was unmistakably a display of disrespect. He suppressed his irritation and continued with the lecture. "When I first assumed the role of operations director, my daily tasks were an intricate web of responsibilities. A manager must not only consider their own department's affairs, but also engage with other departments within the company, ensuring seamless coordination for their subordinates to operate efficiently." Su Gongqing deliberately paused before continuing, "At my peak, I managed nearly 1,000 employees." Upon his completion of this statement, the classroom erupted in astonishment. "Mr. Su, you are incredible. My father's company has only over 30 employees, and he constantly frets about management. Yet you oversee 1,000 people. How remarkable. Mr. Su, what was your annual salary at that time? Please enlighten us." The structure of Su Gongqing's lecture today was the culmination of extensive refinement over several classes. He was acutely aware of what to say and how the audience would respond. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if all his past achievements were trivial in comparison. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a student in the last row quietly exiting to take another phone call. This time, however, the student unexpectedly erupted in fury within the aisle. "I've already said it. I am in class. Stop calling me," he concluded, "if you can't manage that trivial business. Fire them all tomorrow." Qin Chuan, seething with anger, returned to the classroom after hanging up. At this moment, Su Gongqing could no longer contain himself. In his numerous first lectures of the semester, such a situation had never occurred. He let out a cold laugh and asked, "What is this student's name? From your tone, it seems you have already embarked on an entrepreneurial journey during university, and quite a significant one at that." Su Gongqing's words carried a hint of sarcasm. The other students caught on to the undertone, erupting in laughter. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Su, his name is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, since Mr. Su is here today, why not share your business with him? Yes, Qin Chuan, perhaps with Mr. Su's guidance, your business could reach 1 million next year." The collective encouragement from the students was unwelcome to Tang Yuming, who found it quite grating. He interjected, "You all know nothing. Qin Chuan's business is substantial. It's at the $1 million level." His words silenced the class. Su Gongqing squinted his eyes, seemingly cautious, and inquired, "What business is Qin Chuan involved in?" Before Qin Chuan could respond, Tang Yuming interjected, "Used cars and homestays." His announcement shocked everyone. "What? He's dealing in used cars as a freshman and running a homestay? How impressive. I didn't know we had an entrepreneur in our class. Qin Chuan, what's the name of your homestay? How much is it per night? Can you offer a discount? I just started dating, and I'm looking to buy a Mercedes for 3,000 yuan. Can you help me out?" As the attention of his students shifted towards Qin Chuan, Su Gongqing felt a sense of embarrassment. How could he allow someone else to overshadow him on the first day of class? He cleared his throat and remarked, "Indeed, quite commendable. Qin Chuan, at such a young age, has achieved this level of success. Surely, your family must have provided significant support?" Su Gongqing's words, while appearing to praise Qin Chuan, subtly insinuated that his achievements were likely due to familial sponsorship. Wu Ming, the dormitory elder brother, discerned the implication in Su Gongqing's words and hastily defended, "Teacher, Both of Qin Chuan's parents are frontline workers in a factory. The implication was clear. Qin Chuan's parents would never provide him with the initial capital to start a business. Su Gongqing was taken aback and began to reassess Qin Chuan. With sharp brows and clear features, he exhibited an air of authority reminiscent of top-tier magnates. This surprised Su Gongqing. Qin Chuan, why don't you share with everyone how you run your business? We could use your personal experience as a live case study. Perhaps it could elevate your business even further. His suggestion incited jealousy among those students whose families were engaged in business. Regardless of size, their family enterprises had encountered management challenges. What they lacked was a skilled individual to guide them decisively. They took out notebooks, preparing to record insights for imparting Su Gongqing's management wisdom to their parents later. Tang Yuming nudged Qin Chuan with his elbow, urging him, just tell Mr. Su about it. Perhaps he can help you boost your performance. Wu Ming added, exactly. With a renowned teacher's guidance, your business will surely ascend to new heights. Sitting in the last row, Qin Chuan sighed softly and replied, Teacher, I actually don't have a clear understanding of how my business is doing right now. His words left everyone dumbfounded. What? You don't even know how your own business is faring? What is going on? Are you joking? Qin Chuan, are you hiding something deliberately? Several inquisitive male classmates chimed in. Su Gongqing maintained a calm demeanor and continued his inquiry. So, can you tell us how many used cars you currently have in stock? What is your turnover time? What is the gross profit per vehicle? Qin Chuan promptly replied, I don't know. Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses and pressed on. And what about the homestay business? How many rooms do you have? What is the occupancy rate? To which Qin Chuan responded with 3 words, I don't know. How is it that you know nothing? Does Qin Chuan truly have a business, or is he merely boasting? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the room. I guess so. Dealing in used cars and homestays requires at least several $100,000 in investment. What family would dare to allocate such a substantial sum to their child for entrepreneurship during college? Tang Yuming, hearing the doubts cast upon his friend, retorted angrily. You all have no idea. Qin Chuan is making a lot of money, with transactions easily reaching hundreds of thousands. Oh, please. Everyone knows you guys from dorm 511 are in cahoots. You're all very close. Came a retort from Ma Zhe in the neighboring dormitory 512. Su Gongqing raised his hands, motioning for silence, which quickly enveloped the classroom. Classmates, please refrain from questioning Qin Chuan's credibility. As a teacher, I have faith that Qin Chuan is indeed an entrepreneur. But teacher, how do you explain his lack of knowledge? Su Gongqing chuckled and replied, This touches upon the very issues we will address in our professional course, as our lessons are designed to tackle the challenges that students like Qin Chuan encounter. A student interjected with a clever remark, but before he could finish, those around him covered his mouth, signaling Su Gongqing to continue. Student Qin has just embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, still operating under a rather rudimentary management model. This model implies that the entrepreneur relies solely on his own capabilities to oversee all aspects of the business. When the individual possesses exceptional skills, everything tends to flow seamlessly. However, should there be any shortcomings in ability, the management will inevitably be riddled with flaws, leading to a situation where nothing is adequately addressed. Su Gongqing's words resonated with the university students in attendance, as he meticulously analyzed Qin Chuan's entrepreneurial management approach, subtly undermining Qin Chuan's competence. Having gauged the atmosphere, Su continued, Nonetheless, student Qin exhibits commendable courage in initiating a business during his freshman year, which is something we can all aspire to emulate. A combination of luck and diligence can indeed yield financial success. As he spoke the word, however, Su deliberately paused, observing the reactions of the students below. Teacher, please do continue. You're driving me mad with suspense. Why does this teacher enjoy creating cliffhangers like a web novelist? As Su sensed the moment was ripe, he took a sip of tea and resumed at a leisurely pace. However, such a rudimentary management model cannot be sustained for long. Human energy is finite, and one cannot endlessly shoulder every responsibility. Furthermore, luck is also limited. It is unrealistic to expect consistent profits every day. Teacher, are you implying that Qin Chuan's business is destined to fail? Su Gongqing flashed a knowing smile, raising his gaze toward Qin Chuan. It appears that your peers are quite invested in your business. Would you like me to offer you some guidance to help you navigate the pitfalls and avoid unnecessary losses? All eyes turned to Qin Chuan, eagerly awaiting his response. This case study was undeniably captivating, and the audience was utterly absorbed. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow and slowly replied, Thank you, teacher, but I do not require your guidance. The room fell into stunned silence at his audacity. How could Qin Chuan dare to outright refuse the counsel of a distinguished mentor? Where did he find such confidence? Ma Zhe, having long been disenchanted with the antics of those in dorm 511, interjected, Teacher, let us not assist him any further. Look at how smug he is. Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Student Qin, Do you truly wish to continue operating in the dark? Teacher, every enterprise under my name is managed by top-tier professional managers, requiring no effort on my part. I merely await the quarterly dividends, Qin Chuan stated, prompting a profound silence in the classroom. The decision worth billions is trivial. It doesn't merit my concern, he continued. Ma Zhe, seizing the moment, exclaimed, professional managers? Haha, Qin Chuan, your eloquence is impressive, but that small enterprise of yours has professional managers involved? With his jest, others began to stifle laughter. A female student opened Douyin, activated a special effect, and began recording. Family, who understands? This class's scoundrel is truly insufferable, boasting from the moment class begins. Meanwhile, the boys plotted to discreetly capture Qin Chuan's antics for a forum post. Wu Ming, Tang Yuming, and Kang Huijun stood up to shield Qin Chuan from being filmed. Su Gongqing shook his head, feeling that this student was beyond redemption. Wealth acquired by chance, if not properly managed, will inevitably be squandered. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom swung open. A middle-aged man peeked in, impeccably dressed and exuding professionalism. He shyly raised his hand, gesturing towards Su Gongqing. Su inquired, "Who are you?" The man politely replied, "I apologize for the intrusion. I am Du Wei, the general manager of Tianqing BMW 4S. Su Gongqing raised an eyebrow. A BMW 4S dealership? What brings you here? Du Wei expressed his apologies, explaining, "I apologize for the disturbance, but yesterday our boss brought a vehicle in for repair. And today it is ready. I came to deliver it, but the boss's phone is off, so I sought out the classroom." His voice was low, careful not to disturb the students, yet his words reached every ear. A BMW 4S dealership? Our class has a student whose family owns one. The astonishment rippled through the room. I can't believe there's such potential hidden in our class. Why did no one raise their hand when Teacher Su asked about family businesses? As the class began to glance around, trying to discern who possessed such influence, Du Wei took the opportunity to scan the classroom. His gaze landed on the last row, where he quickly approached Qin Chuan, humbly presenting a set of car keys. "Mr. Qin, the Golf you brought in yesterday has been repaired. It was a minor battery issue. We replaced it with a new one. We also conducted a comprehensive inspection to ensure everything is in order." Du Wei kept his head bowed, avoiding direct eye contact, fearful of offending the formidable figure before him. Qin Chuan, visibly irked, retorted, "Who permitted you to enter the classroom? Do you not realize that you are disrupting our lesson?" Du Wei, trembling, immediately stammered an apology. "I am truly sorry. I will leave at once." He gingerly set the keys down and exited the classroom. A profound silence enveloped the room. Qin Chuan was, in fact, the owner of a 4S dealership. His so-called second-hand car business was, astonishingly, in the sale of BMWs. The stunned students who had previously mocked him now wished they could disappear into the ground. Operating a BMW 4S dealership surely required at least $1 billion in capital to sustain. Su Gongqing was equally taken aback. He had never imagined that Qin Chuan could own a BMW dealership. Behind his glasses, his eyes gleamed with sharp insight as he began to scrutinize Qin Chuan more closely. Just as he was about to speak, a knock on the classroom door interrupted. Su Gongqing descended from the podium to open the door, revealing two figures, his colleague, Zhou Pei, a tax law instructor, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Su Gongqing inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhou Pei smiled apologetically, introducing, "Teacher Su, I apologize for the interruption. This is the legal representative from BYD Group." The middle-aged man extended his hand politely. "Hello, Teacher Su. I am Qiu Xinfang, the legal representative of BYD Group." Su Gongqing was momentarily taken aback, quietly repeating, "Which BYD Group?" Qiu Xinfang nodded with a smile, "The one engaged in automobiles, new energy, and batteries." Su Gongqing gasped in astonishment. The current BYD Group was a behemoth in the new energy vehicle industry, selling over 1 million cars annually and boasting a fully integrated supply chain. Truly self-sufficient and dominating the new energy sector. Su Gongqing quickly adopted a serious demeanor, saying, "Hello, is there something pertinent today?" Qiu Xinfang awkwardly chuckled. "I apologize for the intrusion. Our group is undergoing a shareholder restructuring, and some documents require the signature of the major shareholder to take effect. This involves a transaction nearing 100 billion, which compelled me to fly over early from Shenzhen. The matters inscribed on the document are rather urgent. I kindly request Teacher Su to exercise some leniency." Qiu Xinfang has just landed today and immediately contacted the major shareholder, only to find the other party's phone switched off. With no other recourse, he had to reach out to a professor at the shareholder's school, an old classmate of his, who ultimately brought him here. At this moment, Su Gongqing began to perspire, a foreboding sense of unease creeping upon him. "Pray tell, who is your major shareholder?" Qiu Xinfang responded without hesitation, "Qin Chuan." Su Gongqing's legs nearly buckled beneath him. the situation overwhelming him. What on earth is happening? His mind raced with a cacophony of alarm. Assuming Su Gongqing had not heard correctly, Qiu Xinfan reiterated, Qin Chuan. Su Gongqing's pallor deepened, for he was well versed in the industry. Only shareholders with substantial stakes would need to personally sign internal documents of the group. This revelation indicated that Qin Chuan was indeed a pivotal figure within the Baodi group. In the classroom, students began to murmur among themselves, questioning the cause of Su's grim expression. Su Gongqing, appearing as if he had lost his soul, waved toward Qin Chuan. Please, come here. As Qin Chuan approached the doorway and encountered Qiu Xinfan, the latter conveyed his purpose. With an expression of indignation, Qin Chuan signed the document and remarked, "Did you not see that I was in class? For matters of this trivial nature, do not seek me out. I have fully entrusted the CEO of the group to handle them." The three at the door were rendered speechless. A transaction worth nearly 10 billion was, in Qin Chuan's eyes, merely a trifling matter. Su Gongqing recalled his previous derision towards Qin Chuan's aspirations as a professional manager, now wishing he could slap himself in realization. After sending Qiu Xinfan away, Su Gongqing returned to the classroom in a daze. Ignoring the students' inquiries, he endeavored to bolster his own spirits, telling himself, Su Gongqing, you are exceptional. Qin Chuan is merely a wealthy heir, while you are a genius in enterprise management. Before he could fully console himself, the director of academic affairs, Ho Yud, abruptly pushed open the classroom door and entered. Chapter 47. Arm wrestling with me? Does he possess such capability? Su Gongqing was taken aback. The director of academic affairs held significant authority within the institution. Typically, a teacher of his standing would find it difficult to secure an audience with him. Ho Yud had come to his classroom, suggesting urgency. Su Gongqing hastily approached, eager to engage. However, Ho Yud raised a hand in a gesture of dismissal, stating, "It's nothing. I am here to find someone." Finding someone. Su Gongqing was perplexed. Had one of his students committed a grave error? Everyone quiet down. Director Ho from the Academic Affairs Office has something to say. Although uncertain, Su Gongqing felt compelled to maintain order in the classroom. Upon hearing that the director was present, the students returned to their seats, scarcely daring to breathe. Ho Yud surveyed the room, his gaze settling on the last row. He quickly approached, leaning down to whisper to Qin Chuan, "Student Qin, representatives from the Silton Group have arrived, insisting they must meet with you today." Just then, the school bell rang, prompting Ho Yud to address the class. "Students, class is dismissed. The Academic Affairs Office requires this room. Please gather your belongings and depart." The students, initially eager to stay and witness the unfolding drama, were quickly dispersed by Ho Yud's words. Speculations ran rampant. What trouble could Qin Chuan have gotten into to warrant Director Ho's intervention? It must be serious. Director Ho is notorious for his ruthlessness. Perhaps Qin Chuan has misused his family's 4S dealership. One girl quietly opened Douyin, activating the watermelon filter to record, "Folks, who understands? The class tycoon has stirred up trouble," prompting the director of academic affairs to come and apprehend him. Once the classroom emptied, a group of foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in high-end attire, entered through the back door. Their presence filled the room with an overwhelming scent of luxury perfume. Su Gongqing stood frozen, bewildered by the scene. Ho Yud stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve. "Teacher Su, let us relinquish the classroom to the Silton Group. We should step outside." Su Gongqing gasped sharply, exclaiming, "The Silton Group? Ah, you mean the Silton Group of hotels? As a professor of business management, you should be aware of this." Indeed, Su Gongqing was well acquainted with the Silton Group, a colossal enterprise ranked among the global top 500, generating nearly $1 trillion annually. What business could they possibly have here? Ho Yud smiled with pride. They have come to find Qin Chuan. He is, after all, the behind-the-scenes major stakeholder of the Silton Group. What? Qin Chuan is the major stakeholder of the Silton Group? Su Gongqing's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Anticipating this reaction, Ho Yud continued, "Moreover, he is also the second largest shareholder of Wanda Group and has recently acquired 50 of Baodi's shares." Su Gongqing's complexion turned ashen. The major stakeholders of domestic giants, the hidden owners of a global powerhouse, and also possessing a BMW 4S dealership. Who on earth is this person? Just moments ago, he had contemplated showcasing his expertise before him, discussing business management and offering guidance on performance enhancement. Reflecting on his previous behavior now felt akin to a fool brandishing a sword before Guan Yu, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Overwhelmed with shame, Su Gongqing lowered his head and hurriedly exited the scene. As he reached the door, he brushed past a young woman clad in a form-fitting black skirt and a white blouse. Xia Ying strode into the classroom, her Prada heels clicking against the floor. She held a document which she presented to Qin Chuan. Upon receiving the document, Qin Chuan slammed it down on the desk, his face contorted with anger as he stated, "You have already disrupted my class." Xia Ying, taken aback by Qin Chuan's fierce demeanor, lowered her gaze. Boss, please take a look at the document. The matter is quite urgent. Qin Chuan opened the file and glanced at its contents, which were densely packed with data. Among them, he spotted a familiar name, the Gulfstream Consortium. Raising his eyes, he inquired, the Gulfstream Consortium from the United States intends to target us at Silton? Xiaoying nodded, indeed. Ever since you acquired the Silton Group in its entirety, it has caught the attention of those American consortiums, who are now restless and seeking to undermine us. Recently, a short-selling campaign, led by the Gulfstream Consortium, has quietly commenced. Our Silton Hotel has faced a barrage of negative news, causing the stock price to plummet by 40. And it currently stabilizes at 95 per share. If this trend continues, further declines are likely. A glint of cold determination flickered in Qin Chuan's gaze as he coldly remarked, "What is the objective of Wall Street's players?" Xiaoying hesitated, contemplating her response before saying, "Their aim is to force you to divest from the Silton Group. Otherwise, they will target the publicly listed company under the group, Silton Hotel." Oh, how could that greedy bunch on Wall Street be interested in such a slow-return business? Qin Chuan questioned. They are not invested in the Silton Group's operations. Rather, it is merely. His voice rose as he slammed the table, demanding, "Merely what? Do not stammer before me." This was Xiaoying's first time attending a meeting with her boss. She had not anticipated that a 20-year-old would possess such commanding presence and authority, suffocating her with an indescribable pressure. The president of the Gulfstream Consortium, Claude, declared that as a noble American, he would never allow a Chinese individual to control and manage an American company. Thus, he was determined to take action. As Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, he scoffed at the notion that the Gulfstream Consortium could engage in a battle of wits with him. Did they possess the requisite strength? Upon hearing this, Xiaoying could only feel that her boss had lost his mind. Boss, that is the Gulfstream Consortium. A prestigious financial conglomerate with a history exceeding a century, a titan among the Fortune 500. Qin Chuan emitted a derisive snort, dismissively retorting, "You speak of a century's history. If such a history held any value, the Qing dynasty would not have fallen." Xiaoying, initially harboring a glimmer of hope that her affluent boss might prove his mettle, was disillusioned to find him merely spouting empty threats devoid of any actionable plan. Perhaps it would be for the best if the group were acquired by Americans. Otherwise, it would inevitably succumb to this second-generation heir. Yet, Xiaoying felt a pang of reluctance. The derogatory remarks from Gulfstream's president, Claude, echoed persistently in her mind. Claims of American supremacy, the notion that Chinese individuals were only fit for menial tasks, unworthy of the same rights and privileges as their American counterparts, eternally relegated to subsisting on the scraps left by Americans. Each recollection of these statements tightened her small fists in indignation. Regrettably, she was merely a secretary, powerless to effect change. Today, she had brought a cadre of executives to consult with Qin Chuan, aiming to discuss a potential strategy. However, she now abandoned that pursuit. Rather than waste breath with this debauched scion, she deemed it wiser to return to the company and inquire what solutions the directors might propose. "Boss, I apologize for interrupting your class. We shall take our leave," she stated as she began to gather the documents from her desk. Just then, Qin Chuan placed a hand atop the files. "Leaving already? Are you all departing without seeking my opinion? Do you still regard me as your boss?" Chapter 48. What are the rules of the market? Here, I am the rule. Qin Chuan's sudden outburst startled everyone. They turned to gaze at their youthful employer. Xiaoying hesitantly asked, "Boss, do you have a strategy to address this?" "It's quite simple," he replied. "They are shorting us. We shall go long and counter them." The crowd inwardly cursed. What nonsensical strategy is this? It's utterly absurd. "Boss, this won't work," one voiced. Indeed, prior to their shorting, they have already disseminated a plethora of negative information about our group. The secondary market is rife with panic as investors sell off our stocks. "We should not confront the Gulfstream Consortium head-on," another suggested. "We ought to send a negotiating representative to engage them diplomatically." A foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, sporting slick-back hair, spoke in halting Chinese. "Boss, I am Mark, the global CEO of the Silton Group." Qin Chuan, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, "Negotiate with them? How do you propose we do that?" Mark, sensing Qin Chuan's probing interest, straightened and produced his notebook. With a confident demeanor, he presented his pre-written strategy. "Regarding Mr. Claude's proposals, we should demonstrate ample understanding. He has two demands. First, that you sell 51 of Silton Group's equity. You must acquiesce to his request. After all, compared to a forced bankruptcy and restructuring of Silton hotels, relinquishing 51 of equity is negligible. Furthermore, this equity tie will ensure a steadfast alliance with the Gulfstream Consortium, providing us with perpetual protection." Qin Chuan smirked, and Mark, mistaking the expression for agreement, continued, "Mr. Claude's second request pertains to your property, specifically the villa at the Kyoto Manor. He is willing to offer a staggering 50 million for it. Having Mr. Claude reside in your home would be an honor. Should you meet these two conditions, Mr. Claude promises to cease all short-selling attacks against the Ceoromance Group. Closing his notebook, Mark looked confidently at Qin Chuan. Although Claude's demands were rather stringent, Mark believed that in the face of impending corporate collapse and aggressive short-selling, sacrificing a portion of equity and property in exchange for peace was a wise choice. You are already like fish on the chopping block. What else can you do? Qin Chuan laughed coldly and asked, "Are you finished?" Mark nodded, still smiling. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Very well, you're fired." What? The executives in the room gasped in disbelief. What was happening? The group's CEO was suddenly dismissed. All eyes turned incredulously toward Qin Chuan. Boss. Mark is the current CEO of the group. Boss, with the Gulfstream Consortium shorting our company, we cannot afford to create chaos. Several regional managers urged. Mark, stunned, had not anticipated such an abrupt turn of events. Anger simmered within him. As a distinguished American, he begrudgingly worked for these Chinese, and now they dared to dismiss him. Qin Chuan, how dare you fire me? I am an American. Qin Chuan raised his gaze, coldly regarding Mark. Do you believe we are still in an era where Chinese individuals are bullied by foreigners and dare not resist? Do you think we must still cede territory and pay reparations in business dealings, groveling to your kind? Let me enlighten you. Those days are history. Now, it is only we Chinese who oppress others. Anyone who dares to conspire against me shall receive tenfold retribution. Qin Chuan, you know nothing of business. You do not comprehend the rules of the marketplace. Defying the Gulfstream Consortium will only lead to more ferocious short-selling. Mark bellowed. Huh? What are the rules of the marketplace? In my realm, I am the rule. Qin Chuan thundered, his voice resonating like a bell. The force of his proclamation silenced everyone present. Even Mark's face turned pale with fear. Several regional managers rushed to escort Mark out to prevent any escalation. Xiaoying was taken aback. How had the CEO been so abruptly dismissed? Boss, you are being too impulsive. Qin Chuan coldly retorted. Those without capability call it impulsiveness. Those with ability call it decisiveness. Xiaoying, unwilling to engage in a war of words with her boss, directly asked, Boss, please propose a plan. Now that we lack a CEO, I fear for the morale of our team. No CEO? No problem. I hereby appoint you as the CEO of the group. You need only report to me. Once again, everyone was left in stunned silence. Some seasoned regional managers had long aspired to ascend to the CEO position, only to see it suddenly bestowed upon a young secretary. Their spirits plummeted. Xiaoying, bewildered, found herself an ordinary secretary, unexpectedly thrust into the role of CEO of a Fortune 500 company. The room fell into a heavy silence. Minutes later, several regional managers from different countries resigned on the spot. What had once been a classroom of over 10 individuals was now reduced to merely 5. Qin Chuan, Xiaoying, and 3 senior executives from the Chinese division. Xiaoying collapsed into a chair, feeling deflated as if all the air had been let out of her. The group's executive team had diminished significantly in an instant. With this news spreading, there would be no need for the Gulfstream Consortium to issue reports to short sell. The stock would plummet by 50 on its own. Qin Chuan affectionately ruffled Xiaoying's hair. What's wrong? Are you not pleased to be appointed CEO of a Fortune 500 company? Though she was not particularly courteous to him, her underlying pride was something he genuinely appreciated. I fear I may be the shortest-lived CEO in the world, sighed Xiaoying. At this rate, the Ceoromance Group will likely be dismantled within a month, followed by forced liquidation and restructuring. That won't happen. As long as I'm here, you'll hold your position until retirement, the boss reassured her. Xiaoying let out another lengthy sigh. Boss, please stop comforting me. Qin Chuan continued. Listen to me. Go back now and throw everything you've got into a long position. Counter the Gulfstream Consortium aggressively, with a target of 100. Boss, do you know how much that will cost? She replied. Follow my instructions. This is a battle, not child's play. Don't hoard your resources for the future. Utilize all your reserves, Qin Chuan stated with unwavering authority. Xiaoying had no choice but to comply with her boss's wishes. As she stepped out, she contemplated downloading a job hunting app to submit her resume. Noticing that everyone else had left, Qin Chuan shifted his focus, the system interface materializing before his eyes. He clicked on Character Attributes. The interface swiftly transitioned, displaying Qin Chuan's fundamental information. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, level 4 pinnacle. Medical skill, level 2 beginner. Single-use item, long position token. Qin Chuan clicked on Single-use item, long position token. The system prompted, do you confirm the use of this item? Qin Chuan clicked Confirm. Subsequently, a flash of light enveloped him, and the system interface dissipated. He returned to the realm of reality. Glancing around, everything appeared unchanged. However, he felt confident in his system's power. Thus, Qin Chuan tidied his backpack, preparing to return to his dormitory for rest. The international financial market buzzed with commotion for 2 consecutive days. The Gulfstream Consortium's short-selling assault on the Ceoromance Group persisted. During this struggle, the stock price of the Ceoromance Group plummeted by another $10 per share. On Wednesday, at 8 a.m., just as everyone anticipated the short sell to culminate in a grand victory for the Gulfstream Consortium, a breaking news alert appeared prominently across all financial news outlets, newspapers, and websites. Chapter 49. The Consortium's Collective Intervention, Division, and Consumption. Simultaneously, all financial news outlets, newspapers, and websites featured a headline. Shock. Executives of the Fortune 500 Ceoromance Group depart en masse, suspected connection to Gulfstream Consortium's short selling. In an instant, the international financial market was thrown into turmoil. Previously hesitant financial titans, such as the Morgan Consortium, the Deutsche Bank Consortium, and the Mellon Consortium on Wall Street, began to stir with anticipation. They realized that the young man attempting to acquire the Ceoromance Group had started to falter. Internal strife erupted within the Ceoromance Group, threatening to bring about its collapse. Traders from several consortiums swiftly drafted a joint assault plan, joining the short-selling efforts led by the Gulfstream Consortium. On Wednesday morning, spokespersons from various consortiums convened a press conference to announce this development. On television, spokespersons from major consortiums delivered nearly identical statements to the assembled reporters. Recently, we have discovered serious management issues at the Ceoromance Hotel, including inflated guest numbers and financial fraud. We have reason to believe that this is a result of the inadequate management skills of the Chinese. They continued, Chinese business people resort to deception and operate without integrity. Unlike us Americans, who regard credit as life itself, their incompetence confines them to low-end industries, rendering them incapable of managing large enterprises. Therefore, we, as a consortium, uphold the mission of acting on behalf of justice and maintaining world peace by short-selling the Ceoromance Group, making it clear to the Chinese that they are unworthy of managing the conglomerates built by Americans. We hope that through a fair market game, the unseen owners from China will understand their true worth and relinquish the industries that rightfully belong to us Americans. During the press conference, the consortium spokesperson uttered deeply discriminatory remarks. Yet, none of the reporters present found it inappropriate. Instead, they mocked and ridiculed. Deriding other ethnicities could cost one their life or job, but mocking the Chinese would merely prompt a moment of reflection, followed by a face-saving apology. An upstart. What does he know about the Fortune 500 or management? We've only been developing for a little over a decade. How could we possibly have the experience to manage large American companies? Instead of learning from the American bigwigs, they squander their money and now face dire consequences. One Chinese reporter lamented, "How dare that Chinese individual recklessly acquire the Ceoromance Group without consulting Wall Street first? He has brought shame upon us, making others think we are all arrogant fools." The 3 Chinese reporters exchanged grievances, deeming their compatriots' acquisition of the Ceoromance Group a foolish and overreaching act. After venting, they intended to join a meal arranged by the consortium. However, upon reaching the restaurant entrance, they were stopped by a black security guard. "You Chinese are not allowed inside." The reporters, exasperated, protested. "Why? We are journalists too." The guard replied, "The boss said you Chinese are the most cunning. If you get in, you will eavesdrop on confidential information and leak it to China." One reporter quickly produced his American identification, stating, "I am American. I've already immigrated." The guard shook his head again. The boss said, "As long as you have a Chinese face, you are not permitted entry." The 3 exchanged glances. Their teeth clenched in frustration. "Damn it, it's all that wretched upstart's fault. Why provoke the Americans? Now, we all have to suffer." The reporter with the American ID put away his camera and said to his companions, "I won't dine with you. I need to hurry and buy groceries to cook for the Americans around me and sincerely apologize and explain to them, lest they think we Chinese lack manners." On Wednesday, at 2 p.m., shortly after the consortium's joint statement had been released, the newly appointed CEO of the Ceoromance Group, Xia Ying, addressed the Chinese financial news station from the office in China. Facing the camera, Xia vehemently condemned the disgraceful actions of the Western consortiums and announced, with the full endorsement of the company's major stakeholders, her unwavering commitment to support the Ceoromance stock price at any cost. This interview sent shockwaves through both domestic and international financial markets, with everyone questioning the audacity of this young CEO. An ABC television commentator remarked that he had never witnessed such a headstrong CEO willing to confront Wall Street. South Korean reporters believed this new CEO was inheriting the reckless ambition of her compatriots, propelling herself toward disaster. Japanese financial experts commented that the arrogance of the Chinese would lead to the ruin of the century-old Ceoromance. International public opinion was fervently brewing. Meanwhile, within the U.S. securities market, a certain trader unexpectedly discovered that under immense short-selling pressure, aside from the Ceoromance group, there were others engaging in reverse operations, mindlessly going long. Moreover, the volume of long positions was rapidly approaching that of the short sellers, alleviating the downward trend of the Ceoromance group. The largest and most authoritative stock forum in Huagua, the Dongfang Stock Forum, witnessed a post where an individual articulated their observations. Shock. A hidden tycoon is taking a contrary stance against the Zilton group, opposing several major consortia. The ensuing comments overwhelmingly expressed skepticism. Forum ID, Naishuez by Z remarked. How could there be fools who dare to confront the consortiums? Have they lost their minds? Forum ID, Guan Bao Ji Jiao stated. I've heard that the behind-the-scenes owner of the Zilton group is of Huagua origin. Could it be that the higher-ups have intervened to assist? Forum ID, Gu Shui Sa Yang countered. Impossible. The higher-ups would only mediate. They would not intervene directly. Forum ID, Qing Nong Xiangshuo expressed. Why doesn't he, the Chinese owner of Zilton, reflect on why they are being sanctioned by Wall Street? Their current actions are akin to adding fuel to the fire, intensifying Wall Street's animosity towards us. The forum erupted into heated debates, with one faction insisting that Huagua individuals should remain low-key, bide their time, and avoid confrontations with Americans, while the other faction argued that in the current climate, remaining understated while possessing strength is sheer folly. They believed that excessive concession and forbearance would only embolden others. On Thursday, in the CEO's office of the Zilton Group, Xia Ying's desk was cluttered with a plethora of resignation letters, all from expatriates within the group. These individuals were not solely Americans. There were also Japanese, Koreans, Indians, and various others. Upon learning that the owner was of Huagua descent, they felt a profound sense of imbalance and found it intolerable to work for a Huagua individual. Nevertheless, the stability and generous remuneration offered by the Zilton Group compelled them to stay. Now, faced with a siege from the financial titans of Wall Street, Xia Ying had fervently denounced the Western consortiums, declaring an unwavering commitment to bolster the stock price at any cost, prompting these fair-weather employees to resign en masse. Xia Ying discarded the resignation letters into the trash, collapsing into her executive chair, utterly drained. Suddenly, her phone rang. To her dismay, it was the chief financial officer of the group calling. A sense of dread washed over her. Since yesterday, the group had already exhausted all reserves to support the stock price. Despite these efforts, the stock price had only remained stable for a mere 10 minutes before continuing its descent. Hello, what is the matter? Are we out of funds? Xia? This matter cannot be succinctly conveyed in just a few words. You should check the stock market yourself. Taking a deep breath, Xia Ying clicked her mouse and selected the minute-by-minute chart for Zilton Hotels. The sight before her was utterly astonishing. The chart exhibited a V-shaped trajectory, with a massive influx of capital surging in during the final 10 minutes of trading, voraciously absorbing the stocks being sold off. This action propelled the stock price of the Zilton Group to 130 per share. Xia Ying was left in a state of shock. Chapter 50, Short Selling in Reverse, to leave you without a grave. On Friday, as the American stock market opened, the stock price of Zilton Hotels surged from the previous day's closing price of 130 per share to 150 per share. Instantly, cries of despair echoed throughout the American Stock Exchange. Traders from the Mogul Consortium, Dubon Consortium, and Mailong Consortium felt their scalps prickle with anxiety. Just yesterday, their respective consortia had declared a joint offensive against Zilton. In less than 24 hours, a mysterious force from the east swept through the American stock market, lifting the faltering stock price of Zilton to 150 per share with an unstoppable momentum. Moreover, it appeared that the upward trend was still ongoing. Within half an hour of the market opening, the Mogul, Dubon, and Mailong consortia issued statements declaring that due to global economic volatility and in the interest of investors, they would abandon all short-selling actions, withdrawing from the assault on Zilton. On the surface, it seemed that the consortia had relinquished their short positions for the sake of investor welfare. However, those on Wall Street were acutely aware that these consortia had, within 24 hours, been decimated by the formidable Eastern force, each incurring an average loss of $2 billion. In his office, Mogul's president, Damon, wielded a newly acquired golf club, wreaking havoc on his opulently decorated office. Damn it, who suggested shorting Zilton? Bring them to me. At Dubon Consortium, President Pierre was signing multiple documents in a flurry. From the moment they faced bankruptcy, he had ordered the complete dismissal of the entire risk management department. Not a single employee was spared. They were all to be shown the door. The Mailong Consortium, renowned for its substantial capital reserves on Wall Street, was no exception. President Charlie held a stack of photographs, drenched in cold sweat. Each photograph documented his illicit activities. Each batch of images constituted a serious crime, one that carried a life sentence upon conviction. Trembling, he clutched his phone and implored in halting Chinese, "Mr. Qin, please spare me. There's a saying in Huagua, My Chinese is poor. May I express myself in English? If you cannot speak Chinese, then learn it. No one will coddle you, Qin Chuan retorted sternly. Terrified, Charlie stammered, Yes, yes. I can spare you. But there is one condition. What is it, Mr. Qin? Short the Gaussian Consortium. Upon hearing this, Charlie shivered. Mr. Qin, that's impossible. The president of Gaussian, Claude, is my distant cousin, my kin. Qin Chuan smirked. I have Claude's information at hand. This matter can either implicate you or him. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. Before Qin Chuan could count down, Charlie hastily declared, I'll do it. I'll do it. Even if he is my relative, I must act for the greater good. In the United States, within the office of Gaussian Consortium's president, Claude sat heavily in his chair, surrounded by executives and analysts. Gaussian Consortium was the only one left standing, having not yet faced bankruptcy. Who can tell me what on earth is happening? Who is buying? Claude roared, interrogating his subordinates. A data analyst stepped forward, trembling. Mr. Claude, our investigation shows that this mysterious funding originates from Huagua's capital, specifically from a person named Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan. Claude's expression was one of confusion, as if the name rang a bell, though he could not recall it. He deemed Huagua a name unworthy of his memory. His female secretary whispered in his ear, Mr. Claude. Qin Chuan is the behind-the-scenes owner of the Zilton Group. Upon hearing this, Claude slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, How is that possible? A downward trend is inevitable. To counteract this, he would need funding exceeding our short position by more than double. The room fell silent. No one had an answer to this conundrum. Gaussian had invested $30 billion in shorting Zilton, yet to elevate the plummeting stock price back up would require at least $50 billion in capital. Claude hurled a wine glass against the wall, then inquired, Today is the settlement day. How much would we lose if we repurchased the shares we shorted? Based on the current market conditions, repurchasing the shorted stocks would result in a loss of at least $10 billion for Gaussian, one executive reported. Claude felt as if he were seeing stars before his eyes. His orchestrated short selling had unexpectedly turned into a self-inflicted wound. Not only did he fail to earn any profits, but he also found himself at a staggering loss of $10 billion. With a heavy sigh, he inquired about the ramifications of a margin call. A senior executive, perusing data on a tablet, responded with dread, revealing that a margin call would result in a staggering loss of $30 billion. Claude felt a rush of blood to his head, nearly collapsing from the shock. Once he regained his composure, he gazed at the screen displaying the soaring stock price of Hilton, climbing ever higher. Resignedly, he declared, Let us close the positions. Losing $100 billion can be recouped next time. Having weathered numerous financial crises, Claude remained remarkably unflappable in the face of a colossal loss. Though disappointment was etched across his features, he still maintained the poise befitting an American aristocrat. Those wretched Chinese, mark my words. I shall have my revenge on each and every one of them when I rise again. Suddenly, the office was abuzz as all employees received a notification from the Fox News app bearing the headline, Breaking News. Everyone clicked on the alert, revealing a colossal image of Claude, the president of the Gaussian Corporation. This was a series of news articles, each link leading to a detailed report. Billionaire Claude bribed mainstream media with $1.5 billion to boost his friend's campaign. Claude of Gaussian Corporation accused of providing X services to high-ranking officials in the United States. Video of a journalist being shot surfaces, with the assailant identified as Claude from Gaussian Corporation. Claude of Gaussian Corporation allegedly hired male models in his office, with high-definition images and videos leaked. In an instant, Claude's face turned ashen. He could scarcely believe that these scandals had been exposed. Such matters were commonplace for affluent white Americans. They were typically swept under the rug. However, once they were brought to light, betrayal and calamity ensued for all involved. Trembling, Claude clicked on the news articles, where every piece of evidence, photos, videos, audio, clearly showcased his transgressions. He understood all too well that the evidence was irrefutable. Quick, call Fox News. Demand they retract every article. If they refuse, we will cease our sponsorship next year. He bellowed in a frenzy. His assistant hastily complied, rushing to make the call. Yet, as she opened the door, she collided with a frantic employee from the risk management department. The employee forcefully pushed past her, shouting at the executives inside. Boss, this is bad. You need to see the news. All eyes turned to him, incredulous. The risk management manager, feeling the impoliteness of his subordinate, chastised. We are already aware of the scandal. This is not your concern. The employee paused, bewildered. Boss, what scandal? Are you not referring to the president's misdeeds? No, boss, it's the financial news. The Meilong Corporation has suddenly announced a short position against Gaussian. Silence descended upon the president's office. Disbelief palpable as everyone frantically opened their phones to verify the news. Chapter 51, Pretrial Misconduct, a Crime Worthy of Death. ABC News bore the headline, Gaussian Corporation President Claude, Acting against the grain, Mei Long Corporation decides to sever all ties. The news included a segment featuring an ABC News journalist interviewing Charlie of Mei Long Corporation. In the video, Charlie, seated in his office, appeared gravely serious during the interview. "Mr. Charlie, why did you choose to short Kaohsiung? I understand Mr. Claude is your cousin." Charlie, visibly seething with indignation, retorted, "Please watch your words. Claude is merely a distant cousin, and our relationship is far from amicable. He has acted recklessly, trampling on American laws and disregarding the citizens of this nation. His actions are an affront to humanity. As a responsible American entrepreneur, I am duty-bound to take action against him. I shall not show leniency." Once the news interview featuring Charlie aired, Wall Street erupted in chaos. The two top-tier conglomerates, once united, were now embroiled in a bitter internal conflict at a critical juncture. No one could ascertain the cause of this turmoil. In an instant, Wall Street was rife with tension and paranoia. Other corporations hesitated to act, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama between the two rivals. Both monumental news stories broke in quick succession, leaving Kaohsiung's executives in a state of utter disarray. At the U.S. Securities Exchange, within just an hour of trading, Kaohsiung's stock plummeted from 320 per share to 240, leaving investors bewildered. It soon became apparent that the news was saturated with reports on President Claude's scandals. Investors, despondent, surged out of the exchange, heading directly to Kaohsiung's Wall Street headquarters, protesting and demanding Claude's resignation. By the time they reached Kaohsiung's headquarters, another notification arrived announcing Mei Long's short position against Kaohsiung, causing the stock price to plummet to 140. On average, each investor faced a staggering loss of $2 million. In an instant, American investors were left in shock. What in the world was happening? Were they truly being driven to ruin? In a state of desperation, investors no longer merely demanded Claude's resignation. They called for his immediate demise. The crowd outside erupted in cries for blood. Meanwhile, the 70th floor presidential office of Kaohsiung remained eerily silent. Inside, the executives, all graduates of prestigious Ivy League universities, were rendered mute, powerless to act. The rapid developments had left many of them holding Kaohsiung stocks, unable to sell in time. And now on the brink of bankruptcy, one newly promoted manager knelt on the floor, weeping, "It's over, it's over. We're going bankrupt. I still have over $5 million in loans to repay." Claude, in a fit of rage, hurled a glass, cursing, "Get him out of here." His commands were typically obeyed without question, akin to divine edicts within Kaohsiung. Yet today, his words seemed to have lost their potency. The executives and security personnel at the door remained motionless. "What are you all standing around for? Don't you want to keep your jobs?" After a lengthy silence, one executive spoke in a measured tone. "If Kaohsiung's stock continues to fall, the entire group will face bankruptcy. The current crisis is solely the result of Claude's actions. I have reason to believe that, should Claude be removed, the short-selling actions against Kaohsiung will cease." In an instant, all eyes in the office turned to Claude, who felt a cold sweat break out on his brow. "What are you planning to do?" Another female executive intervened. "Everyone, don't do this. Maria, you're doing wonderfully. I will promote you," Claude exclaimed with delight. The executive named Maria smirked. "Let us not resort to violence. Let the investors downstairs come up." Upon hearing this, Claude immediately reached for his phone to call 911, but his corpulent frame moved sluggishly. The phone was snatched by the assistant and shattered upon hitting the floor. Inside the room, the security manager's intercom crackled with the voice of the boss, announcing, "The demonstrators have been admitted. They are storming toward the CEO's office." Upon hearing this, Claude felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Huagua, the Hilton Group, the CEO's office. On the CEO's desk sat two monitors, one displaying stock prices and the other broadcasting domestic and international news. Just before the market closed, Hilton stock had soared to 190 per share. Astonishingly, within less than a week, it had rebounded by 100. Xia was rendered speechless. All the negative news, the bankruptcy rumors, had turned into mere jokes. By heeding Qin Chuan's advice and taking a contrarian approach, the Hilton Group had netted a staggering profit of approximately 10 billion. Initially, Xia intended to call Qin Chuan immediately to claim credit for the success. However, she quickly reconsidered, realizing the need for caution. She was now facing one of the most cunning groups of capitalists in the world, particularly the predatory Kaohsiung Consortium, which had a reputation for being ruthless. As her gaze shifted to the other monitor, Xia Ying's pupils dilated in shock. The homepage of ABC News in the United States prominently featured a compilation of stories about Kaohsiung Consortium's Claude. The title read, "Criminal Investigations into Kaohsiung Consortium CEO Claude." Xia Ying clicked on the topic, and her breath hitched as she absorbed the dense array of subheadings, each presenting damning evidence of Claude's crimes. Video clips, photographs, documents. Every piece of evidence was clear and unequivocal, suggesting that Claude's transgressions could warrant a life sentence. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she quickly checked the stock price of Gauchung. Her heart sank upon seeing the real-time share price plummet to 99. In the next moment, a news alert popped up in the lower right corner of her computer screen. Gauchung stock crashes. U.S. authorities intervene, halting trading for 1 hour. Before Xia Ying could delve into the details of the breaking news, another alert flashed before her eyes. Gauchung Consortium CEO Claude attacked in his office, pushed from the 70th floor by enraged investors, resulting in his immediate demise. A chill ran down her spine, and she trembled uncontrollably. Everything had transpired so suddenly. It was utterly inconceivable. In Kyoto, at the Finance University, Dormitory 511, Tang Yuming had been closely monitoring the developments surrounding the Hilton Group for the past week. When he witnessed the newly appointed CEO Xia Ying declaring war on Wall Street, he felt a surge of adrenaline. Upon noticing disparaging comments about Xia Ying from various naysayers on the Eastern Stock Forum, he promptly registered an ID to engage in rebuttals. When news of a mysterious benefactor entering the market to buy shares coincided with the scandal involving Gauchung's president, who was ultimately pushed from the building, Tang Yuming could no longer contain his excitement and let out a triumphant shout in his dormitory, releasing the pent-up emotions he had been holding. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open. It was Chun Fei from the adjacent dormitory 510, peeking in and asking, "What's wrong? Why are you shouting?" With his 3 roommates absent, Tang Yuming found himself with no outlet for his exuberance and hurried over to Chun Fei's room. He recounted the entire saga of the Hilton Group's events from the past week. Chun Fei, equally invigorated, exclaimed, "That's awesome. This is so satisfying. Those Wall Street consortiums have always looked down on us. If we can take one down this time, we can topple all of Wall Street next time." The two exchanged boastful remarks, gesticulating animatedly. "I say, they're making money. Why are you two so worked up?" Lu Wei from dormitory 510 mocked. "Tang Yuming, have you bought Hilton stock?" With a momentary loss for words, Tang Yuming felt cornered, realizing Hilton was a U.S. stock and he had no means to invest. Just then, the other 3 members of dormitory 511 returned, each carrying 2 large bags of food, with Kong Huijun even holding a pot. Chun Fei curiously asked, "Are you all planning to have a hot pot in dormitory 511? "Yes," Kong Huijun replied. "The 4th one said he made some money in stocks and wants to treat everyone to a meal. We were worried he might overspend, so we decided to buy some ingredients and cook ourselves. You guys in dormitory 511 are really impressive. Are you all stock market experts? How much did you earn?" Lu Wei asked disdainfully. "A couple of hundred," Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Lu Wei was taken aback. "A couple of hundred?" "No," Qin Chuan clarified. And Lu Wei burst into laughter. "I thought you made a fortune. What's a couple of hundred doing here?" Qin Chuan dismissed the petty remark, viewing Lu Wei and his ilk as mere children, and carried the groceries into the room. However, Lu Wei was not pleased. "You, with a mere couple of hundred, are acting all high and mighty in front of me." Leaning against the door, he taunted, "You think earning a couple of hundred in college makes you special? You dare to flaunt it?" Tang Yuming, feeling indignant, retorted, "It's fine to criticize me, but don't say anything about my brother. You don't know anything. Our 4th one is a big player in business." Lu Wei sneered. "A big player? How big? He just said it was a couple of hundred. If it's not a couple of million, then what could it possibly be? A couple of 100 billion? This statement left Tang Yuming speechless. He knew his brother's business was substantial, and a couple of million was certainly plausible. However, since Qin Chuan had specified it was not in the millions, he could not fathom the idea of a couple of 100 billion. Seeing Tang Yuming's silence, Lu Wei let out a cold snort. He pulled out his phone, tapping an app as he said, "You guys have such a limited perspective. Celebrating a few $100 is truly a sign of never having seen the world." Mid-sentence, he turned his phone screen toward them, revealing a virtual currency interface for something called Dogecoin, with a staggering profit displayed at 134,834. Over 130,000. Chun Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Wei put his phone away, feigning nonchalance. "Oh, just 13,000. It's nothing." His outward demeanor was calm, but internally he reveled in his clever ruse. Chun Fei, impressed by his roommate's prowess, eagerly praised him. "Ah Wei, I had no idea you were this impressive. Earning over 100,000 in your freshman year. You're an investment genius, the next outstanding youth of Asia. You're bound to make the list." Lu Wei feigned modesty, waving his hand. "That's a bit excessive. I just have a knack for investing. However, I believe I'll earn 1 million this year." "Wow. Then you can't forget about your brother, right? We're in the same dorm." Lu Wei's lips curled into a smile. "Of course. Once I hit it big, I'll treat my brothers to the best. You like Apple computers, right? I'll get you one. We should also spruce up our dorm. It's so big and empty." Upon hearing this, Chun Fei was overjoyed, and he lavished praise upon Lu Wei. "I never expected our dorm to produce such a wealthy figure. I have to post about this on my social media, my Weibo, and Douyin to show off. Chen Fei once again observed Tang Yoming's nonchalant expression and approached him, playfully nudging him with his elbow. What's the matter? Seeing our dormitory's affluent benefactor being so generous, are you feeling a twinge of envy? Thinking of switching dorms? Go ahead. Our fourth roommate is also quite the millionaire. He even offered to gift us an Apple computer, but we turned him down. Tang Yuming was not yearning for gifts from Qin Chuan. He simply cared too much about his image and was stubbornly maintaining his facade. Oh, is that so? Chen Fei chuckled, having easily seen through Tang Yoming's pretentiousness. Just as Tang Yuming was about to retort, Qin Chuan's voice echoed from within the room. Second, I never mentioned anything about gifting an Apple computer. In that moment, Tang Yuming felt as if he could sink into the ground. Utterly humiliated by the words of his own friend, he awkwardly lowered his head. Lu Wei, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter and waved his hand. Ah Fei, don't provoke them any further. How many people in the dormitory can afford to treat others to hot pot, let alone gift a computer? Come on. Let me take you to Haidaleo. Chen Fei's face lit up with glee. Wei Gu, you're so generous. A meal at Haidaleo would easily cost 200 or 300 yuan. What a breeze. As Lu Wei prepared to don his nightclub attire, an LV blue denim jacket, and head out, he was suddenly confronted by a throng of individuals clad in gray uniforms. They filled the entire hallway, carrying several large cardboard boxes. The leading man, beaming with a smile, inquired of Lu Wei, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Chuan?" Lu Wei was taken aback and shook his head. "I am not." Qin Chuan, wiping his damp hands, stepped out of the dormitory and replied, "I am. Hello, we are from Shamu Logistics. According to the schedule you arranged, we are here to deliver the washing machine, refrigerator, and other appliances you purchased. Our installers have come along and can set everything up immediately." Qin Chuan nodded and stepped aside to clear the path. The staff began transporting appliances into room 511, drawing the attention of all the residents in the dormitory hallway. Previously, the only items bought in the dorm were small appliances like kettles and rice cookers. Today, however, someone was purchasing a washing machine and a refrigerator. Were they here for school, or perhaps on vacation? The three inhabitants of room 511 were equally bewildered. Wu Ming, however, quickly regained his composure and assisted the staff in determining the placement of the appliances. The first item delivered was a Panasonic refrigerator with a capacity of 588 liters. Someone stole a glance at the model number and immediately checked the price online. The refrigerator was astonishingly priced at over 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing the price, exclamations of disbelief reverberated through the hallway. Following the refrigerator, the next item was a washer-dryer combo. After checking the price of the refrigerator, another person looked up the cost of the washer-dryer combo, which amounted to 40,000 yuan. The earlier astonishment was reignited, echoing throughout the corridor. One individual, unable to contain their frustration, shouted from the crowd, "Aren't you all in room 511 worried about the electricity bill with all these appliances?" This sentiment struck a chord with many. During university, the issue of electricity bills was always a contentious one. In amicable dorms, everyone was indifferent to each other's consumption, simply dividing the bill evenly. However, in less congenial arrangements, it was a source of conflict, akin to preparing for a fight every time the bill was due. Just as this comment was made, Kang Huijun, directing the proceedings at the entrance, casually remarked, "Our Qin Chuan just topped up his electricity with 10,000 yuan, enough to last 4 years." With that statement, the crowd fell silent, realizing their narrow-mindedness. Once the washer-dryer was in place, a smaller appliance followed. Qin Chuan, standing at the door, unwrapped the packaging to reveal what appeared to be a black drum. Someone immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "No way, that's a Bang & Olufsen A9. "What is that?" came the inquiry. It was a Bluetooth speaker from the world-renowned audio brand Bang & Olufsen. "Oh, it's just a Bluetooth speaker. I have my Apple HomePod. Thank you very much." The speaker user glanced at the Apple device and remarked, "Yours costs 2,000. This one is 20,000. The Apple user promptly fell silent, retreating from the conversation. When the final large item, a 100-inch Hisense laser TV, was brought into the dormitory, someone tallied the total cost of all the appliances and gasped at the final figure, 110,000 yuan. The hallway spectators were rendered mute. What kind of tycoon spends over 100,000 to furnish a dormitory? Chen Fei gazed at room 511, which had transformed from an ordinary dormitory into a luxurious apartment, feeling a mix of excitement and envy. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he suppressed his jealousy and muttered, "Let us go, Wei Gu, let's eat at Haidaleo." Huh, what good are all those appliances? They're just going to enjoy the benefits without a single practical computer among them. As Chen Fei turned away, he bumped into a young man in a red uniform from Jingdong Logistics, who was taken aback by the crowd blocking the hallway. He called out, "Which one of you is Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan raised his hand, and the young man approached him, cradling a large box. "Hello, Mr. Qin. Our company policy requires that valuable items be opened for inspection by the customer. Qin Chuan was busy communicating with the TV installer and couldn't spare the time. He turned to Tang Yuming and said, "Second, could you help by opening and inspecting the box?" Tang Yuming, armed with a utility knife, peered at the large cardboard box, guessing it likely contained a microwave or something similar. Carefully, he sliced open the box. The moment it opened, he was left dumbfounded, frozen in place. The utility knife nearly slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. Chen Fei, curious, leaned in for a look and couldn't help but exclaim, "No way. An Alienware laptop." The Jingdong representative chimed in, "Yes, that's the Alienware X17 top configuration. This is the first time I've seen someone buy 4 at once." Upon hearing that there were 4 Alienware laptops in the box, Tang Yuming felt a rush of heat surge to his head. His body stiffened, unable to move. So that was what Qin Chuan meant when he said he wasn't giving away Apple computers. He was gifting Alienware laptops instead. Seeing Tang Yuming's reaction, the Jingdong representative quickly reminded him, "Please ensure to check each one. Each of these top-spec Alienware laptops is worth 50,000 yuan. If anything is amiss, I cannot cover the cost." After finishing with the TV setup, Qin Chuan stepped outside and noticed Tang Yuming's lack of movement. He urged, "Second, hurry up and sign for the computers. Come in for hot pot. The colors are all the same. There's nothing to choose from. We all use white." Although Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly throughout the hallway. What did that mean? Spending 200,000 yuan to buy 4 top-spec Alienware laptops as gifts for his roommates? The silence that had enveloped the corridor moments ago was shattered by Qin Chuan's words. Some people immediately called their instructors to request a dorm transfer, while others, realizing that switching dorms was futile, contemplated changing majors to be in the same class as Qin Chuan. Chen Fei and Lu Wei stood in stunned silence at the entrance of room 511. Lu Wei felt a scorching heat on his face. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about having a savings of 130,000 at such a young age. Yet, here was someone who, with a mere gift of a computer, had spent 200,000 without a second thought. Tang Yuming leaned over, chuckling. "You flaunting your 130,000 is akin to a tadpole trying to show off as a frog. Are you trying to impress your mother?" With that, he retreated into the room, cradling his alien-like computer. Inside the 511 dormitory, everything remained refreshingly new. Wu Ming, as the elder brother, busily attended to the ingredients. He had just remarked that Qin Chuan had bought too much food, leaving insufficient space for storage. However, now there was a refrigerator to accommodate the surplus. The washing and drying machine promptly alleviated everyone's laundry woes. Kong Huijun was the first to toss all the dirty clothes hanging by the beds into the washing machine. Meanwhile, Tang Yuming installed games on his new computer while adjusting the 100-inch laser television mounted on the wall of the room. He effortlessly connected his phone via Bluetooth and played exhilarating DJ dance tracks. Qin Chuan found himself seated alone, waiting for dinner. Observing the excited expressions on his dormitory brothers' faces filled him with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, the three of them always stood firm. This bond of loyalty was something Qin Chuan would cherish for a lifetime. Suddenly, a familiar system notification echoed. Single-use item, long position usage completed. The system will reclaim the support funds. The remaining amount will be the challenger's profit. System is calculating. Please wait. Calculation successful. From this item usage, the challenger's profit, 31,376,921,285. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. The profit exceeded his expectations. With this single long trade, he could secure a position among the top 50 on the global billionaire list. The system interface continued to display prompts. Would you like to convert to Chinese yuan? Without hesitation, Qin Chuan clicked Convert. The system is calculating according to the current exchange rate. Conversion successful. The total amount convertible to Chinese yuan, 215 for 121, 390, 774 yuan. Due to the enormous sum, to avoid unnecessary complications, the challenger must provide at least 5 bank card numbers for fund storage. Qin Chuan felt a wave of frustration. The system had suddenly become less intelligent. It required him to provide 5 bank cards. He currently possessed a Bank of China card with over 900 million in pocket money. Thus, Qin Chuan focused his mind and entered the card number. System is processing. Please be patient. The challenger can check the remittance progress in the personal attributes interface. The system flashed again. Congratulations, challenger. You have completed the side quest, A Turn of Fate. A spark of excitement ignited in Qin Chuan. There were indeed task rewards. Congratulations, challenger. You have completed the side quest, A Turn of Fate. Task reward, Eclipse Yacht. Qin Chuan suddenly perked up. He was familiar with the Eclipse. It is the world's largest private yacht, valued at over $1.5 billion. The The yacht spans approximately 167 meters in length and 21.5 meters in width, with a displacement of 130,000 tons. It boasts a stage, exhibition hall, 3 dining rooms, 2 kitchens, an aquarium, a disco, hot tubs, a swimming pool, a gym with a sauna, and a steam room. The entire yacht can accommodate 100 guests. Its luxury is beyond description, with safety as its paramount feature. The yacht is equipped with radar, missile defense systems, and close-range weapon identification systems, along with bulletproof glass in all guest rooms. It can be deemed the safest private yacht in the world. Qin Chuan was thoroughly satisfied with this reward from the system, especially given the fluctuating quality of task rewards in the past. Whenever he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain. His Douyin account still held 10 billion Do coins and over 90,000 carnival tokens. Such assets, aside from being ostentatious, served little purpose. Yet, he was not one to flaunt wealth. Qin Chuan sighed softly and closed the system interface. Even if he were granted more private jets and yachts, he had no immediate use for them. After all, the main quest remained unfinished, and prioritizing his studies was of utmost importance. Old 4, why are you lost in thought? Wu Ming peeled a shrimp and placed it in Qin Chuan's bowl. Qin Chuan closed the system interface and replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Kong Huijun picked up a sea cucumber, chewing as he remarked, "Old 4, we all know you have money and are loyal, but with so many extravagant gifts, it's quite rare to see such generosity. During our university days, treating others and gifting was commonplace, but to be so lavish right off the bat is indeed uncommon." Tang Yuming set his computer aside and added, "Huijun is right, Old 4. You're wealthy, and we're happy for you, but such expensive gifts are truly unnecessary." Wu Ming chimed in, "Yes, Old 4. Look at how you've transformed the dormitory. It resembles a luxury hotel, and you've gifted such an extravagant computer. We feel a bit guilty." Qin Chuan smiled. "They're just small tokens. You 3 have always supported me like family. I see it all. Recently, I made a bit of money from stocks, so I thought I'd use it to enhance our lives a little." Hearing the mention of stocks piqued Tang Yuming's interest. "Old 4, you really dabble in stocks? I thought you were just making it up." "Yes, it's my first time," Qin Chuan replied truthfully. "Your first time? And you've made this much?" Tang Yuming was somewhat astonished. Old 4 is from a well-off family," Wu Ming interjected. Kong Huijun nodded vigorously. "Old 4 plays the stock market. He must invest at least 1.8 million. Just catching a limit-up stock means profits of over 100,000. You can't compare that to your few thousand as your principal, which wouldn't yield much even after a week." Their remarks intrigued Tang Yuming. After a few drinks, everyone felt a bit tipsy. Tang Yuming, ever curious, seized the moment and asked, "Old 4, tell me honestly, how much did you earn this time?" Qin Chuan hesitated before responding, "Over 300. Tang Yuming gasped in shock. "What? You don't mean over 300 million, do you?" Kong Huijun was equally stunned. "Old 4, how much did you invest?" Only the elder brother Wu Ming maintained his composure. "Old 4, we know you have a knack for making money, but you're still young. In the future, try to spend less so extravagantly like today. Save when you can." Qin Chuan placed a hand on Wu Ming's shoulder and smiled. "It's just a small amount." "Hey, Old 4, how can it be a small amount? Your business needs working capital as well. 3 million to a BMW dealership is merely the cost of one fully loaded 7 Series in stock. We appreciate your kindness, but remember to consider yourself too." Kong Huijun nodded in agreement. "Yes, Old 4, listen to your brothers. It's crucial to keep your funds secure." Tang Yuming, more intrigued by the stock details, eagerly asked, "Which stock did you buy?" Sildan. "Sildan? That an American stock?" Tang Yuming was momentarily taken aback. Qin Chuan nodded. Tang Yuming instantly sobered, his voice trembling. "So that 3 million is in US dollars?" Wu Ming and Kong Huijun gasped in unison. "Holy moly, Old 4 is trading American stocks. He is playing with big money. 3 million US dollars equates to over 20 million Chinese yuan." The 3 individuals in the room felt their blood pressure surge to unprecedented heights. Yet, in the next moment, they observed Qin Chuan shaking his head in negation. Gradually, their tension began to dissipate. Kong Huijun picked up a sea cucumber and placed it in Qin Chuan's bowl, reproachfully exclaiming, "Damn it, Old 4, why are you speaking as if you're gasping for breath? You nearly scared us to death." Tang Yuming took a deep breath, saying, "I almost lost my breath from fright." Wu Ming patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, stating, "Old 4, whether it's in yuan or dollars, you've done exceptionally well. Keep up the good work." Qin Chuan took a sip of beer and replied nonchalantly, "I'm earning in US dollars." Tang Yuming set down his chopsticks, puzzled, and asked, "Then what did you mean by what you just said?" "I meant that 300 dozen T refer to millions." Kong Huijun chuckled. "Not millions? Then it must be billions. Right?" "Indeed," Qin Chuan affirmed. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the room. In the dormitory, The only sound was the bubbling of the hot pot. Apart from Qin Chuan, the other three wore blank expressions, mouths slightly agape, eyes glazed over. Their senses seemed to blur momentarily. Tang Yuming's jaw trembled as he swallowed hard, stammering, "Old Fourth. Are you saying that you made $300 billion from stock trading?" Qin Chuan maintained a calm demeanor. He had no interest in playing the part of a humble underdog. He was forthright with his three brothers. "Yes, $300 billion. But I've converted it all into yuan, approximately 200 billion. As he spoke, he continued to casually pick at the food, as if mentioning 200 billion was no different from saying 200. A tear trickled down Kong Huijuan's cheek. Originally, Qin Chuan had mentioned treating them to a meal at a Michelin restaurant, which he considered extravagant, insisting they only have a couple of bites at the dormitory. Now, he was filled with regret for not having taken advantage of it. The three of them urged Qin Chuan to order takeout and add more dishes. At that moment, Qin Chuan's phone rang. He paused the playful banter among friends and glanced at the caller ID. It was Xiao Chuan. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed as he answered the call. All he heard was Xiao Chuan's desperate plea. "Boss, help me." Chapter 55. Rage ignited. "Xiao Chuan, where are you?" Qin Chuan sprang to his feet, shouting into the phone. "I'm at the television station." Xiao Chuan's voice trailed off, and she seemed to realize something, hastily hanging up. The television station? Which company was she with? Although Qin Chuan felt slightly puzzled, he did not hesitate to put on his coat. Although Xiao Chuan was merely a small steward by his side, she was nonetheless his. Anyone who threatened those close to him was, in essence, challenging him. "You all continue eating. I have something to attend to." The other three in the dormitory nodded, clearing a path for Qin Chuan. Upon exiting the dormitory, he realized he had been drinking, so he called Tian Xin. When Tian Xin saw it was Qin Chuan calling, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, and she promptly answered. "Come with me. You drive," Qin Chuan commanded, not allowing her a moment to respond. This was the first time Tian Xin had heard such a grave tone from Qin Chuan. Without hesitation, she donned her clothes and hurried downstairs. Due to the conspicuousness of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Tian Xin always parked the car at the nearby Wanhua International Office building. She arrived first and immediately went to the underground garage to retrieve the vehicle. Qin Chuan arrived shortly after and, unable to wait, also headed for the garage. Just as he was about to descend the slope, a security guard in uniform, in his 50s, approached and blocked his path. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm here to get my car. My friend parked it down below," Qin Chuan replied. The security guard scrutinized Qin Chuan from head to toe. Having no recollection of this student-like individual, he said, "The Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda are all parked upstairs. You should check up there." "What do you mean?" "I told you my car is parked downstairs." "What do I mean?" "I mean it's quite clear. Do you drive a BMW, Mercedes, or Audi?" "None of those." "Then don't go down. Our Wanhua International Office building is an A-grade building. The people who come in and out are society's elites, driving luxury cars. You should look for your little clunker in the surface parking lot. I don't have time to waste on you. Move aside," Qin Chuan said impatiently. The guard, taking offense, retorted, "Hey, how dare you talk back to me, you little brat? Do you believe I want to teach you a lesson?" He raised his baton as if to strike Qin Chuan. "Old John, what are you doing?" A portly middle-aged man called out. The guard turned to see his captain and quickly bowed, smiling. "Captain Chun, what brings you here?" Captain Chun, hands behind his back, stomped his feet and remarked, "I was just taking a stroll after my meal, and I overheard all this commotion." Old John looked aggrieved. "This isn't my fault. This brat is insisting on wandering around our garage." Captain Chun squinted at Qin Chuan, mentally sifting through faces, an essential skill for a security captain. After a moment, he concluded that this was his first encounter with the young man before him. "Listen, young man, it's not our intention to make things difficult for you. Our Wanhua International Office building is an A-grade establishment, housing major corporations and multinational company offices. The cars parked downstairs are all high-end luxury vehicles." Old Zhang chimed in. "Exactly. What if something were to happen to those expensive cars? You youngsters love to pose on the hoods for photos, pretending they're yours." Captain Chin cleared his throat and continued, "I understand that young people these days enjoy taking videos and flaunting luxury cars. I can empathize. However, you should also consider my job. Please go play elsewhere." Old Zhang discreetly gave the captain a thumbs up. The captain is indeed cultured. He has managed to intimidate this young one. Qin Chuan, already irritable, was further provoked by the two. He angrily retorted, "If you two block me again, I assure you that you'll both be unemployed today." Captain Chin's temper flared upon hearing this. "You ungrateful brat. I was in a good mood today, but you've tested my patience. Do you think you can just walk all over me?" Qin Chuan, undeterred, picked up his phone and dialed Xiaoying. The moment the call connected, he spoke in an authoritative tone. "By the Wanhua International Office building for me, immediately, after the purchase. Fire the guards on duty in the garage today." Xiaoying was taken aback. not quite processing the command when Qin Chuan abruptly hung up. Old Zhang observed this, noting that even the captain was losing his composure, so he couldn't back down either. He pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Chuan and yelled, "You little brat. You've gone too far. If you want me to lose my job, I'll make sure you regret it first." With that, he raised his baton as if to charge at Qin Chuan. Just then, a series of urgent car horns interrupted Old Zhang's advance. A sleek, all-black Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly approached. Both Old Zhang and Captain Chun, recognizing the emblem of the spirit of ecstasy, immediately stood at attention, straightening their postures and saluting. After the formalities, Captain Chun, all smiles, prepared to personally guide the vehicle out of the parking lot. However, in the blink of an eye, the young man they had just confronted was quicker, opening the passenger door and taking a seat inside. Upon witnessing this scene, Old Zhang and Captain Chun were left utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, didn't this brat claim he had no BBA? But upon further reflection, he indeed was not a mere BBA, he was a Rolls-Royce. Team leader Qin swallowed hard as the luxurious vehicle glided past him. He maintained a forced smile, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Qin Chuan lowered the car window, his expression devoid of emotion, announcing, "I have purchased this office building. You two can leave today." With that, the Rolls-Royce accelerated, exiting the parking lot. Old Zhang, trembling all over, stepped forward to team leader Chun. "What do we do? We're going to be fired. I still have online loans to pay off. I can't be without a job." Team leader Chun shook his corpulent body and chuckled. "What is there to worry about? You actually believe the words of a rich second generation trying to show off? The Wanhua International Office Building is an A-grade property, valued at $3 billion. That brat claims to buy it as if he were at a vegetable market." Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Old Zhang smacked his forehead. "Right. This is an office building. Even if that brat is a rich second generation, able to casually buy cars and houses, he cannot simply purchase an office building as if it's nothing. Does he think his father's money grows on trees?" After exchanging a few choice words about Qin Chuan, the two made their way to the duty room. Suddenly, team leader Qin's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was the property manager of the office building calling. Without hesitation, he answered, respectfully saying, "Hello, manager. How may I assist you?" "Chunago, who the hell have you offended?" The manager's voice was filled with anger. Team leader Chun, bewildered, replied, "Manager, I haven't done anything. I just finished my meal and came to my shift. You dare say you haven't done anything? If you truly hadn't, how could the new owner of the building specifically name you to be fired? Hurry up and pack your things and get lost. Don't drag me down with you." With that, the property manager hung up abruptly. Team leader Chun was left in a daze, mumbling, "What? I've been fired?" Chapter 56. You, a mere lackey, do not deserve my attention. The car sped towards the headquarters of Kyoto Television Station. Tion Xin grasped the steering wheel with both hands, saying, "Qin Chuan, if you don't want the car, you can drive it back yourself. If I'm just going to buy groceries, I might as well ride my bicycle. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with this vehicle?" Qin Chuan inquired. Tion Xin awkwardly huffed, "No, it's just that the fuel costs a bit much." Without a word, Qin Chuan transferred money directly to her phone, stating, "That should cover your fuel expenses for a year." Tion Xin, still gripping the wheel, did not check the transfer. "Well, this is your decision. I didn't force you. Since you've covered the fuel, you might as well help me with parking fees too. I can't dare to leave your car at school. I always park it in the underground garage of Wanhua International. It costs $1,000 a month." Qin Chuan put away his phone, showing no signs of having made the transfer. He gazed out the window, saying nonchalantly, "You don't need to pay anymore. Just say it's my car." I've already bought the office building. It will now be my property." Tion Xin slammed on the brakes, pulling the car over. "What? You bought Wanhua International? Why?" "For the convenience of parking," Qin Chuan replied casually, as if purchasing an office building were as trivial as buying a cabbage. Tion Xin recognized that Qin Chuan was wealthy, driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan for grocery shopping. Yet, buying an office building for parking convenience seemed rather extravagant. In the car, Qin Chuan wore a serious expression, his brow furrowed as he focused on the road. "Oh," Tion Xin restarted the car, noticing his unusual anxiety. "Qin Chuan, what's wrong?" "My butler is encountering some trouble." Tion Xin felt a slight relief. It was merely his family's butler, likely akin to a Batman-like elderly gentleman. After about an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the Kyoto Television Station. Qin Chuan exited the car and dialed Xiao Charin's number once more. As the ringtone echoed from his phone, a nearby outdoor parking lot also chimed with an incoming call. A man and woman were heading toward the parking lot. Qin Chuan quickly recognized the girl's silhouette. It was indeed Xiao Charin. At that moment, Xiao Charin stood with her arms crossed tightly against her chest, her shoulders hunched, exuding an obvious aura of anxiety and helplessness. The man ahead of her, upon hearing the ringtone, snatched Xiao Charin's crossbody bag and retrieved her phone from within. "Xiao Charin, how many times have I told you? Don't bring your phone. Put it away. The man shouted, his frustration palpable. He then violently hurled her phone to the ground, shattering the Mi 12 Pro into pieces. The ringtone abruptly ceased. My phone. Xiao Chuan crouched down, trembling, to pick up the disassembled device. The man kicked aside the scattered motherboard, angrily stating, it's just a broken phone. If you manage to please that big shot tonight, I'll buy you an Apple phone. Xiao Chuan, shaking uncontrollably, pleaded with manager Feng, please, don't. I'll work hard to pay back the station. The man towered over her, coldly looking down as he scoffed. Compensate? The contract you lost was worth 5 million. What can you offer as compensation? Your measly intern salary? Xiao Chuan shook her head vigorously. No, manager Feng. I've secured a job with an annual salary of 1 million. If I save diligently for 5 years, I can repay it. Really? 1 million salary? What job could possibly offer you that? My boss is a hidden tycoon, she replied. Manager Feng kicked Xiao Chuan's shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground. What the hell? Just being a butler can earn 1 million a year? How come I never encountered such luck? You skipped the last few dinners, but today is different. This gentleman is the president of Huahang. If you don't please him, I'll sue you tomorrow. If you can't pay, you'll be awaiting your prison sentence. Please, manager Feng. Tears streamed down Xiao Chuan's face, smudging her makeup. Seeing her distress, manager Feng sneered, crouching down. Chuan, you're a girl from another province, struggling in Kyoto. It's your fortune that president he has taken a liking to you, he said. As long as you behave tonight and present next year's advertising budget, you have to compensate for that 5 million. Manager Feng reached out to wipe away Xiao Chuan's tears, but she recoiled. Unfazed, he continued, if you were to follow President He, with all his properties, he could easily arrange a place for you, saving you years of struggle. I once came here with nothing, just like you. If a rich woman had wanted me back then, I would have jumped at the chance. Suddenly, Xiao Chuan's eyes hardened. Feng Zhong, not everyone is like you, willing to sacrifice everything for money. Even if I end up in prison, I betray myself. Feng Zhong, enraged, shouted, you little brat. Do you truly believe I can't handle you? You must go tonight. I have 2 million in loans tied to him, and I just need you to comply. If you ruin my plans, I swear I'll kill you. He raised his hand, preparing to strike. Xiao Chuan closed her eyes in despair. After a few moments of anticipation, when no blow came, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to be met with a scene that nearly brought tears to her eyes once more. Before long, Qin Chuan seized Feng Zhong's hand and flung him aside. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending Feng Zhong flying several meters away, nearly causing severe internal injury. Approaching Xiao Chuan, Qin Chuan's expression remained placid, yet it bore traces of both indignation and compassion. In a tone devoid of embellishment, he remarked, you have been absent from work for an entire week. Do you not desire your position any longer? This statement struck Xiao Chuan profoundly, shattering her composure. Qin Chuan's arrival felt to her as though a celestial being had descended. She clung to his leg, weeping, I'm sorry, boss. What transpired? Qin Chuan inquired, disregarding the fallen Feng Zhong behind him. Through choked sobs, Xiao Chuan recounted the entire sequence of events. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, exclaiming, is it merely for this? You allowed 2 flowers in my courtyard to wither. Xiao Chuan lowered her head in guilt, repeatedly murmuring apologies. Who the hell are you to kick me? Feng Zhong retorted, now standing face to face with Qin Chuan. Feng Zhong was taken aback. Qin Chuan, I've never heard of you. Observing his attire, it was evident that he was merely a college student. Feng Zhong coldly queried, which university do you attend? Kaida, came the reply. Suddenly, Feng Zhong erupted into laughter. College students these days are incredibly bold. You dare to disclose your name and school. I am quite familiar with your principal. Mark my words, this incident will not end here. I will ensure your expulsion and tarnish your record, rendering you virtually unemployable in the future. Qin Chuan scoffed, you should not concern yourself with me. You ought to ponder whether you can preserve your own employment. Feng Zhong narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with malice. A mere nobody who has yet to step into the real world thinks he knows everything. You simply wish to pen a little essay to slander me, don't you? Go ahead, give it a try. I work in media, whatever you publish will be deleted, and your account will be banned immediately. Xiao Chuan clutched Qin Chuan's leg, her body trembling with fear. Boss, what he says is true. Our station is well connected with all platforms. Nothing you post will make a difference. They will delete it and ban your account instantly. During her internship, Xiao Chuan had witnessed countless instances of Feng Zhong's oppressive tactics. Numerous interns had been harassed by him. Left with no avenue for redress, he wielded both influence and power over everything. Xiao Chuan recognized that while Qin Chuan possessed wealth, it would only enable him to compensate for her contract. It could not alter Feng Zhong's hold. Qin Chuan retrieved his phone, dialing a number while declaring, who said I was going to post an essay? You are too insignificant for me to bother with. In the next moment, the call connected. Where are you? Qin Chuan's voice was stern, imbued with an air of authority. I'm in the open-air parking lot. Come down immediately. Chapter 57. Master. The matter has been taken care of. Damn. Do you think you're the only one who can make a phone call? Feng Zhong pulled out his phone and dialed. Hello, Shaoli. Is your security department just sitting idle? What is going on? Do you dare to ask me what is happening? I've been attacked in the parking lot. Hurry up and bring someone here. If you can't arrive in 5 minutes, don't expect to receive your year-end bonus. After hanging up, Feng Zhong swaggered, exuding an air of arrogance. Within 2 minutes, a uniformed head of security, accompanied by several security personnel, rushed in. Director Li nodded and bowed to Feng Zhong. Manager Feng, I apologize, my men were negligent. Feng Zhong coldly snorted. Damn it, why are you useless bunch employed here? Upon hearing this, a few security guards bristled, ready to confront him, but were restrained by their director. Feng Zhong pointed at Qin Chuan. That kid is the one who struck me. Detain him. Director Li turned to Qin Chuan, and upon noticing Xiao Charan sobbing behind him, he began to piece together the situation. It was evident that this scoundrel Feng Zhong had been harassing the girl, prompting her boyfriend to come seeking vengeance. Despite his reluctance, Feng Zhong was indeed his superior, and the director had no choice but to say, Buddy, let us resolve this at our security office. Don't cause a disturbance here. Qin Chuan disdainfully replied, What if I refuse? The director was taken aback, surprised by Qin Chuan's lack of fear, and a flicker of admiration kindled within him. Seeing security present, Feng Zhong advanced a couple of steps, sneering at Qin Chuan. Hey, kid, weren't you just acting tough? Why are you so timid now? I'm right here, come and hit me. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan raised his fist and struck. Feng Zhong doubled over, clutching his abdomen as he knelt on the ground, feeling as though his kidney had been shattered. The director inwardly cheered but, bound by his duties, could not remain passive. He declared, If you do not cooperate, my men will have to take you by force. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from a distance. I dare you to lay a finger on him. A resonant, authoritative female voice rang out. Kneeling on the ground, Feng Zhong turned to see a figure that left him momentarily stunned. He struggled against the pain and hurriedly approached, ingratiatingly saying, Director, what brings you here? The director trembled. The station head had personally arrived. Today was proving to be exceptionally unfortunate, as a minor incident had warranted her presence. He quickly bowed his head, anxiously awaiting the unfolding events. Kong Meng, known for her decisive and commanding demeanor, strode in with an air of a formidable leader. Today, she sported a sharp bob hairstyle, complemented by a fitted white blouse and blazer, paired with snug jeans and knee-high boots, exuding a queenly presence. I just heard someone was about to take action. Do you even know where you are? Is this still a television station? Kong Meng admonished loudly, her fierce temperament well known throughout the station. Countless interns had been reduced to tears by her reprimands. Even directors and anchors dared not falter in her presence, lest they incur her wrath. Feng Zhong trembled, nervously stammering, Director, that kid started it. But in the next instant, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It appeared that the director had been summoned by that very boy. Cold sweat broke out on his back. As an intern, Xiao Charan had only glimpsed the director from afar on her first day, and even then, she felt the formidable authority radiating from her. All the interns averted their gazes from her, including Xiao Charan. Now, however, Xiao Charan could no longer afford to consider the director's status. Not wanting to implicate Qin Chuan, she rushed to Kong Meng's side. Upon seeing Xiao Charan, a complex emotion flickered in Kong Meng's eyes. Surprise, jealousy, and resentment intertwined. Xiao Charan suppressed her rising panic and recounted the entire situation. Upon hearing the mention of a 5 million contract, Kong Meng narrowed her eyes, directing her gaze at Feng Zhong. What 5 million contract? Which company? How could an intern be involved in such a contract? Feng Zhong's eyes darted around, evading the question. Director, I'll explain everything later. What is most important now is to detain that kid. How dare he act out in front of our television station in broad daylight? Feng Zhong was taken aback when he realized that Kong Meng was not directing her gaze towards Qin Chuan, but rather fixating it upon him. Why not speak of it here, since the interns are present? He stammered, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. The implication of returning to speak meant he wished to remain silent. Speak, Kong Meng bellowed in a fit of rage, her voice resonating with such intensity that it nearly caused Feng Zhong to lose control of his faculties. Trembling, he responded, Director, I am at a loss. He Xingchang has his eyes on Xiao Xiao, insisting she accompany him for drinks. I resorted to this course of action solely for the sake of the station's advertising sponsorship. As for the contract, it is entirely fictitious. This was all He Xingchang's idea. I was merely complying. Upon hearing that the contract was a fabrication, Xiao Charan felt as though a taut string within her had suddenly snapped, her previously tense shoulders relaxing instinctively. However, she soon realized the implications and began to unleash a flurry of blows upon Feng Zhong. Why would you set me up? Why would you do this to me? Feng Zhong sought refuge behind Kong Ming, muttering under his breath, "Who told you to possess such an enchanting visage that caught their attention?" Feng Zhong. Kong Ming's voice was icy as she called his name. Feng Zhong's heart raced, unsure how to respond. "Effective immediately, you are suspended and will commence an internal investigation. Should any wrongdoing be uncovered, you will face legal repercussions." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhong sank to his knees, beseeching the director, "You cannot do this to me. I acted for the good of the station." Kong Ming gestured to the security personnel to escort him away. "Director, you cannot treat me this way. I cannot afford to lose my job. I have a family to support and loans to repay. This was all He Xingchang's doing. I am innocent. Please spare me." Without further ado, several security personnel seized Feng Zhong and escorted him out. The suspension and internal investigation were merely formalities. Once it reached this stage, it was tantamount to a severed relationship, with the prospect of incarceration looming. The security personnel had long harbored disdain for Feng Zhong, and today, they relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Once he was out of sight, Xiao Charan wiped her tears and intended to express her gratitude to Kong Ming. However, before she could utter a word, Kong Ming disregarded her entirely and approached Qin Chuan. Standing before him, her previous commanding presence dissipated, replaced by an aura of grace and charm befitting a refined lady. She bowed respectfully and stated, "Master, the matter has been resolved. Your girlfriend is unharmed." Qin Chuan nodded, replying, "That is well, but she is not my girlfriend." The word struck Kong Ming with surprise, a blush creeping onto her previously pale face. "Who is the He Xingchang you mentioned?" Qin Chuan inquired, his tone low and serious. Kong Ming quickly replied, "He is the president of the largest branch of Huaxing Bank in Kyoto, Hihai. Whenever the station requires a loan, we seek his assistance. He possesses a haughty and arrogant disposition and lacks propriety in his personal life. However, due to his exceptional abilities and extensive connections, he excels at attracting deposits and achieving results. He has risen from a mere teller to the position of president at Kyoto's largest branch, and it is rumored he is set to be promoted to the headquarters by year-end. Does he have a son named Hishua?" Kong Ming paused, then answered, "Yes, master." "Are you acquainted with his son?" "Somewhat," he replied. Kong Ming sensed Qin Chuan's animosity towards Hihai and cautioned, "Master, you must be wary of Hihai. He harbors a narrow mind and a strong desire for vengeance. I, in my capacity as director, could address Feng Zhong's situation today, but Hihai, for someone poised to ascend to the Huaxing headquarters, Kong Ming's influence held little weight. Knowing his character, they could not allow him to achieve his ambitions at the headquarters, for he would only inflict further harm upon others. Most critically, he had wronged individuals who were not to be trifled with. To offend him is to court disaster." Qin Chuan stated. Kong Ming nodded, wholly devoted to him. If Qin Chuan sought to confront Hihai, she could not remain idle. Thus, she retrieved her phone and began sifting through her contacts for potential allies. "Hello, Director Ming. This is Xiaoming, Kong Fu's daughter. Uncle Lu, it's Xiaoming. I was right beside you when you visited my father. Aunt Wang, I have a favor to ask." Kong Ming made over a dozen calls, each recipient more illustrious than the last. Former subordinates of her father, current comrades of her elder brother, and connections she had cultivated over the years. Each individual responded politely, engaging in light-hearted conversation, but when Kong Ming clarified her intentions, they fell silent, hastily ending the calls. Only a close friend, a prominent figure from Huaxing's headquarters, offered a gentle warning. "Xiaoming, I advise you not to involve yourself in this matter. You know well what kind of person Hihai is. His network spans numerous industries. The higher-ups at our headquarters regard his abilities highly. Bear in mind, the branch he oversees boasts deposits in the hundreds of billions. Unless he commits murder, the headquarters will ensure his protection. Your actions would be akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Is there truly no alternative?" Kong Ming pressed, unwilling to relent. The friend hesitated before responding. "If only your father had not abdicated. With his connections, he might have been able to negotiate with Hihai. However, your father has been retired for many years." The unspoken words hung in the air. Kong Ming understood well that despite all the arguments, toppling Hihai would not yield direct benefits for these individuals. No one was willing to risk offending a future high-ranking official of Huaxing for the sake of a woman's word. In this world, survival was not about violence, but rather about navigating social intricacies. Kong Ming hung up the phone, biting her lip, her expression one of disappointment as she gazed at Qin Chuan. She shook her head. "Master, Hihai's influence is too great. No one is willing to assist us." Qin Chuan's demeanor remained impassive, devoid of any joy or sorrow. "It matters not," he stated. "In my endeavors, I require no reliance on others." Kong Ming lowered her head. Plagued by guilt, she lamented her inadequacy and lowly position, feeling powerless to aid Qin Chuan. "Master, grant me a year. In a year, I shall ascend within the department. During this time, we will meticulously gather evidence against Hihai, and when the time is ripe, We shall expose him in one fell swoop. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, choosing silence as he turned away, heading towards the roadside. Outside Kyoto Television, in a temporary parking space, Tian Xin awaited Qin Chuan's return. Upon noticing the car's fuel gauge dipping below 13, she realized it was time to refuel, bracing herself for a significant expenditure. Each time she filled up the tank, tears threatened to spill from Tian Xin's eyes. She muttered to herself. Suddenly, she recalled that on the way here, Qin Chuan had seemingly sent her a red envelope to cover the fuel expenses. In a flurry, Tian Xin retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and tapped on Qin Chuan's profile. The next moment, she was utterly dumbfounded. In the chat window, under the note labeled Fuel Expenses, there lay a solitary one followed by an extensive string of zeros, 10,000, 100,000, million. Tian Xin was petrified. Qin Chuan had transferred her 1 million as fuel reimbursement. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Just as she hesitated whether to accept this windfall, Qin Chuan and the others returned and got into their cars. Upon seeing Qin Chuan accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women, Tian Xin pouted and hastily clicked to accept the payment. Then, she indignantly questioned, "Didn't you say you were going to pick up the housekeeper? Where is he?" Xiao Chuan, seated in the back, timidly raised her hand and said, "I am the housekeeper." Tian Xin was taken aback. Was there now such a high standard of beauty for housekeepers? She then turned to inquire, "And who is this sister?" Kong Ming replied, "I am the master's servant." Tian Xin was left speechless. The two women, both scoring above 8 in beauty, were the kind of individuals pursued by countless admirers. Yet now, they had both become Qin Chuan's housekeeper and servant. An inexplicable feeling welled up within her, akin to having a piece of her cake taken away. Without allowing her time for further reflection, Qin Chuan commanded her to drive to the largest branch of Huaheng in Kyoto. Arriving at the Huaheng branch on Dakian Street in Kyoto, Qin Chuan exited the vehicle alone and approached the service hall. Inside the hall were 9 ordinary counters and a VIP counter. Only one clerk was present at the ordinary counters, while the rest lay dormant. The VIP counter was completely empty, with the seated clerk engrossed in applying makeup. An elderly lady, around 80 years old, clutched a bank card and paced back and forth in the spacious hall. Noticing the absence of personnel at the VIP counter, she approached and seated herself. "Excuse me, could you check if my pension has arrived and help me withdraw 100 yuan? The clerk at the VIP counter lazily lifted her eyelids and coldly remarked, "This is the VIP counter. If you want to check your balance or withdraw money, do it at the machines outside." The old woman, frail and struggling, replied, "My eyesight is poor and my hands and feet are unsteady. I can't make out the words on the machine. It's too complicated for me. Please help me." The clerk scoffed, "Why can't you understand? You can't use the machine. That's not my problem. Go find your children and have them teach you." The old lady's eyes suddenly became vacant as she murmured, "My son is at the border, defending our country. He died in battle. Now, I am all alone. Please, have mercy and help me, or I won't be able to buy rice today." The clerk, annoyed, began furiously banging on the keyboard and mouse, releasing her frustration through excessive noise. The elderly woman, initially intending to leave, found herself rooted in place, fearful of falling at her age. Just as she attempted to stabilize herself, the clerk's temperamental clatter startled her, causing her to lose her balance and slip from her seat. Seeing this, the clerk became irate. "You old hag, how dare you try to pull a fast one on me? I'll have you know, the bank is under surveillance. Everything is recorded clearly. I didn't touch you, so don't think of trying to extort me." The old woman clutched the edge of the counter, struggling to avoid a fall. Those around her hesitated to help, fearing the repercussions. Just when it seemed she could no longer hold on, a pair of hands reached out, steadying her back to her seat. The elderly lady exhaled in relief, grateful to the young person who had supported her. The clerk, relieved that the old woman had not fallen, thought to herself, "Damn, if you had fallen, I would have had to write a report tonight." The old lady looked up at her benefactor and said, "Thank you, child. If it weren't for you, I might have met my end with that fall." The clerk rolled her eyes and coldly retorted, "Wouldn't it be better if you did? You'd get to meet your deceased son." Qin Chuan turned and glared at the clerk. "Say that again if you dare." His gaze carried an imposing authority that instilled fear, making it impossible for her to meet his eyes. The clerk immediately averted her gaze, murmuring, "Damn, what sort of people am I encountering today? Bring your branch manager here." Qin Chuan demanded angrily. The clerk was taken aback, then smirked. "Oh, so you want to file a complaint? I'll have you know, I did nothing wrong. I was merely upholding company policy. Even if you complained to headquarters, it won't matter. Is your policy just to bully the weak and vulnerable? Is your system designed to mock the families of martyrs?" Qin Chuan countered emphatically. "You young ones watch too much television, thinking you're some kind of superhero. You're still wet behind the ears, trying to fight for the weak. Let me tell you, here, my words are the policy, and my actions are the rules. What can you do about it? Qin Chuan's gaze turned icy as he looked at the clerk. Very well, I will teach you a lesson according to your policies. With that, he produced a Huaheng bank card and asserted, now, withdraw all my money, immediately. I said, are you deaf or illiterate? Didn't you see the VIP sign above? The clerk caught a glimpse of Qin Chuan's card, a dazzling platinum card. She instantly recognized it as the highest tier card from her bank, reserved for VIP customers with deposits starting at $1 million. Her voice faltered, and her attitude shifted drastically. How much would you like to withdraw? All of it. Qin Chuan enunciated each word with clarity. The clerk, breaking into a cold sweat, cursed silently. Damn, today has been the worst luck. With performance evaluations looming, every employee carried the burden of deposit targets. At that moment, the lobby manager, returning from a brief respite, noticed the commotion at the VIP counter and approached the clerk, whispering, what is going on? The clerk cast a glance at Qin Chuan and replied in a hushed tone, I'm dealing with an arrogant rich kid who wants to withdraw all his money. The manager frowned. You were already short by $1 million last month. Do you really want to let him withdraw more? How will you handle the assessments? Failing 2 consecutive evaluations means dismissal. The clerk scoffed. I'll just have my dad deposit another $2 million, and it's no big deal. The lobby manager let out a deep sigh, lamenting the advantages of having wealth at home. The teller, wearing a smug expression, reveled in the fact that her position was secured solely because her father had deposited a staggering $10 million in the bank, prompting the bank president to personally pave the way for her employment. What if he withdrew a few million? She thought to herself, she could simply return home, take a nap, forget everything, and still report to work the following week. As she spoke, she struck the return key, and the computer screen shifted to reveal the information of Qin Chuan's bank card. In that instant, both the teller and the lobby manager were rendered speechless. How could there be such an exorbitant balance in this bank card? The lobby manager stammered, swallowing hard in disbelief. The teller, in shock, rubbed her eyes repeatedly before turning back to the screen. After several confirmations, she muttered, how could there possibly be over 900 million? The two exchanged terrified glances, directing their fearful stares at Qin Chuan. What is the matter? Are you deaf or blind? Do as I say and withdraw all the money. Qin Chuan barked. The teller trembled in fear, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Such individuals, who rely on their modest wealth, often bully the weak while cowering before the strong. They are quick to unleash their might on the elderly, the ill, and those they deem inferior, yet they cower before those of greater stature. The teller was already petrified. The mere 18 million her family possessed paled in comparison to the young man before her. It was utterly insignificant. If he were to withdraw that 900 million, her father could very well jump off a building, even purchasing insurance, and still not cover the gaping hole it would create. Sir, your balance is exceedingly high. And according to the regulations, withdrawals exceeding 5 million must be scheduled in advance. The teller stammered, her panic mounting as she momentarily forgot the stipulated amount. The lobby manager, bowing his head, quietly interjected, 5 million. The teller jolted back to reality, exclaiming, yes, 5 million. According to the rules, large withdrawals over 5 million require an appointment, which takes a week. After uttering these words, the teller finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were regulations in place that granted her a week's grace period. During this time, she could plead with the bank president to intercede. With his capabilities, he would surely be able to persuade the young man. After all, the branch's deposits amounted to 1,000 billion, most of which he had personally secured. Oh, there are such regulations? Qin Chuan remarked, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. The teller, oblivious to the shift in his demeanor, handed the card back to him, and, with a tone of triumph, said, Sir, I will make an appointment for you today. Please return next week to discuss the withdrawal. Wait, I never said I wouldn't withdraw. I will take out 10,000 at a time. Qin Chuan paused, continuing, until I have withdrawn the entirety of the 900 million. Chapter 60, The Purple Camellia Mansion. A battle on the brink of eruption. At those words, the teller's face turned pale as blood rushed to her head. She gasped for breath, and with a loud thud, she collapsed backward, losing consciousness. The lobby manager rushed out, apologizing profusely, bowing as if he were a servant. To Qin Chuan, he held no significance. Such a person was as inconsequential as air. Fetch your bank president. Qin Chuan commanded. The lobby manager, breaking out in a cold sweat, stammered, Sir, the president is not in today. He should be dining with clients. Where is he dining? He should be at the Purple Camellia Mansion. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened, his words laced with meaning, money. Upon hearing the word, the lobby manager quickly clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication, beseeching. I sincerely apologize for today's events. I will report that foolish behavior to headquarters and ensure it is dealt with severely. She is an external employee, and it will be simple to handle, dismissal, and a permanent mark on her record. No reputable enterprise will hire her again. Hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Set up an arrangement on my card to transfer 50,000 to the elderly lady's account every month. At the beginning of each month. Ensure she comes to the bank to withdraw cash personally. Additionally, all my gifts for major clients during holidays should be delivered to her residence. The lobby manager breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly affirming, understood. Qin Chuan turned and departed, climbing into a Rolls-Royce that sped toward the Purple Camellia Mansion. In Kyoto, on Purple Camellia Road, the Purple Camellia Mansion served as an exclusive private club, hosting only the most prominent VIPs. Anyone plucked from its ranks would undoubtedly be a titan in their industry or a wealthy magnate. Tucked away in the bustling city, it offered an unparalleled level of privacy. The mansion's architecture mirrored the serene gardens of Jiangnan, complete with small bridges, flowing waters, pavilions, and the gentle sounds of silk and bamboo. It appeared to be a tranquil haven. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance, Qin Chuan sensed something amiss. A quick glance revealed that this place was anything but ordinary. Behind its facade likely lay a myriad of unspeakable dealings. The waters in the courtyard surely concealed the tears of countless young girls, while the soothing melodies in the pavilion masked the cries of the suffering. Qin Chuan instructed the three women to return first, opting to venture into the Purple Camellia Mansion alone. As he entered, he was greeted by a woman clad in traditional Japanese attire. Upon seeing her, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The woman bowed slightly, gracefully stating, "Sir, this is a private mansion. I am here to find Hihai," Qin Chuan replied, producing a bank card. Upon seeing the platinum card from Huaxing Bank, the woman quickly deduced his significant status and hastily bowed, saying, "Very well, sir. Please follow me." She led Qin Chuan through a long corridor to the entrance of a private room, gesturing for him to enter. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan pushed the door open. Inside, the air was thick with smoke, and a large round table was occupied by three men. Apart from the man seated at the head, the other two had a young woman nestled beside each of them. One man, puffing on a cigar, cursed, "Damn it, Jabiko, why did you bring a man in here?" The woman behind Qin Chuan, Jabiko, stepped forward with a slight smile, saying, "Boss Song, this is all at President He's behest." Hearing this, Boss Song turned to the man seated in the center. "President He, you invited someone else today?" Hihai, dressed in a designer black suit, sat upright, flicking the ash from his cigar with a smile. "Feng Zhong can't make it today." "What? Why didn't he notify us in advance?" "Damn it." Hihai pointed at Qin Chuan. "This kid sent Feng Zhong in." The two men beside Hihai immediately grew wary. "Who are you?" Boss Wang, seated to the right of Hihai, questioned with suspicion. Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh and took a seat at the table. "I am Qin Chuan." Song and Wang exchanged glances, then shook their heads, indicating they had no knowledge of this individual. Hihai remained composed, opening a rosewood box on the table and retrieving a cigar. He placed it on the table and spun the glass turntable. The cigar circled clockwise until it landed in front of Qin Chuan. "Since you're here, why not have a smoke?" Hihai suggested. Qin Chuan curled his lip in disdain, waving his hand to knock the cigar off the table. Hihai's face darkened with irritation, yet he maintained a cryptic smile. "Ha! Today's youth are simply brimming with vigor. Hihai, remember well what you've done. I present you with two choices. Firstly, you might consider confessing. Perhaps you could even earn a chance for leniency. Secondly, I could facilitate your incarceration, ensuring you begin your sentence with no possibility of parole." Both Song and Wang were taken aback by these words, turning their gazes towards Hihai. Hihai erupted into a boisterous laughter, his mirth bordering on madness, tears escaping the corners of his eyes. After several moments, his laughter subsided, and he regarded Qin Chuan with a mischievous curiosity, inquiring how he intended to orchestrate his imprisonment. "It's quite simple," Qin Chuan replied. "Let the headquarters of Huahang conduct a thorough self-investigation into the internal corruption within your ranks over these past years. The evidence from whistleblower reports is sufficient to confine you for a lifetime. Dealing with someone like you doesn't necessitate me sullying my hands." "Qin Chuan," Hihai retorted, "is this really all for a woman? Why go to such lengths? In this world, as long as you possess wealth, women will flock to you. Just befriend me, Hihai, and I can provide you with as many as you desire. Even if you seek stars or hosts, I can arrange that for you." "You are mistaken. What I seek is justice." Hihai paused, momentarily stunned, before breaking into derisive laughter. "Justice? Qin Chuan, you truly are a remarkable individual. What is justice worth?" "I lack for nothing, except for a sense of justice." Hihai narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, "Then it seems there is nothing to discuss." Qin Chuan picked up his mobile phone and, with a smirk, informed Hihai, "It appears you have chosen the second option." Hihai slammed his hand on the table, fury evident in his voice. "You little brat, you haven't yet settled the score for your interference with Feng Zhong, and now you dare to speak so boldly before me, attempting to bring me down? Do you think that after all these years of building my empire, I am merely a facade? He raised his voice deliberately, both to challenge Qin Chuan's audacity and to intimidate the two business partners at his side. Observing them bow their heads in submission, He achieved the desired effect. Very well, feel free to report me. If I face even the slightest consequence, I will share your surname. Qin Chuan turned the screen of his phone towards himself, manipulating it as he spoke. Who said I was going to report you? I have stated before that I need not lift a finger against you. He squinted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Isn't your intent merely to siphon 9 billion from my branch to leverage against me? Chapter 61. How could one abandon their loyal subordinates? Hi's statement left his two companions startled. 9 billion. This kid has 9 billion in deposits? He rose from his seat, slamming his hand on the table in anger. Qin Chuan, do you think I am unaware of your recent activities at my branch? I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to appreciate it. Do you truly believe that your paltry 9 billion could topple me? Do you think my reputation of hundreds of billions was easily earned? He pointed to his left, indicating Song Wenta. This is Song Wenta, the owner of Hua E Media Company, Limited, a publicly traded entertainment company valued at 30 billion. Then, gesturing to his right, he added, and this is Wang Ning, the chairman of Jinglu Group, a company with an annual revenue in the hundreds of billions. He then turned his gaze back to Qin Chuan, asserting, with my capabilities, even if you were to take away 9 billion, what of it? Do you think the headquarters would punish me for losing a major client? What a joke. I could easily compensate for that loss. My network is beyond your wildest imagination. He brimmed with pride, having achieved both a boost in his reputation and intimidated the two newly acquainted business partners, a true double victory. Oh, is that so? Qin Chuan replied with a sardonic chuckle, just as his phone began to ring. He answered the call. A middle-aged man's voice greeted him warmly and respectfully. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Hao Jiandong, the risk director at Hua Heng headquarters. We have just received your personal balance transfer request. May I confirm whether it was initiated by you? Yes, it was me. Qin Chuan confirmed. My apologies, Mr. Qin. We have verified your funds and found no issues. The transfer can proceed. However, may I ask a personal question? Go ahead. Given your long-standing positive relationship with our bank, why the sudden decision to transfer funds to another bank? Is it due to better interest rates or perhaps other services? As the largest bank in the country, I can assure you that Hua Heng will provide you with superior service and rates. My decision to transfer funds is not due to any preferential treatment from other banks. Rather, I have discovered that one of your branch managers is engaging in illicit activities, coercing women into unlawful acts, and has already impacted individuals close to me. Mr. Qin, please tell us which branch manager this is. We will ensure a stringent internal investigation. The Dakian Street, Hua Heng branch, Thank you, Mr. Qin. We have received your feedback and will conduct an internal investigation to provide you with an explanation. After hanging up, Song Wenta, the owner of Hua Media, looked at He in horror. He truly reported you. He sipped his tea, maintaining his composure. If reporting me was effective, I would have been in prison long ago. Witnessing that even the headquarters risk department did not intimidate He, Wang Ning immediately offered him a cigarette. Indeed, the methods of branch manager He are extraordinary. I need a loan for my enterprise. He smirked. Wang, I have just lost 9 billion, and you bring up loans? Wang Ning understood the implication and promptly produced a red envelope, handing it over. Seeing this, He grinned. Well done, Wang. I will expedite your loan. It will definitely be sorted by next week. Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, repeatedly expressing gratitude. At that moment, He's phone rang again. Are the people in the risk department merely idle? 9 billion is trivial. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? He answered the call, but the voice on the other end sent a chill down his spine. The caller was Duan Zongwei, a member of the board of directors at Hua Heng. Duan Zongwei launched into a scathing reprimand. What were you thinking? Offending a major client and even messing with his girlfriend? As He's most significant supporter and the one who recommended him to the headquarters, He treated Duan Zongwei with utmost deference. My esteemed leader, you know what kind of person I am. I did all this for the sake of performance. He spoke freely, determined to showcase his power before Qin Chuan and simultaneously impress the two new business partners. That woman is nothing but a loose character. I had no intention of pursuing her. She came to me. Besides, it was all for the collaboration with Hua Media. Mr. Song himself informed me that he intends to transfer all business from the Bank of Communications to us. Song Wenta wore a pained expression, realizing he had been dragged into this situation as a mere backdrop. Yet, he felt powerless. His company's public listing had been orchestrated by He. Noticing the silence on the other end of the line, He continued, Leader, it's just 9 billion. I guarantee I will bring in 10 billion within half a month. No, 20 billion. He spoke with great satisfaction, casting a cold glance at Qin Chuan. Even if you transfer away 9 billion, what does it matter? With my capabilities, I can easily turn the tide. However, after He Hai finished speaking, the silence on the other end of the line was notably unsettling. Moments later, Duan Zhongwei's furious voice echoed, He Hai, at this point, do you still not comprehend the gravity of the situation, still jesting and laughing before me? He Hai was left utterly bewildered. Leader? Do not refer to me as your superior, you insolent fool. Are you still oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Do you comprehend the enormity of Qin Chuan's intended transfer? He is poised to transfer 509 billion, not just 9 billion. He Hai stumbled, nearly losing his footing, as he incredulously repeated, 509 billion? Now, armed with these 500 billion, the individual is openly threatening to have you thoroughly investigated by headquarters. Reflect on your past actions, should an inquiry commence. You shall spend the remainder of your life behind bars. Upon hearing He Hai utter the figure of 509 billion, both Song Wentao and Wang Ning beside him were taken aback. How could this remarkably young individual possess such an astronomical sum? After decades of navigating the complexities of the business world, they had collectively amassed less than 50 billion, including substantial real estate and stock holdings. Yet here was Qin Chuan, singularly in possession of over 500 billion, a figure consisting entirely of liquid assets, devoid of any stocks, funds, or options that could be deemed virtual values. This vast sum, regardless of which bank it graced, would render him the most elite of clientele, an extraordinary VIP. It was evident that if Qin Chuan so desired, he could easily usurp He Hai's position as the branch manager. The sheer magnitude of 500 billion was staggering, a terrifying figure indeed. Duan Zhongwei, observing He Hai's palpable fear, refrained from further rebuke, as He Hai was Duan Zhongwei's most cherished protege, nurtured over the course of more than a decade. He could not afford to discard him so easily. I shall grant you 2 months to rectify this predicament. Should you fail, you may as well prepare for incarceration. Chapter 62, My Trillion Fortune, a Force You Cannot Withstand. Duan Zhongwei's heartfelt advice provided He Hai, who stood frozen in shock, with a lifeline. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, he fervently assured. After concluding the call, He Hai slumped into his chair, as though he had just emerged from a harrowing battle, utterly exhausted. 509 billion was, even for him, an astronomical figure. It had taken him years of diligent effort to accumulate a mere trillion in deposits, earning him the esteemed title of a trillionaire branch manager. Today, he was on the precipice of losing everything he had painstakingly built over decades. The thought sent waves of dread coursing through him, so intense that he felt his stomach churn with anxiety. After a prolonged moment of reflection, He Hai finally regained his composure. He placed his hands firmly on the round table, standing tall within the confines of the private room. Qin Chuan, he proclaimed with fervor, I must admit, I initially underestimated you and failed to properly investigate your background. I assumed that at your age, you were merely a spoiled heir, squandering a few billion provided by your family. Yet, to my astonishment, you possess over 500 billion. Your concealment of such wealth is remarkable. Even the wealth rankings failed to uncover your existence. Qin Chuan glanced at the balance in the Huaheng app, 509 billion. This was the sum deposited following the previous system's transfer. Ignoring He Hai, he simply checked the time and continued tapping on his phone. He Hai reveled in the relief of surviving a near disaster, a sensation that flooded his body with dopamine. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. It is futile, no matter how many messages you send, it is of no consequence. Do you believe 500 billion can obliterate me? Do you think, as a trillionaire branch manager poised for advancement to headquarters, I can be so easily discarded by my superiors? Qin Chuan, I have told you before. You are far too young. The machinery of society operates not merely in black and white, but in shades of gray. Everything revolves around interests. Everything is a transaction. You wish to use 500 billion as leverage to have headquarters abandon me. Had it been anyone else, you might have succeeded. However, you have miscalculated one crucial point. I possess greater value than 500 billion. Having delivered his impassioned monologue, He Hai felt a wave of emotional release wash over him. A sensation more euphoric than any romantic encounter. He reveled in this exhilarating feeling of defiance. He turned to Qin Chuan, eager to see the failure reflected in his expression, to witness the despair of someone unable to impose consequences upon him. Yet, to He Hai's astonishment, Qin Chuan displayed no hint of dejection. Instead, he wore a smirk, a mocking grin, no less. What is it that amuses you at this juncture? I find it laughable how someone as foolish as you has managed to ascend to this position, He Hai retorted, his anger flaring. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, his phone rang again. The caller was once more Duan Zhongwei. He Hai hastily composed himself and answered. Hello, leader. Duan Zhongwei's tone remained eerily calm as he spoke. He Hai, the chairman of headquarters and the president have issued a direct order to establish an internal investigation team to conduct a thorough review of you. You are now suspended. I advise you to turn yourself in immediately to seek leniency. Duan Zongwai's words, though tranquil, struck He Hai like a bolt from the blue. Leader, you assured me you would suppress this. Why has the president issued such an order? Is it because my promised 500 billion is deemed insufficient? I can negotiate for 700 billion. No, 1,000 billion. I can procure it within 2 months. Duan Zongwai exhaled a wisp of smoke. He Hai, I advise you to cease your struggle. Do you have any idea who you are up against? He Hai paused, speechless. He is a member of the board of the Wanda Group, the largest shareholder of the Biotti Group, and the mastermind behind the Hilton Group. All 3 of these entities have simultaneously contacted the president, demanding an immediate cessation of all cooperation with Huaheng, redirecting their business to the industrial and commercial bank. Do you comprehend the scale of their operations? Can you withstand this alone? Having just defended you, I am now a mere clay figurine crossing a river, struggling to save myself. With that, Duan Zongwai ended the call. The volume on He Hai's phone was set high, allowing both Song Wentao and Wang Ning beside him to overhear the conversation, sending chills down their spines. The Wanda Group and Biotti Group were their primary business partners, and the fact that He Hai had managed to offend them to such an extent was a death knell. Wang Ning, in a fit of anger, hurled a cup of tea at He Hai. I cannot believe I ever dined with such a deranged individual. I, Wang Ning, have been blind. He snatched his bag and prepared to flee. As he passed Qin Chuan, he quickly bowed and said, Mr. Qin, I apologize for the offense today. Please do not hold it against me. My ailing mother awaits my return for a final farewell. I shall come to apologize another day. With that, Wang Ning dashed away. Song Wentao, though slightly slower, followed suit, berating He Hai before dramatically severing ties. He then approached Qin Chuan, kneeling on one knee. Mr. Qin, I too wish to take my leave. Qin Chuan gazed coolly at Song Wentao. Is your mother also on the brink of death? Song Wentao shook his head. No. It is my wife who is about to give birth. Mr. Qin, I must take my leave. I shall return to offer my apologies. With that, he too fled. Despairing, He Hai crawled to Qin Chuan's feet. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I truly was. He frantically struck his own mouth, pleading, Please, Mr. Qin, spare me. I will agree to anything you say. At this moment, He Hai suddenly realized that the formidable figure before him seemed to lack nothing. With the resources possessed by Qin Chuan, it would not be an exaggeration to claim his worth in the trillions. As He Hai pondered, a thought struck him. Mr. Qin, if you let me go, I can reveal a secret to you. Just as He Hai spoke, Qin Chuan's martial energy within him issued a warning. He sensed a bullet hurtling toward him from behind. In an instant, Qin Chuan evaded the attack, but He Hai, seated before him, was struck and instantly killed. Having dodged the gunfire, Qin Chuan turned to observe the direction from which the bullet had come. 5 individuals entered through the doorway, led by a Japanese woman named Kumi. Qin Chuan scrutinized the group anew. Kumi was clad in a black and white traditional Japanese outfit. Her face adorned with stark white makeup and fiery red lips accentuated by 2 rosy patches on her cheeks, creating an eerie visage. She wore white stockings and wooden sandals, stepping forward with disdain as she cast a glance at He Hai. The Chinese have no sense of honor. They cannot keep secrets. Behind Kumi stood 4 imposing men, each towering over 2 meters in height. They donned black sunglasses and suits, their demeanor grave and rigid. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Were they at the pinnacle of second-tier martial arts? Chapter 63. A bunch of rascals, merchants of heads. Kumi, somewhat taken aback, re-evaluated Qin Chuan. Then, with a sly smile, she remarked, So you are also a practitioner of martial arts. In that case, I shall grant you a chance to live. Join us and work for us. And I may spare your life. Qin Chuan's eyes were fixed intently on the woman before him. Her words were unmistakably clear. A confrontation was inevitable. Suddenly, a system prompt floated before Qin Chuan's vision. Congratulations, Challenger. You have triggered a hidden mission, Japanese spy den. Mission description. The Zijing Mansion serves as a spy outpost for Japan operating in China for many years. It harbors numerous Japanese spies who, under the guise of managing the mansion, secretly gather intelligence on China's confidential affairs. Challenger task. Defeat the enemy forces. Note, for each spy eliminated, corresponding martial arts experience points will be awarded. Upon accumulating 100 experience points, you will automatically ascend to the next tier. After a brief moment of notification, Qin Chuan's vision returned. He noticed that above the heads of the 5 adversaries, there appeared a yellow numeral. All 5 bore an experience value of 25. Qin Chuan's heart soared with joy. This meant that by defeating these 5, he could advance a tier. From the entry level of 4th tier martial arts to a minor accomplishment in the 4th tier. Seeing Qin Chuan hesitating in place, Kumi felt a surge of delight. Her 4 formidable henchmen truly exuded an imposing aura. Ha ha ha, my companions are the 4 great warriors of the Yamada clan. Individually, they are at the pinnacle of 2nd tier martial arts, and together, they can rival those at the level of minor 3rd tier accomplishment. Kumi's words dripped with condescension as she regarded Qin Chuan, eager to witness his submission. Yet to her astonishment, Qin Chuan did not kneel in supplication as she had anticipated. Instead, he raised his brow, coldly looking down upon her. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "I observe you lot as mere merchants of heads." Furious, Kumi, who had spent many years in China without facing such humiliation, commanded, "Get him. The organization will reward you with merit." Upon hearing the promise of merit, the four men in black instantly erupted with fervor. Their fists clenched tightly, their garments seeming to burst at the seams as they unleashed tremendous power. Kumi, witnessing this, chuckled lightly. "You four are making too much of a trivial matter. It's merely a garbage Chinese man. There's no need to exert full strength against him. Look at him. He can barely manage entry-level second-tier martial arts." One of the black-clad men, grinning wickedly, remarked, "Kumi, I can't help it. The temptation of merit is just too strong." Kumi turned her gaze toward the audacious Chinese man. "You have no chance for regret left. When the four great warriors unleash their power, the heavens will tremble." She anticipated a display of fear and pleading from Qin Chuan. However, to her surprise, the young man appeared more exhilarated than ever, as if he were the hunter and they were the prey. This ignited a flicker of doubt within Kumi. After a few breaths, all four black-clad men lay sprawled on the ground. "Congratulations, challenger. You have gained 30 experience points." 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 Following the series of experience notifications, the system finally issued a promotion prompt. "Congratulations, challenger. You have ascended to minor accomplishment in 4th-tier martial arts." Instantly, a surge of profound martial energy erupted from Qin Chuan's heart, coursing throughout his entire being. He felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Kumi's eyes widened in shock, panic overtaking her as she stumbled backward. Who are you? Are you one of the dragon warriors?" Qin Chuan scoffed. "You are unworthy to inquire about my name." Observing the murderous intent in Qin Chuan's eyes, Kumi sensed danger. Just as she reached for a shuriken at her waist, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed to the ground. Had her opponent been an ordinary person, or even an ordinary Japanese individual, Qin Chuan would not have resorted to lethal force. However, given that she was a spy, there was no room for mercy. He would deal with her by international standards. "Congratulations, challenger. You have gained 30 experience points." "Congratulations, challenger. You have defeated a spy liaison." "Congratulations, challenger. You have earned a 3-minute double experience time." Upon seeing the double experience notification, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Double experience, with this kind of bonus? Without hesitation, he immediately summoned his martial energy, scanning the entire Zijing mansion for any remaining Japanese spies. In an instant, he pinpointed 3 rooms with unusual activity. Qin Chuan dashed toward the first room, kicking the door open. Inside, he found an elderly man of 80, his face wrinkled, crawling atop a young woman who was bound tightly, her mouth gagged with coarse cloth, though she could not voice her distress. The tears streaming from her eyes and her fierce struggles spoke volumes. The old man, noticing the intrusion, bellowed, "Baka, who are you to dare intrude upon my chamber?" The old fool's experience was a mere 25, but with the double experience bonus, his displayed value was 50. Qin Chuan's expression darkened. "You are unworthy to know my identity. Bakayuru." The old man turned to retrieve a Japanese sword hanging on the wall, but before he could even take a step, his neck was snapped with a force akin to being struck by a heavy hammer. The old man crumpled to the ground, frothing white at the mouth. Qin Chuan hurriedly approached to free the bound woman, draping his white sports jacket over her shoulders before exiting the room to head toward the second chamber. Within this compartment sat 2 middle-aged men, one adorned with a distinctive Japanese mustache, while the other was of Chinese descent. They exchanged glances across the table, which was laid out with a map. Qin Chuan immediately discerned the inscriptions on the blueprint. It depicted the construction plans for a grand bridge spanning the southern seas of China, with several red dots marking its vulnerable points. The Japanese man, upon noticing the intrusion of the Chinese individual, bellowed an angry "Baka. You betray me." The Chinese traitor opposite him hastily waved his hands in protest, saying, "Sasaki-kun, you misunderstand." "I did not." Before he could finish, Sasaki drew his gun and shot him directly in the forehead. Subsequently, Sasaki swiftly gathered the map from the table, preparing to turn the gun towards Qin Chuan. However, in an instant, he found his own gun-wielding arm bent at a 90-degree angle. Sasaki cried out in agony, "My hand." Qin Chuan took a step closer. Ignoring the pain, Sasaki quickly knelt and pleaded, "I'll tell you everything I know, just don't torture me." Qin Chuan regarded him coldly, responding, "You need not speak. I have no interest in your words." In the blink of an eye, Sasaki's neck twisted. and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan exited the room. At this juncture, time was of the essence for him. Eradicating spies and acquiring double experience was paramount. The final location was a small bamboo hut situated in the southeast corner of the Zijing mansion. This secluded and dimly lit place appeared almost detached from the world. As Qin Chuan stepped forward, intending to force his way into the hut, the door suddenly swung open from within. A woman, disheveled and bloodied, rushed out. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with flowing, ethereal hair and a delicate oval face, characterized by large, watery eyes. Her clothing was in tatters, merely a piece of red cloth barely covering her chest, giving her the appearance of someone who had been violently assaulted. Covered in blood, it was evident she had survived a desperate struggle. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, she immediately cried out, "Sir, save me. I am a student from Kyoto University. They brought me here to sacrifice me to those powerful figures. I fought and knocked one out to escape." The woman collapsed into Qin Chuan's arms, trembling and sobbing. Qin Chuan gripped her arm firmly, sneering, "Your performance is commendable. Yet regrettably, you shall never have the opportunity to act again." Chapter 64. Return to the Pinnacle, New Skill Package Reward. Qin Chuan had her arm firmly restrained. A sharp dagger fell from her grasp. The woman stared at Qin Chuan in terror, demanding, "How did you see through my ruse?" Qin Chuan offered no reply, swiftly eliminating her. He then remarked coolly, "There was no need for discernment. Your head bore a value of 50 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger, you have ascended to the 4th level of martial prowess." Qin Chuan felt a long-lost power reinvigorate his being. This was the sensation of returning to the pinnacle. Before he could savor the moment, the system promptly continued to notify him. "Congratulations, Challenger. Hidden task completed, Japanese spy hideout. Task reward, global language skill package." Qin Chuan was momentarily bewildered, pondering the global language skill package. In the next instant, his mind was inundated with an array of dictionaries. English, French, Spanish, Cantonese, Minnan, Sichuan dialect, Wenzhou dialect, West African indigenous languages, and Axlant, among others, some of which he had never even heard of before. Additionally, a peculiar script intertwined with the array. As the system forcibly bestowed this knowledge upon him, the moment Qin Chuan opened his eyes, it felt as though he had attained a new level of enlightenment. He found himself capable of effortlessly articulating descriptions in various languages. The main quest included a requirement that could not afford failure. Qin Chuan silently exhaled in relief, realizing he no longer needed to worry about his English proficiency. Kyoto, Northgate, adjacent to towering skyscrapers and traditional quadrangles, stood an unassuming 5-story office building that housed the headquarters of the Ministry of State Security. A 30-year-old man hurriedly ran towards an office at the end of the corridor. Prior to entering, he knocked according to protocol. Upon receiving a stern response from within, he turned the doorknob and stepped inside. The office was sparsely furnished, containing merely basic chairs and computers, yet it was brimming with an abundance of files and documents. Seated at the desk was an elderly man, approximately 60 years old, with a full head of white hair, donning brown-framed reading glasses as he leaned over the desk, engrossed in reading. With a tone of respect tinged with urgency, the middle-aged man spoke. "Minister, there was a gunshot from within the Zijing mansion just now." The elderly man abruptly lifted his head, and beneath the thick lenses of his glasses, his piercing gaze fixed on the man. "What? The Japanese have initiated action? Are there any casualties among our people?" "Unclear at the moment. I will report and then head immediately to the Zijing mansion." The elderly man lamented, "Had I known this would occur, I should have moved to tighten the net sooner. Alas, it is my fault for wanting to cast a wide net to catch a big fish." The middle-aged man bowed his head and exited the office. Kyoto, Southgate, a location obscured from satellite maps. In an expansive training field, a robust man sprinted with unparalleled speed, stirring up clouds of dust as he ran. At the north and south corners stood a light armored vehicle. The man charged towards the vehicle, delivering a powerful punch that sent it toppling over. "Whoa, Lone Wolf, when did you level up? You just knocked over an armored vehicle with a single punch. You must be at the 2nd pinnacle now. Hawk, you underestimate me too much. I have already ascended to level 3. The man known as Hawk looked on in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. "You're not even 30 yet, and you've reached level 3? Lone Wolf, you've shattered our team's historical record." Lone Wolf stood tall, proud as one of the mightiest warriors selected from all of China. Just then, a man clad in green camouflage approached briskly. Lone Wolf and Hawk immediately stood at attention, saluting. "Captain." The newcomer was none other than the captain of the Dragon Warriors, codenamed Sky. Noticing the captain's grave expression, Lone Wolf inquired, "Captain, what has happened? There was a gunshot from within the Zijing mansion. I need to take a look. Is that the Japanese spy hideout? Didn't the Ministry of State Security say they were casting a wide net and instructed us not to intervene? Sky's expression turned serious. A few days ago, I received intelligence that the Yamada group of Japan dispatched their 4 heavenly kings to escort a liaison, secretly infiltrating our nation. Their first destination upon entering China will undoubtedly be the Zijing mansion. If that is the case, our comrades in the Ministry of State Security will be in grave danger. The 4 heavenly kings of the Yamada group? Those are 4 individuals at the second pinnacle. If they fight together, their combined strength could easily reach the level of minor completion at the 3rd stage. Hawk's expression darkened. Captain, I've reached level 3. I will accompany you. Lone Wolf stepped forward, asserting his determination. The vast expanse of the sky shook its head dismissively. I am more than capable on my own. The Falcon grinned and remarked to the Lone Wolf, you should continue honing your skills against that armored vehicle. The captain, at the pinnacle of level 3, could easily dominate the 4 formidable beings. If you were to join, the captain would be distracted by the need to look after you. The Lone Wolf shot a glare at the Falcon. I'll practice on you first. In Kyoto, at the entrance of the Zijing mansion, the sky was gradually darkening, with a light drizzle falling. The perimeter had long been cordoned off. Dozens of security personnel were diligently maintaining order. A middle-aged man clad in a navy blue jacket stepped over the police line and entered the Zijing mansion. A security officer, noticing this, promptly approached to obstruct him, stating, "This is a crime scene. Please move aside." The middle-aged man retrieved an identification card from his pocket and declared, "I am Xi Ming, director of the first office of the Ministry of Security of Huagua." Upon seeing the credentials, the security officer immediately straightened up. "Greetings, Director." Xi Ming stowed the identification away and inquired, "What is the situation inside?" The security officer replied, "A homicide has occurred in the Zijing mansion. Preliminary investigations reveal a total of 10 deceased, among whom 2 are Huagua nationals, while the remaining 8 are from Wokoku." Xi Ming nodded. "Given the involvement of foreign nationals, we must seal off all information until we ascertain the facts." "Understood, Director," the officer replied. However, what? Speak plainly." Among the 10 victims, the 2 Huagua men died from gunshots, while the other 8 appear to have been killed by hand, with a single strike. By hand? A single strike? Xi Ming's brow furrowed. The situation seemed more complex than anticipated. "This is the work of a martial arts master." A deep voice resonated from behind Xi Ming. Standing tall between the two was Song Qiong. "Song Qiong?" Xi Ming was taken aback. Song Qiong nodded, acknowledging the greeting. He then addressed the security officer. "I am Song Qiong, captain of the Dragon Warriors." The security officer gasped in astonishment. "The captain of the Dragon Warriors? That is the elite unit reputed to safeguard Huagua's borders. The team consists of only a handful of members, each an elite among elites. Due to the unit's peculiar nature, it has always remained shrouded in mystery, with its combat achievements largely unknown. The only public incident occurred when a general from a neighboring nation publicly wept during an overseas media interview, denouncing the Dragon Warriors for annihilating his 3,000-strong battalion, leaving him a mere figurehead. The security officer promptly saluted Song Qiong, expressing deep respect. Xi Ming inquired, "Is the surveillance footage intact?" The officer confirmed, "Everything is in order. If you two wish to view it, we can head to the monitoring room in the Zijing mansion." Both Song Qiong and Xi Ming nodded in agreement and followed the officer to inspect the footage. Soon, the 3 arrived at the monitoring room. The screens displayed all the internal and external footage of the various compartments. The security officer operated the controls, adjusting the footage to 1 minute prior to the gunfire. Xi Ming immediately noticed something amiss on screen 3 and pointed, "What are those 2 doing on screen 3? As soon as Xi Ming finished speaking, one individual in the 3rd frame suddenly collapsed, shot in the head. Moments later, 5 figures appeared on the screen. Song Qiong whispered in surprise, "The 4 great kings?" Xi Ming narrowed his eyes. "The 4 great kings of the Yamada group, you mean?" "Indeed," Song Qiong replied gravely. "The 4 great kings of the Yamada group are audacious enough to commit murder in broad daylight." Song Qiong then noticed another individual and remarked, "Look. In front of the 4 great kings is the liaison from the Yamada group, known as the smiling poisonous woman, Kumiko." Xi Ming, alarmed, pondered the implications of such a high-caliber team sent by Wokoku. The 2 of them observed the screen as the 4 great kings and Kumiko conversed with a young man, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the security officer listened to their discussion, feeling a chill run down his spine. "It seems this case has surpassed my capacity. I must hand it over to the Ministry of Security." Just as the 3 were engrossed in their thoughts, the footage took a startling turn. The young man, who had just been conversing with the 4 great kings and Kumiko, suddenly launched an attack against them. Within mere moments, the 4 great kings and Kumiko lay lifeless. The young man moved with remarkable speed, executing precise strikes as he stormed into one compartment after another. Yamamoto Taro, the Wokoku debauched elder. Sasaki, the Zero agent of Wokoku. Yukiko Ogura, the Wokoku femme fatale. Shi Ming identified each of the notorious Wokoku agents on the screen. With each name he uttered, the formidable young man dispatched them effortlessly. In less than 3 minutes, the internationally infamous Wokoku agents were all eliminated. The monitoring room fell into a profound silence. Shi Ming was astounded. Having served as the director of the Ministry of Security for many years, he had only recently obtained actual photographs of these 3 agents. Yet, the young man in the footage had managed to locate and neutralize them with such ease. Was this the essence of innate national defense strength? Shi Ming resolved then and there to find this young man. If there were no issues with his political background, he would undoubtedly extend an invitation for him to join the Ministry of Security. This was a once-in-a-lifetime anti-espionage talent. Song Qiong observed in awe as the young man dispatched the 4 great kings and Kumiko in mere moments, an achievement even he could not replicate. Song Qiong trembled with excitement. If this young man possessed integrity and a sense of responsibility, he would surely recruit him into the Dragon Warriors. Such a talent was invaluable to the nation. The two simultaneously turned to the security officer, inquiring, "Who is this young man?" The officer scratched his head and replied, "How would I know? But rest assured, I will take the footage back to the Security Bureau and use the Sky Eye system to investigate." Song Qiong and Shi Ming both produced business cards, handing them over as they urged, "Once you find him, notify us immediately." In Kyoto, Shun District, at the Kyoto Manor, Building 1, when Qin Chuan returned home, it was already deep into the night. As he entered the hall, he found 3 exceptionally beautiful women seated or reclining on the sofa, sweet and cute, voluptuous and mature, and delicate and charming. Kong Meng, who had been lightly dozing, was the first to awaken. Upon seeing Qin Chuan return, she hurriedly approached him. Noticing the specks of blood on his clothing, she asked with concern, "Master, what happened?" Qin Chuan glanced down and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. It must be from that actress who lunged at me earlier." Kong Meng's pupils dilated in shock. "What? An actress? Lunged at you? And there's blood?" However, as she pondered, she realized that someone of her master's wealth would undoubtedly attract many women. As a mere servant, she dared not interject in her master's affairs. Yet, she felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. Quickly shifting the topic, she asked, "Master, did you find Hai? What was the outcome?" Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, "He is dead." Kong Meng was taken aback. "Master, did you?" Qin Chuan shook his head. "It wasn't me. He was killed by Wokoku spies." Kong Meng was bewildered. How did a Wokoku spy suddenly come into the picture? Qin Chuan continued, "Although spies from enemy nations are not entitled to protection, this matter requires your father, Old Kong, to intervene." Kong Meng solemnly nodded. "Of course, Master. I shall convey this to my father." "Very well. I shall retire to my room to bathe and rest." "You may find a room for yourselves," Qin Chuan remarked as he ascended the stairs. "Master, may I assist you with your bath?" At that moment, Xiao Chuan and Tian Xian, who had been reclining on the sofa, stirred awake. Xiao Chuan promptly rose, for as a housekeeper earning $1 million a year, she had yet to work a single minute and had relied on Qin Chuan to stand up for her. "Sister Kong, allow me to take care of this. Given that we have troubled the boss today, it is only right that I serve him," she insisted. Tian Xian, sitting on the sofa, furrowed her brow and pouted. She, too, wished to speak, but realized she had no justification for competing with them for the task. Thus, she muttered, "Qin Chuan, I waited all night without eating, just sitting here for your return. And now, you want to go to sleep as soon as you arrive?" Qin Chuan paused, glancing at Tian Xian. "What do you wish to express?" Flushing, Tian Xian replied, "You owe us a grand feast as compensation." Without looking back, Qin Chuan continued upstairs, uttering a single word, "Fine." Xiao Chuan and Kong Meng followed closely behind, leaving Tian Xian alone downstairs. Infuriated, she stomped her feet on the sofa, pulled out her phone, and opened a review site. "I will select the most expensive restaurant in all of Kyoto to treat you to a lavish meal." The following day, Saturday, Xiao Chuan and Kong Meng, in perfect harmony, ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan lay alone in bed, recuperating from the previous day's exertions. For rest is the best means to ensure one's martial prowess. Suddenly, a charming figure leaped onto his bed. Qin Chuan jolted awake, only to see Tian Xian sprawled nearby, her small feet adorned in white cotton socks raised in the air. She turned her phone towards Qin Chuan, declaring, "I want to eat at this place." Qin Chuan focused his gaze on the screen. "The Rongfu banquet?" Tian Xian withdrew her phone, turned over, and replied, "The dining establishment is one you allowed me to choose, so you cannot back out." The Rongfu banquet is a premier Jiangnan restaurant in Kyoto, a favored spot for celebrities and affluent entrepreneurs. The prices, however, are rather exorbitant, averaging 1,000 each. Humph, that's what you get for making me unhappy yesterday. Qin Chuan, bewildered, asked, what did I do yesterday? Tian Xin, her long legs swinging wildly, retorted, you know exactly what you did. I do not. Qin Chuan replied coldly, then picked up his phone to call Su Xiaoyan. Hello, Xiaoyan. Shall we have a meal together today, it being the weekend? I'm sorry, Xiao Chuan. I'm currently rehearsing and can't spare the time. Su Xiaoyan replied apologetically. Rehearsing? Yes. I shot a Douyin video for school, and it unexpectedly went viral. They're holding a competition for the most beautiful university tomorrow night. And I cannot afford to slack off now. Xiao Chuan, I apologize, but once the competition is over, I will surely spend time with you. After a brief conversation, they hung up. Suddenly, a sense of danger emanated from the martial energy within Qin Chuan. Chapter 66, a luxurious dinner at the premier restaurant. Qin Chuan turned to see the source of the ominous energy was none other than Tian Xin, whose eyes were filled with a fierce determination to confront him. Who is this Xiaoyan? Qin Chuan rose and stretched lazily, responding casually, she is my girlfriend. At that moment, a pillow flew towards him. In the heart of the city, at the Rongfu banquet restaurant, the establishment was converted from a royal mansion, exuding grandeur and majesty. An SUV halted before the restaurant, and upon recognizing the vehicle as a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the attendant hurried forward to guide the arrival and open the door. From the car emerged a man and 3 women. The man stood tall and imposing, while the 3 women, each possessing a distinct style, were all exquisite beauties. The quartet entered the mansion, where they were greeted by a graceful hostess clad in a cheongsam. She led them leisurely through the palace, narrating the architectural marvels and unique flora along the way. Once inside, Tian Xin opened her phone, occasionally snapping selfies or filming short videos for Douyin. The ambience here is splendid. I feel as if I am playing a murder mystery game. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they were ushered into a private room. Upon seating, the waiter presented the menu to each of them. The moment they opened the menu, everyone except Qin Chuan was left astounded. Tian Xin nearly gasped aloud. The prices were outrageously high, even unimaginable, far exceeding those she had encountered online. Just a simple stir-fried vegetable dish was priced at 199 yuan, which was merely a plate of sautéed Chinese broccoli. The subsequent dishes containing meat began at 4 digits. Tian Xin had anticipated the average cost to be a mere 1,000 yuan, but to her astonishment, that amount might not even cover the service charge in the private room. She discreetly glanced at Qin Chuan, hoping to gauge his reaction. However, Qin Chuan maintained a serene demeanor, smiling lightly. What would you like to eat? Just order. The 3 women exchanged glances, none daring to speak. A few dishes could easily amount to tens of thousands. Who could afford that? Even Kong Meng, hailing from a prominent family, had never indulged in such extravagance. Noticing their hesitation, Qin Chuan closed the menu and returned it to the waiter. Since they are not ordering, please let the chef prepare a selection for us. May I inquire what beverages you would like, sir? After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan recalled missing the chance to savor Romani Conti at his hotel last time. Thus he said, let us have some Romani Conti. The waiter nearly leaped with joy at this request, her delight barely concealed as she responded. We have a bottle from 1986 available. This bottle of Romani Conti was the restaurant's prized possession, with only one remaining from the original case. Its price stood at 200,000 yuan. The waiter calculated that if this bottle were served, her share of the tip could amount to 15,000 yuan, equating to 2 months' salary for her. Who would not be thrilled at such a prospect? At that moment, Tian Xin interjected, pouting and tugging at Qin Chuan's arm, playfully asking, what is Romani Conti? I've never heard of it. Can we not have an 82 Lafite instead? I see everyone on Douyin has one. It must be quite delightful. Qin Chuan disdainfully shook her hand off and nodded in resignation. Then let us switch to the 82 Lafite. The server's heart sank as the price plummeted from 200,000 to 50,000 yuan, drastically reducing her commission to only a little over 3,000 yuan. She carefully gathered the menu and stepped out to place the order. Soon, the waiter returned with a bottle of Lafite, first allowing Qin Chuan to inspect it. Once confirmed, she opened it for aeration. Another server brought forth the first dish, presenting a half chicken on a white ceramic plate. Esteemed guests, this dish is the sunflower fragrant chicken, reputed to be the most exquisite chicken in Kyoto. In Kyoto, the most extravagant chicken dish should undoubtedly be the Hainan chicken from Jinfeng. As a discerning food enthusiast, Tian Xin possesses considerable knowledge regarding ingredients. With a skeptical attitude, she picked up the menu, only to have her expression freeze in shock the next moment. There, on the table, lay half a salted chicken, priced at an astonishing 600 yuan. In her understanding, the most expensive chicken should at most cost around 200 yuan. Before she could fully digest her astonishment, the waiter presented another dish, drunken blue crabs. She knew that in Fujian province, blue crabs, also known as red sturgeons, are renowned for their rich roe and succulent meat. Tian Xian quickly anticipated that crabs would not come cheap. However, there were only about 3 on the table, so surely the price wouldn't be exorbitant. She discreetly checked the price. Drunken blue crab, 3,000 yuan. That equated to 1,000 yuan per crab. Tian Xian swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Subsequent dishes, such as spicy clam, typhoon shelter sandfish, stir-fried sea intestines and bird clams, kung pao beef, and sot-ed winter bamboo shoots, all belonged to the realm of normal fare. Yet, when the main dish, black bean pepper lobster, arrived, Tian Xian sensed impending doom. The previous dishes had all displayed their prices and images on the menu, but she had scoured the entire menu without finding the price for the black bean pepper lobster. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought forth a bowl of white shells. The dish consisted of clear chicken broth paired with shishir tongue from Zhanggang, Fujian province, each weighing 7 taels. After being cleaned, the chef would simmer it with free-range chicken broth. After showcasing the ingredients, the chef wheeled in a cart and began his meticulous preparations. Tian Xian quietly approached the waiter and whispered, "Why are these 2 dishes not listed on the menu?" The waiter replied, "Madam, if customers opt for our pairing service, our chef will recommend dishes based on the freshness of the ingredients available that day. Fresh ingredients are not always in stock, hence the prices are seasonal." Upon hearing seasonal price, Tian Xian felt her head spin. "How much for these 2 dishes?" The waiter glanced at the order device and replied with a smile. "The black bean pepper lobster is 6,000 yuan, and the shishir tongue is 8,000 yuan. What? So expensive?" Even though Tian Xian had fortified her mental defenses, such outrageous prices were still beyond comprehension. The waiter maintained her smile, saying, "Miss, the money you saved for Mr. Qin is far more economical than these 2 dishes." Confused, Tian Xian listened as the waiter continued. "Mr. Qin just ordered Romancebooks for 200,000 yuan, while the Lafite you requested to switch to only costs 50,000 yuan. 50,000. Tian Xian was further bewildered. She promptly pulled out her phone and opened the Douyin marketplace, meticulously comparing the 199 yuan Lafite in the marketplace with the one on the table. After much searching, she finally noticed that the wine sold in the marketplace was labeled as 1982 Lafite. The 2 bottles were nearly identical in packaging, with only a slight difference in name. Tian Xian felt dizzy. Throughout the meal, Qin Chuan's experience remained quite pleasant. The drunken blue crab was rich and melted in one's mouth. The salted chicken was tender with fragrant skin, and the black bean pepper lobster featured succulent meat that harmoniously blended the fragrance of soy sauce and chili. The clear chicken broth with shishir clams was refreshingly sweet and delightful. Setting aside the prices, everyone relished their meal. Once the group finished eating, Qin Chuan stood to settle the bill, which totaled 120,000 yuan, including service charges. He noted that this meal had cost nearly 2 months of his savings interest. Just as Qin Chuan completed the payment, 2 burly men passed by, carefully transporting a glass tank from outside. The tank was constructed from high-strength, transparent glass, with a thickness that could withstand ballistic impact, featuring an opening at the top for ventilation. At a glance, Qin Chuan's attention was captured by the object within. Inside the tank was an exceptionally rare, vividly blue king crab. Medical knowledge surged through Qin Chuan's mind, revealing that the blue king crab is a once-in-a-century delicacy. For the average person, it is indistinguishable from the ordinary red king crab, offering the same taste. However, for Qin Chuan, a single bite of this blue king crab would enable him to break through to the peak level of 4th-grade combat prowess, advancing him to the entry level of 5th-grade martial arts. Without hesitation, he purchased it for 60,000 yuan. The moment he completed the transaction, a system notification appeared before him. "Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed, rare treasures. Quest reward, skill GoldenEye." Note, when the Challenger uses the GoldenEye skill, they can identify any object. Qin Chuan was elated and immediately exited the system interface. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and then, as if booting up, his sight shifted from blurry to clear in a matter of 5 seconds. Eagerly, Qin Chuan scanned his surroundings. Item, blue and white porcelain. Material, earthenware. Era, modern. Condition, 90 new. Quality, average. Before he could finish reading the details, he swiftly turned his gaze elsewhere. Item, LV shoulder bag. Material, canvas and inferior leather. Era, modern. Condition, new. Quality, poor. Summary, counterfeit. Qin Chuan was taken aback. It turned out the golden eye was meant for spotting bargains. In the world of antiques, he would become an influential figure. Just as he prepared to switch his vision back to normal, his gaze inadvertently landed on the owner of the LV bag. Item, prosthetic filler. Material, silicone. Era, modern. Condition, brand new. Quality, soft. Summary, soft to the touch, with a certain degree of realism. Qin Chuan was left speechless. It could even identify this. This skill was indeed extraordinary. He deactivated the golden eye skill and instructed the restaurant to prepare the blue king crab as sashimi, intending to eat part of it and take the rest back to school to comfort Su Xiaoyan. Soon, the kitchen began preparing the raw blue king crab. Once it was ready, Qin Chuan eagerly picked up a crab leg and devoured it whole. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth rise from his stomach, spreading throughout his body. He sensed his bones were being reborn and reinforced, becoming even sturdier. Congratulations, Challenger. You have advanced to the entry level of 5th grade martial arts. Qin Chuan quickly accessed the system panel. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender male. Martial arts. Entry level 5th grade. Medical arts. Entry level 2nd grade. Skill 1. Golden eye. Skill 2. Global language. Confirming his advancement, Qin Chuan closed the system interface. Tian Xin held a leg of the exquisite blue king crab, savoring its delectable taste with unabashed delight. It was my first experience tasting the raw marinated king crab, particularly in its rare blue hue. Qin Chuan. Though this restaurant may be a tad pricey, the quality of the ingredients is truly unparalleled. With his recent promotion, Qin Chuan was in high spirits. He affectionately ruffled Tian Xion's hair, saying, "If you find it delicious, you should come here often. A meal doesn't cost much. If you enjoy it, we could reserve a private room as our dining hall." Tian Xion's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Qin Chuan, rarely displaying a hint of panic, assured her, "Absolutely. Mainly to let you learn some culinary skills. Last time, your tomato scrambled century egg nearly sent me away." At this, Tian Xin raised her small fist to playfully punch the 5th-tier expert. As they conversed, a woman adorned in a fitted, ultra-short skirt, exuding a sultry allure, approached. Entwined with a man. "Darling, the dishes at Rongfu Banquet are truly exquisite," she remarked. The man chuckled. "Of course, a meal here is worth nearly 10,000. The woman gasped in delight. "Wow, you treat me so well, darling. Today, you really splurged on me, gifting me an LV bag and taking me out to eat." She punctuated her words with a kiss on his cheek. The man, feeling the warmth of her kiss linger, thought to himself that tonight was a success. Despite the hefty price, as long as you are happy, this amount is negligible. As the couple passed by Qin Chuan, the man inadvertently caught his remark. "A meal doesn't cost much. Reserve a private room as our dining hall." Wow, how pretentious are today as college students. They treat Rongfu Banquet like a cafeteria. The woman shot a glance at Qin Chuan, noticing his student demeanor, and quickly echoed, "Exactly. They only come out to splurge after receiving a bit of allowance." With a shift in tone, she declared to her companion, "Yet you, darling, are mature and composed." The man beamed with pride, amused by how some people save for an entire year only to indulge once and assume they had entered high society. The woman smirked, "Humph. Just casually ordering 2 dishes at Rongfu Banquet costs over 10,000. Even the son of the richest man wouldn't dare to eat like this every day." At that moment, a waitress clad in a cheap how approached Qin Chuan, flanked by nearly all the restaurant's staff and chefs. She bowed respectfully and presented him with 5 cards. The restaurant employees bowed in unison. "Sir, your 5 recharge cards have been prepared. Each card is loaded with 10 million. The waitress's voice trembled slightly. Despite years of working in this prestigious establishment, she had never encountered someone who casually recharged 50 million after a meal. Qin Chuan accepted the cards and distributed them to the 3 women beside him, giving each one a card. "This restaurant has decent flavors. If I'm not around and you don't wish to cook, feel free to come here." The 3 stunning beauties were rendered speechless. The couple who had just mocked them stood agog. Spending $500 million just for a meal was utterly absurd. The man hastily pulled his companion away, grateful that his prior mockery had not been overheard. The woman, glancing back repeatedly, mused how spending $500 million on a meal meant that being his woman could easily come with $1 billion in gifts. It was all the fault of her foolish companion for dragging her away. Once outside Rongfu Banquet, the woman feigned a sudden arrival of her monthly cycle and swiftly made her escape, leaving the man in a state of bewilderment. The next day, Sunday, Qin Chuan returned to school alone, bringing along the blue king crab to visit Su Xiaoyan's class. Upon arriving at the entrance of the auditorium at Kyoto Finance University, he was met with a throng of students surrounding a tall, handsome male student over 6 feet. Curious passersby inquired, "What is happening?" "The domineering CEO is here for a live stream." "You mean the hottest male streamer on Douyin, Xingba?" "Yes. Who else could command such a following?" "Forget about gaming with my roommates this afternoon. I'm going to watch the CEO's live stream." As Xingba, amidst the crowd, made his way into the auditorium, he engaged eagerly with his fans. Chapter 68. Refusing a million-year salary. Humph. Xingba, holding a wireless microphone, navigated through the throng, followed closely by his assistant, who was live streaming on his phone. Brothers, we are now at Kyoto Finance University's auditorium. Look, who is up there rehearsing? The assistant directed the camera towards the stage. There stood a tall girl in a JK sailor uniform, gracefully singing into a microphone. Her voice was captivating, enchanting the audience without the need for any sound effects. The fans in the live stream widened their eyes, trying to recognize her. Who is she? She looks familiar. Wow, a 9-point beauty. She must be the CEO's girlfriend. Don't let the CEO's wife hear you say that. I know, she is the campus belle of Kyoto Finance University. The recruitment video that went viral a few months ago featured her. Upon hearing the term campus belle, the fans in the live stream hurriedly searched for Kyoto Finance University campus belle, revisiting Su Xiaoyan's recruitment video. Some finished watching with a shiver, then closed Douyin and resumed studying. In the live stream, wow, this girl is stunning. CEO, hurry up, we want to see her face. Xingba, noticing the lively interaction in the stream, smiled slightly. His visit was indeed worthwhile. He dashed onto the stage, disregarding Su Xiaoyan's rehearsal. Hello, Su Xiaoyan. He introduced himself without revealing his name, believing that as a Douyin influencer with millions of followers, nobody could possibly not recognize him. Su Xiaoyan furrowed her brow at the sudden influx of people, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Hello, is there something you need? Xingba paused, a fleeting look of disbelief crossing his face. However, he was trained in expression management and quickly responded with a smile. It seems our beautiful campus belle is quite the jokester. I'm the CEO on Douyin. CEO, what do you want? Su Xiaoyan remained unfazed. Her reaction displeased Xingba, who instinctively wanted to roll his eyes. He quickly rattled off some compliments about her singing skills, then turned to the camera. Brothers, you should all know that tonight there is a live PK event for the most beautiful university on Douyin. Instantly, a diligent class representative in the live stream explained the most beautiful university event. The live PK for the most beautiful university features 100 colleges competing. The stream starts at 8 p.m. and ends at midnight. The winner will be determined by contribution levels. Seeing his assistant manage the crowd, Xingba promptly declared, Brothers, I owe my success to your support. Yesterday, I made a decision to find a grassroots streamer and build a stage for her, allowing her to become a top streamer like me. I shall utilize the entirety of the company's resources to ardently support her in winning the title of the most beautiful university competition. With a passionate and stirring speech, Xingba successfully incited the emotions of the fans in the live stream. The domineering CEO is truly impressive. This young lady seems to be favored by the goddess of fortune, having garnered the support of such a powerful figure. Truly, a remarkable man. As the atmosphere in the live stream reached a crescendo, the assistant introduced a wave of robots. Instantly, the entire public screen was inundated with messages from CEO V5. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed to 1 million. Upon witnessing such astounding numbers, Xingba felt elated. He immediately seized a wireless microphone and approached Su Xiaoyan. Xiao Su, please greet our brothers in the live stream. Although Su Xiaoyan harbored some reservations regarding Xingba's actions, she smiled politely and waved at the camera. In that moment, all the fans in the live stream were utterly captivated. Wow, wow, wow. From a distance, she appears to be a stunning beauty, but up close, she resembles a reincarnation of Lu Tianxian. I'm in love. This year, I must attend Financial University. I must seek out Su Xiaoyan. The fans incessantly flooded the screen with messages, showering likes and treating Xingba's live stream as if it were Su Xiaoyan's own, wildly sending gifts. In an instant, flowers, sunglasses, and placards filled the virtual sky. Observing the surging popularity in the live stream, Xingba was overjoyed. His efforts were not in vain. He took a contract from his assistant and presented it to Su Xiaoyan. Xiao Su, as I mentioned earlier, I intend to spare no effort in assisting a grassroots streamer, enabling her to achieve the same status as myself, a major influencer with millions of followers. This is a contract for signed artists from my company. Should you agree to sign it, your annual salary will be 120,000. Are you willing? With that, Xingba extended the contract and the microphone towards Su Xiaoyan. The live stream erupted once more. Wow, CEO V5, starting off with an annual salary of 120,000. Is 120,000 a lot? For someone who hasn't even graduated yet, that's an impressive sum. 1,000 a month. How much do you earn? All the fans in the live stream eagerly awaited to see if this campus beauty from Financial University would accept the contract. Su Xiaoyan examined the contract before her, smiled politely, and thanked the CEO for his kind offer, stating, I cannot accept this contract. The moment those words were uttered, the live stream exploded with chatter. Xingba, with one hand on his forehead, feigned a look of regret while discreetly glancing at the back-end data of the live stream, noticing the interaction rate and excitement continually climbing. With online viewers surpassing 1.5 million, he smirked wickedly and tossed the contract aside. This action startled the fans both present and online. Before anyone could regain their composure, Xingba retrieved another contract. Holding it aloft with one hand, he declared, "It appears I have not conveyed my sincerity to the beauty from Financial University. Very well, Xingba will amend the contract on the spot." This contract was originally intended for a certain influencer with millions of followers. Now, I offer this opportunity to Su Xiaoyan. If she signs this contract, her annual salary will multiply tenfold, reaching 1.2 million. As the figure of 1.2 million was announced, the live stream erupted in fervor. The public screen was inundated with frenzied messages from fans. CEO V5 is incredible. CEO is impressive. Xingba, observing the rapidly rising data and the heated atmosphere, wore a look of satisfaction. He had deftly manipulated this wave of traffic to his advantage. Yet, 30 seconds, a minute, and a minute and a half passed, and Su Xiaoyan still did not reach for the contract. Feeling slightly awkward, Xingba cast a glance at Su Xiaoyan, signaling her, "Xiaoyan, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take the contract." Su Xiaoyan took a step back, shaking her head. "I'm sorry, CEO, but I never considered becoming a streamer. After this competition, I will no longer be live streaming." The moment those words left her lips, the venue fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was in disbelief. How could someone possibly refuse an annual salary of 1.2 million? Xingba's face twitched, his mind racing as he impulsively moved to grasp the retreating Su Xiaoyan. Chapter 69. The Revelation. I am the legendary tycoon. A figure darted onto the stage with an imperceptible swiftness. He swiftly swatted Xingba's hand away. Stunned by the unexpected slap, Xingba looked up to see a young man holding a round, disposable food container. The young man had a well-proportioned physique and a charmingly gentle appearance, exuding an air of grace. Xingba instinctively considered confronting him, but, after a moment's pause, remembered they were still under the scrutiny of the live stream. He could only suppress his irritation and force a smile. "Brother, impressive skills. Who are you?" Qin Chuan ignored Xingba and turned to Su Xiaoyan, smiling broadly. "Xiaoyan, I brought you some fresh marinated blue king crab. It's quite delicious, do try it." Upon recognizing Qin Chuan, Su Xiaoyan's tension dissipated, and she replied with delight, "Xiao Chuan, what a pleasant surprise. I came to see how your rehearsal was going." Su Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. "You could have told me you were coming. I didn't even have time to put on makeup." Qin Chuan gently cupped Su Xiaoyan's face, saying, "No matter if you have makeup on or not, you are the most beautiful in my eyes." The audience in the auditorium and the fans in the live stream were inexplicably treated to a dose of affection. The previously quiet public screen exploded once again with comments. "Who is that guy? How dare he touch my wife? Get rid of that scoundrel. Save Xiaoyan. CEO, help us reclaim Xiaoyan." Among the crowd in the auditorium, someone exclaimed, "Old four." Qin Chuan turned to see that it was his dorm mate, Tang Yuming, who had called out to him. Tang Yuming rushed onto the stage in disbelief, never imagining that his friend Old Four would be with the campus beauty from Financial University. His eyes sparkled with paternal pride. Seeing that Xingba was not in a good mood, Tang Yuming positioned himself protectively in front of his friend. Xingba furrowed his brow. "Are Financial University students not intimidated by a prominent internet celebrity like me? Excuse me, but I don't believe I invited you on stage," Xingba said bluntly. Su Xiaoyan stepped forward, asserting, "He is a student from our school. He has every right to be up here. You, on the other hand, are disrupting our normal rehearsal." Xingba's lips curled into a smirk. "I was only trying to assist you, yet you repay my kindness with ingratitude. Mr. Xing, I have made it clear from the start that I do not wish to become a professional streamer, so there is no question of your assistance." Su Xiaoyan, as the vice president of the student council, possessed superior verbal skills and logic compared to the average student. Xingba found himself momentarily speechless. He had intended to end the live stream and give the student a proper reprimand. However, the rising popularity of the live stream due to the escalating tension compelled him to reconsider. As a major influencer with millions of followers, he understood what the fans desired to see. Thus, Xingba dropped the pretense and began to perform. "Su Xiaoyan, are you suggesting that we, the Xing family, lack influence?" Brothers in the live stream, if you want to see the CEO teach Su Xiaoyan a lesson, type 1 in the chat. As expected, the live stream erupted with one flooding the screen. "CEO V5. CEO is impressive. Though I am immensely fond of Su Xiaoyan, I find myself more intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the domineering CEO deliver a resounding slap in the face." As the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Xingba produced his mobile phone. He opened the Douyin app and navigated to the entry for the most beautiful university competition. "Brothers," he declared, "I shall select the least popular school from the list, and we shall go there to offer her a contract with an annual salary of 1.2 million. Tonight, during the PK, I will elevate her popularity and create a stir. I intend to rub Su Xiaoyan into the ground." He instantly connected with a flower streamer from the Kyoto Fashion Institute. Upon learning of Xingba's plan, she readily agreed to collaborate with him, continuously belittling Su Xiaoyan during the call. The live stream erupted with excitement. This strategy of being abandoned by the goddess only to transform an obscure individual into a major internet celebrity resonated deeply with the fans. In the live stream, flowers, sunglasses, and banners began to flood the screen once more. Xingba, you have offended someone you cannot afford to cross. Taken aback, Xingba turned to the speaker. It was Qin Chuan, stepping forward and grasping the contract that Su Xiaoyan had just declined. This contract you brought is rife with inequitable clauses. Once signed, you will siphon 90 of the profits from the merchandise sold during the streamer's broadcasts. The gifts received by the streamer? You'll take 90 of those as well. The so-called annual salary of 1.2 million is contingent upon meeting specific conditions, namely, generating 12 billion for the company. Even American capitalists would not dare to impose such terms. While seated in the audience, Qin Chuan had utilized his golden eye to scan the contract, and the system had meticulously outlined all its pitfalls. Xingba's face darkened instantly. Qin Chuan's assertions were spot on. He spoke in a low, menacing tone. Which company are you affiliated with? Are you here solely to disrupt? Qin Chuan coldly replied, you are not worthy of my attention. Xingba gritted his teeth in frustration. He had never encountered someone so audacious. Yet the other party was succinct, leaving him with no openings to exploit. Brother, does a company operate without expenses? Does live streaming equipment come free? Is the traffic on Douyin without cost? I invest money, effort, and resources to promote a newcomer. Is it unreasonable for me to take a percentage? Without me, do you think Su Xiaoyan could win the championship? With me, Qin Chuan, the title will not go to anyone else. These words ignited a frenzy in the live stream. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such arrogance. Look at his attire. It's rather ordinary, and his shoes aren't even limited editions. What gives him the right to speak so boldly? Suddenly, someone in the public chat recognized the name. Qin Chuan. I recall a wealthy individual with that ID. Yes, I remember. It's the same ID that tipped streamer Xiaomei with 154 carnival gifts and 2 bottles of Romancebooks, helping her gain 3 million followers overnight. As Qin Chuan's identity was confirmed, the chat erupted with wealthy daddy. You finally appeared. Xingba, observing the fans' reactions and glancing at the young man before him, warily inquired, are you the Qin Chuan from Douyin? Indeed, Qin Chuan replied with confidence. His admission and disclosure of his identity as the one who had showered 154 carnival gifts and casually bestowed over 400,000 in fine wine, which had resulted in the streamer's explosive growth in followers, left Xingba gasping in shock. This also indirectly clarified why he could exhibit such arrogance. Although Xingba was a streamer, he had clawed his way up from the bottom, well-versed in the ways of the world. He understood that the true power of someone at Qin Chuan's level was beyond his capability to contend with. Faced with insurmountable odds, he resolved to join forces instead. The more friends, the more avenues, he mused, briefly contemplating a complete 360-degree turnaround to orchestrate this situation as if it were scripted. Such a maneuver would allow him to transform enmity into camaraderie with the wealthy individual while generating a wave of traffic. I am truly a genius, he thought to himself. Just as he was poised for his dramatic change of heart, 2 uniformed security personnel emerged from the crowd. They approached the stage and stood before Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you are suspected in a case involving 10 homicides. Please accompany us. Chapter 70. A crisis emerges. Ensnared in a predicament, the vast auditorium fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one could have anticipated the turn of events. What had begun as a clash between a multi-million follower internet celebrity and a wealthy individual had transformed into a scene of arrest. The public chat erupted with confusion. Is this a script? No way, this can't be scripted. Those security personnel look genuine. Did I miss something while in the restroom? How did we end up with security arresting a wealthy individual? Various comments flooded in from the audience. The security personnel directed their cameras away from Xingba's assistant. No unauthorized filming. We are executing our duties. Then, 2 of them flanked Qin Chuan, escorting him away from the scene. Su Xiaoyan was bewildered. Tang Yuming was also perplexed. Xingba was equally taken aback. The first to recover, Su Xiaoyan grasped a security officer's arm. Comrade, you must be mistaken. How could Xiao Chuan be involved in a homicide? The case is under investigation. We cannot disclose any information, the officer replied. Tang Yuming tugged at another officer, insisting. He could never commit a crime. He's an earnest student. You must have made a mistake. The officer shot him a glance. Please let go. The surveillance footage from the scene is crystal clear. Innocence is not determined by your word. We adhere to evidence. With that, he shook off Tang Yuming's grip. Turning to Qin Chuan, Tang Yuming asked, Old 4, what is going on? How did you get embroiled in this? The suddenness of the event left no time for the officers to allow Qin Chuan to converse with his friends. They seized him and began to lead him away. Su Xiaoyan and Tang Yuming followed closely at his side. Sister Xiaoyan, don't worry, I'll be fine. Focus on the competition, I'll be back soon. Qin Chuan reassured her. Turning to Tang Yuming, he added, Old 2, inform Old 1 and Old 3 not to worry, I'll return promptly. One officer forcefully pushed Qin Chuan into the vehicle. You have no right to speak. If you continue talking to them, we will consider them accomplices and take them in for questioning as well. With that, the security vehicle sped away. Su Xiaoyan looked at Tang Yuming. What do we do now? Tang Yuming pondered briefly. I believe in Old 4. He would never commit an illegal act. It must be a misunderstanding. I'll seek out the principal. He will surely be able to convince the authorities to release him. Su Xiaoyan, you need not concern yourself with this. Listen to Old 4 and focus on the competition. After saying this, Tang Yuming dashed off towards the principal's office. Su Xiaoyan watched in despair as Qin Chuan was taken away, tears streaming down her face. Oh dear, I thought Qin Chuan was a wealthy individual, speaking so confidently. Turns out he is a criminal. No wonder he exudes such hostility. Devoid of any positive energy, Xingba swaggered out. Bemused by the dramatic scene unfolding during his live stream, an arrest of a previously trending wealthy individual on Douyin. The mixture of these sensational elements was indeed remarkable. The popularity of Xingba's live stream surged dramatically, propelling him to the pinnacle of the Douyin platform, eclipsing his nearest competitor. The fervor surrounding him was overwhelming, compelling Xingba to instruct the company's operations team to intensify their promotional efforts. Soon enough, provocative topics began circulating. Bossba's livestream captures a fugitive. A notorious murderer appears in a celebrity's livestream. Entertainment turns into a courtroom drama. This series of sensationalized topics spread like wildfire across social media platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, Xiaopengshu, and Moments. In no time, Xingba's popularity soared to the top of the internet. Witnessing the rapid increase in followers and attention, Xingba could hardly contain his elation. He immediately reached out to various suppliers to sign gambling agreements, demanding that during tonight's live broadcast from the most beautiful university, he would simultaneously promote products while performing. Su Xiaoyan, do you now regret your decisions? The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. And who would have imagined that your wealthy boyfriend is a fugitive? Su Xiaoyan spat defiantly. Xiao Chuan is not a fugitive. He is certainly misunderstood. Ha. Regardless of whether it's a misunderstanding, he undoubtedly won't have the opportunity to join your livestream. Moreover, I have a contract offering an annual salary of 100,000. If you sign it, we can bury the hatchet and profit together. I refuse to collaborate with someone like you. Xingba raised his hand to strike, but, deterred by the multitude present, he refrained. Su Xiaoyan, you are drinking the fine wine of your own making. Just wait. After the livestream, I will release a video across the internet, thoroughly detailing the story of you, the fugitive's girlfriend. Let us see how you will manage from here on. With that, Xingba donned a congenial smile and mingled with the crowd, posing for photographs with his campus fans. In Kyoto, the Public Security Bureau was abuzz. Captain Feng. The suspect has been brought back and is in the interrogation room, an officer reported to a middle-aged man seated in a chair. The man nodded. His name was Feng Yiming, the chief of the security team, with years of investigative experience. Understood. What kind of person are we dealing with? He did not resist or confess, remaining remarkably calm. Feng Yiming nodded. Such hardened criminals typically possess an ironclad psychological resilience. Let us leave him in suspense for a while. Apply some pressure and observe. At that moment, a female officer burst into the room, disregarding the objections of her colleagues. Tear-streaked and with swollen eyes, she cried, Li Ping, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to take a couple of days off? Feng Yiming frowned at her. Li Ping wiped her tears and gritted her teeth. Captain Feng, I heard the suspect has been caught. I need to interrogate him. What do you think you're doing? Go back and get some rest. No. Zwazwa died so tragically. How can I possibly sleep? Captain Feng, I am a professional officer. I know my boundaries. Please allow me to conduct the interrogation. Li Ping insisted resolutely. The anger that had flared within Feng Yiming gradually subsided upon seeing her tear-stained face. He sighed. Li Ping, I understand that your fiancé's situation is a severe blow to you, but to bring your emotions into the workplace is irresponsible to both me and the suspect. Li Ping pounded the table, her voice rising in hysteria. Captain, what responsibility is there when it comes to a murderer? The surveillance footage clearly shows him brutally killing Zwazwa. As she spoke, Li Ping broke down in tears, clenching the engagement token her fiancé had given her. Unable to contain her grief, Feng Yiming shook his head. Then you may observe, but you cannot be the lead interrogator. The evidence in the Zijing Mansion case is irrefutable. The final verdict is practically set in stone. However, the standard procedures must still be followed. It is protocol. Feng Yiming allowed everyone to have a meal first. then glanced at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. Let us go see what kind of person has single-handedly dispatched 8 individuals. Chapter 71. Have you knelt for so long that you've forgotten what it feels like to stand? In the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau in Kyoto, Qin Chuan sat quietly in the interrogation chair, shackled. He closed his eyes, exuding an air of calm composure. With his current strength at level 5, the handcuffs and chair hardly posed a challenge to him. Even within the heavily guarded precinct, he could come and go as he pleased. However, Qin Chuan refrained from such actions. Forcibly leaving would mean he could never return to school, and he would be wanted nationwide. The consequences of failing the primary mission were unthinkable. Moreover, Qin Chuan believed he had done nothing wrong. If his actions were justified, why should he hide? Upon entering the room, Feng Yiming's initial reaction to seeing Qin Chuan was one of astonishment. The youth before him appeared dignified and upright, radiating an aura of righteousness from within. Although he seemed rebellious, there was no hint of malice. Feng Yiming clicked his tongue. Xiaoyang, how is he? Has he confessed anything? Captain Feng, he hasn't said a word. Noticing that Feng Yiming was engaged in conversation with others and not paying attention to her, Li Ping lunged toward Qin Chuan. You murderer! Why did you kill my fiancé? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and tilted his head. Your fiancé? Who is that? Feng Yiming was taken aback and hurriedly pulled Li Ping back. Li Ping, he shouted. Captain Feng, Zhuo is gone, and I don't want to live anymore. Let me die with him. Feng Yiming shoved Xiaoyang. Quickly, pull your sister back. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang stepped forward to restrain Li Ping, then offered her a chair to sit behind him and Feng Yiming. Li Ping, you must understand your identity. You are a national officer, not a street thug. Feng Yiming admonished sternly. Li Ping covered her face and sobbed, her eyes filled with hatred and a thirst for vengeance. After calming Li Ping, Feng Yiming pulled out a cigarette and approached Qin Chuan, offering it to him. I don't smoke. Feng Yiming placed the cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and returned to sit across from Qin Chuan. Let us talk. About what? Qin Chuan retorted. Xiaoyang slammed the table. Be honest. We have evidence. Don't play tricks on us. Feng Yiming patted Xiaoyang's shoulder. I will ask, and you will answer. Qin Chuan nodded. What were you doing at the Zijing mansion yesterday? Looking for He Hai. He Hai? Feng Yiming was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyang clarified. He Hai is the first victim in this case, the manager of the Kyoto Huahai branch on Dakian Street. Feng Yiming nodded and asked Qin Chuan. What did you want from him? He Hai coerced and manipulated my butler into serving his whims. I went to the Zijing mansion to demand an explanation. Feng Yiming squinted. So, you went to the Zijing mansion for revenge and ended up killing him? I had no reason to kill him. He was already going to be imprisoned by Huahai. Furthermore, you can clearly see from the surveillance footage that I did not harm him. Feng Yiming deliberately pressed Qin Chuan, for according to the surveillance, He Hai's death was caused by another individual from the Japanese nation. However, he could not hear the conversations captured in the footage. Thus, Feng Yiming sought to extract the truth through this method. Alright, even if He Hai's death has nothing to do with you, what about the Japanese individual you spoke with on site? What did you discuss? Why did you eliminate those 5? Was it a case of black eating black? Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh, declaring that they were unworthy of being compared to him, as they were spies from the Japanese nation. Upon uttering these words, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the interrogation room. Feng Yiming stared incredulously at Qin Chuan and asked, You claim those 5 Japanese individuals are spies. What evidence do you possess? Qin Chuan shook his head, for he indeed had no tangible proof. His judgment was solely based on the prompts from his affluent system regarding the identities of the individuals. It would be unthinkable to reveal the existence of this system. Doing so would be akin to provoking the law enforcement officers, resulting in an even more intense interrogation. Feng Yiming snorted, seizing the case file. He flipped through the photographs contained within and inquired, Since you cannot clarify the matter concerning those 5 individuals, why don't you discuss your visit to room 1? Why did you eliminate that elderly Japanese man? He had bound a girl and was intending to commit unspeakable acts against her. Qin Chuan responded. Feng Yiming leafed through the documents in his hands, retorting, How can you assert that he acted forcibly? Was he not merely engaging in playful antics? Qin Chuan, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly raised his gaze. As a citizen of the Huan nation, how can you utter such words while your compatriots are being humiliated? Qin Chuan, you must recognize who is conducting the interrogation. As a law enforcement officer, is it wrong for me to pose questions? Feng Yiming shouted. He jotted down a few words on a notepad and passed it to his colleague, Xiaoyang. The note read, Have you found the person? Xiaoyang shook his head after reading it. Feng Yiming glanced at Li Ping behind him, noticing her still weeping. He then rearranged the documents in his hands and asked, Why did you kill that Japanese woman in front of the thatched hut? She was a spy from Japan, and at that moment, she attempted to assassinate me. I acted in self-defense, Qin Chuan asserted. Feng Yiming scrutinized a photograph depicting a Japanese shuriken, saying, With your skills, you could have easily evaded it. Why did you not choose to escape, opting instead for the most drastic course of action? Why should I evade? Enemy spies do not deserve any form of protection. Qin Chuan replied. Feng Yiming slammed the table in frustration, rising to point a finger at Qin Chuan. Enough. Do not speak to me of spies. I have no time for your evasions. Qin Chuan, let me make this clear. This case involves Japanese nationals. The ramifications will be immense, and our nation will face considerable international pressure. If you truly claim to love your country, then you should boldly reveal the truth. Qin Chuan's expression darkened as he responded, spies from enemy nations deserve to be eradicated. What evidence do you have to prove otherwise? In the second room, spies were engaging in transactions with traders from the Hua nation. Why do you not mention that? When a spy shot a traitor from our nation, why did you turn a blind eye? I have my own methods of interrogation, Feng Yiming retorted angrily. Huh, your methods? When it involves our people, you strike hard. When it concerns the Japanese, you tread lightly. Have you knelt for so long that you have forgotten what it feels like to stand? Feng Yiming pointed a finger at Qin Chuan, struggling to contain his rage. Suddenly, Li Ping sprang to her feet, glaring at Qin Chuan. Why did you kill my Sasaki-koen? I loved her for 2 years, and I was finally going to marry her and live in Japan. You have destroyed everything for me. I will kill you. With that, she brandished a fruit knife, lunging towards Qin Chuan before either man could react. Chapter 72, The Struggle in the Interrogation Room. In Kyoto, at the Financial University, Tang Yuming rushed into the principal's office shortly after Qin Chuan had been taken away. Realizing the office was empty, he suddenly remembered it was Sunday. How could the principal possibly be at work? He grabbed a duty teacher and asked, "Excuse me, where's the principal now?" The bespectacled duty teacher glanced at Tang Yuming, annoyed, and swatted his hand away. "This student, please mind your behavior. It's Sunday. The principal must be busy with personal matters. If you have an issue, come back tomorrow." Tang Yuming, determined, tightened his grip and insisted, "I have no time. My roommate Qin Chuan has been taken by the law enforcement." The duty teacher paused. "Did you get into a fight?" With a few words. He couldn't clarify the situation, but he knew Qin Chuan had been taken to the law enforcement office. "I must find the principal. He needs to intervene. This must be a misunderstanding. Qin Chuan is innocent." "Student, the principal will not involve himself in student matters. We are all adults and must take responsibility for our actions." The duty teacher replied, pushing past Tang Yuming and quickly walking away. Left alone, Tang Yuming felt utterly lost, and, with no one else to turn to, he pulled out his phone to call his leader. "Hello, boss, the fourth one has been arrested." Tang Yuming did not follow Qin Chuan's instructions to keep his friends from worrying. Instead, he poured out the details of the incident. Wu Ming pondered for a moment, and then said, "You should return to the auditorium and see if Su Xiaoyan needs any assistance. With the fourth one gone, cover for him. I'll call the counselor to see if there's anything that can be done. I refuse to believe the fourth one would do something like this." After hanging up, Tang Yuming was once again at a loss for what to do. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself, "Damn it. At a crucial moment like this, I have no connections, and I can't do anything." After much contemplation, he decided to follow his leader's instructions and seek out Su Xiaoyan. Even if Qin Chuan were to be imprisoned, he could at least look after Su Xiaoyan, which would be a way of honoring his brother. Tang Yuming hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, the duty teacher, who had been hiding in the corner, let out a sigh of relief. The student's demeanor had been quite alarming, causing his heart to race. The incident of a student being taken by the law enforcement could escalate quickly. Since he was on duty today, he decided to make a call to report the situation. He dialed the head of the academic affairs office, Ho Yud. "Hello, Director Ho. I hope I'm not disturbing you. There's a matter I need to discuss. One of our students has been taken by the law enforcement, and I'm reporting it to you." Ho Yud, who had been reading, removed his glasses, appearing both bewildered and irate. This was a crucial time for the university, striving for a place in the world university rankings, and now this situation arose. What student? What did they do? While he could not provide a complete account of the situation, he did know the student's name, Qin Chuan, a freshman this year. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's name, Ho Yud spat out his tea in shock. The duty teacher, startled by the commotion on the other end of the line, attempted to say something further, only to find that the call had been abruptly disconnected. Ho Yud quickly opened his contacts and called Principal Chong, reporting the situation. Chong Woolley was attending a meeting in the suburbs. Upon receiving the news, he immediately set off for the law enforcement office. Simultaneously, Ho Yud promptly informed the Selden Group, knowing that as a multinational corporation, their CEO's predicament would warrant immediate action. At the law enforcement office in Kyoto, Li Ping lunged at Qin Chuan with her knife. This strike was filled with rage and despair. She was acutely aware that her actions would lead to legal repercussions. However, the death of her fiancé had inflicted profound psychological trauma upon her. The sweet memories of their past together haunted her mind, and the future happiness she had envisioned was suddenly obliterated, all due to this young man standing before her. Li Ping had encountered countless delinquents, all of similar age, who acted without restraint and failed to consider the consequences. During the recent interrogation, Li Ping contemplated whether she could forgive her adversary if he were to admit his culpability and utter a simple apology. However, all hope was extinguished by the young man before her. In Li Ping's eyes, Qin Chuan exuded an air of arrogant defiance. Uttering nary a word to take responsibility for his actions, he deflected all blame and evaded the gravity of his transgressions. Li Ping found such behavior intolerable. She would rather descend into hell than witness the demon remain unpunished in this world. Drawing forth a concealed fruit knife, she resolved to personally exact vengeance upon this fiend for her fiancé, Sasaki. Just as the blade was poised to pierce Qin Chuan's heart, Feng Yiming seized her from behind. Employing the strength of an experienced officer far surpassing that of the newly appointed Xiaoyang, the latter stood momentarily paralyzed, bewildered by Li Ping's actions. Xiaoyang, snap out of it. Come help me disarm Li Ping. Feng Yiming's commanding shout jolted Xiaoyang back to reality. He rushed forward to wrest the knife from her grasp. Sisterly, you cannot do this. We are law enforcement officers. Li Ping thrashed wildly, resisting her superiors and colleagues. Sasaki is dead. I no longer wish to live. Let me go? The evidence is irrefutable. He continues to deny culpability. I cannot allow a demon to roam free. I will avenge Sasaki. Sisterly, please. Ultimately, Xiaoyang's strength outweighed Li Ping's, and with Feng Yiming's assistance, they managed to wrest the knife from her hands. In a fit of rage, Feng Yiming raised his hand as if to strike Li Ping, yet hesitated, ultimately delivering a blow to himself instead. Li Ping, cease this foolishness. Even with irrefutable evidence, Qin Chuan must be brought to justice through legal means. Neither of us possesses the right to take matters into our own hands. Faced with the futility of avenging her fiancé, Li Ping collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Observing her despair, Feng Yiming turned his ire towards Qin Chuan, baring his teeth in fury. Look at what you've done. You have torn apart a couple on the brink of marriage. He forcefully tossed the case file before Qin Chuan. Everything you've done has been captured on surveillance. Cease your futile denials and struggles. Qin Chuan, flipping through the file, coldly remarked, I see no screenshots of Sasaki engaging in transactions with traders, nor any footage of him firing upon them. Where's the evidence? Taken aback, Feng Yiming scrutinized the documents and found the shocking truth. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Li Ping, it was you. You took those pieces of evidence. Hand them over. Chapter 73. My student, I will protect him. Seated on the floor, Li Ping revealed a chilling smile. Sasaki met such a tragic end. If you do not punish his murderer, now you want me to present unflattering photographs of him? Feng Yiming, have you lost your conscience as well? Feng Yiming was momentarily speechless, utterly taken aback by Li Ping's transformation. Slowly, she rose, her eyes swollen, her complexion drained of color, resembling a mere shell of a human being. Feng Yiming, Xiaoyang, you knew Sasaki. He was kind, polite, and well-mannered. Even if he accidentally stepped on an ant, he would feel deep remorse. What you call evidence against Sasaki is merely a collection of silent videos and photographs. You have no idea what Sasaki was enduring at that moment. He could have been coerced. He certainly had his reasons. Feng Yiming shook his head in disbelief. She has lost her mind. Xiaoyang, take her out, he ordered. Xiaoyang stepped forward. Sisterly, please don't make this difficult for me. Just come with me. Recognizing the futility of her quest for vengeance, Li Ping lowered her head and exited the room. But after only a few steps, a chilling, mocking voice pierced the air behind her. Ah, the so-called reasons. If our ancestors heard your nonsense, they would be enraged enough to rise from their graves and strike you down. You disbelieve your own compatriots, yet turn a blind eye to the reality presented by the Japanese. Qin Chuan mercilessly berated Li Ping. Feng Yiming immediately interjected, Qin Chuan, silence. You have no place to speak here. He felt an urge to strike Qin Chuan, yet his position held him back. Qin Chuan, refusing to acknowledge his guilt, continued to mock them despite the overwhelming evidence. Such insolence was unbearable. Feng Yiming's reprimand did nothing to quell Qin Chuan's outburst. Rather, it seemed to invigorate him further. Why should I remain silent? This foolish woman, so enamored with foreign ideals, how did she infiltrate the ranks of law enforcement? I even suspect she might have leaked confidential information during her dealings with the Japanese. The moment those words left his lips, Li Ping's eyes momentarily dulled, memories of buried doubts surfacing. Yet, she swiftly suppressed those emotions. The dead take precedence. Sasaki is gone. How can I? Li Ping turned to strike at Qin Chuan. But Xiaoyang reacted swiftly, restraining her. Qin Chuan, I will never rest until you are dead. Even if you are executed, I will dig up your grave. Dig up my grave. When the Qingming festival arrives, I wonder how you will face your ancestors. Feng Yiming slammed his hand on the table, furious. Qin Chuan, enough. Do not continue to provoke our limits. Regardless of what you say today, your crimes are beyond redemption and cannot be erased. Prepare to face the consequences of the law. You will never see the light of day again. Having said that, Feng Yiming lost interest in the interrogation, intending to confine Qin Chuan further in solitude for reflection. However, to their astonishment, Qin Chuan neither roared nor continued his taunts. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and calmly inquired, "What time is it?" Feng Yiming instinctively glanced at the clock. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. There's still an hour until Feng Yiming's eyes widened in alarm. The way Qin Chuan spoke suggested that something significant was about to happen. He quickly turned back. "What do you mean there's still an hour? Do you have accomplices? Are you planning something?" "In an hour, Xiaoyang's live stream will commence," Qin Chuan replied, unfazed. Both Feng Yiming and Xiaoyang were left speechless. The very target of Li Ping's wrath, Qin Chuan's spirit reignited. "Xiaoyang's live stream is at 8 o'clock tonight. I must leave the precinct before then." "You're far too arrogant, Qin Chuan," Xiaoyang exclaimed, barely able to contain his indignation. "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your crimes? You imagine you can just stroll out to watch a live stream? This is a law enforcement precinct." Just as their tempers flared, a fellow officer hurriedly entered the room. "Report to Captain Feng." "What is it?" "The president of Kyoto Financial University has arrived to see you." Feng Yiming frowned. "The president of Kyoto Financial University? Qin Chuan's principal?" Recognizing the societal stature of the principal, Feng Yiming reluctantly decided to grant a personal favor. Glancing back at Qin Chuan, he hoped the principal's arrival might temper Qin Chuan's insolence. If it could compel him to voluntarily confess, it might not be such a bad thing after all. Thus, Feng Yiming nodded and summoned the principal to the interrogation room. Chang Guoli, clad in a black trench coat, hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing Qin Chuan handcuffed to the table, he appeared momentarily disoriented. Despite their limited interactions, Qin Chuan's willingness to stand up for a security guard against the Li family, along with his generous donation of 10 million to the school, attested to his commendable character and principles. "Principal, this is your student. Perhaps you should speak to him. The evidence is irrefutable. Further resistance is futile," Feng Yiming remarked. Chang Guoli cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yiming before approaching Qin Chuan with concern. "Qin Chuan, what has transpired? Speak to the principal. I believe he knows you would never engage in such activities." "Principal, I am the one who eliminated those Japanese individuals," Qin Chuan declared. At this revelation, Chang Guoli felt as if he had plunged into an abyss of despair, losing all remnants of hope. Feng Yiming presented a series of photographs depicting Qin Chuan's confrontation with the Japanese. After examining the images, Chang Guoli's hands trembled. Qin Chuan continued, "Principal, they were all spies from Japan. They harmed 2 Chinese nationals and conspired to detonate a major cross-sea bridge in the south. Spies are not afforded any protection. I acted to safeguard national security. I did nothing wrong." Hearing this, Chang Guoli scrutinized the photographic evidence again. One set of images depicted an elderly Japanese man attempting to retrieve a katana from the wall, clearly intending to attack the unarmed Qin Chuan, while beside him lay a bound and battered woman, evidently a victim of abuse. Another set of photographs showed a middle-aged Japanese man aiming a gun at a Chinese individual, who subsequently lay lifeless on the ground. The next image displayed the Japanese man pointing a firearm at Qin Chuan. A third series of photographs revealed a Japanese woman nestled against Qin Chuan, a shuriken clutched in her hand behind her back. As the president of a prestigious institution, Chang Guoli possessed a discernible judgment superior to that of the average person. He immediately raised a question. "Captain Feng, based on these 3 sets of photographs, it is evident that my student was in a passive state, while the others exhibited clear intentions to harm him." Feng Yiming, taken aback by Chang Guoli's assertion, withdrew the photographs, ready to retort. However, a security officer rushed in. "Captain Feng, what is it?" Feng inquired. "The chairman of the Searden Group is here to see you." "The chairman of the Searden Group? What brings her here? To file a report?" The officer shook his head. "No, she has brought a team of attorneys." "A team of attorneys?" Feng Yiming was momentarily stunned. Recently, there had been no significant cases involving international corporations. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept into his mind as he instinctively glanced at Qin Chuan, who sat in the chair. Chang Guoli exhaled with a hint of relief. "Captain Feng, you may not be aware of this." "What do you mean, Principal?" Feng Yiming's heart raced. Chang Guoli pointed at Qin Chuan, stating, "This student, Qin Chuan, is the mastermind behind the Searden Group." "Him?" Everyone present gasped in disbelief. "How could that be? He is only 20. How could he possibly own the Searden Group? Moreover, I have checked his background. He comes from a working-class family in a small county." Chang Guoli chuckled softly, shaking his head. "What does it matter where he hails from? A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Captain Feng, after years of service, you should understand such a simple truth." Feng Yiming was rendered speechless. The world is vast, and capable individuals abound. Heroes do not inquire about origins. Liu Bang once came from humble beginnings, and Zhu Yuanzhang spent years as a monk. They both achieved extraordinary feats. Why should this 20-year-old before him not become the owner of a major corporation? Feng Yiming retracted his previous assertions, contemplating stepping outside for a moment, only to encounter a group of impeccably dressed individuals at the door. The leader was a young woman clad in a white mink coat, beneath which she wore a professional suit. Although youthful and beautiful, she exuded an air of superiority, her face adorned with a mixture of urgency and fury. Captain Feng, I presume, the woman forcefully declared. I am Xia Ying, chairman of the Ceoromance Group. Feng Yiming nodded, acknowledging her presence. Xia Ying wasted no time, stating, I wish to see my boss. Feng's expression revealed his hesitation. Without patience, Xia Ying beckoned with her finger, prompting several lawyers behind her to step forward. According to relevant regulations, as the attorneys representing the party involved, we have the right to meet with our client. As she spoke, one of the lawyers handed over a thick stack of documents. Upon witnessing the volume of paperwork, Feng Yiming felt overwhelmed. Very well, but I must be present during the meeting. Qin Chuan is an extremely dangerous suspect. Nothing must go awry. Xia Ying, striding confidently in her Prada heels, entered the interrogation room. Upon seeing Qin Chuan restrained in the chair, her eyes glistened with tears. The man who once stood untouchable was now confined to a mere chair. Boss, I am so sorry for being late, she uttered, her previously haughty demeanor melting away into sorrowful vulnerability. She had been utterly captivated by Qin Chuan. The silent battle to save Ceoromance and counteract the American consortium had profoundly transformed Xia Ying's heart. In the end, she recognized that Qin Chuan's arrogance and confidence were not without foundation. They stemmed from his formidable abilities. He possessed the power to gaze down upon the world. Qin Chuan merely smiled serenely. You have come. That is sufficient. Quick, release my boss, Xia Ying exclaimed, wiping away her tears with fervor. One of the lawyers whispered to her, Miss Xia, this is against protocol. What protocol? I brought you here. I did not invite you to discuss regulations. Get to work, she reprimanded. The elite lawyers stood in stunned silence. The lead attorney approached Feng Yiming. Captain Feng, may I inquire what charges my client faces? Feng Yiming handed over the case file. You may examine it for yourself. As the attorney took the file, the team meticulously scrutinized it. Initially, they believed it to be a straightforward assault case. However, with each page turned, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. A significant case. It involves Japan. This is an international incident. Do not tell me there is nothing we can do. Here, I accept no excuses, Xia Ying declared, her tone unwavering and imperious. The attorneys exchanged glances. Ms. Xia, the case is too extensive, involving elite individuals from other nations. We may need to deliberate further. Do not speak to me of such matters. If you cannot find a solution today, you may all leave. I will terminate our collaboration. The Ceoromance Group does not lack for legal teams seeking our business. The attorneys were at a loss, nearly in tears. How can we operate under such conditions? Come see the case file for yourself. The evidence is irrefutable, with video and photographs compiled. This is a monumental case suitable for prime time at 8 o'clock. It is not something that a mere few of us can easily overturn. As several individuals were on the verge of tears, the security officer burst in once again. At the sight of someone approaching, Feng Yiming felt a surge of anxiety. First, it was the president of the financial university, followed by the chairman of a multinational corporation. What kind of tempest could a mere 20-year-old stir to warrant such an assembly? Report to Captain Feng. We have located the individual, the security officer gasped. Feng Yiming, taken aback, inquired, who is it? The officer replied, it is the injured woman from the Zijing Mansion case. We found her in a rental apartment on the outskirts of the city. Feng Yiming rejoiced, for the most crucial witness in this case had now been discovered. Qin Chuan. With both witness and evidence at hand, I wonder what you have left to say. Moments later, the security officer ushered a woman into the interrogation room. Her face was marred with scars, and she wore a long-sleeved sweatshirt. Nonetheless, the marks of restraint were evident on her exposed wrists. The woman trembled as she was brought to the interrogation room, fear rendering her unable to lift her gaze. Feng Yiming's deep voice broke the silence. Are you Tang Xiaoyan? She nodded. Did you witness an elderly Japanese man being killed at the Zijing Mansion yesterday? She nodded again. Feng Yiming raised his hand. Is it that person who did it? Tang Xiaoyan's terrified eyes widened. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, she froze, then rushed towards him in a frenzied manner. This action startled everyone present. Li Ping, who had been restrained, scoffed, another unfortunate woman, much like myself, with her loved ones harmed. I wish I could lend her a knife. Before Li Ping could finish her thought, Tang Xiaoyan knelt before Qin Chuan, exclaiming, Benefactor, thank you for saving me. She clung to Qin Chuan's leg, weeping uncontrollably. It was a release of breath after surviving a calamity. Everyone in the interrogation room was rendered speechless. Li Ping opened her mouth, but all words were swallowed back. Feng Yiming stood in stunned silence, thinking, I called you here to identify the true murderer, not to recognize your savior. Just as everyone was still in shock, the security officer dashed upstairs yet again, marking his fourth trip today, almost exhausting himself. He opened his mouth to report, but was preempted by someone behind him. Two individuals stood behind him. One, tall and imposing in camouflage, radiated a sense of righteous vigor. The other, clad in a dark green jacket paired with a pristine white shirt, exuded an air of authority. Who are you? Feng Yiming asked in astonishment. The two introduced themselves. I am Zhang Qiong from the Zhanlong team. I am Xi Ming, a first-level director from the Ministry of National Security. Chapter 75. This room harbors a Japanese spy. Zhang Qiong of the Zhanlong team? Xi Ming of the Ministry of National Security? The interrogation room fell silent as a grave realization dawned upon everyone. What brought these esteemed figures here? The Zhanlong team is the most enigmatic force in the nation, the primary military guarding the borders. The Ministry of National Security is the country's most secretive department, specializing in counter-espionage and anti-terrorism. Each of them is a figure of immense significance. Feng Yiming quickly inquired, May I ask what brings you two here? Xi Ming stepped forward, stating, I heard about the Zijing Mansion case yesterday. Before he could finish, Feng Yiming interjected, the perpetrator has already been apprehended by our security department and is currently being interrogated. He stepped aside to grant them passage. Zhang Qiong and Xi Ming simultaneously noticed Qin Chuan seated in the interrogation chair. Despite being shackled, the young man remained defiant and composed. They nodded in silent approval at Qin Chuan's remarkable composure in the face of adversity. They quietly remarked, a pillar of the nation. Pillar of the nation? Feng Yiming echoed, perplexed. Xi Ming and Zhang Qiong approached Qin Chuan directly, disregarding Feng Yiming's presence. Zhang Qiong initiated, Comrade. I am Zhang Qiong from the Zhanlong team. I have a few questions for you. Qin Chuan slightly raised an eyebrow and nodded. His proud demeanor did not repel Zhang Qiong. Rather, it garnered his admiration. A capable individual ought to possess a degree of attitude. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from the masses? Do you know who your opponents were at the Zijing Mansion yesterday? Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, a bunch of insignificant characters. Zhang Qiong was taken aback. The four formidable warriors of the Yamada group, top-tier fighters at the second-level pinnacle, along with the notorious Kamaiko, were merely dismissed as trivial by Qin Chuan. This was a challenge that even Zhang Qiong could not afford to underestimate. Yet, the footage from the surveillance showed that these monstrous adversaries fell in mere moments before Qin Chuan. Comrade, are you a martial arts expert? Zhang Qiong inquired. Qin Chuan replied, I possess martial arts, yet I do not consider myself a master. In his eyes, only the utmost elite could be deemed a true master, while he merely regarded himself as a novice at the 5th level. Zhang Qiong was astonished by Qin Chuan's response, for he felt no trace of martial energy emanating from him since entering the room. This perplexity led him to ponder, unless Qin Chuan's strength surpassed his own. Reaching the 4th level, how could he not sense any pressure? With a mixture of anticipation and concern, Zhang Qiong asked, Could you tell me your current level of cultivation? I am at the pinnacle of the 4th level, Qin Chuan answered without hesitation. What? Zhang Qiong gasped, disbelief flooding his expression as he scrutinized Qin Chuan anew. After a brief pause, Qin Chuan added, Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. Zhang Qiong was momentarily stunned, the surge of blood that had rushed to his head dissipating. This young man nearly left him in shock. If he had truly reached the pinnacle of the 4th level at such a young age, he would be an extraordinary talent, a singular existence in the nation. Zhang Qiong silently cursed inwardly. I advanced yesterday. I am now a beginner at the 5th level. Zhang Qiong was taken aback. He placed a hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder, attempting to sense his martial energy. The moment his hand made contact, an immense and intangible force surged from Qin Chuan's shoulder, striking Zhang Qiong's crown. This seasoned captain of the Zhanlong team, who had faced countless adversaries, found himself momentarily overwhelmed, stumbling back several steps. He turned and exited the interrogation room, leaving everyone inside in a state of confusion, completely unaware of the unfolding events. After Zhang Qiong departed, it was Xi Ming's turn to step forward. He brought over a chair and seated himself in front of Qin Chuan. Opening the notebook in his hand, he said, Comrade, greetings. I am Xi Ming, a first director of the Ministry of National Security of Huagua. Qin Chuan nodded. I have questions I wish to pose to you. Go ahead. Regarding the incident at the Zijing Mansion yesterday, do you know the identities of the 3 individuals you sought? They are agents from the Wokoku. How did you ascertain that they were agents from Wokoku? In that moment, Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't simply disclose that it was a system notification. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had recently acquired the skill known as Golden Eyes. Thus, Qin Chuan calmly replied, Because I possess Golden Eyes. Xi Ming was taken aback. Golden Eyes? What is that? Golden eyes can discern all things and also distinguish loyalty from treachery. Upon uttering these words, the room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone instinctively took a step back, fearing they might fall under Qin Chuan's scrutiny. As the director of the National Security Ministry, Xi Ming was aware of the existence of such extraordinary individuals both within Huagua and across the globe. Without delving into distant examples, even within the Dragon Combat team, each member was exceptionally talented, their skills formidable. He narrowed his eyes and posed a chilling question. Could you demonstrate it? Why not? Qin Chuan closed his eyes, and a chaotic vision enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, a faint golden glow shimmered within them. He surveyed the room, and upon meeting Qin Chuan's gaze, everyone instinctively turned aside, anxious that their secrets might be unveiled. As Qin Chuan's eyes landed on a person, a series of relevant information would materialize, mostly simple summaries lacking intricate details. Just as he prepared to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly stumbled upon a significant revelation. Qin Chuan deactivated his golden eyes and let out a gentle sigh. Xi Ming, concerned, inquired, "What is it? Has your skill malfunctioned?" Qin Chuan smirked, retorting, "No. My golden eyes are functioning perfectly." "Then why the sigh?" "Because I have discovered that there is a Wokoku spy in this room." At this proclamation, the interrogation room erupted in chaos. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from one another. Xi Ming immediately rose, shouting towards Song Qiong outside, "Song Qiong, secure the entrance. Do not allow anyone to escape." Having just adjusted his luck, Song Qiong promptly returned to block the exit. With the door secured, he quickly asked, "Who is the spy?" Qin Chuan raised his arm, pointing ahead. Chapter 76, Join Us. Everyone followed the direction of Qin Chuan's finger, landing on the individual standing furthest from the crowd. "Xiaoyang!" Feng Yiming exclaimed in shock. "Control him, Feng!" Xi Ming bellowed. Feng Yiming rushed forward to restrain the individual, but was halted by Qin Chuan's shout. "Wrong. It's not him." Feng Yiming froze. "Not Xiaoyang. Could it be?" He turned to Li Ping, who was nearby. "Is it you?" Feng Yiming gasped. Li Ping looked bewildered. "Captain Feng, how can you believe a suspect's words?" It dawned on Feng Yiming. "Why do you allege that Li Ping is a spy? What evidence do you have?" The realization struck everyone. This was merely Qin Chuan's assertion. He might simply be leveraging Xi Ming's authority to further his own agenda. Suddenly, Li Ping broke into tears. "Is there any justice left in this world? My fiancé met a tragic end, and now I cannot avenge him, but I am treated as a spy." Xi Ming of the Ministry of National Security. "If you truly believe me to be a spy, then arrest me and charge me with espionage. Sasaki is dead. I no longer wish to live." Feng Yiming and Xiaoyang hurriedly approached to comfort her. Xi Ming squinted slightly. Initially, he harbored significant doubt regarding Qin Chuan's claims. However, upon hearing that she was Sasaki's fiancée, Li Ping, he couldn't help but scrutinize her more closely. He possessed her records, which indicated a clean background and commendable family values. By all appearances, she did not seem like someone who could be coerced into treachery. Perplexed, Xi Ming turned to Qin Chuan and asked, "How did you determine she is a spy?" "Look, comrades of the National Security Ministry, you actually believe that scum? I no longer wish to live." Li Ping's outburst was once again provoked by Xi Ming's words, and she seemed to suffer a severe emotional blow, beginning to scream. Feng Yiming quickly interjected, "Director Xi, enough. Isn't the National Security Ministry supposed to be omnipotent? If Li Ping were truly a spy, you would have already placed her under surveillance. Tell me, do you possess any evidence proving my subordinate is a spy?" "Exactly." Xiaoyang chimed in. In the room, Chong Guoli and Xia Ying fell silent. The current situation had far exceeded their involvement. What began as a case had suddenly morphed into a narrative of capturing spies and agents, leaving them utterly bewildered, their minds unable to keep pace with the unfolding drama. Xi Ming regarded Qin Chuan, his gaze laden with responsibility, yet he still afforded Qin Chuan an opportunity, stating coolly, "Speak." Qin Chuan took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Her pendant is a listening device." Pendant? Listening device? Everyone turned their eyes toward Li Ping. This revelation rendered Li Ping speechless. She abruptly ceased her weeping, glancing at the pendant adorning her neck, a token of affection from Sasaki. Xi Ming advanced decisively, yanking the pendant from her neck and inspecting it closely. He then retrieved a specialized instrument from his pocket to conduct a thorough examination. Under the watchful gaze of all present, the seemingly unremarkable and somewhat unsightly pendant was dismantled. Everyone leaned in for a closer look, revealing that indeed, nestled within the pendant was a miniature signal transmitter. To this day, the red dot on the transmitter continued to blink. Recalling that every word and action had been under surveillance, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Qin Chuan remained composed. The revelation of the pendant as a transmitter was entirely attributed to the analytical prowess of his golden eyes. Upon seeing a jade pendant with metallic components, he immediately deduced that Li Ping was questionable. Additionally, there was one more detail. Li Ping had A5, experience points hovering above her head. Holding the transmitter aloft, Xi Ming addressed everyone. This is a listening device unique to Wokaku. We have encountered such devices in our previous operations. Li Ping was taken aback. This was something she had not anticipated. Her first instinct was not to reflect, but to deny. This object is not mine. I have no idea where it came from. Then why are you wearing it? Xi Ming countered. I don't know. You are framing me. You are colluding to frame me to protect a murderer. Feng Yiming stepped forward. Li Ping, enough. At this point, do you still wish to quibble? When you first received that necklace, you flaunted it in the office. Now, you seek to deny its existence. Captain Feng, I am innocent. I have never been a spy. I have not betrayed my country. How do you explain the listening device concealed within this necklace? I, Li Ping, stammered. At that moment, Xi Ming interjected on my behalf. Addressing Captain Feng, I have investigated Li Ping, and she was unaware of any wrongdoing. Feng Yiming appeared momentarily bewildered. It seemed she had been unwittingly manipulated by Sasaki, becoming an unsuspecting informant. Li Ping was taken aback. Previously, she had dismissed all words spoken to her. Sasaki was indeed a spy. Now, the undeniable presence of a listening device within the necklace pointed squarely at Sasaki's true identity. In an instant, Li Ping's mental world crumbled. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. Feng Yiming immediately instructed Xiao Yang to escort Li Ping away. Xi Ming approached Qin Chuan and said, Comrade, your talents are truly enviable. The nation needs you. Would you be willing to join our Huagua security department to safeguard our country? Song Qiong, witnessing this, became displeased. You want me to guard the entrance while you dig under my walls? He rushed in and grasped Qin Chuan's hand, exclaiming, Comrade, the work at the Huan department is not suited for you. You should come to our Zhanlong team. With your level 5 skills, I will grant you the position of team leader. The two men stood at an impasse, neither willing to yield. Feng Yiming, observing this, felt his stage being stolen. Gentlemen, Qin Chuan is still a suspect here, he interjected. Xi Ming, rarely one to curse, exclaimed, Suspect my foot. Comrade Qin Chuan has successfully completed counter-espionage operations, exerting every effort for national security. How can he be considered a suspect? The traitors he eliminated were all spies, planning to destroy a major cross-sea bridge in our southern region, obstructing our country's future development. Thanks to Comrade Qin Chuan, their nefarious plot was thwarted. If this counter-espionage operation were not classified, he would have already received commendation from the higher-ups. Song Qiong, upon hearing this, immediately shouted, Release Comrade Qin Chuan. Feng Yiming, startled, stumbled forward to unlock Qin Chuan's restraints. Xi Ming and Song each took one of Qin Chuan's hands. Comrade Qin Chuan, come with me. Huan needs you. Comrade Qin Chuan, the Zhanlong team welcomes you. Everyone inside speaks highly of you and hopes you will join us. Tension once again filled the interrogation room. Qin Chuan, breaking free from their grasp, said, I apologize, gentlemen, but I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave immediately. What matters? Have you discovered another hidden spy? No. I'm rushing to watch a live stream. The room fell silent, all present bewildered. Watch a live stream? What nonsense is this? Qin Chuan exhibited no sign of relief from his recent ordeal. Rather, he was anxious to catch the live broadcast. He shook hands with Xi Ming and Song Qiong, saying, Until we meet again, I will be at school during class hours. If you have any questions, please find me there. With that, Qin Chuan departed under the astonished gazes of those present, pulling Xia Ying along as he exited. Take me to Keita, quickly. Chapter 77, For Brothers. I would fight with all my might. In Kyoto, at the Fashion Institute's indoor basketball court, a temporary live streaming studio had been set up. In the center of the court, an abundance of high-end live streaming equipment was meticulously arranged. At the heart of the stage, a youthful and vibrant girl passionately sang and danced. Xingba lounged with his legs crossed, sipping milk tea, and inquired of his assistant about the current data. The young assistant promptly checked the backstage and respectfully replied, Boss, we are currently ranked first among the most beautiful universities, with 800,000 viewers online. The second place has only 20,000. The sales from the little yellow car stand at 1.03 million. What? Only 1.03 million? I have signed a betting agreement with several manufacturers. We must generate 200 million in sales tonight. Is that management incompetent? Singing and dancing alone accomplishes nothing. We need to sell products, deliver lines. If not, we must resort to underhanded tactics. Xingba exclaimed in exasperation. During the day, his visit to Keita had propelled his news to the top of various news apps. He felt that such momentum should not be wasted on mere entertainment. Thus, in a moment of impulsive fervor, he signed betting agreements with multiple manufacturers. Seeing the stagnation of data, he urgently halted the performance of the onstage host and pulled her aside. Do you even know how to livestream? I'm offering you an annual salary of 120,000, not for you to prance around like a fool. You need to pitch products, sister. The girl, named Wang Miao, felt intimidated by Xingba's outburst. A student from the Fashion Institute, she was a contestant with popularity second only to Su Xiaoyan. Today, the multi-million-follower influencer Xingba approached her, offering a contract with an annual salary of 120,000, promising to elevate her to the status of a major influencer. Overwhelmed with excitement, she signed the contract without hesitation. However, when the live stream commenced at 8 p.m., Xingba presented her with an impossible target, 200 million in sales. Wang Miao was taken aback. She had no experience in sales. How could she possibly achieve such a feat? Unbeknownst to her, Xingba paid no heed to her concerns. He threw the contract at her, revealing hidden clauses that stated, if the live stream does not meet the company's performance targets, the annual base salary will be forfeited. If the sales achievement rate is below 50, the host must personally purchase no less than 5 million in manufacturer products. At the time of signing, Wang Miao felt overwhelmed by the sudden opportunity. She feared that if she didn't sign quickly, the chance would slip away. Yet upon discovering these terms, she felt as though she had been sold. Now, faced with an unattainable task, her dreams of fame remained unfulfilled, and she was burdened with a 5 million debt. Throughout the evening's performance, her demeanor was distant, her singing off-key. I can't do it, Wang Miao cried under the immense pressure. Seeing her distress, Xingba raised his hand and slapped her, leaving marks on the right side of her face, blood trickling from her lips. Wang Miao collapsed to the ground in tears. Xingba, still intent on kicking her, was stopped by his assistant, who urgently interjected, "Boss, if you continue like this, how can she keep streaming?" Only then did Xingba begrudgingly retract his foot. Before becoming an influencer, he had been a street thug, and resorting to violence against girls was second nature to him. "If I lose money today, none of you will have it easy," he threatened. "Come on, boss, it's only 9:30, there's still time." "But look at what you've done to Wang Miao. How will the rest of the live stream proceed?" Xingba spat. "What do you mean, how will it proceed? I'll take over myself. We'll set up a live stream for both the Fashion Institute and my personal account, then redirect viewers to the company as hosts. Don't forget, I set the record for sales on Douyin." The assistant nodded vigorously. Dual account streaming was indeed a solution. With Xingba's charisma, they would surely succeed. As Xingba arranged his appearance and outfit, he didn't forget to give Wang Miao a kick, warning her to hurry and touch up her makeup. "You'll stand behind me as a backdrop." Wang Miao, frightened into silence, scrambled to the makeup table to prepare herself. "Family, let us go." As the illustrious campus belle Wang Miao of Fu University concluded her performance, she found herself utterly exhausted, retreating to the sidelines for a well-deserved respite. During this interlude, I, the domineering CEO, shall take the liberty to bestow some benefits upon everyone. Those who desire such gifts, please type 1 in the chat. I shall be giving away an iPhone 13 or a small appliance every 10 minutes. In an instant, the screen was inundated with a flurry of ones, filling the entire display. In Kyoto, at the Financial University Auditorium, the setup appeared rather rudimentary when compared to the professional-grade streaming studio established at Fu University. A few supplementary lights, a tripod, and a mobile phone constituted the entirety of the broadcasting setup, with even the sound card being of an amateur standard. Inside the auditorium, only a handful of student volunteers were present to assist. 3 individuals from the 511 dormitory sat in the audience, accompanying their peers. "Old 3, weren't you supposed to sell our 3 computers to purchase a proper streaming setup?" Wu Ming reproached. Kong Huijun responded with a hint of regret. "Boss, we sold the computers secondhand too hastily, and the buyer offered only 100,000 for all 3. I couldn't bear to part with them." Wu Ming, exasperated, tugged at Kong Huijun's collar. "Old 3, have you lost your senses? Computers are insignificant. Tonight's live stream is a matter entrusted to us by Old 4 before his departure. If we can't manage even this trivial task, how shall we face Old 4 in the future?" Kong Huijun nodded apologetically. "I was wrong, boss. I'll sell the computers right away and get a complete setup." Tang Yuming interjected. "Old 3, don't go. The competition ends at midnight. We won't have enough time." With a loud thud, Wu Ming slammed his fist onto the chair in frustration. "Damn it, Fu University has no shame. They even hired outside help." Tang Yuming exclaimed angrily, prompting the others to chime in with their own curses. "This is clearly cheating," Kong Huijun remarked. Wu Ming pressed on. "How is their livestream faring? What is the disparity in popularity between our sister and them?" Tang Yuming glanced at the data and replied, "They currently have 1.95 million viewers online, with a contribution value of around 5 million, ranking first among all schools. Meanwhile, Old 4's wife's livestream has only 3,980 viewers and a contribution value of 120,000, placing her at 55th. The stark contrast between 1.9 million and 3,980 viewers as well as the difference between 5 million and 120,000 in contributions, was indeed disheartening. Wu Ming decisively declared, "Brothers, Old Four has never asked anything of us. This matter today was entrusted to us before his departure, and we must do our utmost to support him. Old 2, make a post on the school forum rallying support. Old 3, sell the computers and get some iPhones. We shall also conduct a lottery in our live stream. I will reach out to my comrades, some of whom are also Douyin streamers, and ask them to help us promote our sister's live stream." Upon hearing this, Kong Huijun and Tang Yuming quickly agreed. The three immediately prepared to take action. Kong Huijun moved swiftly, returning to the dormitory. In the dormitory, he packed up all 3 computers into boxes. Staring at the computers he had hesitated to unbox, he felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, thinking of Qin Chuan's face, he muttered, "Damn it, Old 4, you owe me another one." With that, he grabbed the computers and headed out. At the dormitory entrance, Lu Wei leaned against the door frame, mocking him. "Oh, what's this? Selling computers?" Kong Huijun, irritated by Lu Wei's insufferable demeanor, spat, "Get lost. Hey, are you really selling computers before even unboxing them? What's the matter? Did your dormitory's wealthy patron get into trouble?" Kong Huijuan's eyes glinted with defiance. "Lu Wei, are you itching for a fight?" Lu Wei stepped back, grinning. "No need to be hostile. I was just curious about the price. I'm looking to buy a computer for my dorm, and if you offer a good deal, I might just take them all. After all, my money is clean, unlike yours." Kong Huijun retaliated with a kick, but Lu Wei deftly dodged. "Damn it, your 511 dormitory is filled with ruffians, flaunting ill-gotten gains while trying to act all high and mighty. Your entire crew is already in the Public Security Bureau, and you still have the audacity to strut around." Lu Wei's loud voice attracted onlookers from other dormitories, who began to gather. "What is going on? I heard that Qin Chuan from the 511 dorm was taken by the authorities." "What? Qin Chuan? Isn't he a big spender? Why would he get arrested?" "Who knows? The authorities must have solid evidence to take action. I told you, no one's money comes from thin air. Just a dormitory. Yet it's decked out like a luxury apartment. Buying a computer worth over 200,000 to give away? Clearly, they're using dirty money without a care." As Kong Huijun overheard the murmurs echoing through the corridor, his face flushed with anger. "Damn you all. Our Old Four is absolutely not that kind of person. Kong Huijun, you accepted gifts from Qin Chuan, so of course, you're defending him. Right. If he hadn't given you a single cent, you'd be cursing him just like us." Kong Huijun, enough. Qin Chuan is already in trouble. Stop pretending. With his head down, Kong Huijun squeezed through the crowd. Familiar classmates questioned him. "Where are you off to, Huijun?" "I'm going to sell the computers and buy 2 iPhone 13s for Su Xiaoyan's livestream." "Livestream? Oh, isn't there a big school competition on Douyin tonight? Our campus belle Su Xiaoyan is participating. Su Xiaoyan's livestream. I want to watch." "Get real, what's so interesting?" "It's better to watch the CEO's stream." "Yeah, the CEO is currently in Fu University's livestream, supporting it. And they've even invited top-tier hosts like Nana and Xiao Yao. But Su Xiaoyan is from our school. Shouldn't we support her?" "Support what?" "The CEO's livestream is giving away iPhone 13s, while Su Xiaoyan's has nothing to offer." Kong Huijun gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. Even if they didn't support their own, they shouldn't favor outsiders. The current alumni were far too divided. In a fit of anger, he stormed out of the school. He searched several second-hand computer stores, but the shopkeepers, seeing his urgency, consistently offered low prices, 5,000 for a computer worth 50,000. Even selling all 3 wouldn't be enough to buy a single iPhone 13. With a heavy heart, Kong Huijun glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m. Only 2 hours remained until the livestream concluded. He trudged toward the auditorium, feeling the chill of the night wind at Financial University. "Excuse me, fellow student. Could you direct me to the auditorium?" A sweet, melodious voice called from behind him. Turning around, he was instantly captivated by the familiar face before him. It was Dai Mei, the Douyin sensation with millions of followers. Kong Huijun had spent countless nights hidden under his covers, obsessively watching her videos. Dai Mei smiled sweetly, waiting for his response. Kong Huijun stood there, momentarily stunned, before pointing ahead. Dai Mei's eyes curved into crescent shapes as she thanked him. "Thank you, fellow student." Before jogging ahead, accompanied by 4 or 5 crew members, each carrying lighting equipment, Kong Huijun remained frozen in place, struggling to comprehend the surreal encounter. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the auditorium?" Another bright voice rang out. Kong Huijun instantly recognized that voice. It was the one he had longed for many times. It was Sister Zhou. His body trembled as he gazed at her. He felt a sudden urge to give himself a couple of slaps, questioning whether it would hurt, as the situation seemed too surreal. Sister Zhou offered a gentle smile, leading the way ahead, indicating that the red-roofed building was their destination. "I'm so excited," exclaimed Kong Huijun. Sister Zhou politely shook his hand before dashing off with her assistants. Hurry up. What time do you think it is? Stop dawdling, she urged as she ran. On their way, Kang Huijun encountered numerous top streamers from platforms like Douyin and Shark, all making their way to the auditorium. He was utterly astonished. Students on campus were left bewildered, wondering what in the world was happening. Was Douyin really hosting a New Year's party at their university? After a considerable effort, Kang Huijun finally reached the auditorium entrance, only to witness a throng of internet celebrities packed inside. They had brought their own equipment, transforming the previously humble live streaming room into a professional venue. Sister Zhou and Su Xiaoyan were interacting on stage, while a multitude of influencers stood by, seemingly waiting for their turn to appear. Where have you been, old three? Why did it take you so long? Wu Ming called out upon seeing Kang Huijun. What on earth is happening with all these big-name streamers? Kang Huijun inquired. Wu Ming shook his head. I have no idea. They just showed up out of nowhere, set up their equipment, and started streaming to draw traffic for our live broadcast. On stage, facing the camera, Su Xiaoyan was visibly flustered. Since the start of the live stream, she had been distracted and out of sorts. As the viewer count dwindled, she contemplated giving up. Feeling overwhelmed to the point of tears, suddenly, a wave of prominent influencers burst into the room. Some set up their equipment and began streaming to attract viewers to their own channels, while others took the stage, like Sister Zhou, to help liven up the atmosphere. With this flurry of activity, the viewer count in her stream, which had plummeted to 3 digits, suddenly surged upward, surpassing 1 million viewers. Gifts began to flood the screen, and Su Xiaoyan, taken aback by the deluge of virtual presence, felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought, if only Xiao Chuan were here. At that moment, a classic animation appeared on the screen, announcing a carnival. Su Xiaoyan's heart raced, eager to see who had sent it, hoping to see Qin Chuan's name flash across the display. Upon noticing the carnival gift, Sister Zhou exclaimed excitedly, Look! He has started sending you gifts. Chapter 79. While others give away phones in their live streams, we are giving away BMWs in mine. Su Xiaoyan felt a pang of anxiety, quickly followed by disappointment, as she saw that the carnival gift was from a netizen named Principal. The gifts poured in as if from a bottomless well. Wow, Principal Wong is here. My husband has arrived. Su Xiaoyan's live stream audience surged once more, with the number of viewers skyrocketing to over 2 million. Students from the university began to flow into the auditorium, drawn in by the online buzz. Wu Ming, Kang Huijun, and Tang Yuming worked to maintain order amidst the increasing crowd, which caused a bit of a ruckus. Fortunately, Demei stepped up, showcasing her charm to help regulate the atmosphere. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed in, glancing around before making a beeline for the stage. Sister Zhou and Su Xiaoyan were startled by the unexpected intrusion. What do you think you're doing? Please don't act recklessly. We're live streaming with over 200,000 viewers. The man, panting and catching his breath, replied, I am Du Wei, the general manager of Tianqing BMW 4S. My boss has instructed me to handle the prize draws for Miss Su's live stream. From now on, we will draw a BMW every 10 minutes until the competition concludes. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Even Sister Zhou was taken aback. What did you just say? Could you repeat that? She asked incredulously. Our boss said that starting now, Miss Su's live stream will give away a BMW every 10 minutes, with all expenses covered by him. Instantly, the live stream and the auditorium erupted with excitement. What? A BMW as a prize? This is unbelievable. No way. A BMW every 10 minutes? What kind of lavish live stream is this? Although some were in shock, a few logical thinkers emerged to voice their skepticism. Everyone, let us remain calm. This could be scripted, one pointed out. Think about it. There is still an hour and a half left in the competition. That means they could give away a total of 9 BMWs. Even the cheapest model, the 1 Series, costs around 200,000 yuan. Who would spend 1.8 million yuan on a whim for a giveaway? It's ludicrous. Among the skeptics, a self-proclaimed internet aristocrat chimed in. What? A car worth 200,000 yuan? Is that even worthy of the BMW name? A 1 Series? That is something even a dog wouldn't want. As some viewers began to stir the pot in the live chat, Du Wei noticed and grew increasingly agitated. Damn it, these people think a 200,000 yuan car is worthy of being called a BMW? Who do they think they are? Though he was fuming, he managed to restrain his emotions. Addressing the viewers, Du Wei stated, friends in the live stream, it's not the X1, not a 200,000 yuan BMW. The fans' eyes lit up at this revelation. Could it be the 3 Series? If they are really giving away a 3 Series, I'll bring my whole family to join the giveaway. What about a 5 Series? That is a car I've always dreamed of. Come on, manager, stop teasing us. Just tell us what it is. Even a BMW Mini would be acceptable. Du Wei deliberately built suspense, aware of how to garner attention. Ladies and gentlemen, Our boss is generous. He is giving away the top configuration. He gestured with his fingers, and the live stream erupted into chaos with astonished exclamations. No way, no way, no way. The students on site were equally ecstatic, pulling out their phones to join the live stream in anticipation of the giveaway. What a generous benefactor. A BMW 8 Series every 10 minutes. And it's the top configuration. I just checked, and a fully equipped 8 Series costs $2 million. That's over $10 million for 9 cars. Everyone was in shock. Seeing the reaction, Dewey hurriedly corrected himself. No, I made a mistake. It's not the 8 Series. The live stream quickly filled with discontented comments. What the hell? I knew it was scripted. They're just messing around. I'm unsubscribing. I can't stand this kind of farce. Realizing he may have overstepped, Dewey quickly clasped his hands together and said, It's my fault. I didn't explain it well. What our boss presented was not the 8 Series, but rather the top-tier BMW M8. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the entire live broadcast room and the venue. For a considerable time, no one uttered a word, nor did anyone type a message. Dewey noticed that the interactions on the screen had come to a halt, with only a carnival effect repeating incessantly. Instinctively, he reached out to poke the screen, calling out, Hello? Can everyone still hear me? Hello? After a moment of immersion, the comments exploded onto the screen. This time, the refresh rate was astonishingly rapid. Dewey could hardly discern what was being said. However, from the moment he entered, 10 minutes had already elapsed. The first red envelope burst open. Everyone immediately turned their attention to their phones, hoping for a winning notification. Oh my gosh, I won, exclaimed a bespectacled, gentle-looking boy from the audience, leaping up in sheer delight. He sprinted onto the stage, standing before Dewey. Dewey, pulling a key from his pocket, congratulated him. Congratulations. Tomorrow, take this key to Tianqing BMW 4S and complete the necessary formalities. The fortunate winner gazed at the car key in his hand, nearly fainting from excitement. The comments in the live broadcast were filled with envy and jealousy. Damn, I'm also a student at the university. I should have been there. It seems the odds of winning are higher on site. I'm changing my clothes right now and heading to the university. Thank goodness I didn't win. The BMW M8 is too fuel-consuming. I wouldn't want it, even if offered. Not eco-friendly. The last commentator, who lamented the environmental impact, was now fuming. Her face contorted in frustration as she inadvertently drew blood from her finger while gripping her phone. The 10-minute wait for the lottery was indeed a bit torturous. Su Xiaoyan felt the need to enliven the atmosphere with a song. Sister Zhou, let us sing a song for the fans. Sister Zhou shook her head with an awkward smile. No way, I'm afraid I might overshadow you with my singing. Su Xiaoyan chuckled and decided to perform solo. I'll sing a song by Jay Chou. I hope everyone enjoys it. Upon hearing that she would sing a song by Jay Chou, the fans in the live broadcast perked up instantly. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaoyan began to sing along with the music. Do you remember? You said home is the only castle. Running along the fragrant rice fields, flowing rivers. As she sang, a fan in the audience quietly whispered. She must be lip-syncing. Why hasn't she turned off the original sound? Exactly, I heard it too. What is the point if the original sound is still playing? However, one couldn't deny that the sound quality at the venue was exceptional. It felt as though Jay Chou himself was singing right beside her. Just as this student finished speaking, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. Oh my gosh, it's Jay Chou. Chapter 80, the most luxurious in history, rivaling the principal. With a single shout of Jay Chou, the entire auditorium of the university erupted in applause. Even those internet celebrities worth millions stood up to pay their respects to Jay Chou. Su Xiaoyan was momentarily frozen in place, her mouth agape, her singing abruptly halted. In the live broadcast, viewers wondered, what happened to the campus beauty? Is she not singing anymore? She's stopped singing, yet I can still hear music. You fool, that's the original sound from Su Xiaoyan. In the very next moment, an unexpected figure appeared in the live broadcast room, sending shockwaves through the audience. Jay Chou. Instantly, the entire live broadcast room boiled over in excitement, with a flurry of comments exclaiming disbelief. Jay Chou waved at the viewers, remarking, Wow, we've already surpassed 5 million viewers. Well then, I shall sing another song for everyone. Turning to Su Xiaoyan, he inquired, Are you ready? At that moment, Su Xiaoyan was utterly dazed. She had never imagined that her idol, Jay Chou, would grace her live broadcast. Everything felt surreal, almost abstract. Xiaoyan, Jay Chou called her softly. She felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, shivering slightly, and nodded in acknowledgement. Are you ready? He asked with a smile. Su Xiaoyan was so nervous that she forgot to ask what song they would sing. But as the music began, she quickly found her rhythm. The distant sea level begins to cloud over. Turning away, parting without words. You have thoughts unexpressed. The seagulls and fish loving each other is merely an accident. The duet with Jay Chou, coupled with the BMW M8 giveaway, propelled the popularity of the live broadcast room to unprecedented heights. The viewer count surged continuously, with Su Xiaoyan's broadcasts soaring to the top, leaving competitors, such as the Kyoto Fashion Institute account, far behind. During the live session, countless viewers spontaneously promoted the university's live broadcast across various social media platforms. In an instant, headlines across multiple applications were dominated by Su Xiaoyan from the university. The king willingly plays the supporting role, complementing the University Beauty's live stream. The University Beauty's live stream. Online viewers are about to surpass 10 million. Official campus live stream, giving away a BMW M8. Titles of all kinds proliferated rapidly. It was certain that after tonight, Su Xiaoyan's name would echo throughout the entire nation of Hua. Suddenly, the carnival effects in the live broadcast dissipated. Why hasn't he the principal sent more gifts? I thought he would keep sending until the end of the competition. Wow. The principal has already sent 120 carnival gifts. Only 120? I doubt the principal is even trying. Just as the fans were discussing, the entire phone screen flickered. A massive castle rose, surrounded by dazzling golden effects. Fans gasped in astonishment. What is this gift? I've never seen anything like it. I just glanced. It's the Super Carnival launched by Douyin a minute ago. Quite an impressive name. Does changing the name really double the price? Eager fans clicked on the small gift box to check the actual price of the Super Carnival. Upon seeing the staggering number of zeros, they were left dumbfounded. The Super Carnival was priced at 3 million Do coins, equivalent to 300,000 Hua coins. It was terrifying. In mere seconds, 300,000 had been gifted away. The live broadcast room was instantly overwhelmed. The Super Carnival continued, one after another, seemingly outshining even Principal Wang. The contrast between a 3,000 gift and a 300,000 gift was unfathomable. Su Xiaoyan stared blankly at the ID that was showering gifts in the live broadcast room. Her emotions could no longer be contained. Tears streamed down her face as she sang, her heart whispering, Xiaochuan. The fans in the live broadcast room also noticed the ID that was incessantly showering gifts. And the comment section erupted. Oh my gosh, a wealthy ID has appeared. Qin Chuan. It's actually Qin Chuan. Wasn't he arrested by the security bureau? How is he still able to send gifts, and with something like the Super Carnival? It may have been a misunderstanding. If I possessed the wealth of Qin's father, who would stoop to engage in illegal activities? In Kyoto, on the second ring road, a sleek, all-black Mercedes S350 found itself ensnared in traffic. You take over the screen. I'll take a breather, Qin Chuan casually remarked as he tossed his phone to Xia Ying, reclining slightly. Xia Ying accepted the phone, her index finger quivering slightly. Although she had ascended to the role of CEO of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, the thought of Qin Chuan unabashedly showering virtual gifts worth 300,000 each still tugged at her heartstrings. Let us keep sending until Xiaoyan finishes her stream, Qin Chuan stated nonchalantly. Xia Ying swallowed hard, cautiously tapping the screen. Just then, her phone chimed. Glancing at it, she handed it to Qin Chuan and whispered, Boss, it's President Li from Douyin. Qin Chuan nodded and answered, Hello. President Li. On the other end, Li Feng from Douyin's operations department greeted him with a cheerful tone. How is it going, President Qin? Are you satisfied with the bespoke gift we crafted for you, the Super Carnival? It's all right, but your ambitions are rather modest. With a gift worth 3 million Do coins, I fear I won't be able to exhaust my balance today, Qin Chuan replied. Li Feng's expression stiffened, a cold sweat breaking out as he silently lamented. Even with your 10 billion Do coins, no sane person could spend it all. I sincerely apologize, President Qin. There are regulations from above, and exceeding this amount could lead to complications. I hope you understand, he said. Very well, Qin Chuan concluded, hanging up the call. No sooner had he ended the call than another one came through. Qin Chuan glanced at the screen. It was Wang Kong. Hey, Lao Qin. I'm utterly exhausted. I've sent over 100 gifts, and I can hardly keep going. Wang Tsong exclaimed, staring at the 10,000 carnival coins Qin Chuan had transferred to him. It was the first time he felt that someone could outspend him for a woman. You've worked hard, Qin Chuan replied. Today, I leveraged all my connections in the streaming industry for your sake, and even invited Jay Chou. Don't just dismiss my efforts with a simple hard work. Wang Tsong seized the opportunity to say, How much are you looking for? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, unable to decipher Wang Tsong's intentions. Wang Tsong, exasperated, thought, How can you, the heir of a wealthy family, even talk about money? But then he reconsidered. Qin Chuan's family wealth did surpass that of the Wang family to some extent. Thus, he said, Lao Qin, between brothers, why discuss money? This weekend, let us go out to sea for a bit. My yacht is too small, and my father won't buy me a bigger one. I hear you have that Eclipse yacht at your disposal, so no problem. You can borrow the yacht anytime. Qin Chuan readily agreed, almost forgetting about his luxurious vessel. Wang Tsung's face lit up. Great. I'll pick you up next weekend. Let us have some fun. After finishing the conversation with Wang Tsung, Qin Chuan wearily closed his eyes. Xiaoying slightly tilted her head, gazing at her boss's profile. She had long harbored considerable prejudice against Qin Chuan. Yet each encounter left her profoundly astonished. Sometimes, money alone could not win a woman's heart. It was talent and wisdom that served as the true keys to her soul. Gently, Xiaoying draped her coat over Qin Chuan. Noticing his lack of response, she tentatively leaned in closer, resting her head on his shoulder. In that moment, she wished for even more congestion on Kyoto South 2nd Ring Road, hoping the cars would move even more slowly. Chapter 81, A Fruitless Endeavor. In Kyoto, at the Fashion Academy's indoor basketball court, Xingba fervently promoted the merchandise he brought. The corners of his mouth were frothing with excitement. After much effort, he finally achieved sales of 100 million. Exhausted, he took a sip of water to catch his breath while checking comments and interacting with fans. The live chat was flooded with messages. V5. Gradually, the tone began to shift. Someone initiated a wave of negativity in the chat. What the hell? I came to see the campus beauty. Who is this old man? It's disgusting. He.S. the domineering CEO. What do you know? He.S. providing benefits to fans. What is wrong with promoting products? If you don't want to buy, then leave. Benefits? After all that time, they're just giving away an iPhone 13. You ignorant frogs in a well should check out the Finance Academy's live stream. They're purely performing, no products, and giving away a BMW M8. Is the BMW M8 for real? I'm going to check it out. Just one person's comment caused Xingba's viewer count to plummet by nearly 100,000. He nearly spat out the chrysanthemum tea he was drinking. In an instant, he lost 1 million viewers, a first for him. He waved for Wang Miao to come up and take over. Xingba exited to check the real-time data backstage. Meanwhile, the sales figures in the live stream began to stagnate, with no movement for several minutes. Let us see what is happening at the Finance Academy. They're giving away a BMW M8? Have they gone mad? Without hesitation, his assistant clicked on the Finance Academy's Douyin account. On the screen, a well-dressed middle-aged man was engaging with the audience. Hello, can everyone still hear me? Hello? The middle-aged man wiped the screen. Xingba was furious. What is this nonsense? Is he trying to act stupid? No sooner had he thought this than the screen erupted with red envelopes. The chat went wild as a student-like boy rushed onto the stage. He appeared scholarly, wearing glasses, and shouted, "Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I won the lottery!" He ran up to the stage to receive a key. Witnessing this series of events, Xingba's face turned green. He spotted a familiar figure behind the middle-aged man, Zhou Jie. Damn it! Why is Zhou Jie supporting that girl? This is a scripted act. How shameless. Enraged, Xingba called Wang Miao down. I'm giving you 2 minutes to change into a JK uniform with black stockings. And make sure the stockings have letters on them. Wang Miao was taken aback. Boss, what do you mean? Xingba slapped her. How did I end up signing such a useless person? Promote the products. Don't you understand? You're going to ruin me today. What time is it? I've only sold 100 million in goods. This was the second time Wang Miao had been slapped that day. Her spirit was beginning to wane. Xingba, staring at the stagnant 100 million sales, took a deep breath and stepped in front of the camera, displaying a harmless smile. Family, I just bought dozens of iPhone 13s for you all. Next, I'll be giving away one iPhone 13 every 5 minutes in my live stream. Plus, I'll invite our internet celebrity Nana to perform for everyone and sing a song by Jay Cho. With that, the renowned influencer Nana gracefully stepped onto the stage and began her performance. Xingba stood beside her, playing the role of a supportive backdrop while continuously promoting products with a small blackboard. Amidst this performance, the dwindling viewer count stabilized slightly. Suddenly, someone in the live chat exclaimed, "Brothers, hurry up. Gather in the Finance Academy's live stream. What is happening? Front row for the gossip." Jay Cho is live in the Finance Academy's stream. The tycoon Qin Chuan is back, showering the customized carnival gifts. Brothers, the moment to witness history has arrived. With a single utterance, the number of viewers in Xingba's stream plummeted dramatically. In contrast, another live broadcast featured the illustrious Jay Cho performing live. Meanwhile, your meager stream showcased a mere internet celebrity with a surgically altered visage attempting a cover song. Who would wish to watch that? The online audience swiftly diminished from over 2 million to below 1 million, and then it continued to drop below 500,000, 300,000, and finally 10,000. As the clock struck midnight, Xingba was left in a state of bewilderment. He quietly closed the live stream of his major event and weakly inquired about the sales figures for the evening. A profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to respond. To be precise, everyone feared the repercussions of answering. In a fit of rage, Xingba overturned the merchandise table, shouting, "How much?" His assistant, trembling, reported 109 million. At this revelation, the crowd averted their gazes from Xingba, anxious that he might resort to extreme measures. Everyone was acutely aware that the target for the night was 200 million. Should that goal remain unachieved, Xingba would personally cover the deficit. Presently, the situation dictated that he was on the verge of having to part with nearly 100 million. Who could remain calm in such circumstances? Yet, Xingba exhibited an extraordinary composure. He gradually righted the table he had overturned and beckoned to Wang Miao. Wang Miao, paralyzed by fear, only moved forward after her assistant nudged her. Boss, I. Xingba extended his right hand, tenderly stroking Wang Miao's hair, proclaiming, 100 million. I can shoulder that. Wang Miao was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unexpected sense of gratitude towards him. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Xingba's fist suddenly struck out. Following that, a barrage of blows rained down upon Wang Miao. You worthless fool, utterly useless. Boss, please stop, I realize my mistake. Wang Miao pleaded in agony. Then pay me back. You have the money to compensate, then I shall cease. Xingba showed no mercy, relentlessly delivering his punishment. Having lost 100 million due to the betting agreement, all his hard work over the years seemed squandered. He was in desperate need of a release for his pent-up frustration. Suddenly, the assistant came to an epiphany and rushed forward to embrace Xingba tightly. Boss, please, don't hit her anymore. Xingba struggled, exclaiming, You two are against me? The assistant, with a trembling voice and a hint of tears, exclaimed, Boss, your live stream is still running. It's broadcasting right now. Upon hearing this, Xingba froze in shock. He turned in a panic to see his phone still streaming live. The footage of him assaulting Wang Miao had been broadcast without reservation. In an instant, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind blank. It was over, it was all over. In Kyoto, at the financial university, within the auditorium, the clock had passed midnight, and students began to disperse one by one. Influencers, including Sister Zhou, bid their farewells in succession. After Jay Cho finished singing, he exited through the back door to prevent a stampede. The once bustling auditorium gradually fell silent. Su Xiaoyan still felt a wave of dizziness. The events of the evening had been nothing short of fantastical. It felt as though the entire live show had been tailored for her. The person who had sent her an avalanche of gifts was none other than her boyfriend. Realizing this, Su Xiaoyan hastily grabbed her phone and dialed Qin Chuan's number. After a brief ringing, the opening melody of Nocturne began to play in the auditorium. Su Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, turning towards the source of the sound. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, Xiao Chuan. Qin Chuan entered the auditorium with a smile, arms outstretched to welcome the exuberantly rushing Su Xiaoyan. Outside the financial university auditorium, in a Mercedes-Benz S350, as she watched Qin Chuan's departing figure, Xiaoying unconsciously wrapped her coat around herself, inhaling the lingering scent. After a moment, she turned and said, Let us go drive. Chapter 82, with a two-stake. He ascended to become the largest shareholder. In Kyoto, near the financial university, at the Hilton Garden Inn, an enchanting night unfolded. The overwhelming prowess of a fifth-level martial artist was truly astonishing and domineering. Qin Chuan made every effort to restrain his strength, yet ordinary people remained no match for him. In a daze, Su Xiaoyan sensed Qin Chuan stirring. Xiao Chuan, can you take a day off today? I want to snuggle in bed with you. Qin Chuan kissed Su Xiaoyan's forehead, saying, Xiaoyan, today is macroeconomics class, which is quite important, so it's not ideal to skip. I've ordered breakfast for you. You may eat in the room and rest a little longer. Su Xiaoyan, like a little girl, clung to Qin Chuan and playfully whined for quite some time before reluctantly letting him go. Xiao Chuan, even now that you have money, you still study as diligently as before. The hotel was only 2 blocks away from the university. Seeing that time was still on his side, Qin Chuan decided to walk to school. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed, proving innocence. Quest reward, 2 shares of Huawei Technology Company, Limited. Qin Chuan was taken aback. The reward for this task was unexpected. Huawei Technology Company, Limited, was a private company, unlisted, and its actual value was challenging to ascertain. It was entirely employee-owned and operated through a union-led employee stock ownership plan. Previously, employee ownership had reached an astounding 98.99. The founder held the most shares, amounting to 101. Now, having suddenly acquired 2 of the shares, Qin Chuan found himself the largest shareholder of Huawei. It seemed prudent to replace his Mi smartphone with one from Huawei, supporting his own industry from the ground up. Just as Qin Chuan closed the system interface and hurried to class, he entered without rushing or arriving late. Tian Xian had already settled into her seat early. Yesterday, on Sunday, Qin Chuan had left without a word and had not answered her calls all day. Tian Xian was seething with anger. Upon seeing Qin Chuan enter, she turned her head away deliberately, crossing her arms and pouting, Humph, I'm not going to acknowledge you. Yet, despite her words, A part of her still hoped Qin Chuan would come over to explain or at least sit beside her during class. However, Qin Chuan merely cast a glance in her direction before heading to the back of the classroom to join his 3 dorm mates. Tian Xin, is anyone sitting next to you? If not, may I sit with you? Tian Xin looked up and saw it was Zhao Lingxiao, who had self-proclaimed himself as the class heartthrob. A flicker of menace crossed her sweet and adorable face as she coldly replied, "Someone is." Zhao Lingxiao had just begun to pester her again when he noticed Tian Xin break her pen in frustration. He could only leave dejectedly, realizing he had stepped on a landmine. In the back of the classroom, Qin Chuan sat beside Wu Ming. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Wu Ming and Kang Huijun, he noticed that his dorm mate, Tang Yuming, was slumped over his desk, looking utterly dejected. "What's wrong with you, second brother?" Qin Chuan asked, puzzled. "Ah, fourth brother. This matter is somewhat related to you." "Qin Chuan, is your discomfort related to me?" "Yes, indeed. Yesterday in Su Xiaoyan's live stream, you extravagantly spent millions, gifting a BMW M8. Do you remember?" Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Kang Huijun could no longer suppress his laughter and remarked that the first winner yesterday was a boy from the neighboring class. Upon winning, he immediately confessed to his crush, who, without hesitation, accepted his affections. Subsequently, the second boy was left in this predicament. Qin Chuan was taken aback. Can it truly be that fortuitous? He shifted positions to console Tang Yuming. "Old Tang, this situation cannot be blamed on me. It is merely a matter of your unfortunate luck." Tang Yuming huffed, resembling a wronged, chubby child. "I shall procure for you a vehicle even more dazzling than the M8, so you may win your goddess back." Tang Yuming sniffled, half convinced, and asked, "Really?" Qin Chuan smiled gently, patting Tang Yuming's shoulder, nodding in affirmation. Such loyalty is reciprocal. For those brothers who have aided him, Qin Chuan has always been generous. The bell rang, signaling the entrance of the macroeconomics instructor. The professor, a 30-year-old woman named Dai Jiejia, donned a black trench coat paired with matching trousers. Standing at approximately 165 meters, she possessed a well-proportioned figure. Her facial contours were smooth, with pronounced brow bones that rendered her gaze particularly captivating. Complemented by her exquisite chin, she exuded an air of sophistication reminiscent of the actress Jiang Shuaing. Dai Jiejia was a graduate of an Ivy League institution in the United States, holding a postdoctoral degree. Her insights into macroeconomics were profound, and her lectures were both engaging and lively, leaving the students enriched by the end of the class. As the first segment concluded, a sense of anticipation lingered in the air. Just as everyone prepared for the next segment, Dai Jiejia's phone vibrated. Upon seeing the caller ID, her eyes sparkled with hope and surprise. She gestured an apology to her students before stepping outside to take the call. Several minutes later, Dai Jiejia returned to the classroom, her previously vibrant demeanor now replaced by a look of desolation. Her speech became somewhat disjointed, capturing the attention of all present. Unable to contain himself, Wu Ming inquired, "Teacher, what is wrong?" The moment the question was posed, Dai Jiejia could no longer hold back, collapsing onto the floor in tears. Her sobbing bewildered everyone. The female students hurried forward, offering tissues, while the male students, filled with indignation, speculated that their teacher must have been wronged. "Teacher, what happened? Was there a family emergency? Did someone cheat on you? Who is the scoundrel? We shall stand up for you." The last inquiry drew collective glares from the others. Dai Jiejia took a tissue, blowing her nose as she choked out that it was not a matter of her own doing. "Not your own doing?" This revelation sent the class into a frenzy. Could it be that Teacher Dai was terminally ill? Don't be absurd. Look at Teacher Dai's appearance. She couldn't possibly be in the late stages of anything, perhaps just the middle stages. "Teacher, fear not. Modern medicine is advanced. My 7th uncle had cancer, but after proactive treatment, he is now lively and well." Upon hearing the word cancer, Qin Chuan felt compelled to check on her. He held a favorable view of Dai Jiejia. As a novice in the medical field, he believed he could manage cancer-related issues. Just as he was about to approach her for a pulse check, Dai Jiejia cast an accusatory glance at the student who had spoken earlier. "Do you truly wish for your teacher to be betrayed or to have cancer?" The student who had spoken felt a chill run down his spine and stepped back. "Teacher, if there is something troubling you, please share it with us." "Indeed, teacher. We are here to support you. What is there to fear? Please, do tell. I cannot sleep at night with this on my mind." Dai Jiejia sighed, offering a bittersweet smile as she revealed, "I actually have another job outside of school, serving as a vice president at a Wall Street investment bank in the United States. Essentially a project associate director. As long as the current project succeeds, I would have been promoted to executive director." At this, everyone collectively gasped. No one was surprised that Dai Jiejia had an additional job. Rather, it showcased her blend of theoretical knowledge and practical experience. For instance, a certain Arabic teacher also worked as a host outside of class. However, Everyone was astonished to learn that Dai Jiejia was a vice president at a Wall Street investment bank, a coveted position for finance students. Yet, her next statement brought everyone back to reality. Earlier, I received a call from the headquarters in Kyoto informing me that I have been dismissed. Dai Jiejia's revelation left everyone in shock. Teacher, why? Did you perhaps make any decisions that went against the ancestral code? Could it be that you were involved in an office romance? The class turned to glare at the last speaker. Once again, it was him. In the next moment, the student who frequently spoke last was unceremoniously ejected from the classroom by several boys. Dai Jiejia composed herself and continued. Recently, Wall Street has ignited a short-selling campaign against the Hilton Group. I wonder if any of you are aware of this? All the students nodded in unison. The attempt to short-sell Hilton has stirred quite a commotion in the city. How could anyone studying finance be oblivious? I have also heard that the reason behind Wall Street's actions was not due to trivial negative news, but rather because the current CEO of Hilton is of Chinese descent. I have seen the CEO on television. She is exceptionally beautiful. Upon hearing this, Dai Jiejia's expression softened with pride. My company is a subsidiary of the Mailong Group, a prominent Wall Street financial conglomerate. We participated in the short-selling campaign against Hilton as well. The mention of the Mailong Group caused everyone's pupils to constrict in astonishment. Goodness, teacher, you work at Mailong. That is a Fortune 500 company, one of the world's top conglomerates. I heard that all the firms that attempted to short-sell Hilton faced failure. Could it be that your dismissal stemmed from this misstep? Dai Jiejia shook her head. I did not advocate for the short sell. In fact, when I learned the reasons behind it, it became clear that this was a targeted attack by Wall Street, aimed at preventing a Chinese individual from overseeing an American enterprise. Many of the allegations were fabricated or colluded with senior American executives within Hilton. The students, upon hearing this, were filled with righteous indignation. Damn it. How could Americans look down on us so? The Hilton CEO is stunning. Who would dare to harm her? Teacher, your dismissal surely has something to do with your Chinese identity, doesn't it? Hearing this, a deeper shade of sorrow crossed Dai Jiejia's face. She nodded slightly and said, every finance student dreams of carving out a space for themselves on Wall Street. Yet, Wall Street has no place for us Chinese. In the realm of Wall Street, the pinnacle of positions achievable by a Chinese individual is merely that of a project vice president, akin to my current status. Ascending beyond this level is akin to scaling the heavens. Upon hearing Dai Jiejia's words, a wave of disappointment washed over many faces. For those studying finance, securing a place on Wall Street is the ultimate aspiration. Everyone harbors the dream of attaining the title of managing director within a prominent consortium, wielding authority over vast territories and orchestrating investments worth billions with a mere signature. Yet, reality is starkly cruel. In the United States, the number of Chinese individuals who ascend to executive roles is exceedingly limited. With a heavy sigh, Dai Jiejia reflected on her nearly 10-year tenure at Mailong Financial during her university internship, believing she was on the cusp of achieving her goal. However, the U.S. headquarters sent in a new general manager from India, who promptly usurped all her projects. Every new initiative she proposed was summarily rejected. To make matters worse, this manager had previously diverted all funds from the Chinese branch to short-sell Hilton, culminating in a staggering loss of $2 billion. He dismissed her, using her as a scapegoat to appease the headquarters. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with a mix of grievance, resentment, and defiance. Her students fell silent, fully aware that the newly appointed general manager was deliberately targeting their teacher. Frustration simmered within them, their fists clenched in indignation. Yet what could they do? Their anger could only be directed at the void. Mailong, a behemoth in the financial sector, boasts a rich history and holds significant sway in the global financial arena. The notion of these individuals championing their teacher seemed akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, a futile endeavor. Observing the expressions of her students, Dai Jiejia felt a surge of gratitude. Wiping away her tears, she forced a smile, apologizing to her students for the disruption caused by her troubles, urging them to continue with their lessons as she composed herself. Teacher, are you truly all right? One student inquired. Perhaps we should forego today's class, suggested another. After all, you've just been let go. You need to strategize how to negotiate compensation with Mailong. Dai Jiejia offered a wry smile, explaining that Mailong had never provided compensation for dismissals in China. Their formidable legal and HR teams could find fault in the most trivial matters, and sometimes, those terminated even ended up owing the company damages. Gasps of shock filled the room. Is it really possible for it to be this way? Aren't Americans supposed to value integrity, law, and equality? One student questioned. Dai Jiejia's lips curled into a bitter smile as she resignedly stated, as Chinese people, we are deemed unworthy of engaging in discussions about integrity, law, or equality. Compensation is forever reserved for Americans. For us, merely working in the company is considered a great fortune. To be honest, I fear negotiating for compensation. not because I've done anything untoward, but due to the dread of being unjustly labeled. Americans excel at tarnishing reputations with baseless accusations, whether against an individual or an entire nation. I still wish to lead a good life. Her words fell upon the students like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their aspirations and dreams for the future. The girls lowered their heads in despondency, while the boys felt a tightness in their chests, as if they were struggling to breathe. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Dai Jia stood up and clapped her hands, encouraging her students not to lose heart. Each of your futures is bright. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will dispel the misunderstandings and prejudices held by other nations against us. Their noses tinged with emotion. They lamented their inability to grow stronger and stand tall in the face of injustice and discrimination. Unbeknownst to them, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. This time, the sound did not elicit excitement. Each student silently returned to their seats, gradually packing away their textbooks and stationery. Dai Jia organized her materials at the podium, her tears having dried, but the puffiness around her eyes betrayed her earlier distress. Just as she prepared to leave the classroom, a male student stood before her. Qin Chuan, is there something you need? Dai Jia inquired. Teacher, I believe you should pursue compensation, Qin Chuan stated calmly. Dai Jia raised her gaze to re-evaluate him. He appeared somewhat austere, with deep-set eyes that hinted at a touch of mystery. His expression was serene, devoid of excessive emotion, and though his physique was average, it exuded a sense of composure and strength. Despite his simple attire, he radiated an air of affluence and elegance. She offered a weak smile, ready to respond when other students gathered around her. Teacher, you should heed Qin Chuan's advice. We all support you. Another chimed in. Yes, teacher, there is strength in numbers. We'll accompany you to negotiate compensation. Teacher, Qin Chuan's family owns a BMW dealership. He certainly has legal resources. Listening to him would be wise. Since their last corporate management class, everyone had come to know that Qin Chuan's family operated a BMW dealership, and even Su Gongqing, who had previously shown respect towards him, had recently lavished gifts upon Su Xiaoyan. He was undeniably a wealthy heir, a status few in their finance major could boast. With such connections, perhaps he could facilitate a cordial discussion with Meilong. Dai Jia felt a swell of appreciation for her students wanting to support her, yet her heart was already resigned. The naivety of her students, who had yet to experience the rigors of the real world, was palpable. In their eyes, a classmate with a BMW dealership was a paragon of capability, an invincible figure. However, in the eyes of international conglomerates, they were no more significant than ants, easily crushed underfoot. Qin Chuan, thank you for your kindness, but, she began. Teacher, we have no classes this afternoon. Let us go, Qin Chuan interjected, not allowing her the chance to decline. Were it anyone else, he might not have felt compelled to intervene. But Dai Jia was his teacher and had previously rejected the idea of short-selling Hilton. These two reasons alone justified his willingness to assist her. Moreover, to him, these matters seemed trivial, akin to child's play. The other students continued to urge her on, and Dai Jia found it difficult to refuse further. She merely nodded, thinking it would serve as an opportunity for Qin Chuan to gain insight and experience a setback, which would ultimately benefit him in navigating the complexities of society. Seeing this, Tian Xian hurried forward. Qin Chuan, are you truly going with Teacher Dai to confront Meilong? Indeed, he replied. Tian Xian felt a surge of frustration but refrained from expressing it. Instead, she retrieved a lunchbox from her bag and firmly handed it to him. Here, today's lunch. Qin Chuan accepted it cautiously, reflecting on his greatest regret, allowing Tian Xian to be his personal chef. Now, his greatest fear was the meal she prepared, which often resembled a chaotic amalgamation of the entire periodic table. What else with that expression? Are you unwilling to eat my cooking? Tian Xian, with a face full of grievance and tears welling in her eyes, spoke softly. Qin Chuan's lips twitched slightly as he replied, It's nothing. I just haven't had much of an appetite lately. Then I shall prepare congee for you to drink tomorrow. I've improved the Cantonese clay pot congee recipe. It tastes delightful now. Speaking of congee, Qin Chuan recalled not long ago when Tian Xian had made a pot of pork offal congee. As he took his first spoonful, he was confronted with the unaltered essence of pig intestines. Just the thought of it now made him feel queasy. He initially intended to decline, but upon seeing Tian Xian's eager expression, he could only nod in agreement. Qin Chuan mused to himself, well, I suppose I could once again use my martial prowess to shatter the clay pot, thus avoiding having to drink it. To his surprise, Tian Xian cheerfully remarked that last time the clay pot was of poor quality, but this time she had switched to stainless steel. It would surely not crack. Qin Chuan was left speechless and silently exited the classroom to catch up with Dai Jia. Dai Jia pulled out her phone, looking a bit embarrassed. Qin, since you're going, I'll call a ride for you. She confessed, to be honest, I still haven't passed my driving test. No need, you can ride with me, Qin Chuan replied. Dai Jiejia was taken aback, realizing he had a car as a freshman. Then she recalled that Qin Chuan's family owned a BMW dealership. Having a car was quite normal. However, Qin Chuan did not lead her to the school parking lot, but rather to a nearby office building. Dai Jiejia stared at the building in astonishment and asked, "Qin, is your car parked underneath here?" Qin Chuan walked ahead and nodded slightly. "Parking at our school costs a symbolic 200 per month. Here, a month's parking must be at least 1,000 or 1,800, right?" Although Dai Jiejia did not possess a driver's license, she was very sensitive to cars and their expenses, as it was essential knowledge in her line of work. "It's free," Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. "Free?" Dai Jiejia was puzzled. "Yes, I bought it not long ago." Dai Jiejia halted in her tracks, her eyes widening. "Qin, what did you say? This A-grade office building is yours." "Indeed," Qin Chuan said casually. "My driver thought the parking fee of 1,000 a month was a bit steep, so I decided to buy the building outright. It saves her the hassle of complaining to me every day." Qin Chuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if purchasing an entire office building was merely to placate a child. Dai Jiejia was left in disbelief. She had never encountered anyone who would buy a building for such a whimsical reason. Beep. Qin Chuan pressed the car key to unlock it. Dai Jiejia was left dumbfounded as a Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version appeared before her, an SUV that epitomized luxury. She had expected Qin Chuan to drive one of the BMWs from their dealership, but never imagined he would have a Rolls. Even as a mid-level employee at a top investment bank, such a car was an otherworldly presence. Valued at 10 million, its annual operating costs alone would amount to around 300,000. Such a financial burden was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Once inside the vehicle, Dai Jiejia's nerves settled somewhat. She had been in luxury cars before, but the novelty of a BB version of a Rolls-Royce was still remarkable. As the car started, they headed towards the Meilong Financial Building in the northern part of the city. On the way, Dai Jiejia contemplated advising Qin Chuan to let go of the matter, as she was ready to give up herself. But to her surprise, shortly after getting in, Qin Chuan donned a Bluetooth headset and dialed a number. "Hello. Please gather the entire legal team you brought the other day at the Meilong Building in the north. I have need of them," he clarified. "It's not me who is in trouble, it's a friend of mine." After a brief exchange, Qin Chuan hung up. Dai Jiejia was utterly bewildered. "Qin Chuan, you've called a legal team?" Qin Chuan, keeping his gaze fixed ahead, replied, "Yes, the company has a legal team available. This incident occurred in Huagua, and I prefer to handle it through the proper channels." Dai Jiejia was astonished. Just how formidable was Qin Chuan's family background to maintain a legal team? A BMW dealership could hardly support such a setup. Chapter 85. Proficient in multiple languages, rebuking the other's rudeness. In Kyoto, at the Meilong Financial Building in the Northern District. The building, comprising 32 stories, although not tall, was entirely owned by the Meilong Group. In the precious real estate of Kyoto, it was indeed a significant investment. Dai Jiejia swiped her employee badge, leading Qin Chuan into the building. The interior was decorated in a simple and refreshing style, devoid of ostentatious embellishments. Instead, it featured floor-to-ceiling glass that allowed sunlight to flood the space, filling it with natural light. The 29th floor housed meeting rooms for internal staff. Dai Jiejia had previously arranged with the HR department to discuss her resignation. They arrived at meeting room 9, where they sat in silence, waiting. 10 minutes turned into 15. Then half an hour. The two sat in the meeting room for a full hour without anyone coming in to communicate with them. To make matters worse, as winter approached, the heating had been turned off, and the central air conditioning was blowing cold air. Just as Dai Jiejia was about to step out to find someone, a middle-aged woman in her 40s wearing glasses entered. She had neatly arranged hair, and her name tag read, HR, Dengya. Without greeting them, Dengya sat down, focusing on the documents in her hands. She raised her head slightly, speaking in a cold, haughty tone of English. "Dai Jiejia, by decision of the company as senior management, your employment is terminated. You are required to remove all personal belongings from the building by the end of today. Should you fail to do so, we will consider it as you relinquishing ownership of those items, which will subsequently be disposed of by designated personnel. If there are no further issues, please sign the document, and you may leave." Dai Jiejia responded in English, "What about my severance pay?" Dengya replied mechanically, "There is no severance pay. You are resigning voluntarily, and we will accurately reflect this in your resignation report. You are terminating me. How can you claim it's voluntary? I have no intention of resigning. I have dedicated 10 years to Meilong. How could I possibly resign voluntarily?" Dengya slightly lifted her gaze, looking down at Dai Jiejia. "Are you challenging the authority of the company? You have repeatedly questioned the leadership's decision to short-sell Hilton, showing blatant disregard for the arrangements set forth by your superiors. Yet, you still expect compensation?" Dai Jiejia argued back. "Short-selling Hilton was indeed a flawed decision, and the subsequent results proved my judgment correct. Yet you insist on blaming me for the losses incurred from your stubbornness to short-sell Hilton?" Dengya was unyielding, stating, as the vice president of your department. You must bear the consequences of your department's decision-making failures. Dai Jia slammed her hand on the table. That is absurd. At that company meeting, it was clearly Sumit, in his capacity as general manager, who forced the decision. Deng Ye sneered. At Meilong Group, we only look at results, not the process. She then softened her tone slightly and spoke in Mandarin. Dai Jia, even if Sumit made the final decision, so what? He clearly needed a scapegoat. And you are the only Chinese individual at the vice president level. If not you, then who? Are we to find a Caucasian? Upon hearing Deng Ye's candid remarks, Dai Jia felt a significant release of tension. After dedicating a decade to this company, this is the treatment I receive? She questioned, her voice tinged with disbelief. Is it merely because I am Chinese? Deng Ye regarded her with a meaningful glance, yet chose not to respond. Nevertheless, Dai Jia remained resolute in her pursuit of compensation. Upon hearing the term compensation, Deng Ye's expression shifted drastically. Dai Jia, how can I make you understand? Must you insist on a destructive confrontation? Sumit has explicitly stated that compensation is out of the question. Consider this. Your annual salary approaches $1 million, and under the 2-in-1 compensation model, the company would be liable for over $1 million. Are you truly unaware of the dire state the company is in? The company's struggles do not exempt it from providing compensation. This is the most ludicrous joke I have heard this year. Qin Chuan interjected with a sardonic smile. Deng Ye, visibly taken aback, asked in English, Dai Jia, who is he? I am her student. Qin Chuan replied fluently in English. Deng Ye squinted her eyes, switching to French. She remarked, you uncouth individual. How can you, as an HR representative, neglect your responsibilities? Qin Chuan retaliated in French. You are the one lacking civility. Deng Ye was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that this 20-year-old youth would be proficient in both English and French, articulating with impeccable pronunciation and flawless grammar, as if he had grown up in a native-speaking environment. Just as Deng Ye considered switching to German for a standoff with Qin Chuan. Her lack of recent practice in the language, combined with the rapid language transitions, rendered her momentarily speechless. With your current proficiency, I suggest you return and practice diligently. Today, you must provide my teacher with a satisfactory explanation, Qin Chuan stated in fluent German. Deng Ye's complexion turned pale as she was deeply unsettled by Qin Chuan's command of languages. As a seasoned HR professional, she had always leveraged the company's authority to intimidate others, yet today, she found herself thoroughly bested by a mere 20-year-old. Dai Jia was equally astonished. Qin Chuan was not just familiar with English, German, and French, but had achieved a native-level fluency. How did you come to master these 3 languages? Dai Jia inquired incredulously. Teacher, studying finance requires engaging with the world, not just English, German, and French, but I have a basic understanding of nearly any language, Qin Chuan responded. Deng Ye, growing increasingly frustrated, proclaimed, do not become too complacent, Dai Jia. You cannot win against the company. If you insist on escalating this matter, we will have no choice but to pursue legal action. Her words invoked a universally feared concept, legal proceedings. Many individuals facing unfair treatment from large corporations harbor a profound dread of this phrase. It is not that they fear justice will be denied, but rather that they lack the stamina to contend with a corporate behemoth. Such entities possess dedicated legal teams poised to engage in protracted litigation, often allocating more resources to legal battles than the compensation at stake. For these corporations, reputation and prestige outweigh monetary concerns. In contrast, those who challenge these giants are often left to fend for themselves, battling in isolation. Dai Jia, consider whether you truly have the time or financial means to engage in a drawn-out struggle with Meilong. Sumit has publicly declared an unwavering commitment to oppose you. Though I am unaware of the depth of animosity between you, it is clear that Meilong holds the reins of power. I can only extend my apologies. Deng Ye declared with an air of triumph. Having spent years in HR, she had found that invoking legal proceedings invariably compelled her opponents to capitulate. She anticipated that Dai Jia would follow suit, sliding a printed resignation letter across the table toward her. Stop resisting, just sign it. Dai Jia, feeling despondent, reached for the resignation letter, only to grasp at empty air. The document was suddenly snatched by Qin Chuan, who tore it into shreds.